Chapter 1. Sushi. Cultivators seize the ability to transcend fate for longevity, steal the essence of heaven and earth for survival, and refine the quintessence of the five elements for self-preservation. In the northern part of Muyan Prefecture, there is a peak known as Tianjue Peak, which is seen as a forbidden place by countless practitioners. At the foot of Tianjue Peak, at the entrance of the mountain, lies an ancient village called Shaoshi Village that has existed for 1,000 years. Shaoshi Village got its name because all its buildings are made of stone. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, Shaoshi Village was established by a group of immortal descendants who lived in seclusion here. However, as time has passed, the truth of the matter has long been forgotten. Today, Shaoshi Village is home to a group of ordinary mortals. The village has over 40 households, occupying fertile land, and occasionally, villagers go to Huilong town to exchange for rare items, living a relatively peaceful life. In the evening, in the woods to the east of Shaoshi Village, 5 children dressed in coarse hemp clothes with suntan skin are crouching in the grass. In the middle, one child holds a hemp rope, with the other end connected to a wooden stick that supports a sieve, under which some broken rice grains are scattered. Nearby, a wild chicken is cautiously pecking at the rice grains. After a while, it finally can't resist and dives in. The child decisively pulls the hemp rope, causing the wooden stick to fall, and the greedy wild chicken is trapped under the sieve. Seeing this scene, the other children jump up excitedly, clapping and cheering for the child in the middle. "Wow, we caught it. We really caught it. Shi, you are so smart. Brother Shi, you are amazing. When I grow up, can I marry you? Shi, I heard from my mom that recently a celestial being is going to take disciples in Huilong town. You are so clever, maybe you can become a disciple." The boy called Shi rolled his eyes and laughed. "Forget it. You, little fatty, can't even count to 3. What do you understand? Do you really think it's that easy to become a disciple of an immortal? Besides, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Isn't it better to stay with Grandpa in the village? All right, you little flatterers, I've already taught you the method. You can play by yourselves." After saying this, the boy walked over to the sieve, skillfully picked up the wild chicken trapped inside, and then turned to walk towards the river nearby. Shi's full name is Sushi. He has depended on his grandfather since childhood. Growing up eating the food of others, he has always been clever and learns quickly, being somewhat of a leader among the children in the village. When Shi reached the riverbank, he skillfully bled and plucked the wild chicken, and then pulled out a fist-sized, old, worn pocket alchemy furnace from his pocket. The furnace was filled with salt. Shi grabbed a pinch and sprinkled it on the processed wild chicken. Then he tore off a piece of lotus leaf to wrap the wild chicken and coated it with a layer of mud. The furnace has 3 legs and a round belly, with intricate carvings of flowers, birds, insects, and fish on its body, and no one knows what material it is made of. It is neither metal nor wood, nor jade nor stone, impervious to water and fire, and unbreakable by knives. He had secretly dug it out from the beam of his house, and his grandfather considered the furnace a treasure, never allowing him to touch it. In the past, Shi didn't care much about it, as he thought it was just a peculiar old furnace. However, once he used the furnace to hold salt while making a beggar's chicken, he found that the salt became exceptionally crystal clear. The beggar's chicken made with this salt tasted incredibly crispy, and after eating it, his mind felt clear and his thoughts became exceptionally agile. Since then, no matter where his grandfather hides it, he can always find it. Of course, he has also been beaten for this. This time, he planned to make it for his grandfather to taste. The old man must have never eaten such delicious roasted chicken. This time, it will definitely surprise him. After he eats it, he won't refuse to let me use this furnace anymore. While preparing, Shi grinned widely. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Old man." "Which old man?" An elderly man with white hair and beard, hands clasped behind his back, hiding a wooden stick, was walking towards the riverbank. The person was Shi's grandfather, Su Mingren. Su Mingren is the only educated person in the village and has a high reputation. Of course, it's my grandfather. "Old man, why are you here?" Shi replied without thinking. And when he turned around to see his grandfather approaching with a stick, he shivered and the processed wild chicken slipped from his hands. "Calling me old man all the time. All that sage's teachings you learned, did they go to the dog's belly? I've told you countless times, this furnace absolutely cannot be taken out. You little rascal, you've dug it out again. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Su Mingren glared at the alchemy furnace in Shi's hand, puffing his cheeks and glaring, revealing the wooden stick behind him and pretending to strike. She had long been paying attention to his grandfather's every move, and before Mingren could act, he quickly stuffed the furnace into his pocket, startled, and dashed off towards the village. While running, she shouted back, "Old man, I was trying to make you a roast chicken, and you actually want to hit me. You're not being fair. Not being fair? You little rascal. Don't you think about who raised you to this age?" Su Mingren, holding the wooden stick, angrily chased after him. "You're already climbing roofs and stealing chickens, and that's fine. Wherever I hide this furnace, you dig it out. Are you trying to go against this thing?" Although she was young, he was quite fast when running. While running, he turned around and made a face at his grandfather. "Old man, this furnace is a family heirloom. Sooner or later it will be mine, right? What's the difference between getting it early or late?" Su Mingren chased closely behind, his face turning green with anger. "You little rascal, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the severity of the situation. This furnace has been passed down for countless generations, and no one knows what it was originally used for. Su Mingren only knew that before his father died, he instructed him to keep it well and never let anyone know, otherwise it would bring about a fatal disaster. This matter, until the last moment, he had no intention of letting she know. She occasionally looked back and saw that his grandfather was indeed angry, and he felt a bit scared. Taking advantage of his youth and agility, he ran around the village a few times, and when no one was paying attention, he found a haystack to hide in. After a few laps, Su Mingren, being older, was flushed and out of breath and could no longer run. However, since he had raised his grandson, he knew exactly what kind of temper he had. After a round, Su Mingren's gaze locked onto the nearby haystack. Holding the wooden stick, he quietly approached the haystack and grabbed Shi, who was peeking out from inside. "Humph! You little rascal are quite good at hiding. Let's see where you can run today." As Su Mingren was scolding him, a series of exclamations suddenly rang out nearby. "Hey, everyone look! Why is there a person flying in the sky? Oh my, can people really fly in the sky? What person? That's a celestial master. That celestial master seems to be coming toward our village." In the village, figures raised their heads to look up, and for a moment, exclamations rose and fell. Su Mingren also looked up in the sky. A figure completely wrapped in black clothing, trailing a streak of light, was flying toward Shaoshur village. Seeing that black figure, Su Mingren's pupils shrank suddenly. His face changed instantly, and he quickly shoved Shi back into the haystack, saying sternly, "Shi, listen to Grandpa. From now on you must hide in there and absolutely cannot come out. No matter what happens later, you must not come out. Do you hear me?" In the haystack, Shi was annoyed that he was going to get a beating today, but seeing his grandfather's unprecedented seriousness, he was momentarily stunned and instinctively nodded. Su Mingren quickly hid Su 12 and hurried away into the distance. Chapter 2. The Fury of the Immortal Master. In the sky, a figure in black rushed over, his sharp gaze sweeping coldly over the entire village like an eagle's eye. Moments later, the figure in black hovered directly above the village. Dark energy swirled around him, his clothes billowing as if there were no wind, sending out gusts of cold wind, and he was surrounded by a chilling, sinister aura. Who is Su Mingren? His cold, hoarse voice sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Is this what an immortal looks like? He seems so terrifying. Here to find Su Mingren? When did the village chief get involved with an immortal? Hearing the commotion, many villagers curiously peeked out, sizing up the figure in black above. On the open ground, Su Mingren looked up at the visitor, his heart tightening, a strong sense of foreboding rising within him. So they really came for that pill furnace? Just as he hesitated on whether to respond. What? Is nobody going to speak? In midair, the figure in black snorted upon seeing no one respond. A thick, evil aura was released from him, enveloping the entire small village. In the next second, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies freezing. Seeing the figure in black about to explode in anger, Su Mingren quickly spoke up. "Immortal, I am Su Mingren. May I ask what you need from me?" Hearing the voice, the figure in black slightly shifted in the air and transformed into a streak of light, appearing right in front of Su Mingren. His eyes scrutinized Su Mingren, glinting coldly as he ominously said, "Hand over the treasure furnace or die." Su Mingren shivered, his heart leaping to his throat, but he feigned calmness and said, "Treasure furnace? What treasure furnace? Immortal I don't understand what you're talking about." The figure in black's gaze turned icy, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that sent Su Mingren flying. Looking at Su Mingren as if he were an ant, he said, "Old man, do you really think I came here without knowing anything? If you obediently hand over your family's heirloom furnace today, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, it won't just be you who dies today, everyone in this entire village will perish." As he spoke, the figure in black advanced step by step towards Su Mingren, a dense aura of killing intent suffusing the village. The villagers watching felt as if the sky was about to collapse, each one terrified, hastily shouting towards Su Mingren on the ground. "Village chief, if you really have that furnace, just give it to this immortal." "Yeah, there's no need to anger the immortal over some treasure furnace." "Immortal, please don't be angry. We've lived here for so many years and have never heard of the village chief having any treasure furnace." Su Mingren fell heavily to the ground, his already old body suffering several broken ribs from the fall, causing his face to contort in pain. Not far away, in a haystack, Su 12 watched the entire scene unfold. Seeing his grandfather injured, his heart tightened, and he squeezed the pill furnace in his hand, ready to rush out to save his grandfather. To him, no matter how precious the pill furnace was, it was not as important as his grandfather's life. But just as he was about to go out and hand over the furnace, his grandfather's earlier admonition echoed in his mind. "No matter what happens, do not go out." Thinking of his grandfather's words, Su 12 hesitated on the ground. Su Mingren noticed the haystack slightly swaying and, gritting his teeth against the pain, continued to speak, "Immortal, I truly don't know what treasure furnace you're referring to." Su Mingren was shrewd from the moment he realized the other party's intentions. He knew that whether he handed over the furnace or not, today, both he and the villagers could not escape death. Now, the only thing he could do was protect his grandson's life. The figure in black's eyes glinted even colder, letting out a series of eerie laughs. "Ha ha, old man, do you want to seek death? What a pity. It seems I'll have to look for it myself." The figure in black shook his head, his eyes turning vicious. After saying this, he channeled his inner energy, forming a sword gesture with his hands. A dark flying sword shot out from behind him, hovering in the air and spinning rapidly. Then, countless beams of sword light appeared, each transforming into a skeletal figure diving toward the villagers. Upon seeing this, the villagers were all paralyzed with fear. A few quick-reacting ones turned to flee immediately. "No, please, no. Immortal, spare us, spare us. We beg you, let us go, we know nothing." Feeling the threat of death, the villagers were all terrified, instinctively pleading for mercy. But facing a cultivator like the figure in black, they were no different from ants. Under the assault of the sinister sword energy, death was but a moment away. In the blink of an eye, the small stone village was drenched in blood, the air thick with the stench of gore. Su Mingren lay on the ground, his eyes filled with anger and despair. Although he had long prepared for death, witnessing the villagers' tragic deaths filled him with immense sorrow. In the haystack, Su 12 was also terrified by the scene, lying on the ground, his hands and feet cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. What kind of immortal is this? Clearly, he is a bloodthirsty demon. At that moment, the figure in black coldly walked up to Su Mingren. "Old man, do you see? They all died because of you. He'll give you one more chance. Hand over the treasure furnace." The figure in black reached out and grabbed, and the flying sword in the air fell into his hand, its tip pointing directly at Su Mingren. A rolling black mist surrounded him, releasing a terrifying pressure. Su Mingren lay on the ground, feeling as if he were suffocating from this pressure. But he resolutely shook his head. No. The figure in black's gaze turned icy, channeling his energy into the flying sword. A skeletal sword energy shot out, biting off Su Mingren's arm. "Now what?" Su Mingren, in excruciating pain, gritted his teeth and shouted, I really don't know anything about a treasure furnace." "Humph. If that's the case, then you have no need to live." The figure in black snorted coldly, and another skeletal sword energy shot out, heading straight for Su Mingren's heart. "No, please don't." In a haystack, Su 12 watched this scene with wide eyes, shouting loudly. But when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Clutching the pill furnace tightly, he wanted to go out to save his grandfather, but he was already frightened and was under the immense pressure of the figure in black's overwhelming aura. Su 12 felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. Thud! In the next second, A dull sound rang out as the skeletal sword energy pierced through Su Mingren's heart. A hole the size of a fist appeared in Su Mingren's chest. His neck tilted, and he died on the spot. Seeing his grandfather lying in a pool of blood, Su 12's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart tightening, and he fainted from the overwhelming grief. In the village, the figure in black did not pay attention to the haystack on the open ground, but instead entered every family's courtyard to search. Killing everyone in the village was like a trivial task to him. From dusk until deep night, the figure in black searched every room in the village. From the beams to the cellar, nothing was overlooked, yet he found nothing. Though he was powerful, his divine sense could only extend so far. Only a golden core cultivator could achieve such a feat. Little Stone Village was right next to Tianjue Peak, a place of absolute danger for cultivators. At IT was rare to see a golden core cultivator, and even if they came, they would be inexplicably suppressed. 2 hours later, the figure in black returned to Su Mingren's corpse, confirming that there was nothing of value on him, feeling somewhat frustrated. Damn it, could it be that the information was wrong? Or has someone already gotten there first? Forget it. It seems I can only find other clues. After finishing his words, the man in black leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light that soared towards the sky. He had no idea that hidden at the very spot where he landed was a half-grown child. This is also why the most dangerous places are often the safest. An hour later, the man in black concealed himself in the darkness of the night and silently descended once more. Seeing that the situation in the area remained unchanged, he could only shake his head helplessly and left on his sword. Su Shire had been unconscious for 2 hours. As the sky began to brighten, he suddenly twitched and woke up, drenched in cold sweat. In his mind, he was filled with images of the skeletal monster and the scene of his grandfather's murder. The first thing Su Shire did upon waking was to look outside. He hoped that everything that had happened yesterday was just a nightmare. However, it was all wishful thinking. In his line of sight, his grandfather lay motionless in a pool of blood. Su Shire trembled all over, crawling out from the haystack and rushing to Su Mingren's side. Grandpa, Grandpa, wake up, I will never call you old man again. Please wake up. I beg you. Talk to me. Su Shire held Su Mingxian, calling out with each breath, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. Yet no matter how he called, the person on the ground showed no response. Su Shire held his grandfather, crying until the sun rose, until his tears ran dry, until blood tears flowed from his eyes. He fainted several times, and when his voice became hoarse and he could cry no more, he looked down at the elixir furnace in his arms. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Grandpa wouldn't have died, and everyone else wouldn't have died. In anger, Su Shire grabbed the elixir furnace, seeing it as the root cause of everyone's death. If it weren't for this furnace, nothing would have happened. If he could use it to bring back his grandfather's life, he would do so without hesitation. Holding the furnace tightly, he angrily threw it away. After watching it roll on the ground, he hesitated for a moment and picked it up again. This elixir furnace is the last thing Grandpa left for me. I cannot lose it. Moreover, even those immortals want this thing. It must be some kind of treasure. If I want to take revenge for Grandpa and everyone, I can only rely on this treasure. I just don't know how to use this furnace. Maybe, once I learn the immortal techniques, I will know how to use it. Su Shire took a deep breath and tucked the furnace back into his arms. Then he forced himself to suppress his grief, found a shovel, and dug large pits in the village clearing to bury his grandfather and the villagers by the next evening. A simple mass grave for over 100 people appeared in the clearing of the village. Su Shire knelt before the graves of his grandfather and everyone, crying again. But he held back, not allowing any more tears to fall. That he silently told himself that today was the last time he would cry. From now on, he would have only one goal: revenge. No matter what kind of suffering he faced, he would not shed tears again. Grandpa, that man in black, is powerful. To deal with him, I can only join the immortal sect and learn the immortal techniques. Perhaps once I master the techniques, I will understand the purpose of this furnace. I heard from Xiao Pang that there are immortals recruiting disciples in Huilong Town these days. I plan to go take a look. No matter what, I will definitely take revenge for you and everyone. Su Shire whispered, glancing at the elixir furnace in his arms, and then knelt down to bow 4 times at his grandfather's grave. He then resolutely stood up, gritted his teeth, and ran towards Huilong Town. Chapter 3. Spiritual Root Test. The next day, Before dawn, Huilong town was like boiling water, bustling with activity. Countless vendors flooded the streets, loudly hawking their wares. Groups of people, walking or riding ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, came to Huilong town from all directions. The Yunga sect, at Luofu Peak, recruits disciples every 3 years, specifically for children aged 10 to 12. This has become a customary practice whenever it's time for recruitment. It's also the time for the big market in Huilong town. In the surrounding villages, families with children of suitable age would bring their kids hoping for good fortune. On one hand, they could buy some daily necessities. On the other hand, if their child was fortunate enough to be chosen as a disciple of an immortal, it would be a matter of great pride, even making their ancestors proud in the afterlife. That Su Shire mixed in with the crowd and entered the town. The road from Little Stone Village to Huilong town was rugged and difficult. Su Shire had only been there once as a child with his grandfather. Fortunately, his memory was good, and after stumbling along, he finally arrived just as dawn broke. However, his clothes were torn and dirty, making him look like a little beggar. As Su Shire walked, he listened intently and looked around. He had come alone and didn't know where the immortals were recruiting disciples. However, he was certain that among the parents with children his age, there would be some bringing their kids to seek a master. Soon, Su Shire followed the crowd to a clearing in the center of the town, surrounded by adults. Nearly 100 children around his age gathered in the clearing. From the conversations of passers-by, Su Shire learned that this was the place where the immortals would test the children's talents. As Su Shire squeezed into the crowd and found a corner where no one was sitting and plopped down on the ground. After walking all night on the mountain road, he was both tired and hungry, and his feet were swollen. Now, all he wanted was to rest for a while. That moment. Suddenly clouds floated in the sky, and a flying sword shot down like lightning. The flying sword was broad and wide, and on the blade stood 2 graceful figures. It's the immortals. The immortals have arrived. On the ground, everyone looked up in unison, regardless of age or gender, their expressions tense as they held their breath. The bustling Huilong town fell silent in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword passed over the clearing, and the 2 graceful figures leaped down, landing right in the center of the clearing. In midair, the flying sword shimmered as it quickly shrank into a 3-foot-long sword, landing behind the 2 figures. Immortals? Su Shire's spirit jolted, and he quickly turned to look at the newcomers. The newcomers were dressed in long blue robes, with a rosy face and white hair, appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old, with a thick, white beard. His eyes were bright and full of life, exuding an extraordinary aura. The other was a young woman, about 17 or 18 years old. The woman had delicate eyebrows and white teeth, her lips red and her teeth white, with long black hair flowing like a waterfall. She wore a light blue long dress that fluttered in the wind, looking like a fairy. That an immortal? She's too beautiful. I never expected that in my lifetime I would see such a beautiful immortal. I heard that the princess of the Song Kingdom is as beautiful as a celestial being, but compared to this immortal, she must fall short. As soon as the woman landed, there was a commotion in the crowd. Faced with such a stunning beauty, the mortals present were all captivated. In the clearing, nearly 100 children, including Su Shire, were also mesmerized. After landing, the woman curiously looked around and exclaimed, 10 years have passed in a flash, and I've finally come down the mountain. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, Huilong town has grown so much. The old man smiled as he looked at the woman. All right, enough reminiscing. Let's get down to business. If we can't suppress Tianhua Peak this time, that old rascal Fu Boring will laugh at me to death. The woman nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't delay your matters. There are quite a few people participating in the test this year. We're sure to find some good talent. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a square table appeared before them. On the table lay a uniquely shaped stone. That was the spirit stone used by the sect to test the disciples' spiritual roots. The old man nodded and looked at the dolls on the ground, his gaze suddenly turning cold, and he said in an emotionless voice, "Among you, only a very few will be chosen to join our Yunga sect." As he spoke, his cold and ruthless words frightened everyone into silence. Su 12 shrank his neck, feeling even more anxious inside. The spirit root is the foundation for cultivators. Next, I will test each of your spirit roots one by one. Now, everyone line up and come forward one by one to place your hand on this stone." The old man said, "Didn't," casually pointing to the spiritisting stone on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, the children lined up sparsely. Su 12 stood at the end of the line, nervously clenching his fists and peering sideways. At the front of the line, a relatively bold child cautiously approached and placed his hand on the spiritisting stone. The stone trembled slightly and emitted a dim red light. The old man's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "Low-grade fire spirit root. Qualified, stand to the right." Hearing this, the child's eyes lit up with joy. He hurried to the right and stood quietly, while a couple in the crowd became excited. Next, another child stepped forward, but this time, the spiritisting stone showed no reaction. "Not qualified. Leave. Not qualified. Low-grade earth spirit root. Stand to the right." In the blink of an eye, more than half had been tested, and beside the old man, only 2 children with low-grade spirit roots had been added. Looking at the few remaining children, the old man's brows furrowed noticeably, his expression showing signs of impatience. Low-grade spirit roots are merely the most ordinary and common in the cultivation world. Having such a spirit root means very limited prospects for the future. If he only recruited these 2 people after coming such a long way, he would surely become a laughingstock upon returning to tea that moment. A dark-skinned little boy wearing coarse linen clothes walked up to the spiritisting stone. As soon as he placed his hand on it, the stone shook violently, and then a dazzling golden light and brilliant red light simultaneously shone forth. The radiance spread out, and there was an almost sharp and intimidating aura emanating from it. Everyone present was stunned at this scene. The old man's expression changed with joy as he exclaimed in surprise, "What? It's actually a top-grade gold spirit root and a top-grade fire spirit root. Dual spirit roots, haha. I didn't come here in vain this year." The old man was extremely excited, his voice trembling as he unabashedly revealed his joy. It was no wonder he was so excited for cultivators. Spirit roots are the cornerstone of everything, determining the speed of their cultivation. That if the spirit root is poor, it would be twice the effort for half the result in cultivation. For ordinary people, having a medium or high-grade spirit root is already considered good. If a top-grade spirit root appears, it would be on sin 1,000 years genius. And a dual top-grade spirit root is even more a genius among geniuses. Such spirit roots can only be described as rare. In the past few hundred years in Yungu sect, there has only been one instance. That is the founding ancestor, Master Yungu. Beside him, the beautiful woman, although silent, clearly looked delighted as she gazed at the little boy. Chapter 1. Su 12. Cultivators seize the power of creation for longevity, steal the essence of heaven and earth for existence, and refine the quintessence of the 5 elements for self-protection. In the northern part of Muyanzhao, there is a peak known as Qianjue Peak, regarded as a forbidden land by countless cultivators. At the foot of Qianjue Peak, at the entrance of the mountain, lies a 1,000-year-old village known as Shaoshi Village. Shaoshi Village got its name because all its buildings are made of stone. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, Shaoshi Village was established by a group of descendants of immortals who hid here. However, time has passed, and the truth has long been lost to history. Today, Shaoshi Village is home to only a group of ordinary mortals. The village has over 40 households, occupying fertile land, and occasionally, villagers go to Huilong town outside the mountain to trade for rare items, leading a relatively peaceful life. In the evening, 5 children dressed in coarse hemp clothes with suntan skin, around 10 years old, are crouched in the grass of the woods to the east of Shaoshi Village. In the center, a child holds a hemp rope, the other end of which is connected to a wooden stick that supports a sieve, underneath which some broken rice grains are scattered. Nearby, a wild chicken cautiously peeks to eat the rice grains. After a while, it can no longer resist and dives in. The child decisively pulls the hemp rope, causing the wooden stick to fall, trapping the greedy wild chicken under the sieve. Seeing this, the other children jump up excitedly, clapping and cheering for the child in the middle. "Wow, we caught it. We really caught it. 12, you are so smart. 12, brother, you are amazing. When I grow up, can I marry you? 12, my mother said that in the past few days, an immortal will be recruiting disciples in Huilong Town. You are so smart, maybe you can become a disciple of an immortal." The boy named 12 rolled his eyes and smiled. "Forget it. You little chubby one can't even count to 3. How would you understand? Do you really think it's that easy to become a disciple of an immortal? Besides, what's the point of cultivating immortality? Isn't it better to stay in the village with Grandpa? All right, you little flatterers, I've taught you the method. You can play by yourselves. After saying this, the boy walked over to the sieve, skillfully picked up the trapped wild chicken, and turned to walk towards the river not far away. Twelve's full name is Sue Twelve. He has depended on his grandfather since he was little, growing up on the kindness of others that he is clever and learns quickly, being like a leader among the children in the village. Sue Twelve arrived at the riverbank, skillfully bled and plucked the wild chicken, then took out a small, old, and tattered pocket alchemy furnace the size of fist from his pocket. The furnace was filled with salt, and Sue Twelve grabbed a pinch of it and sprinkled it over the cleaned wild chicken. Then he tore off a lotus leaf to wrap the chicken and coated it with a layer of mud. The alchemy furnace has 3 legs and a round belly, with intricate carvings of flowers, birds, insects, and fish that is made of an unknown material, neither metal nor wood, neither jade nor stone, impervious to water and fire, and indestructible by knife. This was something he secretly found from the beams of his house, a treasure that his grandfather considered precious and never allowed him to touch. In the past, Sue Twelve didn't care much about it. As to him, it was just a strange old furnace. However, once, when he made beggar's chicken, he casually used this furnace to hold some salt. He discovered that the salt stored in this furnace became exceptionally crystalline. The beggar's chicken made with this salt had meat that was particularly fragrant and crispy. And after eating it, his mind felt clear and his thoughts became exceptionally agile. Since then, no matter where his grandfather hid it, he could always find it. Of course, he also got beaten for it. This time, he planned to make it for his grandfather to taste. The old man must have never eaten such delicious roast chicken. This time, it will definitely surprise him, and after he eats it, he won't refuse me using this furnace anymore. Sue Twelve smiled while preparing. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Old man? Which old man? An old man with white hair and beard, with his hands clasped behind his back and a wooden stick hidden behind him, walked towards the riverbank. The newcomer was Sue Twelve's grandfather, Su Mingren. Su Mingren is the only literate person in the village and holds a high reputation. Of course, it's my grandfather. Old man, why are you here? Sue Twelve replied without thinking, and when he turned around to see his grandfather approaching with a stick, he was startled and dropped the cleaned wild chicken. Calling me old man all the time. Did you read the sage books I made you read to the dogs? I've told you countless times that this furnace must not be taken out. You little rascal, you've dug it out again. Today, see if I don't beat you to death. Su Mingren glared at the alchemy furnace in Sue Twelve's hand, fuming and brandishing the stick behind him, pretending to strike. Su Twelve had long been aware of his grandfather's every move. Without waiting for his grandfather to act, he quickly tucked the furnace into his clothes, gave a start, and dashed away towards the village. As he ran, Sue Twelve shouted back, Old man, I kindly made you roast chicken. And you actually want to hit me. You're not being fair. Not being fair? You little rascal, don't you think about who raised you this big? Su Mingren chased after him angrily. You're always getting into trouble, stealing chickens and dogs, and that's fine. But this furnace, wherever I hide it, you dig it out. You're really determined to go against this thing, aren't you? Although Sue Twelve was young, he could run quite fast. While running, he turned around and made a face at his grandfather. Old man, this furnace is a family heirloom, so it will eventually be mine, right? What's the difference between getting it early or late? Su Mingren was close behind, his face turning blue with anger. You little rascal, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the severity of the situation. This furnace has been passed down for countless generations, and no one knows its original purpose anymore. Su Mingren only knew that before his father died, he instructed him to take good care of it and never let anyone know otherwise. It would bring disaster. This matter, until the last moment, he never intended to let Sue Twelve know. Sue Twelve occasionally looked back and saw that his grandfather was genuinely angry, making him feel a bit scared. Relying on his youth and agility, he ran a few laps around the village, and when no one was paying attention, he found a haystack to hide in. However, Su Mingren was older and, after a few laps, was flushed and could run no more. But of course, he knew his grandson very well, having raised him. After running around, Su Mingren's gaze locked onto a haystack not far away. Holding the stick, Su Mingren tiptoed to the haystack and grabbed Sue Twelve, who was peeking out from inside. Oomph, you little rascal, you know how to hide? Let's see where you can run today. While Su Mingren was scolding, sudden exclamations were heard nearby. Hey, everyone look, How is there a person flying in the sky? Oh my, can people really fly in the sky? What person? That's an immortal. That immortal seems to be coming towards our village. In the village, figures looked up, and for a moment, exclamations rang out one after another. As Yu Mingren also looked up, in the sky, a figure completely wrapped in black clothing, trailing a glowing arc, was flying towards Shaoshi village. Seeing that black figure, Su Mingren's pupils constricted sharply. His expression changing instantly, he quickly shoved Su 12 back into the haystack and said sternly, 12, listen to Grandpa. From now on, you must stay inside and not come out. Whatever happens later, you must not come out. Do you understand? In the haystack, Su 12 was feeling frustrated that he would inevitably be beaten today, but suddenly seeing his grandfather's unprecedented serious expression made him freeze. Instinctively nodding, Yu Mingren quickly hid Su 12 and hurried away into the distance. Chapter 2. The Fury of the Immortal Master. In the sky, a man in black rushed over, his sharp gaze sweeping coldly over the entire village like an eagle's eye. Moments later, the man in black hovered directly above the village. Black mist swirled around him, his clothes billowed without wind, sending chilling gusts through the air, and an eerie aura surrounded his entire being. Who is Su Mingren? His cold, hoarse voice sent a chill down everyone's spine. Is this really an immortal? He looks terrifying. Here, to find Su Mingren. When did the village chief get involved with an immortal? Hearing the commotion, many villagers curiously peeked out to assess the figure in the sky. On the open ground, Su Mingren looked up at the visitor, his heart tightening as a strong sense of foreboding surged within him. So, they really came for that alchemy furnace? Just as he hesitated on whether to speak up, the man in black sneered. Humph. What? Is no one going to speak? In midair, seeing that no one responded, the man in black let out a grunt. A dense, sinister aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire village. In the next second, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an ice cellar, their bodies freezing. Seeing the man in black about to explode in rage, Su Mingren hurriedly spoke up. Immortal, I am Su Mingren. May I ask what you want with me? Upon hearing the voice, the man in black slightly shifted in the air and transformed into a streak of light, appearing right in front of Su Mingren. His gaze scrutinized Su Mingren as cold light flickered in his eyes, and he said ominously, hand over the treasure furnace or die. Su Mingren shivered, his heart leaping into his throat, but he feigned calmness and replied, treasure furnace? What treasure furnace? Immortal, I don't understand what you're talking about. The man in black's eyes turned icy, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that sent Su Mingren flying. He stared at Su Mingren as if he were an insect. Old man, do you really think I came here without knowing anything? If you obediently hand over your family's ancestral treasure furnace today, we can discuss things. Otherwise, you won't be the only one to die today. Everyone in this village will perish. As he spoke, the man in black stepped closer to Su Mingren, a thick killing intent suffusing the entire village. The villagers who were observing felt as if the sky was about to collapse, and they were all terrified, hastily shouting at Su Mingren on the ground. Village chief, if you really have that furnace, just give it to this immortal. Yeah, there's no need to anger the immortal over some furnace. Immortal, please don't be angry. We have lived here for so many years and have never heard that the village chief has any treasure furnace. Su Mingren fell heavily to the ground, and with his already frail body, several ribs broke upon impact, causing his face to contort in pain. Not far away, in a pile of grass, Su 12 watched this scene unfold. Seeing his grandfather injured, his heart tightened, and he squeezed the alchemy furnace in his hand, ready to rush out to save him. To him, no matter how precious the furnace was, it couldn't compare to his grandfather's life. But just as he was about to go out and hand over the furnace, his grandfather's earlier warning echoed in his mind. No matter what happens, never go out. Thinking of his grandfather's words, Su 12 hesitated on the ground. Su Mingren noticed the grass pile, slightly shaking, and, enduring the pain, continued to speak, Immortal. I really don't know what treasure furnace you're referring to. Su Mingren was wise from age the moment he realized the other party's intent. He knew that whether he handed over the furnace or not, both he and the villagers would not escape. Death today. Now, the only thing he could do was to protect his grandson's life. Hearing this, the man in black's eyes glinted with cold light, and he let out a strange laugh. Hee hee. "Old man, are you looking to die? What a pity. It seems I have to find it myself." The man in black shook his head, and his gaze turned cruel. With that, he urged the energy within him, forming a sword gesture with his hands. A dark flying sword shot out from behind him, hovering in the air and spinning rapidly. Suddenly, countless sword lights appeared, each transforming into a skeletal figure, diving toward the villagers. The villagers, witnessing this scene, were all terrified into silence, with only a few quick-reacting individuals turning to flee. "No, please, no. Immortal, spare us, spare us. Please let us go, we know nothing." Feeling the threat of death, the villagers were all terrified, instinctively pleading for mercy. But in the face of a cultivator like the man in black, they were no different from ants. Under the onslaught of the sinister sword energy, death was but a moment away. In the blink of an eye, the entire little stone village was awash in blood, the air thick with the stench of blood. Su Mingren lay on the ground, his eyes filled with anger and despair. Though he had long prepared for death, seeing the villagers die tragically filled him with immense sorrow. In the grass pile, Su 12 was also horrified by this scene, lying on the ground, his hands and feet cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What kind of immortal is this? Clearly, he is a bloodthirsty demon. At this moment, the man in black coldly walked up to Su Mingren. "Old man, do you see? They all died because of you. I'll give you one more chance hand over the treasure furnace." The man in black reached out, and the flying sword fell into his hand, its tip pointing directly at Su Mingren. Surrounded by rolling black mist, he radiated terrifying pressure. Su Mingren lay on the ground, and just the pressure alone made him feel as if he were suffocating. Yet he resolutely shook his head, no. The man in black's eyes turned cold, urging the flying sword with his true energy that a skeletal sword energy flew out, biting off Su Mingren's arm. Now what? Su Mingren, in excruciating pain, gritted his teeth and shouted, I really don't know anything about the treasure furnace." If that's the case, then you have no need to live." The man in black snorted coldly, and another skeletal sword energy shot out, heading straight for Su Mingren's heart. "No, don't." In the grass pile, Su 12 watched helplessly as this scene unfolded, shouting loudly. But as he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Clutching the alchemy furnace tightly, wanting to go out and save his grandfather, but already frightened and under the immense pressure of the man in black, Su 12 felt as if 1,000-pound weight pressed down on him, leaving him unable to move. Thud. In the next second, a muffled sound echoed as the skeletal sword energy pierced through Su Mingren's heart. A fist-sized hole appeared in his chest. Su Mingren's neck tilted, and he died on the spot. Seeing his grandfather lying in a pool of blood, Su 12's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart tightening in agony, and he fainted on the spot. In the mountain village, the man in black did not pay attention to the grass pile on the ground, but instead walked into each household, searching every yard. Killing all the villagers was as trivial to him as doing a small task. From dusk to deep night, the man in black searched every room in the village, from the beams to the cellars. Nothing was overlooked, but he found nothing. Though he was powerful, his divine sense could only be projected by a golden core cultivator. Little Stone Village was adjacent to the Tianjue Peak, a forbidden area for cultivators, not to mention that golden core cultivators were rarely seen. Even if they came, they would face inexplicable suppression. 2 hours later, the man in black returned to Su Mingren's corpse, confirming that there was nothing of the sort he was looking for on Su Mingren, feeling somewhat frustrated. Damn it, could it be that the information was wrong? Or has someone already gotten there first? Forget it, it seems I can only find other clues. After finishing his words, the man in black leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the sky. He never expected that at the spot where he landed, there was a half-grown child hiding. This is also the so-called most dangerous place, yet the safest. An hour later, the man in black concealed himself in the night and quietly descended again. Seeing that the situation in the area remained unchanged, he could only shake his head helplessly and left on his sword. Su 12 had been unconscious for 2 hours. Until the sky began to brighten, he suddenly twitched and woke up, drenched in cold sweat. In his daze, his mind was filled with the image of that skeletal monster and the scene of his grandfather's murder. The first thing Su 12 did upon waking was to look outside. He only hoped that everything that had happened yesterday was just a nightmare he had. However, It was all a wishful thinking. In his line of sight, his grandfather lay motionless in a pool of blood. Su 12 trembled all over and crawled out from the haystack, rushing to Su Mingren's side. Grandpa, Grandpa, wake up, I won't call you old man anymore. Please wake up. I beg you. Talk to me. Su 12 clung to Su Mingxian, calling out again and again, tears flowing uncontrollably like a broken string of pearls. But no matter how he called, the person on the ground showed no response. Su-12 held his grandfather's body and cried until the sun rose, until his tears ran dry, until 2 lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes. He fainted several times in succession, and when his voice became hoarse and he could no longer cry out, he finally looked down at the elixir furnace in his arms. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Grandpa wouldn't have died, and everyone else wouldn't have died. In anger, Su-12 grabbed the elixir furnace, believing it to be the culprit that caused everyone's demise. If it weren't for this elixir furnace, nothing would have happened. If he could exchange this for his grandfather's life, he would do it without hesitation. Gripping the elixir furnace tightly, he angrily threw it away. Looking at the elixir furnace rolling on the ground, he hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to pick it up again. This elixir furnace is the last thing Grandpa left for me. I must not lose it. Moreover, even those immortals want this thing, it must be a treasure. If I want to avenge Grandpa and everyone, I can only rely on this treasure. I just don't know how to use this elixir furnace. Perhaps, once I learn the immortal methods, I will know how to use it. Su-12 took a deep breath and tucked the elixir furnace back into his arms. Then he forced himself to suppress his sorrow, found a shovel, and dug large pits in the empty space of the village to bury his grandfather and the villagers. The next evening, a simple mass grave for 100 people appeared in the middle of the village. Su-12 knelt before the graves of his grandfather and everyone else, sobbing once again. But he held back, not letting the tears flow out again. He silently told himself that today was the last time he would cry. From now on, he would have only one goal: revenge. And no matter what kind of suffering he faced, he would not shed tears again. Grandpa, that man in black is powerful. To deal with him, I can only enter the immortal sect and learn the immortal methods. Perhaps once I learn the immortal methods, I will understand the function of this furnace. I heard from Xiaopang that there are immortals recruiting disciples in Huilong Town these days, and I plan to go take a look. No matter what, I will definitely avenge you and everyone. Su-12 whispered, glancing at the elixir furnace in his arms, and then knocked his head on his grandfather's grave 4 times. Then he resolutely stood up, gritted his teeth, and ran towards Huilong Town. Chapter 3. Spirit Root Testing. The next day, before dawn, Huilong Town was like boiling water, bustling with activity. Countless vendors surged onto the streets, loudly hawking their wares. Figures moved in groups of 3s and 5s, either walking or riding ox carts and horse carts, coming from all directions to Huilong Town. The Yunga sect at Mount Luo Fu recruits disciples every 3 years for children aged 10 to 12. This has become a customary practice every time the recruitment day arrives. It is also the time for the big market in Huilong Town. Families with children of the appropriate age from 10 miles around also bring their children to try their luck. Firstly, they can buy some daily necessities. Secondly, if their child is fortunate enough to be chosen as a disciple of an immortal, it would be a matter of great pride, even more so than being the top scholar in the imperial examination, making their ancestors proud. Su-12 mingled in the crowd and entered the town. The road from Little Stone Village to Huilong Town was rugged and difficult to walk. Su-12 had only been there once as a child with his grandfather. Fortunately, his memory was quite good after stumbling along the way. He finally arrived just as dawn broke. However, his clothes were tattered and he was covered in dirt, looking like a little beggar. As Su-12 walked, he perked up his ears and looked around, that he came alone and didn't know where the immortals were recruiting disciples. But he was clear that among the parents bringing children of similar age to him, there would certainly be someone taking their child to seek a master. Soon, Su-12 followed the crowd to a vacant space in the middle of the town, surrounded by adults. Nearly 100 children around his age were gathered in the open space. From the conversations of passers-by, Su-12 learned that this was the place where the immortals would conduct the talent test. All the children wishing to become disciples were waiting here for the immortals to test their talents. Su-12 crouched down and squeezed into the crowd, finding an empty corner to sit down on the ground. After walking all night on the mountain road, he was both tired and hungry, with swollen feet. Now, Su-12 sat down on the ground. He just wanted to rest well. At that moment, the sky suddenly filled with drifting clouds, and a flying sword shot through the air like lightning. The flying sword was wide and broad, and on the sword, two ethereal figures stood. It's the immortal. The immortal is coming. On the ground, everyone looked up, regardless of age or gender, their faces tensed, holding their breath. The entire Huilong town, which had just been bustling with noise, fell silent in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword passed over the open space, and the two ethereal figures leaped down from the sky, landing right in the center of the open area. In midair, the flying sword radiated brilliance and quickly shrank down to a 3-foot-long sword, landing behind the two figures. Immortal? Su 12's spirit jolted, and he quickly turned to look at the newcomers. The newcomers were dressed in long blue robes, with rosy faces and white hair, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, with a thick and dense white beard floating in front of their chest. Their eyes were bright and full of spirit, exuding an extraordinary aura. The other person was a refined young woman, about 17 or 18 years old. The woman had delicate eyebrows and white teeth, with red lips and white teeth, and her long black hair flowed like a waterfall. She wore a light blue long dress that fluttered with the wind, appearing like a fairy. Is that the fairy? She is too beautiful. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would see such a beautiful fairy. I heard that the princess of Song Country is as beautiful as a celestial being, but compared to this fairy, I'm afraid she falls short. As soon as the woman landed, there was a stir in the crowd. Facing such a stunning beauty, everyone present lost their composure. In the open space, nearly 100 children, including Su 12, were also mesmerized. After landing, the woman curiously surveyed her surroundings and sighed. In a blink of an eye, 10 years have passed, and I finally came down the mountain. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, Huilong Town has grown so many people. The old man smiled at the woman, saying, "All right, stop with the nostalgia for now. Let's get down to business. If we can't suppress Tianhua Peak this time, we'll be laughed at to death by that old bastard Fubaran." The woman nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I won't delay your work. There are quite a few people participating in the test this year. We should be able to find some good talents." As she spoke, the woman waved her hand, and a square table appeared before the two. On the square table lay a uniquely shaped stone. This was the spiritisting stone used by the sect to test the disciples' spirit roots. The old man nodded, his gaze shifting to the dolls on the ground, his expression suddenly turning cold as he spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. "Among you, only a very few will be selected to join our Yungu sect." As soon as he spoke, his icy and merciless words left everyone present in stunned silence. Su 12 shrank his neck, feeling increasingly anxious inside. The spirit root is the foundation of a cultivator. Next, I will test each of your spirit roots one by one. Now, everyone line up and come forward to place your hands on this stone, the old man said indifferently, casually pointing to the spiritisting stone on the table. As his words fell, the children lined up in a sparse queue. Su 12 stood at the back of the line, nervously clenching his fists and peering sideways. At the front of the line, a relatively bold child cautiously walked forward and placed his hand on the spiritisting stone. The stone trembled slightly and emitted a dim red glow. The old man maintained a stoic expression and said calmly, "Low-grade fire spirit root. Qualified, stand to the right." Upon hearing this, the child's eyes lit up with joy. He hurriedly moved to the right and stood quietly, while a couple in the crowd became excited. Next, another child stepped forward, but this time the spiritisting stone showed no response. "Not qualified. Leave. Not qualified. Low-grade earth spirit root. Stand to the right." Before long, more than half of the tests had been completed, and only 2 children with low-grade spirit roots had appeared beside the old man. Looking at the few remaining children, the old man's brows furrowed noticeably, his expression showing signs of impatience. Low-grade spirit roots are merely the most common and mediocre roots in the cultivation world. Having such roots means very limited prospect for the future. Having traveled such a long distance, if he could only recruit 2 people like this, he would surely become a laughingstock upon returning to AT that moment. A dark-skinned boy dressed in coarse linen stepped forward to the spiritisting stone. As soon as he placed his hand on it, the stone shook violently, and then a dazzling golden light and brilliant red light shone simultaneously. The radiance spread out, and there was an unmistakable aura of sharpness and intimidation emanating from it. Everyone present was left dumbfounded by this scene. The old man's expression brightened, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What? It's actually a top-grade gold spirit root and a top-grade fire spirit root. A dual spirit root. Huh. My trip here this year was not in vain." The old man was extremely excited, his voice trembling as he openly expressed his joy. It was no wonder he was so thrilled for cultivators. The spirit root is the foundation of everything, determining their cultivation speed. If the spirit root is poor, the effort put in will yield little result. For an ordinary person, having a medium or high-grade spirit root is already quite good. If a top-grade spirit root appears, that person is a rare genius among thousands. And a top-grade dual spirit root is the genius among geniuses. Such spirit roots can be described as scarce and are extremely rare. In the Yun Gu sect, over the course of hundreds of years, there has only been one instance of such a spirit root, that of the founding master, Yun Gu Shangren. Beside him, the beautiful woman, though silent, also looked at the boy with evident joy in her eyes. Chapter 4. Mixed Spiritual Roots. Good. 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 What is your name? The old man repeated the word good 3 times, staring at Han Yu with eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he wished to devour him. The young boy, with a hint of pride in his brow, calmly replied, Han Yu, good name, also a good child. Come to me. The old man nodded, smiling as he waved Han Yu over. He held Han Yu's small hand with a friendly expression, as if afraid that something good might be taken away. Standing beside the old man, Han Yu held his head high, exuding an air of pride. Despite his young age, he appeared more mature and steady than his peers. This reaction further pleased the old man, who nodded secretly, feeling more satisfied. The testing continued, and the old man's face showed increasing anticipation. However, among mortals, only a few could naturally awaken their spiritual roots. In the blink of an eye, over 30 children were tested, but none showed any spiritual roots. The old man remained calm and was not overly disappointed. From time to time, he glanced at Han Yu, his eyes filled with fervor. For him, it no longer mattered whether there were others. As long as he could cultivate this seedling well, it would surely reverse the status of Lu Fufeng in the Yun Gu sect. At this moment, only 2 people remained in the arena, Su 12 and a chubby boy. Su 12 noticed that the chubby boy was dressed in luxurious clothing. His complexion rosy, clearly a child from a wealthy family. Before Su 12 could approach, the chubby boy rushed ahead, running to the spirit testing stone, his pudgy little hands nervously pressing against it. The next moment, the stone trembled slightly, but showed no change. Seeing this, the old man said expressionlessly, "Not qualified, leave." However, the chubby boy seemed prepared and did not leave. Instead, he knelt with a thud, repeatedly bowing to the old man. "I am Zhu Hanwei, the son of the mayor of Huilong Town, paying my respects to the immortal. I genuinely wish to pursue the Tao, hoping the immortal will give me a chance. This is a gift from my father to the immortal." As he spoke, Zhu Hanwei hurriedly pulled out a sandalwood box from his bosom. Humph. The old man's expression stiffened, and the temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees at that moment. Zhu Hanwei shivered, trembling and dropping the box. The old man was about to scold him when he saw the cracked box, his pupils shrinking. He quickly picked it up, examining it closely, and his face lit up with joy. 100-year cold jade? Unexpectedly, your father, a mortal, could collect such a treasure. With a smile in his eyes, the old man felt secretly pleased. The 100-year cold jade was a material for refining tools, and even he found it difficult to gather such a thing. In comparison, accepting a child without spiritual roots into the sect was insignificant. Discreetly putting away the cold jade, the old man began to stroke his beard seriously, continuing, "Very well. Since you are earnest in pursuing the Tao, I will give you a chance." Zhu Hanwei was both surprised and delighted, bowing deeply. "Thank you, immortal." The old man waved his hand. "All right, go stand over there." Zhu Hanwei then got up and walked to the right of the old man. As he passed by Han Yu, he grinned and appeared friendly. However, Han Yu did not glance sideways and ignored him. Zhu Hanwei smiled awkwardly, not daring to get angry. From the old man's attitude towards Han Yu, he knew that Han Yu would be someone he could not provoke in the future. At this moment, Su 12 also nervously approached the spirit testing stone. After hesitating, he gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against the stone. The stone suddenly shook violently and then emitted a dim, flickering multicolored light. Su 12 felt a thrill of joy at the sight of the light, thinking, "Thank goodness. I actually have spiritual roots. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed the old man's displeased expression, causing his heart to sink again. At this moment, a woman beside them exclaimed in surprise, "Master, this child actually has the rare all-spiritual roots?" The old man pursed his lips. "What all-spiritual roots? Each of his roots is weak to the point of being frightening, equivalent to none. He clearly has the worst mixed spiritual roots. Such a person will only be able to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of Qi, refining at most." Having said this, the old man looked at Su 12. "Not qualified. Leave." Hearing the old man's words, Su 12's heart had already cooled by more than half, and upon hearing this, it felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. For him, if he could not enter the immortal sect to learn the ways of the immortals, how could he talk about avenging his grandfather? In a moment of confusion, Su 12 hesitated, his body trembling slightly, unwillingly saying, "Immortal, but I have spiritual roots. Isn't it said that having spiritual roots means one can enter the immortal sect?" The old man coldly replied, "What kind of nonsense spiritual roots are these? In over 200 years of cultivation, I have never seen roots worse than yours. With your qualifications, accepting you into the sect would only waste resources and delay your own time." Su 12 gritted his teeth and quickly glanced at Zhu Hanwei, feeling indignant. But he did not dare to lash out. Instead, he whispered, "But he has no spiritual roots, yet he was able to enter the immortal sect?" The fact that someone without spiritual roots could enter the immortal sect by gifting made Su 12 greatly shocked. The legendary immortal sect seemed not as beautiful as he had imagined. The old man appeared high and mighty, but his actions were no different from those of the village's greedy people. "Kid, are you teaching me how to do things?" The old man's face flushed with anger, and an invisible pressure radiated from him. Su 12's breath caught, his heart racing, and fear appeared on his face, unable to speak. This overwhelming aura made him feel as if he had returned to Little Stone Village, oppressed by the black-clad man's presence. Seeing this, the woman furrowed her brows, glancing at Su 12 before saying, "Grandpa, this child does have spiritual roots. Why not give him a chance? Cultivation is not easy. If he cannot persist in a few years, we can just send him down the mountain then." With his granddaughter pleading for mercy, the old man's expression softened slightly as he said to Su 12, "All right, go stand to the right. Your qualifications are only slightly better than that chubby boy's. You can work as a servant." Su 12 breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, casting a grateful glance at the woman before moving to stand aside. At this moment, with Su 12's test complete, there were no other children left in the arena. In total, only 5 people passed the test, including Zhu Hanwei, who used connections, and Su 12, who had help from others. The old man turned to the few of them and said lightly, "Although you all have spiritual roots, do not rejoice too early. The path of cultivation is still long. Next, I will take you to the sect for training. From this moment on, the immortal and mortal worlds will be separate. If you wish to withdraw now, it is not too late." Having said that, the old man waved his hand, and a flying sword shot out from behind him. With his true essence activated, the sword expanded in the wind, quickly growing over 10 meters long. The flying sword hovered about a meter above the ground, and the old man took Han Yu and leaped onto it. The others climbed onto the flying sword under the woman's direction, as they were about to part ways, except for Su 12 and Han Yu. The other 3 children all had tears in their eyes, reluctantly looking at their families in the distance. The old man remained indifferent. After years of cultivation, he had long grown accustomed to such farewells. A vast amount of true essence surged out from his body, forming a protective shield around everyone. And then the swords soared into the sky, carrying them away. Chapter 5. Entering the Yungu sect, the flying sword cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. Su 12 stood at the back, curiously looking down. He saw the village rapidly shrink into a small black dot beneath him. As far as the eye could see, the terrain rose and fell, mountains crisscrossed, and rivers flowed, creating a magnificent sight. Su 12's pupils contracted, realizing just how vast this world was. Thinking of that unknown black-clad man, his heart was filled with anger and a sense of uncertainty about the future. In front of the flying sword, Han Yu held his head high and chest out, looking mature and composed. However, his tightly clenched fists revealed that he was still somewhat nervous. In contrast, the other 3 were in a much worse state, crouched on the flying sword, huddled together and shivering. After all, they were just half-grown children, and the high-altitude flight, with the howling wind whistling past their ears, filled them with fear. Seeing this, The woman smiled and began to talk to everyone about the Yunga sect, helping to ease their stress. From her words, they learned that the sect they had joined was the Yunga sect, located on the outskirts of the Tsangshan mountain range. Within the Yunga sect, there were 7 peaks: Tianshu, Tianhua, Tianyin, Yuntai, Chaoyang, Luoyin, and Luofu. Externally, the Yunga sect operated as a whole, but internally, it was divided into 7 factions based on the 7 peaks. Each peak had a peak master who managed it independently. Among them, Tianshu Peak was the main peak and rarely recruited disciples. The other 6 peaks would recruit disciples with spiritual roots from the mortal world every 3 to 5 years. The elder in front of them was named Lu Mingshi, the peak master of Luofu Peak. After entering the sect, they would become his disciples. As for the woman, her name was Xiaoyu, Lu Mingshi's granddaughter and also their senior sister. The content of Xiaoyu's speech was somewhat difficult for the group, the oldest of whom was only 12, to fully grasp, but it clearly helped to stabilize their emotions. Su 12 perked up his ears, silently memorizing everything Xiaoyu said. He knew very well that his talent was lacking, so he had to work harder and be more dedicated than others. However, he found it strange that Xiaoyu and Lu Mingshi, despite being a grandfather and granddaughter, had different surnames. Were they not really related? With limited experience, Su 12 could only guess randomly in his heart. Time flew by, and the flying sword carried them for 2 full days. 3 days later, early in the morning, the flying sword passed through a thick fog, bringing them back to the Yunga sect. Looking out, they saw a magnificent landscape of mountains, with peaks rising high and stretching endlessly. The peaks were hidden in the mist, appearing and disappearing. Among them, the highest were the 7 peaks, resembling the arrangement of the Big Dipper. Atop each of these 7 peaks stood a grand and magnificent building, with an unknown energy flowing between them, occasionally emitting dazzling light. This sight stirred everyone's emotions, instantly dulling the pain of parting. Su 12 stared intently, quickly realizing that these must be the main peaks mentioned by Xiaoyu. However, he temporarily had no way of knowing which peak corresponded to which name. On the flying sword, Lu Mingshi and Xiaoyu visibly relaxed and smiled. Although they had recruited disciples for many years, they inevitably worried each time they went out. The world of cultivation was not particularly peaceful. With a smile, Lu Mingshi controlled the flying sword to head toward the farthest peak. At that moment, Su 12 pointed at a distant black dot and quickly asked, "Senior sister, what is that?" Just as he finished speaking, the black dot rapidly approached, and in the blink of an eye, a 30-zhang long crimson ship flew through the air. At the bow of the ship stood a sharp-eyed, lean man in a crimson robe. Behind him on the ship's deck, a crowd of children, all around Su 12's age, was clearly visible, numbering over 100. Before Xiaoyu could answer, the figure at the front of the ship spoke first to Lu Mingshi. "Senior brother, why did you run so fast when you saw me? I don't bite. I saw you running. Fu Boren, who do you think you are? Can you please have some dignity?" Lu Mingshi pouted. As he spoke, he quickly scanned the hundreds of figures on the ship, his mouth twitching slightly. Fu Boren was the peak master of Tianhua Peak, and Tianhua Peak had always been at odds with Luofu Peak. Now, the other party had recruited so many disciples at once. Although Lu Mingshi did not say it aloud, he felt a mix of envy and jealousy. For a cultivation sect, disciples were the foundation for development. A faction with many disciples would inevitably see a significant increase in strength over the years. Hee, I still want to save face, junior brother. Is it intentional to avoid me? I think you know in your heart. Fu Boren chuckled, quickly glancing at the flying sword. But senior brother, your Luofu Peak really seems to be getting weaker every year. This year, how come you only recruited 5 people? At this rate, in less than 100 years, your Luofu Peak might be left without descendants. Lu Mingshi's expression darkened, and he replied angrily, "I spit on you. You can't even speak well." In the world of cultivation, quality was more important than quantity. With the kind of rubbish you recruit, even if you brought in 500 more, it would be pointless. Lu Mingshi also had a fiery temper, and upon hearing this, he couldn't hold back and retorted. Over the years, the Luofu Peak he led had always been the weakest. In the past, he might have lacked confidence when saying such things. However, this time, with Han Yu, a genius with dual spiritual roots, joining, Lu Mingshi felt more confident. What a good point, quality over quantity. This means that for the newcomer trial competition in 5 years, your Luofu Peak is full of confidence. Fu Boren looked at Lu Mingshi with a grin. Lu Mingshi retorted, "TCH, in the past, we were just letting you have it, you know? given the situation at Luofu Peak. Even with the addition of the unparalleled genius Han Yu, Lu Mingshi did not hold out much hope for the newcomer trial competition. But regardless, he could not lose face in front of his rival. Moreover, nurturing such an unparalleled genius would be enough to give him some prestige. Oh, it seems that senior brother has recruited a good seedling this year. Why not share it so that junior brother can broaden his horizons? Fu Boren sensed the pride in Lu Mingshi's words and lowered his voice, casting a sly glance at Su 12 and the others. Broaden horizons? Dream on. Fu Boren, don't think I don't know what you're up to, trying to dig up my corner? No way. Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes, and after saying that, he controlled the flying sword to dash toward the farthest peak. At the bow of the ship, Fu Boren watched the fading sword shadow in the air, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful look. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up as he drove the ship toward the second peak. Chapter 6. Guarding the abandoned pill room, the flying sword was extremely fast, and in a moment, they arrived above the seventh peak. The mountain was dotted with houses, with ancient buildings that were grand and majestic. However, looking around, they could only see a few scattered figures, making it seem a bit desolate. The flying sword landed in a square. As soon as it landed, Lu Mingshi turned to Han Yu and said, Han Yu, come with me later. From today on, you are my direct disciple. In the future, I will personally teach you the methods of cultivation. Upon hearing this, no matter how proud Han Yu was, he immediately showed a happy expression and hurriedly said, Thank you, Peak Master. Peak Master? Lu Mingshi's eyebrows twitched. Han Yu dropped to his knees with a thud, quickly correcting himself. Thank you, Master. All right, later in the main hall, I will hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony for you. Lu Mingshi nodded in satisfaction and turned to the other three. At that moment, apart from Su 12, the other three children all looked enviously at Han Yu. Being able to directly have the Peak Master as a teacher was a tremendous honor. Unfortunately, they did not possess Han Yu's talent, so they could only envy him. After arranging for Han Yu, Lu Mingshi turned to Xiao Yu. Yue, leave the rest to you. Let them go to the instructors to learn to read and write, and the sect rules tomorrow. After 3 months, arrange for them to learn cultivation methods from the teaching elders. Okay, I will arrange for them to settle down. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Just as she was about to speak to Su 12 and the others, hurried footsteps approached. Peak Master, it's not good. Junior brother Chen, she has been bitten by a demon beast. 2 disciples dressed in the robes of Yungu's sect hurriedly ran over, carrying an injured disciple on a stretcher. The disciple on the stretcher was no more than 16 or 17 years old, heavily injured and unconscious, covered in blood. A beast? There are protective formations everywhere in the sect. Where could a beast come from? Lu Mingshi's gaze fell on the stretcher, and his brow furrowed. The leading disciple quickly replied, reporting to the Peak Master, the Waste Dan room is in a remote location, and there are often fierce beasts nearby, including low-level demon beasts. Humph, and you still call yourselves cultivators? You can't even handle a little fierce beast? After all these years of cultivation, has it all gone to waste? Lu Mingshi's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the injured disciple, and he took out a pale blue talisman. Channeling his true essence, the talisman transformed into a beam of blue light, enveloping the boy on the stretcher. Moments later, the blue light dissipated, and the boy's wounds stopped bleeding. However, he was missing a hand and a foot, looking particularly tragic. All right, I have stabilized his condition with the Qingling talisman. However, he has lost his limbs, and it will be difficult for him to cultivate in the future. Find a day to send him down the mountain. The 2 carrying the stretcher hurriedly nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, they cautiously asked, Peak Master, should we still find someone to guard the Waste Dan room? Although the Waste Dan is useless, the statistics of the Waste Dan are related to the consumption of all herbs in the sect. Do you think it's necessary? Lu Mingshi coldly snorted, dissatisfied. In the Yunga sect, all the various pills consumed by the disciples for cultivation are refined by the Peak Masters or specialized alchemists. The required herbs are provided by the sect, and based on the amount of pills produced and the resulting waste pills, the herb consumption can be tracked to prevent embezzlement. The Waste Dan room is located in a remote area, almost at the periphery of the Yunga sect. Originally, managing such trivial matters as the Waste Dan room had nothing to do with Luofu Peak. But the problem is, among the 7 peaks of Yunga, Luofu Peak is the weakest. Naturally, such tasks fell to Luofu Peak. Hearing Lu Mingshi say this, the 2 disciples carrying the stretcher couldn't help but shudder. hurriedly saying, "Peak Master, who should we send? Our peak is currently short-staffed." Is there no one? That's fine. I brought back a few young ones this time. Lu Mingshi was taken aback by the response, muttering to himself, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Hanwei. Feeling Lu Mingshi's gaze, Zhu Hanwei's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He heard everything the two disciples said clearly. The Waste Dan room, just the name suggests it's not a good place. And the person on the stretcher is a living example. How could he possibly agree to go? The thought of this made Zhu Hanwei's face turn pale. Before Lu Mingshi could speak, he hurriedly took out a palm-sized wooden box from his pocket. "Peak Master, my father has something he wants me to give you." Lu Mingshi was momentarily taken aback, took the wooden box, and upon opening it, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Inside the box was a small piece of 100-year-old cold jade. This piece was clearly part of a larger whole, just like the one he had in Huilong Town. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lu Mingshi put away the wooden box and sized up Zhu Hanwei. "All right. Why do you have such a long face at such a young age? But you don't have a spiritual root, so cultivating is a waste. How about this? My alchemy room is short of a Dan child. You can be my Dan child from now on." "Thank you, Peak Master." Hearing that he wouldn't have to go to the Waste Dan room and would instead be the Peak Master's Dan child, Zhu Hanwei nodded like a chick pecking at rice, his heart filled with joy. Lu Mingshi ignored him and continued scanning the room, landing on Su 12. "All right, it's you. From today on, you will guard the Waste Dan room." Su 12's small, thin body trembled, and his face turned pale. Zhu Hanwei could recognize the danger of the Waste Dan room, and so could he. But looking at Lu Mingshi, he didn't know how to refuse. Zhu Hanwei had money and could offer gifts, but he couldn't offer anything. Next to them, Xiaoyu glanced over the group and turned to Lu Mingshi, unable to help but say, "Grandpa, they are all still young and have just joined the sect. No matter who is sent to the Waste Dan room, if they really encounter a fierce beast or even a low-level demon beast, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths?" Lu Mingshi's face was stern, but this time he did not relent. "Sending them to their deaths? You err. It's not that I'm criticizing you. Do you think cultivating is childish play? This kid's talent is already terrible to begin with. If he can't overcome this little danger, then what's the point of cultivating? Just send him down the mountain." Lu Mingshi had no expectations for Su 12 at all. With the worst mixed spiritual roots, he saw no reason to let him cultivate. It would be a waste of resources. With no one usable in the peak, sending Su 12 to guard the Waste Dan room was undoubtedly the best decision. As for the supposed danger, he didn't see it as a big deal. Fierce beasts and demon beasts were entirely low-probability events. Chen Shi, who also had little talent, had stayed in the Waste Dan room for years before encountering any danger. Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she looked at Lu Mingshi, wanting to persuade him further. Before she could speak, Su 12 suddenly said, "Senior Sister Xiaoyu, thank you. But the Peak Master is right. My talent is indeed lacking. And if I can't overcome this little difficulty, how can I cultivate well in the future?" Su 12 could sense Lu Mingshi's determination. He knew very well that he had no choice now. Staying meant he still had the chance to cultivate. But if he left, it would be nearly impossible to get back into the world of cultivators. Xiaoyu felt heartbroken and wanted to say something more, but Lu Mingshi nodded. "All right. It's rare that you have this courage. You too, take him to guard the Waste Dan room." As he spoke, Lu Mingshi turned to the two carrying the stretcher. "All right, junior brother, come with us." The two nodded, looking at Su 12 with sympathy. The Peak Master is truly sending this kid to his death. Chen Shi had at least cultivated for a few years, but this kid in front of them was only 12 years old. Even if he went, he would probably be scared silly in 3 to 5 days. If he didn't die, not just them. Zhu Hanwei and the others also did not have high hopes for Su 12. In their view, what Su 12 was doing was foolish. Cultivating is fine. But if you lose your life, what's the point of cultivating at all? Beside Lu Mingshi, Han Yu looked at Su 12's frail figure, wanting to say something but hesitating. Forget it. With his talent, he would naturally know to give up when faced with danger. Su 12 followed the two disciples away. One carried the injured Chen Shi, while the other led Su 12 to the Waste Dan room, perhaps feeling that Su 12 wouldn't be staying long in the sect. The disciple responsible for leading the way didn't say a word the entire time. Su 12 hunched his neck and wisely kept silent. The three of them left Luo Fu Peak and walked for another 2 hours before finally arriving at a small peak at the edge of the sect. Before them stood a simple wooden and stone building. The building had its own yard and was divided into several rooms, including a living room and a storeroom specifically for storing Waste Dan. This is the Waste Dan room. The storeroom is for storing waste Dan. At the end of each month, each peak will send their waste Dan here. Your job is to record the number of waste Dan sent by each peak and submit it to the responsible steward at the beginning of the month. The disciple in charge of arranging for Su 12 showed him around the waste Dan room, then tossed him a book on identifying waste Dan and quickly left. Chapter 7. The mysterious Dan furnace that turns waste into treasure. Soon, Su 12 was left alone in the waste Dan room. The vast space was empty, and in the distance, the faint sounds of wolf howls and beast roars could be heard. Su 12 stood in the yard, feeling alarmed. No matter how bold he was still just a half-grown child. But he knew that to learn immortal techniques, he had to overcome the difficulties before him. Looking down at the waste Dan identification book in his hand, Su 12 began to flip through it. The book contained simple introductions and illustrations of various waste Dan, showcasing hundreds of different pills. Fey Dan is the product of a failed alchemist's attempt at refining pills, containing a large amount of impurities and even toxins, making it completely ineatable. For other children, understanding this would require considerable effort. However, Su 12, who had learned to read and write from his grandfather since childhood and read extensively, quickly memorized the content of the illustrated guide after a few silent readings. Holding the guide, Su 12 turned and walked into the storeroom where the Fey Dan was kept. Having read the text and viewed the images, the next step was to identify the physical items. Inside the storeroom, various Fey Dan were piled high like a mountain. However, with the content of the guide firmly in mind, Su 12 immediately discerned that there were not many types of these Fey Dan, only 3 to 5 varieties. The most abundant were the Pei Yuan Dan used by entry-level disciples to solidify their cultivation and eliminate impurities from their bodies. Next were the Ju Qi Dan, used by Qi refining disciples to enhance their cultivation speed, and a type of healing pill called Shaohuan Dan. Gazing at the tens of thousands of Fey Dan before him, Su 12 couldn't help but sigh. If these were not waste Dan and he could possess so many pills, it would be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, for him, all of this was just a fantasy. Su 12 remained in the storeroom until nightfall and found 2 more types of Fey Dan in addition to the 3. However, these Fey Dan were unwanted trash, and he could only learn a bit more about the information regarding pills. As night fell, Su 12 planned to return to his room to rest. Just then, a series of low animal roars and heavy footsteps suddenly echoed outside the courtyard. The muffled sounds, like distant thunder or drums, struck at Su 12's heart. A beast. Su 12 was taken aback, and the image of a figure with severed limbs on a stretcher flashed in his mind. What to do? He froze in place, afraid to move, worried about alarming the beast outside. But the ferocious creature outside showed no signs of leaving. The footsteps grew closer, and with a thud, it sounded like something had jumped over the courtyard wall. Su 12's heart raced at the noise. Holding his breath, he carefully peered outside through a gap in the storeroom. In the courtyard, a fierce tiger with bright eyes and a white forehead, its eyes bloodshot, was pacing, releasing heavy breaths and exhaling white mist. Its bell-like eyes glinted with a fierce light. As it seemed to catch a whiff of human presence, it let out a low growl, shook its fur, and slowly approached the storeroom where Su 12 was hiding. Seeing this, Su 12's pupils contracted, and he trembled all over. With his small frame, he was no match for this tiger. He might not even be enough to fill its teeth. Terrified, Su 12 felt his heart pounding, but the more scared he was, the calmer he became. He turned to look at the mountain of Fey Dan behind him, and a bold idea popped into his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly retreated to the pile of Fey Dan, stealthily dug a deep hole, and buried himself in the pile. Clang! Just a few minutes later, the storeroom door was pushed open, and a massive, fierce tiger head poked in. Its sharp teeth glistened, and its gaping maw exhaled a foul stench, causing Su 12 to hold his breath and remain completely still. Fortunately, the overwhelming number of Fey Dan masked Su 12's presence, and after a brief look around, the tiger turned and left. Seeing this, Su 12 finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, fearing the tiger might return, he stayed hidden among the Fey Dan until dawn. After repeatedly confirming that there was indeed no movement outside, he finally crawled out from the pile. What kind of place is this? A huge tiger shows up right after I arrive? If I stay here any longer, I'll surely be eaten by this tiger. Su 12's heart raced, and he muttered to himself in fear. He certainly didn't think his small frame could take on that tiger. But if he left, how could he access the methods of cultivation? If he couldn't cultivate, how would he take revenge for his grandfather and others? and he still needed to figure out the purpose of that mysterious alchemical furnace. While pondering, Su-12 took out the old, rustic alchemical furnace from his pocket. Upon seeing the furnace again, his pupils contracted, and he was momentarily stunned. Huh, why are there two pills? Inside the furnace lay two crystal-clear, thumb-sized pills that resembled jade. He quickly poured the two pills into his palm, and immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, making him feel invigorated, banishing hunger and fatigue. Su-12's spirit surged, and he grabbed a handful of Fei Dan to compare. Each Fei Dan was pitch black, emitting a faint stench, and compared to these two pills, they were worlds apart. After examining them carefully for a long time, he finally confirmed that these two pills were actually good Pei Yuan Dan. How strange. How did two Pei Yuan Dan suddenly appear in this furnace? I only used it to store salt before, and I've never seen any pills come out of it. Could it be that some Fei Dan fell into it last night? With this thought, Su-12 immediately began experimenting, placing a piece of Fei Dan into the furnace and watching intently. Under his gaze, the Fei Dan was enveloped in a layer of green light, visibly shedding its black exterior. It looked as if the impurities on it were being refined away by some power. In just a few breaths, the Fei Dan transformed from black to grayish-green. After another 10 breaths, a crystal-clear Pei Yuan Dan appeared in the furnace. Hiss! Watching this scene unfold, Su-12 couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This furnace could actually turn Fei Dan into good pills, transforming waste into treasure. How incredible. No wonder those immortals wanted this furnace so badly. But I wonder if this furnace can keep refining? With a mix of excitement and anxiety, he stuffed a handful of Fei Dan into the furnace. In his line of sight, all the Fei Dan were covered in a layer of green light. After a dozen breaths, the light vanished, replaced by perfectly polished Pei Yuan Dan. Su-12 continued to try it over a dozen times. No matter how many pills he put in, as long as it fit in the furnace, they would be refined into normal pills within 10 to 20 breaths. And throughout it all, the furnace remained that ancient, worn appearance, showing no signs of change. Confirming the furnace's function, Su-12 turned to the mountains of Fei Dan, his breath quickening. At this moment, in his eyes, these were no longer unwanted trash, but rather pills that could be used for cultivation. With so many pills, even if my spiritual root is a bit lacking, I will definitely achieve something. No, I absolutely cannot tell anyone about this. Cradling the furnace tightly to his chest, his heart raced, and his face turned red. Although he didn't know much about cultivation, he was aware of the furnace's value. After hiding the furnace close to him, he found several porcelain vials in the storeroom to store the refined pills before finally returning to his living quarters. Now, it was time to see if these refined pills were truly effective. With that thought, Su-12 took out a Pei Yuan Dan from his pocket. Chapter 8. Hunting the Tiger. This was the only type of pill he could take at the moment. As for the Ju Qi Dan, that was used for Qi refining disciples. Looking at the pill in his hand, Su-12 hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. As the pill went down his throat, Su-12 immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body, like basking in the sun, extremely comfortable. This sensation lasted for a full hour. When the warmth faded, as soon as Su-12 opened his eyes, he noticed that a thick layer of black impurities had seeped out from the surface of his body without him realizing it. He hurried to the courtyard to wash off the impurities. After taking a few deep breaths, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated. Only then did he let out a long breath, his heart finally at ease. It seems that these elixirs are indeed effective, just as it is written in the books. They can remove impurities from the body and enhance one's physique. With so many nourishing pills, if I take them all, my body will surely become very strong. By then, I won't have to fear that fierce tiger anymore. Su-12 thought silently and settled down in the abandoned pill room, consuming nourishing pills every day. He had no idea how extravagant his actions were, treating nourishing pills as food, not to mention the Tsongshan mountain range, even across the entire Zhao kingdom. It was truly unique. If other disciples knew, they would definitely be envious. In the cultivation world, the success rate of alchemy is extremely low. For the entry-level disciples of the Yunga sect, they receive at most 10 nourishing pills a month and as few as 3 for 10 consecutive days. Su-12 lived in fear. Every night, that fierce tiger would appear. Knowing he was no match for it, he could only hide among the abandoned pills, using them to cover his scent. One morning, Su-12 swallowed 3 more nourishing pills. However, this time, he expelled almost no impurities from his body. Apart from no longer feeling hungry, there were no other noticeable changes. This situation made Su-12 furrow his brow. It seems that the nourishing pills cannot infinitely enhance my physique. If that's the case, it's troublesome. That tiger remains a threat, and if I encounter it one day, I will be doomed. I must think of other methods. Even if it's risky, I need to get rid of it as soon as possible. My physique is not inferior to those adults, and if I can set a trap, Su-12 thought, his eyes lighting up. The enhancement of his physique boosted his confidence, but he wouldn't engage in close combat with that fierce tiger unless absolutely necessary. The biggest difference between humans and animals is using their brains. Thinking of this, he wasted no time. He checked each room and soon found a pile of farming tools in one of them. Su-12 picked out a shovel and an axe and began to take action. After a whole day's work, he dug a pit about 5 or 6 meters deep in the yard and cut down several thick wooden stakes. He sharpened the stakes and drove them into the bottom and around the pit. By nightfall, a carefully crafted trap appeared in the yard. After concealing the trap, Su-12 grasped the axe and squatted in the corner of the yard, patiently waiting. He was determined to hunt that fierce tiger tonight. With his ear against the wall, he began to listen carefully. After consuming a large number of nourishing pills, not only had his physique improved, but his senses were also heightened. Now, he could hear many sounds clearly from 100 meters away. Based on the experiences of the previous days, the tiger should be coming around this time. Soon, he heard rustling footsteps in the distance. Upon hearing the noise, he instinctively tightened his grip on the axe, pressed against the wall, and stared unblinkingly at the yard. Thud! With a muffled sound, the fierce tiger jumped over the wall as if returning home. Seeing the tiger appear, Su-12 first trembled, then quickly swung the axe, stood up, and prepared himself. Despite being prepared, it was still his first time facing such an opponent, and he felt a natural fear, his limbs feeling somewhat weak. The huge size of the creature was not something he could easily shake. At the same time, the tiger noticed Su-12 in the corner, sniffing the scent of a living being, its ferocity unleashed. Roar! The tiger roared and lunged at Su-12 with its gaping maw. Its sharp claws glinted coldly in the moonlight, and the foul odor it emitted was chilling. The ground shook under its massive weight. As the tiger drew closer, Su-12's heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his back. His gaze fell on the trap not far in front of him, which gave him some reassurance. But the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the tiger was about to step into the trap, it suddenly leaped, seemingly about to jump over the pit and directly pounce on Su-12. Su-12 panicked. If the trap couldn't take effect, he would be in danger. With a loud shout, he forgot his fear and hurled the axe at the airborne tiger with all his might. Bang! With a muffled sound, the axe struck the tiger's head, causing it to bleed. Su-12's strength now was comparable to that of a strong man. The tiger, having just jumped, was hit by the axe and faltered midair, landing prematurely. As it hit the ground, the tiger winced in pain, its eyes wide open, letting out a fierce roar, ready to charge at Su-12 again. But just as it moved, the ground beneath its feet suddenly gave way. Caught off guard, it fell directly into the pit. Splash! A spray of bright red blood erupted from the trap as the tiger was pierced by the sharp wooden stakes, letting out a deafening roar. But after a few roars, it fell silent. Seeing that it was no longer moving, Su-12 hurriedly approached with the axe to check. Just as he leaned in, a shadow flashed before him. The tiger had managed to endure its injuries and leaped up. Su-12 was caught off guard and was knocked flying, the axe slipping from his hand. As he hit the ground, he felt sore all over. Had he not been taking nourishing pills for a long time, boosting his physique, he would have been severely injured by that blow. Not good. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly got back on his feet. As soon as he stood up, he saw the tiger, blood dripping, its eyes flashing with a resentful glare, pouncing on him. Its mouth wide open, teeth gleaming coldly, it aimed to bite him. In a moment of desperation, Su-12 threw a handful of dust into the air. Taking advantage of the tiger's momentary blindness, he kicked it hard in its injured spot. His current strength exceeded that of an ordinary person. This kick was heavy and forceful, causing the tiger to stagger in pain, nearly falling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su-12 rolled away and reached the spot where the axe had fallen. Picking up the axe, he swung it forcefully at the tiger. By now, he was fueled with rage, having too much anger to vent. At this moment, seeing blood made him lose focus on the trap. Meanwhile, the tiger, injured, had significantly reduced reaction and agility. It was utterly defenseless against Su-12's onslaught. Half an hour later, Su-12 had sustained a few wounds, but the tiger, covered in blood, lay on the ground, unable to rise again. I actually fought and killed a tiger with sheer strength? Those alchemical pills from the cultivators are truly amazing. Standing beside the tiger's corpse, Su-12 calmed down and felt particularly excited. Hunting a tiger alone boosted his courage significantly. The sense of achievement was hard to describe in words. But soon, he felt a wave of fear. That was close. He thought the trap was foolproof, but unexpectedly, the tiger feigned death and nearly caught him off guard. He must be more cautious in the future. The tiger's feigned death and counterattack left a deep impression on him, making him realize that one must never underestimate any opponent at any time. That night, Su-12 slept particularly soundly. Chapter 9. The Return of the Man in Black. The next day, he dismembered the tiger and made it into roasted meat, settling down in the abandoned pill room. However, wild beasts would occasionally come near the abandoned pill room. Therefore, he set up a large number of traps around his residence and tirelessly hunted these fierce animals. Although he hadn't started cultivating yet, his combat ability had improved significantly from daily battles with various beasts. Moreover, his diet had improved, which greatly benefited his physical growth. That evening, Su Shire draped a tiger's skin over his shoulders and carried a rudimentary knife, hiding in a mountain hollow near his residence. He lay in the hollow like a sleeping tiger, ears perked up, listening intently to the sounds around him. This time, he was to face a fierce beast, a blue wolf as strong as a bull. The blue wolf was incredibly savage, able to unleash a whirlwind from its mouth, resembling the legendary demon beast. He had been battling this demon beast with wit and courage for several days and had prepared several traps today, planning to take the creature down in one fell swoop. Just then, a rustling sound reached his ears. Su Shire's heart tightened, instinctively gripping the knife tighter. But the next moment, the voice that came from not far away struck him like a thunderbolt. "Where are the items? My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me, master." Hearing the voice, Su Shire froze in place. Immediately, a wave of intense hatred surged within him. That voice was so familiar. It was one he would never forget for the rest of his life. In that moment, images of the black-clad figure who had killed his grandfather and the villagers flashed through his mind. That person was actually at the Yunga sect. The thought crossed his mind, and Su Shire clenched his fists. But he knew, deep down, that he was no match for that person now. If discovered, he would be doomed. The black-clad figure was more brutal and terrifying than a tiger. Holding his breath, Su Shire dared not make a sound. Nearby, the conversation between the two continued. "You truly deserve to be punished, but you wouldn't want to monopolize that treasure furnace, would you? Master, you wrong me. That old man from the small stone village has a mouth harder than stone. I have tried every means to coerce him, but he wouldn't budge even in death. Humph. If you can't handle some mortals, what use do I have for you?" Listening to their conversation, Su Shire's heart sank. Master? That person sounded even more powerful than the black-clad figure. Could it be that there was someone even more formidable behind the black-clad figure? This realization startled him even more. Lying on the ground, he remained completely still, terrified of being discovered by the two. Peering through a gap, he vaguely saw two indistinct black figures conversing beneath a towering tree not far away. The moonlight elongated their shadows, casting them onto him. "Thank you, master, for sparing my life. I have another lead on this matter." "Oh, what lead?" "After the incident, I went back to that small stone village and found that a new graveyard had appeared, containing over 100 graves. The person who erected the gravestone is named Su Shire, the grandson of that old man. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure furnace must be in the hands of that boy named Su Shire." There is such a thing? Good, I'll give you another month. If you still can't find that treasure furnace, you know the consequences. After speaking, the two huddled together to conspire for a while, then soared into the sky, flying in different directions. In the mountain hollow, Su Shire lay on the ground, his mind in chaos. He was filled with the black-clad figure's last words. "He knows my name and that the treasure furnace is with me. I can't stay here any longer." At that moment, Su Shire's heart raced, and he was overwhelmed with thoughts of fleeing. But then he realized that if he left the Yunga sect, he wouldn't know where to find any cultivation methods. Moreover, having finally gotten a hint about the black-clad figure, he couldn't just leave without digging deeper. With that in mind, Su Shire forced himself to calm down and waited until the later part of the night. Confirming that the two had not returned and that the blue wolf had not appeared, he finally returned to his residence with a feeling of unease. The next day, in the morning, as soon as Su Shire woke up, he heard a series of urgent knocks on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." The sound was neither hurried nor slow, but each knock seemed to strike at Su Shire's heart, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Oh no, could that person have come so quickly? Su Shire scrambled out of bed, his heart racing. He quickly looked around, considering whether there was a way to escape. Shitty, are you there? At that moment, a melodious and ethereal voice came from outside. Senior Sister Xiaoyu? Su Shire was taken aback, but his heart did not settle. Instead, he suddenly realized another troublesome matter. He had used his real name when joining the Luofu Peak. Now, that black-clad figure not only knew of his existence, but also his name. What to do? Su Shire broke into a cold sweat, just when he was at a loss. Outside, Xiao Yu's slightly worried voice came again. Shitty. Hearing the voice again, Su Shire had no choice but to temporarily suppress his worries. He took a deep breath and quickly went to open the door. Senior Sister Xiaoyu? As soon as the door opened, he saw Xiaoyu in a long dress, carrying a long sword, standing at the door. Upon seeing Su Shire, Xiaoyu's face was filled with surprise. Perhaps in her heart, she thought Su Shire wouldn't last this long, either perishing in the jaws of a beast or having run away in fright. Surprised as she was, Xiaoyu quickly put on a smile, appearing very natural. Looking at your complexion, it seems you've been doing well during this time. As she spoke, Xiaoyu glanced around the yard. Upon seeing the pile of various beast skins on the ground, her pupils constricted, and she was utterly shocked. Is that beast skin? You actually killed so many beasts? As she spoke, Xiaoyu quickly scanned Su Shire up and down, unable to believe what was happening before her. A 12-year-old child could kill so many beasts? What a joke. It wasn't me who killed them. I just dug a few traps around. The beasts are too dumb. They keep falling into them every few days. Su Shire scratched his head and smiled, hastily inviting Xiaoyu inside and pointing to the traps in the yard. He didn't want Xiaoyu to think he was impressive, and he definitely couldn't let anyone know about the elixir he took. So it was traps. I thought so, but it's impressive that you came up with this method. If it were someone else, they would probably be scared to death when encountering such fierce beasts. Seeing the traps calmed Xiaoyu's emotions a bit. Otherwise, she would have thought he was a prodigy. But her gaze towards Su Shire was still filled with surprise and admiration. When she was 12, she didn't have such abilities or courage. This little guy is quite clever and bold. It's just a pity his spiritual roots are too poor. Otherwise, he would definitely be a talent worth nurturing. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Sister. Su Shire chuckled and then asked her the reason for her visit. Senior Sister, did you come for something? Xiaoyu smiled and said, I came over this time, first to check on your safety, and now it seems my worries were unfounded. Secondly, I need to inform you about the newcomer trial. Newcomer trial? Su Shire raised an eyebrow. He had heard the Peak Master of Tianhua Peak mention it when he first entered the sect. Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. It's the rule of Yungu sect that every newcomer must participate in a newcomer trial 5 years after entering. Only by passing the trial can one remain in Yungu sect. Otherwise, they can only be a servant disciple for life or be sent back. Servant disciple? Sent back? Su Shire's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, what is the content of the trial? Xiaoyu replied, the content of the trial varies each time and will only be announced when the trial begins. However, based on past experiences, to pass the trial, one must have at least the strength of the 4th level of Qi refining or above. 4th level of Qi refining? Su Shire's face turned pale. According to Lu Mingshi, he could only cultivate up to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining at most in his lifetime. By the standard, let alone that he hasn't cultivated any techniques yet. Even if it's possible, wanting to elevate one's cultivation to the 4th level of Qi refining within 5 years is certainly fraught with difficulties. However, to say he would give up at this point, Su 12 didn't even consider it. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked Xiaoyu, Senior Sister, if I want to cultivate, what should I do? Chapter 10, Basic Breathing Technique. Xiaoyu smiled and raised an eyebrow. It seems you're not planning to give up after all. Fortunately, I brought some things for you. Things? Su 12 looked up, momentarily taken aback. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaoyu waved her hand, producing several items, a set of green clothing, 2 books, and an iron token. This is your identity token, which has your name on it, and is used for verifying disciple identities within the sect. This disciple robe is made from Yunming silk and can stretch according to your body shape. Isn't it amazing? And these 2 books are the sect manual and the introductory technique, basic breathing technique. Xiaoyu introduced each item with a smile and then handed them over to Su 12. After thinking for a moment, She added, additionally, every disciple who joins the sect can go to the pill pavilion each year to receive 3 bottles of foundation pills. Of course, when your cultivation reaches the 6th level of qi refining, not only can you choose an official technique from the library, but you will also receive an extra 10 spirit stones and 3 bottles of gathering qi pills. Thank you, senior sister. Su 12 took the items, his gaze sweeping over the basic breathing technique book, his eyes flashing with eagerness. He hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude to Xiaoyu. To him, everything else was unimportant. This book on how to cultivate was the treasure he had been dreaming of. All right, seeing you so eager, I won't disturb you. Focus on your cultivation. Hanyu has already reached the peak of the 1st level of qi refining, so you should work hard too. Xiaoyu watched Su 12 with a smile, noticing the urgency in his eyes. That said, she didn't think Su 12 could compare to Hanyu, who had a superior dual spirit root. Nevertheless, encouraging words were still necessary. After shaking her head with a smile, she hurriedly left. After seeing Xiaoyu off, Su 12 firmly remembered her instructions and returned to his room, eagerly picking up the basic breathing technique book to study it carefully. The book not only recorded the cultivation methods for the first 6 levels of qi refining, but also included some basic cultivation knowledge and 2 minor techniques, fire control technique and wind calling technique. Su 12 didn't pay much attention to this information, but his memory was good, and he managed to grasp the general idea after a quick read. However, his focus remained primarily on the cultivation section. The book detailed the techniques for absorbing qi into the body and circulating it internally at each level of cultivation. In this regard, Su 12 showed quite a bit of talent. After reading it through once, he basically understood its meaning. But to be safe, he read the book carefully 2 more times. Afterward, he sat cross-legged, nervously attempting to cultivate. After consuming a large number of foundation pills, he could clearly feel the faint aura of spiritual energy in the air. However, when it came to actually absorbing qi into his body, he found it incredibly difficult. The strands of spiritual energy were like wild horses, extremely hard to tame. For several consecutive days, Su 12 practiced day and night. At first, he was a bit worried, fearing that the man in black might come looking for him at any moment. However, he soon realized that the man in black might not be able to guess that he actually had a spirit root and had joined the Yunga sect. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. In terms of cultivation, despite his young age, he showed great patience. But it wasn't until the 5th day that he successfully absorbed the first strand of spiritual energy into his body. Feeling the addition of a strand of spiritual energy within him, Su 12's expression brightened. He quickly locked onto that strand of energy with his mind. Then, he exerted all his effort to control the spiritual energy to circulate according to the technique. After one complete cycle, the spiritual energy transformed into a grain-sized true essence and merged into his dantian. The next moment, his body trembled, and an extremely comfortable sensation quickly spread throughout him. Exhaling a puff of white air, Su 12's face lit up with joy as he excitedly clenched his small fists. Great! From today onwards, I can consider myself a qi refiner. Although this bit of true essence was still useless, it was a good start. Continuing on, taking a deep breath, Su 12 continued to absorb qi into his body, refining the spiritual energy. However, after cultivating for 10 days straight, he had only managed to refine a few strands of spiritual energy, resulting in a few barely visible points of true essence within him. This speed and effect made him completely lose hope in his spirit root. No, if things keep going like this, wanting to truly become a 1st-level qi refiner is simply a distant dream. If I can't quickly elevate my cultivation, I won't even be able to complete the newcomer trial in 3 years, let alone seek revenge against that man in black. It seems I need to try the gathering qi pills. However, this pill can only be claimed after reaching the 6th level of qi refining. And there must be a reason for that. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su 12 muttered to himself for a moment before taking out a gathering qi pill from his pocket. Gazing at the gathering qi pill in his hand, he was momentarily taken aback. According to the records in the book, the tiers of medicinal pills for cultivators are divided into 4 categories: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Top-grade pills, because they contain no impurities, are crystalline and transparent, akin to flawless white jade. Such pills can be consumed indefinitely by cultivators without concern for pill poison, making them extremely precious. Could it be that the pills refined by that alchemical furnace are all top-grade? Thinking of this, Su 12's emotions became excited. while others must be cautious when consuming pills and regularly find ways to eliminate the pill poison in their bodies. He, relying on the mysterious alchemical furnace, had no need for such worries with the pills he refined. Suppressing his excitement, Su-12's gaze remained on the gathering chi pill in his hand. For him, the most important thing right now was to quickly elevate his cultivation. After hesitating for a moment, he resolutely swallowed the gathering chi pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, it instantly transformed into a massive surge of spiritual energy that filled him completely. The next second, Su-12's face turned red, his veins bulging, and he felt unbearable pain. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he realized just how painful this feeling was when faced with it. The spiritual energy contained in the gathering chi pill, while not as violent as the natural spiritual energy, was immense and far beyond what a chi refiner below the 6th level could endure. At that moment, he couldn't cultivate normally at all. The pain was so intense that he felt like he was about to faint. The terrifying spiritual energy was nearly bursting his meridians. In the midst of unconsciousness, thinking of the hatred he bore, Su-12 gritted his teeth, barely mustering some spirit, and desperately urged the breathing technique to refine the spiritual energy within him despite the pain. Chapter 11. Fire Control Technique and Wind Calling Technique. 20 days later, Su-12 exhaled a puff of white air, his entire body creaking like popping beans. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked significantly thinner and exceptionally exhausted. Yet, a faint smile adorned his face. These 20 days felt like years to him, filled with unimaginable suffering. However, the effects of refining this gathering chi pill were evident. His true essence had grown from the size of a grain of rice to that of a soybean. Now, he could truly consider himself a first-level chi refiner. Indeed, pills are truly valuable. Although consuming the gathering chi pill involves enduring immense pain, my cultivation speed has increased by more than 10 times. When calculated, it's quite worth it. Senior sister Xiaoyu mentioned that Hanyu reached the first level of chi refining in just 10 days. While my speed may not match his, I should be comparable to the average person. Su-12 clenched his fists, filled with excitement. He wasn't comparing himself to anyone. For him, being able to elevate his cultivation to the first level of chi refining in such a short time was already excellent. Controlling his excitement, Su-12 didn't rush to continue cultivating. Although he barely refined this chi gathering pill, his meridians were damaged as a result. If he attempted it again before his meridians recovered, he would undoubtedly die. However, it was a good opportunity to practice those two techniques from his cultivation method. Otherwise, if he encountered danger, he wouldn't even have the strength to protect himself. Su-12 pondered silently, swallowed a small healing pill, and then got up to head to the courtyard. He recalled the information about the fire control technique in his mind and tried to mobilize his true essence. Forming hand seals. Whoosh. In the next second, a fist-sized ball of high-temperature flames appeared before him. The flames danced rapidly, showing signs of wanting to break free from his control at any moment. Su-12 had to increase his true essence, but the more he did so, the more unstable the flames became. In an instant, his true essence was completely consumed. The flames in the air fizzled out with a puff. At the same time, Su-12 felt weak, collapsing directly onto the ground in the courtyard, drenched in sweat and feeling as if all his strength had been drained. The difficulty of this fire control technique and its consumption of true essence exceeded his expectations. But Su-12 was not someone who easily gave up. He sat down on the spot, silently recovering his true essence. Once his true essence was restored, he immediately continued practicing. This cycle went on, which could be described as extremely tedious. Other children his age would find it hard to endure the loneliness. But Su-12 held on to a strong determination and did not find it boring at all. Gradually, his control over his true essence became more effortless. Through this continuous process of consumption and replenishment, his true essence even subtly increased. This discovery filled Su-12 with joy. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a year since he joined the Yungu sect. One evening, in the woods next to the abandoned pill room, Su-12 was hunched over, leaning against a towering tree, gasping for breath. Compared to 6 months ago, his skin had noticeably darkened, and his body had become more robust. In front of him, 3 low-level wolf demons, with crimson eyes, bull-like bodies, and scarred all over, were slowly closing in, baring their teeth. Faced with the crisis, he remained calm, rapidly forming hand seals with both hands, drawing on his last bit of true essence. Wind. Control fire. With each low shout, a fierce wind whipped through the forest, obscuring the wolf demon's vision with dust, while several balls of high-temperature fire fell onto the wolf demons. Bang, bang, bang. In the swirling dust, sparks flew. The three wolf demons, already at the end of their strength, could no longer hold on and let out whimpers as they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Su-12 did not rush forward. Instead, he sat down on the spot. After a moment, he got up and threw several fireballs to smash the heads of the wolf demons. Only then did he step forward, skillfully stringing the wolf demon corpses with rope and heading toward the abandoned pill room. After 6 months of training, Su-12 had not only mastered the two techniques, but also increased his true essence from the size of a soybean to that of a broad being. He had become quite proficient in these two techniques, but unfortunately, he still had too little true essence, allowing him to only cast spells 3 times at most. Next, he would have to rely on the chi-gathering pills to cultivate diligently. But before that, he needed to collect the cultivation pills distributed by the sect. Although there was a mysterious pill furnace that could produce as many cultivation pills as needed, it would seem strange for a novice disciple to delay in collecting their pills. Moreover, if possible, he also needed to find a way to investigate the true identity of that man in black. Su-12 walked along the path, silently plotting. He was already quite clever, and over the past 6 months, after taking cultivation pills daily, although his physique had not improved further, his thinking had become increasingly sharp. After returning the wolf demon's corpses, changing into the disciple's robe provided by the sect, he immediately set off for the pill pavilion. The pill pavilion was located on each peak, and in principle, disciples from each peak could only collect pills from their respective pill pavilions. The sect distributed pills and other resources once a year, and they could be collected at any time. In just an hour, Su-12 arrived outside the pill pavilion on the Luofu Peak. From the outside, the pill pavilion looked like a square courtyard. The open door had a plaque hanging on it with the words Pill Pavilion written on it. Looking through the door into the courtyard, he saw a giant pill furnace over 5 meters tall standing in the center, with unknown substances burning inside, producing smoke that wafted for miles. Su-12 walked straight into the courtyard and saw 7 novice disciples of similar age to him, each with a joyful expression, lining up to collect their pills. Among them were the 3 children who had joined Luofu Peak with him that day. For the past 6 months, they had been learning to read and write. Today, they had all passed and couldn't wait to come and collect their pills. Compared to Su-12, these children appeared much more immature. Upon seeing Su-12 enter, the 3 children immediately recognized him, displaying expressions of surprise. It's that little beggar. He's actually still alive? None of them expected Su-12 to survive for so long in the abandoned pill room. The chubby boy at the end of the line, Zhu Hanwei, raised his eyebrows in surprise, his eyes widening. Wasn't it said that there were fierce beasts in the abandoned pill room? How come this little beggar looks much sturdier? He muttered quietly, then ignored it. In front of the children stood a chubby servant disciple in his 20s, with a face full of flesh. In front of him was a pile of medicine bottles. He was impatiently checking an identity plate with his eyes rolled up, then tossed 3 bottles of pills to a square-faced child at the front of the line. The square-faced child, filled with excitement, couldn't wait to open the bottle and check the pills inside. In the next second, the square-faced child suddenly froze, his expression slightly changing. Chapter 12. The arrogant servant disciple. The square-faced child hesitated for a moment, looked up at the servant disciple, and asked, "Senior brother, wasn't it said that each person gets 3 bottles of cultivation pills, totaling 30 pills? I only got 27. What 27? The pills in here are all packed by me. There can't be a mistake," the servant disciple said confidently. "But there really are only 27 pills in here. If you don't believe me, count them," the square-faced child said quietly. "Count what? Can't you see I'm busy? If you don't want them, just hand them over and scram." The servant disciple's eyes widened, and with a bang, he slammed his palm on the table, roaring loudly. This commotion startled the square-faced child, who trembled. Looking at the tall servant disciple in front of him, he hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly lowered his head and fell silent. The other children, seeing this, also shrank their necks, their smiles frozen. Shortly after, another square-faced child received 3 bottles of pills. Stepping aside, he eagerly began to check them. Upon seeing them, his face immediately turned ashen. But after glancing at the servant disciple, the square-faced child silently put the pills back in the bottle without saying a word. Su-12 stood at the back of the crowd, watching everything unfold. He clearly saw that the square-faced child's bottle contained only 25 pills. Among them, 2 were wasted pills. and the remaining pills were dull and of low quality. Su 12 frowned slightly, but did not speak. However, the servant disciple's actions reminded him of the times when people came to the village to collect grain, always mixing good grain with bad and skimping on quality. Just like Ergo's father. Soon, the 6 children had all received their respective pills. However, after checking, all 6 children had faces filled with despair, lowering their heads with expressions of barely contained anger. Among these 6 children, the most unfortunate one received only 20 cultivation pills, 3 of which were wasted pills. At this point, it was Zhu Hanwei's turn, the second to last in line. The servant disciple glanced at Zhu Hanwei's identity plate and casually grabbed 3 bottles of pills. Senior brother, I am the son of the mayor of Huilong Town, Zhu Hanwei. You've worked hard distributing the pills. This is just a small token of appreciation, nothing much. Without waiting for the servant disciple to hand over the medicine bottle, Zhu Hanwei quickly pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table with a smile. The silver was about the size of a baby's fist and looked quite heavy, weighing at least 50 taels. Upon seeing the silver, the servant disciple's eyes gleamed. Squinting, he skillfully waved his hand and tucked the ingot into his sleeve. For a servant disciple like him, who had no hope of cultivating, the only thing he could do was to accumulate wealth, so that when he left the mountain and returned home, he could still enjoy a life of luxury. Looking at Zhu Hanwei, the servant disciple's smile made his attitude suddenly more friendly. Junior brother, there's no need to be so polite. The Peak Master entrusted this important task to me, and I will definitely not disappoint him. You're quite good, keep up the hard work, and you will surely achieve something in the future. After encouraging him with a smile, the servant disciple took out 3 porcelain bottles and handed them to Zhu Hanwei. Rest assured, senior brother, if I truly achieve something, I will definitely not forget you. Zhu Hanwei nodded eagerly. After saying that, he took the medicine bottles and quickly checked them aside. In the bottles were Pei Yuan Dan, with 2 smooth and round pills that were actually top-grade pills. The rest were all bright in color, all of medium quality. And there were exactly 30 pieces, not one more, not one less. This scene made the other disciples widen their eyes, their envy turning their eyes red. Su 12 glanced over, and didn't he feel envious? The Pei Yuan Dan refined by the mysterious alchemy furnace were all top-grade pills, countless times more precious than these. However, even small ants are meat. These pills were distributed by the sect and belonged to him. For both emotional and logical reasons, he had no reason not to accept them. Holding his identity token, Su 12 also walked in front of the servant disciple. At this moment, the servant disciple reverted to a face full of impatience, quickly scanning the identity token with a dismissive glance at Su 12, curling his lips and muttering. Su 12? The kid who replaced Chun Shi to guard the waste pill room? You really are lucky to have survived that long in such a place. Here, these are your pills. Saying this, he rolled his eyes and rudely grabbed 3 medicine bottles from the corner of the table and tossed them to Su 12. Su 12 frowned, a bit displeased. But he wasn't there to cause trouble, so he didn't explode. Taking the medicine bottles, he hesitated for a moment, but still opened one to take a look. The moment he did, a wave of anger surged in his heart. 3 bottles of pills, totaling only 15 Pei Yuan Dan. And what was most infuriating was that these 15 pills were all black and emitted a foul smell. These were clearly not spiritual pills, but waste pills. In the courtyard, the other disciples were preparing to leave when they saw the pills Su 12 received, each of them showing expressions of glee at his misfortune. Initially, they were a bit envious of Zhu Hanwei. Now, seeing someone who was even worse off than them, their discomfort eased considerably. Senior brother, what do you mean by this? Su 12 glared at the servant disciple and slammed the waste pills down on the table. He had the mysterious alchemy furnace and didn't care whether they were waste pills. But he couldn't swallow this anger. If there were only a couple of waste pills, or if he was just missing 2 or 3, that could be overlooked. But now, with half of the pills missing and the rest all being waste pills, it was unacceptable. What do you mean? Kid, why did you bring these waste pills to me? The servant disciple coldly snorted, crossing his arms and retorting. Aren't these waste pills given to me by you? Su 12 frowned and coldly questioned. What do you mean I gave them to you? Kid, are you out of your mind? This is the pill pavilion, not the waste pill room. Trying to slander me? This is not a place where you can cause a scene. The servant disciple's expression turned unfriendly as he began to threaten. He wouldn't dare to shortchange other disciples too much, but he really didn't take Su 12, a mere waste guarding the waste pill room, seriously. However, he truly didn't expect that Su 12 would dare to resist, and question him back. Just moments ago, he had handed over the waste pills to Su-12, and now he outright denied it. This operation left Su-12 dumbfounded. Wasn't he this just being a rogue? Cause a scene? Since you say so, then I can only go find the Peak Master to settle this. Su-12 said coldly. Find the Peak Master? You think the Peak Master has time to deal with you? The servant disciple sneered, looking as though he had Su-12 in his grasp. The Peak Master may not have time, but I think Senior Sister Xiaoyu should have time, right? Su-12 did not back down, calmly stating. He didn't want to waste too much time here. Bringing Xiaoyu to handle this matter was undoubtedly the simplest and most trouble-free way. Chapter 13. Initial Trial of Skills. Humph. Do you really think Senior Sister Xiaoyu will believe you? So many people had no problem, and only you had a problem? The servant disciple squinted, his gaze growing more unfriendly. Do you really think that when Senior Sister Xiaoyu investigates, the others will remain silent? Su-12 grinned, glancing at the other disciples, then turned and walked straight toward the door. In the courtyard, the others' eyes lit up, feeling somewhat tempted. Losing several pills for no reason would make anyone unhappy. However, they didn't have the courage of Su-12. But if Su-12 took the lead, they wouldn't mind saying a few words. The servant disciple noticed the reactions of the others and felt a jolt in his heart. Xiaoyu was upright and kind, and as the Peak Master's granddaughter, she held a transcendent position in Luofu Peak. If this matter came to her attention, his future days would not be easy. All right, let us talk this over nicely. This bottle of pills is yours. Glaring at Su-12 with resentment, after thinking for a moment, he decided it was better to settle things peacefully. If this matter really escalated, it would not be good for him. Resolute, he took out a bottle of pills and tossed it to Su-12. Su-12 frowned, opened the bottle to take a look, and saw that there were only 10 pills inside. He coldly snorted, only 10 pills? Kid, these are 10 top-grade pills. Don't say 30. This is worth at least 50 low-grade pills, the servant disciple said irritably, looking as if he had suffered a huge loss, though a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. Humph, let you hold on to them for now. Once you leave the pill pavilion, just wait and see how I deal with you. If I remember correctly, the sect rules state very clearly that each entry disciple receives 3 bottles a year, which is 30 pei yuan dan. Su-12 coldly snorted, staring at the servant disciple. Unyielding, he didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he instinctively felt that the other's generosity was not a good sign. After weighing it secretly, he felt that the other party's strength was not very strong, so he relaxed. For him, with the mysterious alchemy furnace in hand, the quality of the pills was not important. Quantity was the key. Kid, don't go too far. The servant disciple glared at Su-12 and flipped the table in front of him to the ground, exploding in anger. He just wanted to get Su-12 to leave first and settle the score later. Unfortunately, he had secretly sold off the extra pills long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used waste pills to make up the difference. Too far. I just want what I deserve. Since you are unwilling to give, let Senior Sister Xiaoyu come and talk to you, Su-12 said, unimpressed. After saying this, he packed away the waste pills and the bottle of top-grade pills and walked straight out. However, the servant disciple was unwilling to let him go, glaring at Su-12 with a furious gaze that seemed to want to devour him. Kid, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude, the servant disciple said, enunciating each word with hatred. At the same time, he mobilized the meager true essence within him and quickly formed hand seals. Soon, a fireball the size of a fist appeared in front of him. Quick! The servant disciple let out a low grunt, and with his true essence activated, a fireball with a long tail shot straight towards Su-12's back. This kind of attack wasn't lethal, but it could definitely cause serious injuries. The servant disciple squinted, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, he was a chi refining stage cultivator of the first level, and dealing with a few disciples who had just joined for less than half a year should be a piece of cake. Is this the fire control technique recorded in books? It's simply unbelievable. That little beggar is done for. He deserves it. His senior brother even gave him 10 high-grade elixirs, and he still wasn't satisfied. Luckily, he didn't provoke this senior brother just now. Otherwise, he would be doomed now. As they watched the fireball soar through the air, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. They had just learned the basics of reading and writing and hadn't even officially started their cultivation yet. To everyone, the servant disciple's methods looked like something a celestial being would use. In the next moment, several people's gazes fell on Su-12, their eyes showing sympathy while secretly feeling relieved. Although Su-12 had his back to them, he was already on high alert. Hearing the commotion, His true essence surged within him. In an instant, he turned around and saw the fireball rushing towards him. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Wind, go. Su-12 shouted calmly, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared. The wind howled as it rushed towards the servant disciple, meeting the fireball in midair. Boom! With a muffled sound, the fireball was blown apart by the gust, turning into countless sparks that were swept back towards the servant disciple by the wind. What? Everyone in the courtyard gasped, utterly shocked. Especially Zhu Hanwei and the others who had come with Su-12, they were left dumbfounded. Half a year ago, they were all on the same starting line. How could Su-12 have become so powerful now? Impossible. You are actually a chi refining cultivator? The servant disciple's eyes widened in shock. Although he was a chi refining stage cultivator of the first level, he usually neglected his training and had only a superficial understanding of techniques. Before he could react, the falling sparks burned his face. Under the fierce wind, he was blown away and crashed into a large pillar behind him. Humph! Weren't you going to let me see the strength of a cultivator? Is this all you've got? Su-12 snorted coldly and continued to form hand seals, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist in the air. The fireball danced lightly, radiating intense heat, clearly much more solid than the one the servant disciple had just unleashed. Senior brother, please spare me. I realize my mistake. I will definitely repay you for the elixirs I owe you. The servant disciple was terrified at the sight and immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly begging for mercy. In the cultivation world, the capable are the teachers, and the strong are revered. The titles and ranks among cultivators are not determined solely by age or time of initiation. A powerful cultivator, even if young, often holds a respectable position, just like Su-12, who was originally a newcomer, and by rights. The servant disciple had entered the sect earlier than him, but now that Su-12 was stronger and had the upper hand, the servant disciple quickly called him senior brother out of necessity. This information was briefly introduced in the sect rules, so Su-12 wasn't surprised. What about the elixirs? Su-12, not truly wanting to kill him, dissipated his technique and asked coldly. I really don't have any elixirs right now, the servant disciple said with a mournful face. And seeing Su-12 about to use his technique again, he hurriedly shouted, Wait, senior brother, please don't be impulsive. I just don't have any at the moment. Give me 10 days, and I will personally deliver them to the waste elixir room. I promise they will all be high-grade elixirs. And I will also give you 10 additional ones as a token of apology. Do you really have such good intentions? Su-12 narrowed his eyes, suspiciously sizing him up. This person had changed his attitude too quickly. He felt something was off. Chapter 14. The first transaction, senior brother. What you're saying is that your strength is greater than mine. How could I have any ill intentions? 10 days later, if you don't see the elixirs, you can come to me for justice anytime. I genuinely don't have any extra elixirs right now. The servant disciple lowered his head, forcing a smile. As he spoke, his eyes darted around, revealing a glint of malice. Humph. In at most 10 days, senior brother Zhao Yu will return, and he is a chi refining stage cultivator of the second level. You took the 10 high-grade elixirs he reserved. You'll be in for it then. All right. You'd better not pull any tricks, or the consequences of angering me will be severe, Su-12 said coldly, staring at him. He could tell that this person was definitely up to no good, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After more than half a year of slaying monsters daily, he had unconsciously developed a faint aura of killing intent. His temperament was no longer that of a simple boy just out of a small mountain village. However, with so many people around, it was impossible to deal with him openly. He could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. Of course, don't worry, senior brother. The servant disciple kept smiling nervously, shivering under Su-12's gaze. This kid feels a bit terrifying. Humph, what is there to fear? No matter how powerful he is just a 12 or 13-year-old brat. Thinking about it, the servant disciple calmed down again, more firmly resolved in his plans. Su-12 no longer cared what he was plotting, leaving behind a sentence before turning and leaving. In the courtyard, Zhu Hanwei and the others looked at Su-12's back, filled with envy. If they had Su-12's strength, how could they be bullied by this servant disciple? At this moment, after sending off Su-12, the servant disciple finally breathed a sigh of relief and coldly glared at Zhu Hanwei and the others, threatening, You little brats, if anyone dares to speak of today's incident, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone shivered and hurriedly nodded, leaving the elixir pavilion in frustration. However, after witnessing Su-12's display of power, everyone felt less intimidated by the servant disciple. Did you know that person just now? Of course, We came together to the Yunj sect half a year ago. He was still a little beggar. When he arrived, he was assigned to the waste elixir room by the Peak Master, but unexpectedly, he didn't learn to read and write with the instructor. He actually started cultivating first. As they walked along the road, everyone expressed their amazement. I remember the Peak Master said that little beggar's spiritual root was very poor, and his cultivation speed was supposed to be slow. At this moment, Zhu Hanwei spoke up. Yeah, his spiritual root is so bad. If I were to cultivate, I would definitely be faster than him. A round-faced boy exclaimed proudly as he looked at the elixir in his hand, running towards their residence like the wind. Seeing this, the other children followed suit, racing off toward their homes. Soon, only Zhu Hanwei was left standing there. He didn't have a spiritual root, and his cultivation speed would definitely be slower than Su 12's. Looking back at the elixir pavilion and then at Su 12 walking along the mountain path, Zhu Hanwei hesitated for a moment, glanced down at the item in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and ran after Su 12. Wait, senior brother, wait for me. Do you need something from me? Su 12 was walking lost in thought when he heard a voice behind him. It took him a moment to realize they were calling for him. So he stopped and looked back. Senior brother, I want to buy some cultivation elixirs from you. Zhu Hanwei panted heavily, but had a bright smile on his face when he saw Su 12. Buy cultivation elixirs? Why do you think I would sell my elixirs to you? Su 12 was somewhat surprised, looking at Zhu Hanwei in astonishment. Cultivation elixirs are primarily aimed at ordinary people without cultivation. They are less effective for qi refining cultivators. Therefore, many senior brothers with cultivation would trade the elixirs they receive every year for money or other cultivation resources. Zhu Hanwei immediately smiled and explained. It turns out that this little fatty, serving as a pill servant for the Peak Master, has been exposed to quite a few things. Upon hearing this, Su 12 couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The Peiyuan pill no longer had much effect on him. If he could exchange it for something else, it wouldn't be a bad idea. With this in mind, he didn't show any signs of it, but continued to inquire. If I remember correctly, you shouldn't have a spiritual root, right? Why do you need so many Peiyuan pills? The so-called lack of a spiritual root is merely because the spiritual root is covered in dust and cannot manifest naturally. If aided by pills, there is still a chance for the spiritual root to manifest. The Peiyuan pill is one of these. However, the spiritual root that comes from using pills is usually not very strong. Therefore, no sect would waste resources on cultivation. Zhu Hanwei didn't hide it and smiled as he shared what he knew. Su 12 squinted, recalling how, after consuming a large number of top-grade Peiyuan pills, his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth indeed became clearer. He immediately knew that what Zhu Hanwei said was not false. Nodding slightly, he continued, selling you a few pills is not impossible, but what price do you intend to offer? The price of a top-grade Peiyuan pill at the trading square is 100 taels of silver each. If my senior brother is willing to sell, I'll offer 120 taels each. Zhu Hanwei's spirit was shaken, and he quickly said with a smile, Trading square? The one on Yihuan Mountain? Su 12 raised an eyebrow, recalling that it was mentioned in the sect manual. There is a Yihuan Mountain to the east of the sect, which has a trading square for disciples in the qi refinement stage to trade. That's right. Zhu Hanwei nodded eagerly and quickly said, I also have some small items I recently collected. If you are interested, we can exchange them. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small package. After opening it, a pile of miscellaneous items was revealed. Su 12 then realized that this guy wasn't as fat as he looked. He had been carrying a small package in his belly. Glancing quickly, he saw that the items included a broken knife, animal skins, animal bones, and even a few unknown books. His gaze fell on the few books, and he picked them up to flip through them. There were 3 in total, one of which was an unknown collection of notes. The other 2 were martial arts manuals for practitioners in the secular world. Seeing Su 12's attention on these 3 books, Zhu Hanwei felt secretly pleased but maintained a serious expression. Senior brother has a good eye. This collection of notes is said to have been written by a very powerful cultivator during his travels. Just acquiring this cost me a full 500 taels of silver. As for these 2 martial arts manuals, the 8 trigrams, 8 extremes fist, and the shadowless phantom steps, they are our Zhu family's ancestral manuals. Once mastered, breaking mountains and crushing rocks, and leaving no trace in the snow is no problem. Externally, these are priceless treasures. As he spoke, Zhu Hanwei's spittle flew as he began to boast. Chapter 15. 8 trigrams, 8 extremes fist and shadowless phantom steps. Su 12's experience was limited, but he wasn't foolish. He just smiled without saying anything as Zhu Hanwei went on and on. After he finished, Su 12 finally spoke. I don't know how powerful these two manuals are. But after all, they are for martial artists. They shouldn't have much value for cultivators. Zhu Hanwei's mouth twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. I can't say they're completely useless. At least in the early stages, they can still increase some strength. He knew in his heart that such martial arts manuals were not only considered worthless in the eyes of cultivators, but were also looked down upon. Otherwise, he would have sold them long ago. All this talk was merely to raise the price. How many Peiyuan pills are you planning to exchange for these 3 books? Su 12 didn't argue with him and directly asked. 8. No, 6. Zhu Hanwei opened his mouth, and seeing Su 12's expression was not quite right. He quickly changed his words. 3 pills, if you want them, we can trade right now. Su 12 stared at him for a couple of seconds, put down the 3 books, and didn't look at them again. The Peiyuan pill was plentiful for him, but he had no intention of doing charity. Such secrets could only be buried in his own stomach. Only 3. That's too few. It should be at least 5. Zhu Hanwei's mouth fell open, looking distressed as if he had suffered a great loss. As soon as he finished speaking, seeing Su 12 turn to leave, he hurriedly shouted, For pills. Senior brother. At least give me 4. Fine. This time, Su 12 didn't insist. He didn't care where Zhu Hanwei got the 3 books. For him, as long as it could broaden his knowledge and enhance his strength, paying a few Peiyuan pills was entirely worth it. Soon, Su 12 exchanged 4 top-grade Peiyuan pills for the 3 books, and then used 2 more to obtain 240 taels of silver. Before parting ways with Zhu Hanwei and continuing towards the waste pill room, Zhu Hanwei watched Su 12's departing figure, his eyes squinting with a smile. He didn't expect that a few casually acquired books could have such high value. With these few top-grade Peiyuan pills, my chances of awakening my spiritual root have increased a bit more. Grinning, he hurriedly packed away his things and ran back to his residence. Waste pill room. As soon as Su 12 returned, he began practicing based on the content of the 2 martial arts manuals. These 2 skills weren't particularly exquisite, but the power techniques and combat skills involved greatly broadened his horizons. In comparison, before, he could only say he had brute strength. To this end, he even specially made a few wooden dummies in the yard. In just 7 days, he had mastered these 2 skills. In the yard, Su 12 stepped into the phantom steps, moving with incredible agility, floating and lively, making it hard for others to grasp. From time to time, he would strike out with his fists and palms against the wooden dummies. Bang, bang, bang. As the fists and palms landed, instead of being graceful and agile, they were rather forceful and powerful. Each dummy was shattered in response. Just as another palm was about to strike a dummy, Su 12 suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His hands began to move, and true essence surged within him. In an instant, a fireball the size of a fist appeared in his palm. The fireball emitted high temperatures, and before it could be unleashed, it was pressed against the dummy with a palm. Whoosh! In the next second, a column of flame shot up. The dummy was directly burned to ashes beneath the flames. Feeling that he had consumed less than 1/10 of his true essence, Su 12's face immediately showed joy. It really works. This way, when facing those low-level demon beasts, even without traps, I can easily slay them. Since the fire control technique can be combined with this skill, what about the wind calling technique? With a turn of his eyes, Su 12 immediately stepped into the phantom steps and rushed towards the farthest wooden dummy. Wind calling. As he lifted his leg, a gust of wind blew from behind him. His body glided through the air for a moment, and as he landed, he directly leaped over the farthest dummy. The wind was strong, but the idea was feasible. Su 12 smiled broadly, as if he had discovered a new continent, and continued to practice enthusiastically. Before long, it was time for the appointment with the servant disciple from the Pill Pavilion. That afternoon, at the halfway point of Tsuowan Mountain, where the waste pill room was located, 2 figures appeared. One of them, with a face full of flesh, was the servant disciple from the Pill Pavilion. The other, a young boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old, had a handsome appearance and carried a long sword on his back, looking somewhat dashing. I really don't know how you've been cultivating all these years, that you can't even defeat a disciple who's just been in for half a year. The sword-carrying boy pouted and said irritably. The servant disciple followed beside the boy, obedient as a little chick. This really can't be blamed on me. I didn't expect that kid to be a chi refiner, and he attacked as soon as we disagreed. I even said that bottle of top-grade spirit pills was reserved by you, senior brother, but it was still snatched away. The servant disciple said with a mournful face. trying to sow discord. Humph. I want to see where a newcomer gets the guts to steal my things. The sword-carrying boy snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at the servant disciple. But the item was dropped from your hands. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The servant disciple shrank his neck and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Don't worry. Senior brother, I will definitely take responsibility for this. These 2 first-level escape light talismans were hard for me to collect." Saying this, the servant disciple took out 2 long, 3-inch by 1-inch, earthy yellow talismans from his pocket with a pained expression. The sword-carrying youth saw this and snatched the talismans, then grinned, his gaze falling on the mountain as he quickened his pace. Soon, the 2 arrived outside the abandoned pill room. "Senior brother, I'll knock on the door." Seeing the tightly locked door, the servant disciple's eyes lit up, and he was about to step forward to knock. "Knock. Humph, no need." The sword-carrying youth coldly snorted. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and a fist-sized fireball appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The fireball shot out, exploding against the door. Inside the courtyard, Su-12 was reading a book. Hearing the footsteps outside, he became alert. However, before he could react, he saw the courtyard door vanish into thin air amid the flames. Immediately, 2 figures walked in. "It's you? It seems you want to go back on your word?" Su-12 raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the servant disciple and landing on the sword-carrying youth. Such rich spiritual energy, 2nd level of chi refining. Seeing the person, Su-12 was taken aback. A cultivator's cultivation level can generally be discerned unless they intentionally conceal their aura. Of course, if the level difference is too great, a lower-level cultivator cannot perceive a higher-level one. Conversely, a higher-level cultivator can easily see through a lower-level one unless there is a special method of aura concealment. Chapter 16. Trouble knocks at the door. Senior brother, it's this kid. The pay yuan dan you wanted was snatched by him. The servant disciple didn't answer and pointed at Su-12, immediately turning to the sword-carrying youth. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. You dare to snatch my reserve pills?" The sword-carrying youth looked down at Su-12. In his eyes, this was just a first-level chi refining cultivator, a newcomer who had only joined the sect for half a year. He didn't think this person could be his opponent. Not only him, but the servant disciple also thought the same way. "What does your reserve pill have to do with me? I'm just taking what I deserve," Su-12 said coldly, secretly on guard. As soon as these 2 appeared, he knew today's matter wouldn't end well. Fortunately, although the sword-carrying youth's spiritual energy was not weak, it wasn't at an unbeatable level. Reflecting on his recent training gains, he felt he wasn't without the strength to fight back. Moreover, this was his territory. If it came down to it, he had other ways. "Deserve? Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're smart, hand over the pill and kneel down to call me grandfather 3 times, and this matter will be settled." The sword-carrying youth coldly snorted, a proud expression on his face. Before coming, he had already learned that this person was just a small character with mixed spiritual roots, without any backing in the sect. Otherwise, if it were another disciple, even if they had to fight, he wouldn't be so arrogant. "You're seeking death." Hearing this, Su-12's blood surged, and his anger flared up instantly. With a furious shout, he charged towards the other party. "Just in time. Kid, you've fallen for my trap." The sword-carrying youth smirked, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. Fire control technique. Swift. The sword-carrying youth appeared calm, raising his hand to conjure a fireball. It seemed he had aimed to provoke Su-12 from the start. In a confrontation, the most important thing is to remain calm. The fireball was fast and fierce, heading straight for Su-12. For others, at such a close distance, it would be nearly impossible to dodge. However, Su-12 had just mastered 2 skills. And feeling the high temperature radiating from the fireball, his heart instantly cooled. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, and as the fireball flew towards him, he jumped sideways several meters. Dodging the fireball, he charged forward, quickly arriving in front of the sword-carrying youth, his palm imbued with strength, striking down fiercely. "What? A martial artist?" Both the sword-carrying youth and the servant disciple exclaimed in surprise at Su-12's maneuver. Wind calling technique. Go. Compared to the servant disciple, the sword-carrying youth clearly had rich combat experience. In a critical moment, he quickly retreated while forming hand seals, sending a strong gust of wind towards Su-12. This wind was strange and fierce, even more powerful than Su-12's full-force wind calling technique. As the gale blew in, Su-12's figure swayed, causing his attack to miss. "Kid, you've only learned a few trivial skills, and you dare to show off in front of me. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be on a different level." Fire control. Wind calling. Forming seals again. This time 3 fireballs appeared in his palms. As soon as the fireballs left his hands, the sword-carrying youth unleashed another wind-calling technique. With the wind's assistance, the 3 fireballs blazed fiercely, rushing towards Su-12 at lightning speed. Su-12 didn't dare be careless, stepping into phantom steps, dodging left and right in the air, narrowly avoiding the opponent's fireball attack. At the same time, he felt a surge of fear. Had he not mastered those 2 skills, he would surely be severely injured today, if not dead. How could someone at the 2nd level of chi refining be so powerful? However, could he sustain using so many techniques at once? While dodging, Su-12 kept an eye on the sword-carrying youth's condition. As he expected, after unleashing so many techniques in one go, the sword-carrying youth showed clear signs of fatigue. How is this possible? You actually dodged my attack? Panting heavily, the sword-carrying youth's face turned ugly, his body slowly retreating. He looked like he was planning to run away after realizing he was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the servant disciple was so frightened that his legs went weak, lamenting inwardly. No way, senior brother Zhao Yu is at the 2nd level of chi refining. How could he not be this kid's opponent? 8 extremities collapse mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Su-12 shouted in a deep voice, executing the shadowless phantom step to perfection at that moment. His veins bulged, and he charged towards the sword-carrying youth like a cannonball. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed the killing move of the 8 trigrams, 8 extremities fist. At the critical moment, the sword-carrying youth suddenly smiled, looking as if his plot had succeeded. Humph, dare to come close to me? You're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword-carrying youth suddenly grasped the long sword behind him. After years of cultivation, he was not a reckless person. Seemingly mindlessly exhausting his internal energy was merely to lower his opponent's guard. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as Su-12 saw a dazzling light flash before him, and in an instant, his back bristled with sweat. A strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. Fortunately, he had been prepared. As soon as he saw the white light flash, he had already cast the wind-calling technique on himself. Tapping his toes lightly on the ground, the gust blew him upward at an angle. In a split second, he landed on the nearby wall. Just as he landed, he saw a sword light sweep past, carving a long crack into the ground. Su-12's pupils contracted as he silently rejoiced in his caution. Had he not dodged in time, that strike would have left him either dead or crippled. After executing the sword strike, the sword-carrying youth's face noticeably paled. Holding a 2-foot-long sword, he stared at Su-12, appearing calm on the surface while feeling an inexplicable shock inside. How is this possible? What technique is this? You actually dodged my lethal strike? Damn it. This kid is really just a newcomer? He had used these methods to defeat many opponents, even those at the 3rd level of chi refining, who had not fared well against him. But today, he unexpectedly suffered a setback at the hands of a little brat. On the courtyard wall, Su-12 could see at a glance that the long sword in the opponent's hand was extraordinary, which made him quite wary. But he knew very well that his cultivation was not as good as the other parties, and the true essence in his body could only support 3 uses of the technique at most. Competing in techniques, there was no chance of winning. Gritting his teeth, he jumped forward again, closing the distance to the opponent. Looking for death, the boy with the sword on his back, relying on the sword in hand, showed no fear. With the activation of his true essence, another sword aura surged forth. But in the next second, a gust of wind blew in, and Su-12 used the wind to move forward, suddenly accelerating and landing behind him. Bang! A fireball was slapped onto his back by Su-12. The scorching heat immediately burned his back. The terrifying force also sent him flying. Puffed! As soon as he landed, the boy with the sword on his back spat out blood, appearing heavily injured, and the sword in his hand also fell to the side. Su-12 was quick to react and picked up the treasured sword. As soon as he held it, he felt even more that this sword was different. But at the moment, he had no time to think more. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and he raised the sword to stab at the opponent. Although he had never killed anyone, in the past 6 months, he had fought with various ferocious beasts and demons, honing a fierce temperament. Since the opponent showed no mercy, he had no need to hold back either. As the sword light approached, the boy with the sword on his back's pupils constricted, his eyes wide with fury. Kid, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Saying this, the boy with the sword on his back gritted his teeth, producing a yellow talisman in his hand, which was a level 1 escape talisman. Infusing his true essence into it, a yellow light enveloped him. Before Su-12 could react, the yellow light flashed, and the boy with the sword on his back disappeared without a trace. Chapter 17. Tempering the Treasured Sword. A talisman? Su-12 had seen the introduction to talismans in the sect manual and was slightly taken aback before realizing what was happening. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the nearby servant disciple. The servant disciple was already scared stiff, sitting on the ground. Seeing Su-12's sharp gaze sweep over, he quickly produced a level 1 escape talisman as well, even before Su-12 could speak. The talisman was activated, and in the next second, the servant disciple also vanished without a trace. Su-12 frowned, but didn't pursue. The sect rules strictly prohibited internecine strife among disciples. This abandoned pill room was remote and quiet, so fighting here was undetected. However, if he chased them out, he could easily encounter others. Forget it. I'll deal with it next time. After this incident, they probably wouldn't come back for a while. It's a pity about my 30 high-grade cultivating essence pills. However, this sword is not bad. It seems to be a low-grade magical artifact recorded in books. I wonder how much it's worth. Even if it's not as good as those cultivating essence pills, it shouldn't be too shabby. Muttering to himself, Su-12 looked down at the treasured sword in his hand. This 2-foot-long sword was entirely dark blue, and he didn't know what material it was made of. The hilt was engraved with 2 small characters, white mist. The blade shimmered with a cold light, indicating its sharpness. In terms of appearance and quality, it was undoubtedly a low-grade magical artifact. Magical artifacts are treasures used by cultivators, and only the unique true essence of cultivators can activate them. Above magical artifacts, there are spiritual tools, magic treasures, etc., but those are too far removed for a chi refining stage cultivator. Both magical artifacts and spiritual tools are graded as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Su-12 recalled the introduction from the sect manual and tried to channel a trace of true essence into it. Upon receiving the infusion of true essence, the long sword trembled slightly, and the blade emitted a bright light. Su-12 was suddenly inspired and swung the sword. Bang! An invisible sword aura shot out, leaving a prominent scratch on the ground. Not bad, not bad. It really is a good sword. With this treasured sword, my attack power can increase significantly. Experiencing the power of a low-grade magical artifact, Su-12's heart was filled with joy. The frustration of losing the cultivating essence pills was swept away at that moment. Returning to his room, Su-12 sat cross-legged on the bed, took out a medicine bottle, and saw the empty bottle, realizing that the gathering chi pills he had refined last time had all been used up. He then took out a bottle of gathering chi pill waste and a mysterious pill furnace from the side. Just as he was about to throw the waste pills into it, his gaze fell on the mysterious pill furnace. And Su-12 suddenly thought of the scene when he activated the low-grade magical artifact. This pill furnace must be a treasure. I wonder what would happen if I infused true essence into it. With a glint in his eyes, Su-12 held the mysterious pill furnace in his hand and began to channel true essence. As soon as the true essence touched the mysterious pill furnace, Su-12's expression changed. In an instant, he felt a strong emerge, and his true essence flowed away at an astonishing speed, making him feel as if he were being hollowed out. This sensation reminded him of the first time he activated the fire control technique. Fortunately, this state only lasted a moment. After his true essence was exhausted, the pill furnace slipped from his hands. In the moment it fell, the furnace's size doubled, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to about 2 feet wide. Su-12 tilted his head, examining the pill furnace before him. In his eyes, aside from its larger size, it looked no different from usual. It was still ancient, worn out, with no sign of energy flowing. If he hadn't seen the pill furnace grow larger with his own eyes, he would have thought it had always been like this. It just got bigger? Or does it have other functions? However, with such a large size, it can hold quite a bit. I just don't know if this pill furnace can temper other things. Su-12 muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the long sword beside him. Should I give it a try? With a twitch of his eyelid, he placed the flying sword into the enlarged pill furnace. As soon as the flying sword entered, it was enveloped in a layer of blue light. The next second, the flying sword's size rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it became only a little over a foot long. Su-12 was startled, about to take out the flying sword, but upon closer inspection, he was overjoyed. In such a short time, the flying sword had actually become a high-grade magical artifact. What if I continue to temper it? Su-12's eyes brightened, and he stared at the pill furnace without blinking. However, After becoming a high-grade magical artifact, the treasured sword showed no further changes. Instead, a few minutes later, the pill furnace began to shrink. Seeing this, Su-12 hurriedly took out the flying sword. After putting the pill furnace, which had returned to its original size, back into his pocket, his gaze fell on the flying sword. Is it only possible to temper it to the level of a high-grade magical artifact? Does that mean this flying sword's potential can only reach this extent? After observing for a moment, Su-12 came to a conclusion that he considered relatively reliable. Smiling, he put the flying sword away and continued his cultivation. At the same time, at the foot of Tsuwan Mountain, two figures were huddled together. Upon seeing the servant disciple, the boy with the sword on his back, who had lost his sword, immediately began to punch and kick him. Fatty Huang, is this the so-called useless waste you mentioned? Mixed spirit root? Easy to deal with. The more the boy with the sword on his back spoke, the angrier he became, and the harder he struck. The servant disciple lay on the ground, quickly getting beaten into a swollen mess. Brother Zhao Yu, spare me. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. The servant disciple held his head, feeling immensely wronged. In his view, Zhao Yu, a second-level qi refining cultivator, couldn't defeat a first-level qi refining cultivator. So what did that have to do with him? Spare you? That white mist sword is a low-grade magical artifact, and I spent a full 50 high-grade cultivating essence pills to exchange for it. How can I spare you? Zhao Yu stomped on Fatty Huang's body, gritting his teeth in anger. His eyes were filled with a killing intent that seemed to choose its victim. Fatty Huang was startled, shivering, and quickly shouted, "Brother, don't be anxious. There is something strange about this." Zhao Yu coldly stared at Fatty Huang. What is strange? That kid must be a mixed spirit root. This is something the Peak Master personally confirmed, so it can't be wrong. Otherwise, the Peak Master wouldn't have sent him to guard the abandoned pill room. But he was able to cultivate to the first level of qi refining in such a short time and possess such strength. I suspect he must have some rare treasure. Fatty Huang's eyes turned, quickly saying, "Rare treasure?" Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled. Exactly. Otherwise, how could a waste with a mixed spiritual root be so powerful? We might as well find a few more people and quietly take care of him. Then, the treasures will be ours, right? The fat man Huang nodded repeatedly, his gaze turning cold as he raised his hand to make a beheading gesture. Your speculation does have some reason behind it. However, this matter should not be publicized for now. Everything will be discussed when I return. Zhao Yu's eyes shifted, and he lifted his leg to release Huang. When it comes to rare treasures, he certainly didn't want to easily give them to others. Senior brother, are you leaving? Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked. That's right. Elder Song from the transmission hall has gathered 20 disciples for focused training of this batch of new recruits. I have to report early tomorrow morning. I am one of them, Zhao Yu said, squinting his eyes, a bit smug. Focused training for the new recruits? Our previous miscellaneous disciples weren't allowed to participate, right? Huang was taken aback, somewhat confused. I don't know the specifics either, I just know the rules have changed this year. In addition to the new recruits, previously eliminated miscellaneous disciples can also sign up to participate. As long as they complete the trial, they can also gain the identity of an official disciple. Zhao Yu explained impatiently. I see. Congratulations, senior brother. With your potential, after focused training, your strength will definitely skyrocket. The pressure on this batch of new recruits will be great. Huang hurriedly clasped his hands and smiled. Hearing this news, he was also excited. Although his strength was poor, there were still a few years before the new recruit trial, and according to Zhao Yu, he actually had a chance to complete the trial and become an official disciple. All right, no need for congratulations. You should sign up too. When the trial starts, I'll call my older brother Zhao Yan along, Zhao Yu said, pouting. Senior brother Zhao Yan? He's the strongest among our miscellaneous disciples. If he participates, it will definitely be foolproof. But to make a move during the new recruit trial, Huang's spirit was shaken, and he immediately asked, That's right. Elder Song's training will only end when the new recruit trial begins. Besides, what place is more suitable for making a move than the new recruit trial? Zhao Yu's gaze turned cold, and after speaking, he turned and left. Chapter 18. Trading Talismans in the Ruined Pill Room. Su-12 had no idea that he had not been discovered by the black-clad man, but was instead being targeted by other fellow disciples. A conspiracy against him was unfolding in the dark. After repelling the two miscellaneous disciples, he continued to cultivate hard in the ruined pill room. Besides receiving discarded pills sent by disciples from various peaks every month, he hardly went out. Occasionally, when a demon beast intruded into his territory, Relying on two forms of secular martial arts and having top-grade magical artifacts in hand, he could easily slay them. Time flew by, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. On that clear morning, on Ihuan Mountain, a lean youth of 16 or 17 years, with suntanned skin, dressed in the disciple robes of the Cloud Song sect, was slowly walking towards the trading square at the mountain's top. The square was square-shaped, covering more than 10 acres. It was divided into 4 main streets in a pattern with 9 areas. Each area was further divided into a cross pattern. The paths crisscrossed, lined with various stalls set up by cultivators. Regardless of whether they were setting up stalls or browsing, everyone was dressed in disciple robes. The place was bustling with activity. Quite lively. The youth mixed in with the crowd, carrying a sword bag made of animal skin on his back. He had a common face, looking ordinary and unremarkable. He glanced around casually, but was not in a hurry to buy anything. This youth was Su 12, who had been cultivating hard in the ruined pill room of Zhuangwan Mountain for 4 years. With the help of a large number of top-grade qi-gathering pills, his cultivation level continuously improved. A day ago, after persistent refining of his qi, the true essence in his body finally grew to the size of a fist, successfully stepping into the threshold of the 4th level of qi refining. Such a cultivation speed was enough to rival that of a small genius. At this point, with less than half a year left until the new recruit trial, he believed it was impossible to break through to the 5th level of qi refining in such a short time. After careful consideration, he decided to come to the trading square to buy some items to enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming new recruit trial. After walking around, Su 12 did not buy anything but gained a general understanding of the trading square. The items sold in the square were a hodgepodge, including herbs, iron stones, animal skins and bones, pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and martial arts techniques. The currency used for trading was also not fixed, with the most common being qi-gathering pills, followed by gold and silver treasures, and occasionally some direct exchanges of goods. As Su 12 walked, he was quite amazed and envious. Among them, he spotted a seemingly inconspicuous stall that had a talisman identical to the one used by the sword-carrying boy who had fled 4 years ago. A level 1 low-grade escape talisman, 3 top-grade qi-gathering pills. Su 12 took a longer look but did not trade. Just as he was walking, he suddenly stopped, his gaze landing on a stall not far away. That stall was surrounded by 5 or 6 cultivators, with many good items displayed, including several talismans, blank talisman papers, and about 10 books related to talismans. What drew everyone's attention was a sandalwood box in the center, which contained a talisman emitting a faint yellow-brown light. On a small wooden board beside it, a line of large characters was written, Level 1 Top-Grade Defense Talisman, 3 Low-Grade Qi-Gathering Pills. Below it were a few lines of smaller characters, Level 1 Low-Grade Spirit Talisman, 3 Top-Grade Qi-Gathering Pills. Level 1 Middle-Grade Spirit Talisman, 10 Top-Grade Qi-Gathering Pills. Talisman Books, 50 Qi-Gathering Pills each. A Level 1 Top-Grade Defense Talisman? Su 12's pupils constricted. After wandering for so long, the most he had seen were Level 1 Middle-Grade Talismans. This was the first time he had seen a top-grade talisman, and it was the most precious defense talisman among offensive and defensive talismans. His eyes turned, and he couldn't help but examine it closely. He could clearly feel the rich yellow-brown spiritual energy surrounding this talisman, giving one a sense of weighty solidity. The spiritual power contained within it made his heart race. It was far beyond what an ordinary spirit talisman could compare to. Indeed, one does not know the vastness of the world until they step outside. Once this talisman is activated, let alone me, even those at the 7th or 8th level of qi refining might not be able to shatter it. Su 12's eyes burned with desire, and he was secretly shocked. Just then, among the onlookers, a handsome young man wearing a headscarf and holding a sword spoke up. I offer 300 top-grade qi-gathering pills for this level 1 top-grade defense talisman. Do you sell it? Not for sale. This top-grade defense talisman, I will only exchange for qi-gathering pills. The stall owner, a 20-something female cultivator dressed in a yellow long dress, shook her head without hesitation. 400 top-grade qi-gathering pills. Sister Chu, a low-grade qi-gathering pill is worth at most 100 qi-gathering pills. You would make a huge profit at this price, the young man in the headscarf continued. The female cultivator named Chu rolled her eyes, raising her delicate fingers. You can forget it. Low-grade qi-gathering pills are hard to come by. If you really want it, bring qi-gathering pills to exchange. The young man in the headscarf pouted, looking frustrated, and turned to leave. The other few people, seeing this, also shook their heads and dispersed. The highest cultivation among them was only that young man in the headscarf, at the 5th level of chi refining. It was impossible for them to have chi-gathering pills, and even if they did, they would use them for their own cultivation, and no one would easily exchange them. Soon, the stall was empty. Seeing this, Su 12 hesitated for a moment, looked around to ensure no one was paying attention, and then walked up. Boss, about this level 1 top-grade defense talisman. Before Su 12 could finish, the female cultivator named Chu glanced at him and coldly said, Brother, I will only exchange this level 1 top-grade defense talisman for chi-gathering pills. I know, how about this? Su 12 nodded and took out a medicinal vial from his pocket to hand it to her. The female cultivator Chu frowned, casually opening the vial. Su 12 looked plain and unremarkable, completely unlike a wealthy person. Chu had little hope for Su 12. As soon as the medicine was opened, a smooth, reddish-colored chi-gathering pill lay inside the bottle. Her pupils constricted, and she immediately exclaimed, Mid-grade chi-gathering pill. Halfway through her exclamation, she swallowed the rest of her words. Her gaze scrutinized Su 12, and the fiery excitement in her eyes was quickly suppressed as she smiled sweetly. Big brother, this pill of yours is not bad, but a mid-grade chi-gathering pill is worth at most 2 low-grade chi-gathering pills. How about this? Take out another one, and I will give you an extra 15 first-level mid-grade talismans. What do you think? I only have 1 chi-gathering pill, and you should know that these pills are priceless. Swapping a mid-grade chi-gathering pill for your talismans isn't a loss. Su 12 decisively shook his head and said. His peripheral vision quickly scanned the other items on the stall. Whether it was the other talismans or the few books, they all made his heart race. But he was clear that taking out this 1 chi-gathering pill was already a risk, and there was no way he could take out another one. Really only one. The female cultivator with the surname Chu assessed Su 12, playfully threw him a flirtatious glance, and her captivating gaze almost made Su 12 lose his composure. Of course, if you don't want to trade, just pretend I didn't say anything. Su 12 firmly insisted, reaching out to grab his chi-gathering pill. If possible, he didn't want to use a mid-grade chi-gathering pill for trading. It would attract too much attention. But there was no choice. That mysterious alchemy furnace was too powerful. And when he put a waste chi-gathering pill in, it would be refined into a top-grade chi-gathering pill in just a few breaths. He had tried no less than 20 times before successfully refining 2. Chapter 19. Being tracked. Don't be in such a hurry. I didn't say I wouldn't trade. I'll take the pill, and this talisman is yours. But big brother, you really know how to do business. The female cultivator with the surname Chu swayed her waist and tucked the porcelain bottle into her bosom. Then, she reached out to pick up a first-level top-grade defensive talisman from the stall and handed it to Su 12. As she handed it over, her fingers lightly brushed against the palm of Su 12's hand. Big brother, take a look. Is there anything else you want? You can buy some more to take home. Su 12 felt a tingle in his palm, as if he had been electrocuted, and his face flushed red. He had never been close to women, and the woman before him was so enchanting. Not embarrassing himself on the spot was already a sign of great self-control. The next moment, he took a deep breath, trying to calm his rapidly beating heart. His gaze fell on the items at her stall, and after some thought, he picked out 24 first-level mid-grade talismans and 2 introductory books on talisman making. How much for these? 10 first-level mid-grade talismans for 1 Peiyuan pill. And these 2 books are 50 Peiyuan pills each. A total of 340 Peiyuan pills. The female cultivator with the surname Chu quickly replied, her gaze occasionally sweeping over Su 12. Sister, I'm buying so many things from you. Can you give me a discount? How about 300 Peiyuan pills? Su 12 scratched his head and smiled as he tried to negotiate. You bought the top-grade talisman. Does it really matter to me? The female cultivator with the surname Chu replied with a smile. How can it not matter? I only have this much left. Su 12 shrank his neck, looking honest and simple. All right, 300 it is. The female cultivator with the surname Chu smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. Su 12 paid for the pills without hesitation, tucked his items away, and turned to leave. Having acquired these items, he considered his trip quite fruitful. At this moment, he still had some Peiyuan pills left and wanted to look for books on cultivation techniques. Just as Su 12 walked away, the young man in the blue scarf who had been holding a sword rushed over. Seeing the empty sandalwood box, the young man frowned and quickly asked the female cultivator with the surname Chu, Sister Chu, where is that first-level top-grade defensive talisman? It's been sold. The female cultivator with the surname Chu said casually, her gaze still on Su-12 and the crowd. Huh. Did a brother or sister of the 6th layer of Qi refining come? The young man frowned slightly, his expression somewhat annoyed. No, it's a 4th layer Qi refining junior brother. The female cultivator with the surname Chu waved her hand and said immediately, Sister Chu, you wouldn't be lying to me, right? A 4th layer Qi refining junior brother can take out Qi gathering pills? 3 of them. The young man looked astonished. Why would I lie to you? Just take a look. The female cultivator with the surname Chu smiled broadly and opened the porcelain bottle, showing it to the young man. What? Mid-grade Qi gathering pill? The young man was taken aback. That junior brother must have quite a few Qi gathering pills on him. The female cultivator with the surname Chu said with a hint of a smile. Are you sure? The young man seemed somewhat skeptical. Humph. What is there to be unsure about? The female cultivator with the surname Chu raised her hand, and another medicine bottle appeared in her hand. Inside the bottle was another mid-grade Qi gathering pill. If Su-12 were here, he would surely gasp in surprise. This mid-grade Qi gathering pill was the other one he had prepared as a backup. It seemed that Sister Chu's empty-handed skill was getting more impressive. Seeing the 2 mid-grade Qi gathering pills, the young man's expression changed slightly, and his breathing became rapid. He then whispered, stepping back a little, Sister Chu, which junior brother bought the talismans? What do you want? Don't forget, the sect rules strictly prohibit disciples from fighting among themselves. The female cultivator with the surname Chu said sternly. Sister Chu, what do you mean? I just want to get to know that junior brother. The young man quickly laughed awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before biting his teeth and taking out a low-grade Qi gathering pill from his bosom, handing it to her. Is that so? Then that's fine. The one over there, the one with the beast skin sword bag. The female cultivator with the surname Chu, upon seeing the Qi gathering pill, narrowed her eyes and took the pill without changing her expression, pointing at Su-12 and the crowd not far away. Thank you, Sister Chu. The young man showed a delighted expression, thanked her, and turned to follow Su-12 from a distance. Behind the stall, the female cultivator with the surname Chu rolled her eyes, packed up all the items on the stall, and patted her waist, making everything disappear. Then, she hurriedly walked in the opposite direction. Su-12 walked leisurely through the crowd, completely unaware that another mid-grade Qi gathering pill had slipped from him. He looked left and right, wandering around for a full hour. During this time, he also saw many rare treasures. Among them, there was a cultivator selling low-grade spatial-type magical tools, storage bags. The storage bags had 10 square storage spaces, comparable to a small room, incredibly magical. Of course, the price was not cheap, marked at 20 low-grade Qi gathering pills. Su-12's eyes lit up. If he could have a storage bag, it would be much more convenient to carry things. However, he also understood that if he really bought one, it would definitely invite trouble for himself. In the end, he spent the last 100 Peiyuan pills he had left on 2 books from an old man. One was a travelogue written by a cultivator named Qingzhu Jinren, which wasn't worth much. The other book recorded 3 minor techniques: rain summoning technique, object manipulation technique, and heavenly eye technique. The seller asked for 120 upper-grade Peiyuan pills, and after a long negotiation, Su-12 finally got it for 100 Peiyuan pills. After packing all his items, Su-12 hurriedly left. In less than an hour, he arrived at the foot of Tsuwan Mountain. However, as he walked, he began to frown, feeling a vague sense of unease. Am I being followed? By whom? Su-12 squinted his eyes, quickly thinking but not looking back. Instead, he changed direction calmly and walked towards the other side of Tsuwan Mountain, the place where he often hunted monster beasts. After a stick of incense, Su-12 passed by a towering tree, and as he did, the grass on the ground shifted, and a large net woven from hemp suddenly rose, seemingly trapping something. He quickly turned back to look, only to see a figure of a young man in a blue scarf, holding a sword, appearing in the net amid a burst of energy fluctuations. On his shoulder, a first-level low-grade invisibility talisman was turning to ash and dissipating. It's him. His pupils suddenly constricted, looking somewhat surprised. He thought it might be that female cultivator with the surname Chu, or perhaps the old man who sold his 2 books in the end. But he never expected that it would be this person. In the net, the young man in a silk scarf was struggling with a frustrated expression. You little brat. How dare you set me up? Let me go? Or once I get out, I'll make sure to kill you. Su-12 heard this and said nothing, turning around and running away. He was joking. This was a master at the 5th level of Qi refining. He didn't believe that an ordinary trap could hold his opponent. If there were no ghosts involved, that would be strange. He fought wits and courage against demon beasts every day, and his combat experience was quite rich. Chapter 20. A fierce battle, huh? This kid actually isn't falling for it. Seeing Su 12 not only not come over, but also run away without hesitation. The young man in the silk scarf's eyes twitched, and a surge of energy was released from his body. Crack! Under the impact of the energy, the trap turned to powder. Before he could land on the ground, a gust of wind appeared, lifting him up and carrying him forward at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Su 12. Kid, I want to see where you can run to today. The young man in the silk scarf had a gloomy face, following closely behind Su 12, forming hand seals. Bind technique. Go. Accompanied by his voice. A rustling sound was heard. 5 or 6 vines, like swimming snakes, quickly spread across the ground. Su 12 was caught off guard and was tripped by 2 vines. His center of gravity lost. He leaned forward and was about to fall. Not good. Fortunately, he had some martial arts skills. He twisted his waist and performed a sideways flip to stabilize himself. However, as soon as he landed, the vines quickly wrapped around his ankles, and in the blink of an eye, he was tied up like a big zongzi. Senior brother, what do you mean by this? We have no grievances between us, right? Su 12 secretly circulated his energy, sticking out his head to assess the approaching young man in the silk scarf. Indeed, there was no hatred, but what did it mean for you to set a trap to harm me? The young man in the silk scarf held his sword with both hands and walked over with a cold smile. Senior brother, you're wronging me. This is my first time here. How could I set a trap to harm you? Su 12 smiled and said, Is that so? Then why did you run when I was trapped? The young man in the silk scarf's face darkened, his icy gaze scrutinizing Su 12. Senior brother, are you joking? That little trap could never hold you. I ran because I suddenly remembered I had urgent business to attend to. The sect manual clearly states that disciples are strictly prohibited from fighting each other and killing one another. Su 12 said with a smile. Breaking free from the vines was not difficult for him. But this person had followed him all the way here, clearly not coming with good intentions. He wanted to know even more why the other party had come. Sect rules? Humph. I don't have time to waste with you. If you want to live, hand over all your chi-gathering pills. The young man in the silk scarf said indifferently, his fierce eyes fixed on Su 12. Here for chi-gathering pills? Su 12's heart sank, and the image of that female cultivator with the surname Chu flashed in his mind. He knew this matter was definitely related to that female cultivator. Senior brother, you've got the wrong person. Chi-gathering pills are only possessed by those above the 6th level of chi refining. How could a rookie like me at the 4th level have any? Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, not intending to admit it just like that. Is that so? Since that's the case, then you have no need to live. The young man in the silk scarf's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent burst forth. He formed hand seals, and the air around him began to surge with true energy. Suddenly, the temperature in the area soared, and a fire crow the size of a head appeared in front of him. Don't be impulsive. I really have a bottle of chi-gathering pills. As long as you let me go, I'll hand them over right now. Su 12 hurriedly said, looking at the other party, secretly alarmed. This fire crow was much stronger than the fireball he summoned using his fire control technique. He understood that the gap in strength between him and the other party was too great, and to defeat the enemy, he had to take risks. Humph. You'd better not play tricks on me. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. The young man in the silk scarf snorted coldly, one hand controlling the fire crow to keep an eye on Su 12, while the other cast a spell to loosen some of the vines on Su 12. He was confident in his strong magic power and was not afraid of Su 12 pulling tricks. The chi-gathering pills are in this bottle. Senior brother, please accept it. Su 12's hands were freed, and he decisively pulled out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and tossed it over. Inside this porcelain bottle, there were no pills. It had been pre-filled with a first-level medium-grade fire explosion talisman. He had made no fewer than 5 such porcelain bottles for emergencies. The young man in the silk scarf caught the porcelain bottle and was about to lower his head to check, when suddenly a gust of wind rushed past his ear. Wind call. Go. The moment Su 12 threw the porcelain bottle, he raised an eyebrow and immediately activated a wind call technique. A fierce wind howled, directly blowing towards the fire crow hovering in front of the young man in the silk scarf. The flames were drawn back by the wind and rushed towards the young man who was casting spells. Humph. Seeking death. The young man in the silk scarf had been wary of Su 12, and upon seeing this, he coldly laughed and threw out a rain condensation talisman. A flash of water blue light appeared, and then a rain fell from the sky, just in time to extinguish the approaching flames, easily resolving Su-12's ambush. His eyes flashed with cold light as he prepared to continue attacking. But at that moment, a violent energy gathered in his palm. Not good. Is it a fire explosion talisman? The young man in the silk scarf's expression changed. He finally realized that the porcelain bottle in his hand contained not chi-gathering pills, but a fire explosion talisman. Despite all his precautions, when Su-12 took the opportunity to launch an attack, he focused all his attention on Su-12 and failed to notice this trick waiting for him. Without having time to think, he hurriedly tried to throw away the porcelain bottle. At such a close distance, even a medium-grade talisman would be able to cause him considerable harm. But it was too late. The porcelain bottle exploded the moment it left his hand. Boom. A burst of flames shot into the sky, directly engulfing him. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. The flames burned fiercely, igniting the dry branches and leaves on the ground, turning into a sea of fire, from which the young man in the silk scarf's mournful screams could be heard. He had been severely tricked by Su-12 this time. Got it. Su-12's face showed joy, his pupils constricted, and a fire crow appeared in his palm, striking the vines, binding his legs. The vines ignited upon contact with fire. In the next second, he broke free from the restraints, his gaze hardened, and he decisively activated the shadowless phantom step, raising his 8th-level Bagua fist to strike at his opponent, taking advantage of his illness to seize his life. Su-12 understood this principle well. Not good. But just as he rushed toward his opponent, he felt a crisis descending. The next second, amidst the flames, the furious roar of the young man in the silk scarf echoed. Kid, do you think you can seriously injure me with just a fire explosion talisman? Today, let me give you a lesson so you know how unwise it is to go against a sword cultivator. Su-12's pupils shrank sharply, his expression changing instantly. But before he could react, 2 beams of sword light intertwined into a cross, shooting out from the flames. The sword light was swift and fierce, exuding a sharp, killing intent, capable of claiming souls. Su-12's heart screamed that it was bad, but at such a close distance, there was no time to dodge. He silently lamented, but his hands did not slow down at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively reached into his bosom. A first-level top-grade defense talisman would be enough to withstand such an attack. But when the talisman was taken out, his expression changed again. The talisman in his hand was not a first-level top-grade defense talisman, but clearly just an ordinary first-level medium-grade defense talisman. Chapter 21. Turning the tables tricked? Damn it. It's over. Su-12's breathing stalled, and his heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He couldn't figure out when he had been switched. But he also knew that this was not the time to get entangled in such thoughts. Fortunately, this was still a defense talisman. Without thinking much, he hurriedly infused it with true energy. In the next moment, the earth trembled, and the soil and stones on the ground surged, forming a defensive shield. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his toes, using the shadowless step in conjunction with the wind-calling technique to forcibly pull his body backward and upward. As he retreated, he threw out 3 additional defensive talismans just in case. For defensive talismans transformed into 4 overlapping earthen shields. Even so, Su-12 still felt uneasy. But just as he was about to throw out more defensive talismans, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 2 sword lights shot past. In front of the sword lights, the 4 earthen shields seemed as flimsy as paper. The sword lights easily pierced through the defensive shields, hitting Su-12 squarely. Hiss! As the sword light cut through, a shallow cross-shaped sword mark appeared on his chest. Blood flowed from his body, and the pain made Su-12 gasp. This was careless. A guy at the 5th level of chi refining is indeed not easy to deal with. If it weren't for the 4 defensive talismans, which alleviated most of the attack, he would have been shattered into pieces by those 2 sword lights. Su-12, still shaken, landed on a towering tree and quickly took out 3 small healing elixirs, crushing them and sprinkling the powder onto his wounds. The small healing elixirs are healing medicines that can be taken internally or applied externally. At this moment, amidst the flames, the young man in the azure headscarf stepped out. His body was covered with a faint blood-red, eerie light shield, and his face and body were marked with many cuts and burn scars from shattered porcelain vials. He held a 2-foot-long sword of white smoke color and exhaled a breath of foul air, cursing inwardly. This damned bastard is so insidious. If it weren't for me having just cultivated the bloodlight shield the other day, this time, I would either be dead or lose half my life. Staring at Su-12, the young man in the azure headscarf was furious, his face twisted. Very good. It seems you really bought quite a few talismans. Then let me see how many talismans you have to use. Gale Slash. The young man in the azure headscarf smirked cruelly, pouring his true essence into the sword. And with a sweep of the flying sword, four sword lights shot out, intertwining into a cross shape, exuding a fierce aura. Four sword lights? This is too unfair. Su 12 couldn't help but gasp. He knew that these four sword lights were not to be underestimated. He absolutely could not get hit again. Faced with the incoming four sword lights, he took a deep breath and leaped into the air. A whirlwind appeared simultaneously, lifting him higher. Then, as the sword lights cut through, the towering tree, over 10 meters high, was shattered into pieces by the strike. In midair, Su 12 watched in horror. Is this the attack method of a sword cultivator? It's too frightening. The power is immense and completely unaffected by the wind-calling technique and other spells. No, simply dodging like this is not a solution. I don't have many defensive talismans left, and using this level of technique consumes true essence too quickly. I must settle this quickly. After hesitating for a moment, Su 12 steeled his gaze, hid all his attack talismans in his sleeve, and dove toward the opponent using the wind. In the air, he constantly changed his shape with the wind, giving the opponent no chance to attack, and soon appeared in front of the opponent. 8 Extremes Mountain Crumble. As he closed in, he suddenly shouted and decisively activated the 8 trigrams 8 Extremes Fist, smashing down towards the opponent. A martial artist's technique? What an overconfident guy. Do you really think I don't know your intentions? With those garbage talismans. Do you think you can break my bloodlight shield? Dare to come close to me? Go to the Yellow Springs. Facing Su 12's attack, the young man in the azure headscarf scoffed, holding his sword and unceremoniously exposing Su 12's intentions. At such a close distance, he didn't believe Su 12 could dodge. As for the so-called talisman attack, even if it could break his bloodlight shield, he was confident he could withstand it. Whoosh. But at the moment of engagement, Su 12 did not throw out the attack talismans. Instead, he produced a 1-foot-long sword in his hand. It was the white mist sword he had obtained 4 years ago, long hidden in his sword pouch. So there was another flying sword hidden? Unfortunately, do you think you have a chance against a sword cultivator? Seeing Su 12 suddenly produce a 1-foot flying sword, the young man in the azure headscarf was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. As a sword cultivator, he was confident in his swordsmanship. Moreover, his cultivation was originally stronger than the person in front of him. However, just to be safe, he still stuck a few defensive talismans on himself. Then, with the flying sword in hand, he gracefully twirled it and swept it aside, clanging, easily blocking the sword strike from Su 12. Seeing this scene, he finally relaxed completely. It was so easily blocked. This kid's swordsmanship is really terrible. It seems he truly has no tricks left. With this thought, the young man in the azure headscarf immediately poured his true essence into the sword, preparing to finish the fight in one go. But just then, crack! His treasured sword shattered on the spot. The true essence within him had nowhere to go. What? You? This is actually a high-grade magic weapon. How is that possible? The young man in the azure headscarf finally reacted, his heart trembling, and he exclaimed in shock. Before he could finish speaking, he realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. But Su 12's sword showed no mercy, as it severed the opponent's flying sword. It continued to slash down. He didn't have the same exquisite swordsmanship as the opponent. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In front of a high-grade magic weapon, even if the young man in the azure headscarf's bloodlight shield was incredibly resilient, it would be hard to withstand. The sword light flashed by, a spray of blood erupted, and an arm was sent flying. Uft! Ah! The young man in the azure headscarf fell into a pool of blood, unable to help but let out a shriek of pain. At this moment, he felt an immense regret. If he had known Su 12 had a high-grade magic weapon, he would never have let the opponent get so close so easily. The originally advantageous position had been reversed in an instant. Now that his arm was severed, his injuries were severe, and his combat power had taken a significant hit. In contrast, Su 12, having scored a hit with his sword, showed no hesitation, immediately channeling his true essence into the white mist sword. The white mist sword trembled slightly. Its glow intensified, and a sharp sword light shot out, heading straight for the neck of the young man in the azure headscarf. Although he had seriously injured the opponent with one sword, he dared not be the slightest bit careless. After all, this was a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refining, who knew if he had other hidden cards. Ever since 4 years ago, when he was nearly killed by that fierce tiger's counterattack, he had become especially cautious in his actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed this guy following him from the very beginning. Chapter 22, Secrets of the Trial. Seeing the sword light approaching, the young man in the azure headscarf's face changed instantly. Not caring about his bleeding wounds, he hurriedly concentrated all his true essence at his chest. In a life-and-death moment, a tortoise-patterned round shield rose at his chest, and when the sword light struck, a narrow crack instantly appeared on the shield. But it was enough to block this fatal strike. He really has hidden cards. Su-12 raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure as he distanced himself from the opponent while continuing to channel the white mist sword. Since he was going all out, he would go to the end. The young man in the azure headscarf, lying on the ground, was terrified and felt as if his gallbladder had split. His arm was severed, and many of his techniques could not be used for the time being. This tortoise-patterned shield was his last line of defense. However, the tortoise-patterned shield was only a medium-grade magic weapon and could not hold out for long. As the sword light approached, the young man in the azure headscarf shouted loudly, "Don't attack yet. I know the secret about this newcomer trial. If you kill me, you will definitely regret it." Newcomer trial? Hearing this term, Su-12 was slightly taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the opponent and swiftly struck out 3 swords. 3 sword lights fell, severing the tendons in the opponent's hands and feet. The young man in the azure headscarf fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Su-12. "Speak. If your information does not satisfy me, the next sword will take your life." Su-12 raised the white mist sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. A defensive talisman was firmly held in his hand, ready to be thrown at any moment. "I can agree, but you must let me leave alive," the young man in the silk cap said through gritted teeth. Seeing Su-12 act so decisively, he realized he had encountered a ruthless opponent. His hands and feet were still moving, and he still had a chance to launch a sneak attack. But now that opportunity seemed slim. At this moment, all he wanted was to leave alive. "Not a problem," Su-12 replied without hesitation. The young man in the silk cap hesitated for a moment. Su-12's quick agreement made him feel even more uncertain. But he also understood that he had no choice now. Taking a deep breath, he quickly gathered his true energy to stabilize his injuries and said, "Do you know why this year's rookie trial allows even the outer disciples who previously failed the assessment to participate?" Outer disciples who previously failed the assessment can participate? Su-12 frowned slightly. He certainly did not know this. But just this news made him aware of the existing danger. It was important to note that outer disciples who had failed the assessment after years of cultivation might not have high cultivation levels, but their strength would definitely not be too weak. Regardless of what the trial content was, once there was a conflict between new and old disciples, the one in trouble would definitely be the newcomer. Suppressing this doubt in his heart, Su-12 said sternly, "I'm not interested in answering your questions. You'd better be straightforward. Otherwise, I'm not sure your injuries will allow you to leave alive." The young man in the silk cap glared at Su-12 with hatred and continued. "The reason for such a rule this time is because 10 years ago, the master of Tianyin Peak accidentally located an ancient forbidden zone while researching an ancient teleportation array. That forbidden zone contains rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, along with a large number of rare materials, including medicinal herbs that have grown for hundreds or even thousands of years. To explore this ancient forbidden zone, the sect revised the rules for the rookie trial." Su-12 listened intently, his eyes fixed on the other man, afraid he might try to pull a fast one. Hearing this, he frowned and said lightly, "Ancient forbidden zone? With abundant rare materials? If such a place truly exists, would the sect let us go there?" He expressed his doubts plainly. Although he had been diligently cultivating these past few years, he had also managed to read quite a few books. While his knowledge was not extensive, he still had basic common sense. Rare materials were something every cultivator desired. This was not just about whether the sect was willing. The ancient forbidden zone was filled with ancient formations, and the more powerful a cultivator was, the greater the pressure they would face inside. Several elders in the sect had suffered severe injuries for entering recklessly. Only those at the 6th level of Qi refinement and below could move freely inside without being affected. Such a place, once leaked, would inevitably attract the covetousness of other sections. Thus, the sect decided to allow all outer disciples who had previously failed and were below the 6th level of Qi refinement to participate. The young man in the silk cap lay on the ground, bitterly smiling as he spoke. He had entered the sect much earlier than Su-12 and was a disciple of Tianhua Peak. so he knew much more than Su-12. Hearing this, Su-12 outwardly remained noncommittal, but inwardly he believed about half of it. In his view, the sect allowing those outer disciples to participate had two meanings. One was to have more cannon fodder to explore such an unknown land. The other was the purpose of the trial itself. This also meant that this rookie trial would be unprecedentedly brutal. No matter how many rare materials there were, no one would complain about having too many. At that time, various conflicts would undoubtedly arise. From what he knew, the outer disciples of Yungu's sect were not simple. There were mainly two types of outer disciples. One type was those who were recruited at a young age but chose to stay as outer disciples after failing the trial. The other was scattered cultivators who joined the sect, many of whom already had certain cultivation levels and diverse past experiences, with many ruthless characters among them. Is that all you want to say? After the other party finished speaking, Su-12 said lightly, "Of course not. According to the news from the elders of our Tianhua Peak, there is a spiritual plant garden in that ancient forbidden zone where a 100-year-old Zhu fruit tree grows, which has sprouted for 200 years, bloomed for 200 years, and borne fruit for 200 years. 100-year-old Zhu fruit can enhance a cultivator's cultivation by over 10 years when consumed. You can defeat me with such strength, which proves your ability. I also have the map to that spiritual plant garden. We can join forces to find that 100-year-old Zhu fruit tree during this rookie trial." The young man in the silk cap said, suppressing his hatred for Su-12 and extending an invitation. "Where's the map?" Su-12 stared at him and immediately asked. He was not completely ignorant about Zhu fruit. He had seen some related introductions in various notes before. 100-year-old Zhu fruit could indeed enhance one's cultivation by over 10 years. His mixed spiritual root made his cultivation particularly arduous, so he was naturally very interested in such a medicinal herb that could enhance cultivation. "The map is in my residence. After the rookie trial begins, I will meet you with the map. That spiritual plant garden cannot be monopolized by either you or me alone. To obtain those Zhu fruits, we have to work together." Seeing Su-12 clearly interested, the young man in the silk cap hurriedly continued to persuade him. "Okay, how will we split the things when the time comes?" Su-12 nodded and asked. 60-40. You get 60 and I get 40. Upon hearing this, the young man in the silk cap finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew very well that to truly save his life, he had to persuade Su-12. Achieving cooperation was the best way. Although he was heavily injured now, with severed hands and feet, as long as he could find a healing pill, he could be treated. And once his injuries healed, the situation would be another matter altogether. "Not a problem. You can leave now." Su-12 nodded and said lightly. As he spoke, he sheathed the white mist sword and slung it over his back. With his hands clasped behind him, he appeared to be attracted by the rare materials, but in his mind, he was recalling the item manipulation techniques he had seen. Seeing this, the young man in the silk cap finally relaxed his tense heart. "All right, I will remember this favor." Saying this, he struggled to support himself up, ready to take out a fleeing talisman to leave. But as soon as he turned around, with a sound of thud, a broken sword struck him right in the chest. The young man in the silk cap's breath caught in his throat as he turned to look at Su-12, who stood still, the flying sword still behind him. Lowering his head, he realized that a piece of his broken flying sword had fallen at his side without him noticing. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. You tricked me." Chapter 23. Inventory of gains and clues tricked you? I indeed didn't make a move. You ran into the sword yourself and died. Can you blame me for that? Su-12 said expressionlessly. This guy had been trying to kill him from the start. Moreover, his cultivation was far superior to Su-12's. If he had let him leave, it would have been like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Although he was tempted by that Zhu fruit, he had not lost his head. Speaking so much to the other party was merely to let him completely lower his guard. For him, conserving a bit of energy also meant having more capacity to face any potential crisis. "Ah, you bastard. May you die a horrible death." The young man in the silk cap bled profusely from his mouth, screaming hysterically. In just a few moments, he lay on the ground, his life force nearly drained, his entire being incredibly weak. His dazed gaze landed on Su-12, and he began to plead again. "I beg you, please save me. I don't want to die. I still want to reach the great Tao." But regardless of whether he cursed or pleaded for mercy, Su-12 remained cold and indifferent, standing by without responding. A few minutes later, the young man in the silk cap lay motionless on the ground, breathless, his eyes wide open in a state of not being able to close them even in death. Su-12 drew out the white mist sword and struck a few more times from a distance to confirm that the person was truly dead before he finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward with his sword. He was really dead. Su-12 stood there, somewhat dazed. After all, it was his first time killing someone. At this moment, besides the relief of surviving a calamity, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. However, over the past few years, countless monsters had died at his hands, and his temperament was already quite resilient. After just a moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure. He picked up everything useful from the body and the ground, then threw out a fireball to burn the corpse completely before hastily leaving with his belongings. Although this place was remote, the noise from the recent battle was not small, and he feared someone might come. If he were discovered, it would be the end for him. Fighting among disciples of the same sect was a major taboo, and killing a fellow disciple was a capital offense. Half an hour later, Su-12 returned to his dwelling. He sat quietly for a while, calming his mind and restoring the true essence within his body. Only then did he take out the items he had collected and began to examine them one by one. The first item he picked up was the identity token of the young man in the blue headband. It clearly bore 6 small words: Tianhua Peak, Meng Tianyi. He was actually from Tianhua Peak? It made sense. According to the sect manual, there were many sword cultivators from Tianhua Peak. Since he claimed to be a sword cultivator, it was normal for him to come from there. Su-12 murmured softly and then sent out a fireball to burn the identity token clean. After finishing this, he picked up a round shield. The shield, no longer infused with true essence, had shrunk to the size of a palm. Its surface was patterned like turtle shells, and he could vaguely see 3 small characters: turtle pattern shield. No wonder this round shield could withstand attacks from high-grade magical artifacts. It was actually a middle-grade magical artifact. Fortunately, I attacked him at close range. Otherwise, if he had activated this turtle pattern shield in advance, who would win or lose was still uncertain. It was a pity that this turtle pattern shield had developed cracks. He wondered if it could be repaired after being refined in the mysterious alchemical furnace. Looking down at the turtle pattern shield in his hand, he saw a long, narrow crack on it. Su-12 felt both fortunate and a bit pained. After thinking for a moment, he took out the mysterious alchemical furnace and infused a bit of true essence into it, making the furnace slightly larger than the turtle pattern shield. He then tossed the turtle pattern shield into it, just like when he refined the white mist sword. As soon as the turtle pattern shield was placed inside, it was enveloped in a faint blue light. After a few breaths, the changes stopped, and Su-12 carefully put away the mysterious alchemical furnace and then re-examined the turtle pattern shield. After the refinement, the turtle pattern shield had shrunk to half its original size, and its entire body was crystal clear. The sandy brown shield faintly emitted a bit of crystalline light. Has it actually transformed into a top-grade magical artifact? Su-12's eyes widened in excitement. In the cultivation world, defensive magical artifacts are far more valuable and rare than offensive ones. A top-grade defensive magical artifact is even more precious than an ordinary spatial magical artifact. With such a treasure in hand, his safety factor had greatly increased. If I had this treasure earlier, Meng Tianyi's sword energy would never have been able to injure me. However, I still have to thank him for sending me such a good item before the newcomer trial. It's just a pity that the cracks on the turtle pattern shield have not been repaired. It seems that the mysterious alchemical furnace can only refine and increase the grade of treasures, but it does not have the ability to repair them. Su-12 suppressed his excitement, took a few more glances at the turtle pattern shield, and then carefully tucked it into his robe. Although it had cracks, the turtle pattern shield, now a top-grade magical artifact, had greatly improved its defensive power. These cracks were secondary. After putting away the turtle pattern shield, Su-12 also stored the 2 low-grade chi-gathering pills and 3 escape talismans he had found. His gaze then fell on the last item he found on Meng Tianyi's body. It was a book that Meng Tianyi had kept close to him. The book looked worn and old, with the cover missing. The pages were yellowed, and many of the characters were somewhat blurred. However, since it was kept close, Su-12 believed it must be something good. Upon opening the pages and seeing the contents, Su-12's pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, veins bulged all over his body, and he became agitated and furious. Breathing heavily, he quickly flipped the book to the side. Most of the book recorded a sword cultivation technique called the skeleton sword technique. This sword technique could only be practiced by those at the 6th level of the chi refining stage or above, and it only contained the sections for the 6th to 9th levels of the chi refining stage. Moreover, during cultivation, it required a large amount of attribute treasures and corpses. Once mastered, It could unleash a unique sword energy that devours the blood essence of living beings during attacks. The more blood essence consumed, the stronger the sword energy's power. Such a description immediately reminded Su-12 of the black-clad man who had killed his grandfather and the villagers. He remembered very clearly that the sword energy unleashed by that black-clad man resembled a skeleton, almost identical to what was described in this book, and could even be said to be more powerful. The skeleton sword technique. Could it be that the black-clad man was hiding in Tianhua Peak? However, although this technique was carried by Meng Tianyi, it could not be ruled out that he obtained it from elsewhere. It seemed that finding the black-clad man would require some effort. No matter where he is, I will eventually find him. But the urgent task now is to focus on improving my strength. Su-12 sat on the bed, feeling dazed for a while before regaining his spirits. Over the past 4 years, although he had been diligently cultivating in the useless pill room, he had also secretly investigated the whereabouts of the black-clad man. Unfortunately, there had been no gains. At this moment, although there were still no useful clues, at least he now knew the name of the sword technique that man used and its characteristics. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 resumed flipping through the unknown book. Chapter 24, Practicing Techniques and Talismans. This book was a fragment, and after the sword technique, only a few pages remained, recording 2 techniques. One was called Bloodlight Shield, and the other was Bloodlight Escape. However, the Bloodlight Escape was missing too much information, with only a few words, making it insufficient for cultivation. On the other hand, the Bloodlight Shield was recorded in great detail, exactly the technique Meng Tianyi used to defend against his talisman attack. After reading it, Su-12 firmly committed its contents to memory. He could not meet the basic cultivation requirements for the sword technique, so he could not practice it. However, the Bloodlight Shield was quite suitable for him. After tallying up his gains from this time, Su-12 continued to cultivate diligently. This time, he did not focus on improving his cultivation level, but instead concentrated on practicing techniques, including the technique book he bought from the trading square. He now had 4 techniques to practice: Bloodlight Shield, Rain Summoning Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, and Heavenly Eye Technique. In fact, among these 4 techniques, aside from the Bloodlight Shield, the other 3 were only average in combat effectiveness. The Rain Summoning Technique merely conjured a light rain, typically used by ordinary servant disciples for planting spirit fields. The Object Manipulation Technique allowed the user to manipulate some items with true essence, with varying true essence consumption depending on the item's weight and material. This technique did not possess much offensive power and was mainly used for picking things up. As for the Heavenly Eye Technique, it had the ability to observe the flow of spiritual energy in the world and could see through invisibility and concealment. The latter 3 techniques were clearly more functional. Few would waste time practicing such techniques. However, Su-12 had different ideas. He thought that the Heavenly Eye Technique would definitely come in handy during the trial. He treated all the techniques seriously, while he did not master them to perfection. He practiced them with great proficiency. 2 months later, with less than 4 months remaining until the newcomer trial, feeling that it was difficult to make further progress in his techniques, Su-12 took out the 2 introductory talisman books he had bought and began to study. Talismans were a magical existence that sealed techniques onto a small piece of paper, requiring very little true essence to unleash instantly, which was incredibly convenient. For Su-12, his low cultivation and lack of true essence have always been a problem. If he had enough talismans, he would have more means to protect himself. However, talismans are consumables. Although he can afford them, he does not dare to consume them easily. 2 months ago, just for a level 1 top-grade defense talisman, he was not only swindled, but also nearly brought upon a disaster. This experience has made Su-12 even more determined to learn talisman crafting and master the technique himself. There are mainly 2 methods for crafting talismans. One uses vermilion and talisman paper as materials, while the other uses beast blood and beast skin. However, regardless of the method, one essential item is needed: the talisman brush. The talisman brush is an important medium for connecting cultivators and materials. A good talisman brush can greatly enhance the success rate of talisman crafting. Fortunately, the book has detailed methods for making talisman brushes, and crafting a level 1 talisman only requires an ordinary talisman brush. Over the past 4 years, Su-12 has hunted countless demon beasts. Now, when practicing talismans, beast skin and beast blood naturally become his materials. In the days that followed, Su-12 devoted himself entirely to practicing and crafting talismans. In 4 months, he broke 20 talisman brushes and damaged countless materials. From repeated failures at the beginning to occasionally succeeding in crafting 1 or 2 talismans in the end. The success rate was low, but his hard work allowed him to accumulate a considerable number of usable talismans. One day, in the early morning, a loud bell rang throughout the sect, echoing into the sky. The sound was grand and deafening, stirring the entire Yungu sect into a lively buzz. Hearing the commotion, Su 12 quickly rolled out of bed and rushed towards Luofu Peak. At the top of Luofu Peak, there was a magnificent hall in front of a plaza. The plaza was crowded with nearly 100 people, all of whom were miscellaneous disciples below the 6th level of Qi refining. The age range was quite exaggerated, with the youngest being around 16 or 17, and the oldest were some wrinkled, hunched-over disciples in their 60s or 70s. The sect was really going all out to explore this ancient forbidden area. However, he did not expect that there would be so many miscellaneous disciples at Luofu Peak, which usually had hardly any figures seen. Arriving at the peak and seeing this scene, Su 12 felt relieved. In just 5 years, he had cultivated to the 4th level of Qi refining with his mediocre spiritual root talent. He was initially worried about being noticed by the Peak Master, but with so many people around, the chances of the Peak Master noticing him were extremely low. Taking a deep breath, he quickly blended into the crowd, finding a less conspicuous spot, tucking his neck in, and trying to conceal his aura while using the heavenly eye technique to observe others. In his eyes, among the older disciples, many had greatly suppressed their auras. Among the younger disciples, only a few were intentionally concealing their auras. Senior Brother 12, finally found you. At that moment, a voice called out. Su 12 was startled and quickly turned to look. He saw a medium-sized, chubby boy smiling as he approached. The newcomer was none other than the now much larger little fatty, Zhu Hanwei. Did you find me for something? Su 12 frowned slightly, quickly scanning Zhu Hanwei. At this moment, Zhu Hanwei was already a 2nd-level Qi refiner, which surprised him a bit. It seemed that after taking the Peiyuan pill, he had awakened his spiritual root. Zhu Hanwei nodded with a smile, his eyes darting around quickly as he whispered, "There are so many miscellaneous disciples participating in this new disciple trial. We've only been in for 5 years, and we can't compare with them in terms of cultivation or strength. Although I don't know why. I just feel that this new disciple trial will have significant dangers. I think we need to band together to handle any issues that might arise." Upon hearing this, Su 12 maintained a calm demeanor but could not help but admire this little fatty a bit. He had received relatively complete information about the new disciple trial from Meng Tianyi. Yet, this little fatty sensed danger just from the presence of more miscellaneous disciples. His intuition could be considered quite sharp. As for why Zhu Hanwei approached him, it was not hard to guess. With Zhu Hanwei's cultivation, it was nearly impossible for him to rally those miscellaneous disciples who entered earlier, so he naturally turned to someone like Su 12, who had similar qualifications and was also not particularly talented. Seeing Su 12 remain silent, Zhu Hanwei felt a bit anxious and quickly added, "Senior brother, if you're worried about us being short-handed, there's no need. I also invited Chen Tai and Li Jingjing to join us." As he spoke, he waved cheerfully to a distance. Only then did Su 12 notice 3 figures standing not far away. Among them, 2 were the other 2 who had entered the sect with him 4 years ago. The 3 of them stood together, seemingly indifferent to Zhu Hanwei's greeting, with slightly raised eyes and an air of pride. Their cultivation levels were 1 at the 3rd level of Qi refining and 2 at the 2nd level, which is not too shabby for newcomers. Su 12 had no intention of teaming up with anyone, and seeing this, he felt even less interested. He shook his head decisively and refused. "No, I prefer to act alone." After saying this, he turned and squeezed back into the crowd, finding another inconspicuous spot. Zhu Hanwei wanted to persuade him again, but seeing Su 12's firm attitude, he could only give up and return to his 3 companions. As he approached, the 3rd-level Qi refiner among them rolled his eyes and said, "I told you long ago not to call that guy, but you wouldn't listen. Good thing he didn't come. Otherwise, he would be another burden." "Exactly, that guy just practiced for half a year earlier, becoming a Qi refiner before us. With his mediocre spiritual root, he has probably only just reached the 2nd level of Qi refining now. I'm at the peak of the 2nd level of Qi refining and could break into the 3rd level at any time," a square-faced young man chimed in, sounding somewhat smug. "But that guy is pretty arrogant. He doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity given to him. Does he really think he can pass the trial alone?" Another round-faced youth pouted. "All right, enough about him. After the trial, when he fails, he'll regret being just a miscellaneous disciple for the rest of his life." The 3rd-level Qi refiner spoke again, halting this topic. Zhu Hanwei stood by with his head down, smiling apologetically, not saying a word. However, in his heart, he felt that Su 12 was not that simple. He clearly remembered that among the four, the fastest cultivator, Chen Tai, took a full 7 months to become a first-level qi refiner. Meanwhile, Su 12 was completely unaware of this discussion. He found another inconspicuous spot and continued to wait patiently. As the sun was about to rise, the large plaza suddenly fell silent. 3 figures emerged from the hall. The person in the middle wore a long blue robe and had a youthful face with white hair. It was Lu Mingshi, the Peak Master of Luofu Peak. Behind him, on either side, were a young man and a young woman. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and handsome, with a somewhat rebellious look. He was Han Yu, the genius who had entered Luofu Peak with Su 12 and others 5 years ago. The woman was graceful, with delicate brows and beautiful eyes, looking like a heavenly fairy. She wore a faint smile, revealing 2 dimples, appearing as gentle as a warm breeze. This woman was Lu Mingshi's granddaughter and the recognized first beauty of Luofu Peak, Xiao Yu. The two walked side by side, looking like a pair of golden boys and jade maidens, both with astonishing cultivation levels. Surprisingly, at the peak of the 6th level of qi refining, the clothes and shoes they wore were much more luxurious than what the others were wearing, radiating a faint glow. Behind them, each carried a long sword, one green and the other purple. These clothes, shoes, and long swords were all high-grade magical artifacts. Upon seeing these two, everyone in the square gasped in shock. At that moment, it was no longer envy, but jealousy and hatred. What is a rich person? This is the real deal. Among the crowd, Su 12 also looked particularly envious. He could see that each of them had 3 top-grade magical artifacts. What about the ones he couldn't see? He clearly noticed that Han Yu and Xiao Yu each had a delicate little cloth pouch at their waists. Those were clearly 2 storage bags. The Peak Master's direct disciples were indeed different. However, Han Yu's talent was simply too strong. In just 5 years, he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the qi refining stage. No wonder the Peak Master treated him differently. Su 12 was not surprised by Xiao Yu's cultivation level. After all, she had some cultivation 5 years ago, but Han Yu truly astonished him. It was not until this moment that he realized how great the gap between a genius and an ordinary person was. However, he did not lose his composure. He did not intend to compare himself with anyone. He only wanted to steadily improve his own strength and find the black-clothed man to avenge his grandfather and the villagers. At this moment, Lu Mingshi led Han Yu and Xiao Yu to the front of the square. He scanned the crowd with a calm expression and began to speak. The focus of this new disciple trial was only one thing: collecting materials. Materials included various items for refining weapons, alchemy, etc. The final results would be based on the quantity of materials collected. Those who collected more than 10 secondary materials would become formal disciples. To help everyone collect materials better, the sect would provide each person with a temporary storage bag, a materials handbook, and a teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman required 90 days to charge with spiritual energy, and after 90 days, it would automatically return the wearer. Therefore, it must be kept safe and not lost. Lu Mingshi briefly explained, mentioning the trial rules and some information about the ancient forbidden area. It was quite similar to what Su 12 had learned from Meng Tian, except it omitted the process of discovering the forbidden area. After finishing his speech, Lu Mingshi quickly scanned the crowd again, his brow slightly furrowed, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Although there were many people in the square, in his eyes, they were basically all inferior and unremarkable, not worth mentioning. With a sigh, he turned to Han Yu and Xiao Yu beside him. This trial was in a new location, and there would surely be some dangers, but there were also great opportunities. I can't rely on the others. This time it mainly depends on you. Your senior sister's cultivation is not bad, but her current strength is slightly inferior to yours. So you need to take care of her. As he spoke, a happy smile appeared on Lu Mingshi's face, and he looked amiable, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Master, rest assured, I will not let you down, Han Yu said proudly, standing tall with a determined look. Lu Mingshi nodded in satisfaction, ignoring the others, and continued to quietly instruct Han Yu and Xiao Yu. In the square, everyone became excited due to Lu Mingshi's words. The newly discovered ancient forbidden area has a wealth of rare treasures. This news was quite explosive. For many disciples with average aptitude, it was impossible to achieve anything just by hard work. Only by leveraging rare treasures could they make further progress. Even ants are greedy for life. Many disciples who originally felt hopeless about their path to immortality reignited their hope at this moment. Su 12, mixed in the crowd, remained relatively restrained. He already knew this information. Unlike others' excitement, he felt that this trip would be more dangerous than he had imagined. At the same time, two young disciples in disciple robes appeared, each holding a large tray and coming to the square. On the trays were new cloth pouches, each about the size of a palm. Those pouches were low-grade spatial magical artifacts, storage bags. With his identity token, Su 12 quickly received one. Chapter 26. The strange and beautiful woman holding the storage bag in his hand. He infused a trace of true essence into it, and immediately sensed a square space about 10 feet in size. The feeling was hard to describe, as if a room had suddenly appeared in his mind. As long as one was willing, they could freely put any items they touched into this space. Inside the storage bag, there was currently a thick book about a foot in size. Next to the book was a one-finger-long spirit talisman, which was the teleportation talisman. The talisman paper was engraved with dense and complex patterns. Some of those patterns flickered with a faint spiritual light, clearly in the process of charging. Su 12 took a curious glance and decided to give up on understanding it. The patterns on it were too profound. He couldn't comprehend them at all. He hung the storage bag at his waist and nonchalantly placed all his small items inside. Only the white mist sword on his back remained. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few talismans and carefully hid them in his sleeve. After doing all this, he continued to wait. This time, he did not have to wait too long. As the sun rose, a melodious bell sound echoed from the center of the sect. "Let's go!" Lu Mingshi shouted loudly at the front of the square. He waved his hand, and a miniature flying boat was thrown out from his arms. The flying boat expanded in the wind, quickly growing to about 5 or 6 zhang long. The flying boat hovered less than a meter away from the square, its body adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, large and exquisite, looking quite spectacular. As soon as the flying boat appeared, the entire square fell silent. Countless gazes were fixed on the flying boat, astonished. Su 12 was no exception. This was not the first time he had seen the flying boat. When he first entered the sect, the Peak Master of Tianhua Peak had brought the new disciples back in a flying boat. But only after becoming a chi refiner did he realize how precious this thing was. Crafting a flying boat was more complicated than crafting offensive or defensive magical artifacts. And only the sect could afford to manufacture such a large flying boat. One day, I must have my own flying boat. Su 12 lowered his head, his emotions secretly churning. As the flying boat descended, Lu Mingshi led Han Yu and Xiao Yu, riding the wind and landing at the front of the boat. "Everyone, get on. There's still a distance to the teleportation array for entering the trial, and my flying boat can save a lot of time." Lu Mingshi called out to the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to use wind-calling techniques to jump onto the flying boat. Then, Lu Mingshi gathered his true essence and activated the flying boat. The flying boat trembled slightly before suddenly soaring into the air, carrying nearly 100 people, flying westward. At the same time the flying boat took off, the other 6 main peaks also had enormous flying magical artifacts soaring into the sky, moving much faster than the flying boat that Su 12 and the others were on. The flying boat flew for half a day before bringing everyone down in a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, making it very secluded. Before they landed, Su 12 noticed that in the open space in the middle of the valley stood many servant disciples. At first glance, it was a sea of heads, bustling and lively. These disciples were divided into 5 groups, each led by the Peak Masters, with varying numbers. Among them, the largest group was from Tianhua Peak, looking to have over 1,000 people, which stood out significantly. The other peaks had about 500 disciples each. The most eye-catching was Tianin Peak, the only peak in the sect that only recruited female disciples. The disciples of Tianin Peak were densely packed, with thousands of beautiful women, all fair-skinned and lovely, like songbirds. As the beautiful women gathered together, it was like 100 flowers blooming, attracting the attention of everyone present. Among them was one woman, particularly stunning. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a skin as smooth as ice and as white as snow, and her eyes resembled a clear spring, exuding a refined and aloof aura as she glanced around. She wore an ice blue disciple robe with a fringed shawl, and her long hair was styled in a flying fairy bun. This enhanced her ethereal demeanor, making her seem like the legendary Ice Palace fairy. Even Su 12, who usually had a detached personality, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Upon this gaze, he noticed something was off. At first glance, she seemed like an ordinary disciple, but the other female disciples around her were clearly keeping a deliberate distance, their expressions and actions showing signs of restraint and respect. This person had issues. Su 12 instinctively used his heavenly eye technique to look at the woman. What he saw was a surge of spiritual energy in the area, with everyone containing varying degrees of spiritual power. However, the spiritual energy around the miscellaneous disciples was mostly scattered and weak, which was due to their low cultivation level. But that breathtaking woman had her spiritual power solidified and contained, clearly extraordinary. Almost at the moment Su 12 noticed this, her spiritual energy suddenly dispersed, making her appear no different from the others. Su 12 was slightly taken aback, and the next second, he saw the woman suddenly turn her head to look at him. Their gazes met in midair, her eyes cold and indifferent, filled with a warning. Su 12 felt a shiver in his heart and hurriedly looked away. After a moment, he turned his head to look at the crowd at Tianhua Peak. 6 months ago, Meng Tianyi, whom he had killed, was a disciple of Tianhua Peak. In the beginning, he felt a bit anxious every day, worried that someone from Tianhua Peak would discover the truth. But as time passed, he realized that no one seemed to care. Now, seeing so many miscellaneous disciples here, he finally understood. To the sect, miscellaneous disciples were abundant. One more or one less didn't matter at all. They say the great path is heartless, and it truly is. People do not care about the lives of ants. Perhaps, in the eyes of those powerful cultivators, we are just a bunch of ants. Su 12 felt a sense of resonance and sighed inwardly. At that moment, before the flying boat landed, a voice came from the direction of Tianhua Peak. Senior brother, what's wrong with your Luofu Peak? There are clearly not many people, yet you always arrive so late. In the crowd, Fu Borun, the master of Tianhua Peak, grinned and shouted at Lu Mingshi. You old rascal, what do you know? Important figures always make their entrance last. Haven't you seen that the master of Tianshu Peak hasn't arrived yet? Lu Mingshi's eyes widened, puffing his beard, and retorted without reservation. The master hasn't come because Tianshu Peak is genuinely strong. But what does your Luofu Peak have? No people and no strength. Senior brother, we should have some dignity. Fu Borun smiled, teasing him. Dignity? Old rascal, if I remember correctly, that piece of purple thunderstone you lost to me in a bet 3 years ago. You still haven't given it to me, right? I'm puzzled. How can a deceitful person like you dare to talk about dignity? Lu Mingshi snorted coldly and continued. Fu Borun coughed lightly and quickly spoke. Cough. That purple thunderstone I have other uses for. I'll find another one for you later. Bah. What other uses? Don't think I don't know. You used that purple thunderstone to refine a low-grade spirit weapon. Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes, dissatisfied as he controlled the flying boat to descend slowly. Fu Borun's face clearly showed some embarrassment, and his corners of his mouth slightly twitched, visibly blushing. This was his dark history. Fortunately, he originally had a reddish complexion, so it was hard to notice. With a quick glance, he swept over the flying boat behind Lu Mingshi and smiled. Indeed, I refined a purple thunder sword from that purple thunderstone. As he spoke, Fu Borun raised his hand and produced a purple-green long sword. The sword was surrounded by spiritual energy, with faint flashes of lightning appearing, releasing an astonishing pressure upon its reveal. A low-grade spirit weapon? In an instant, almost everyone in the valley couldn't help but turn their attention to it. Even the other peak masters who usually didn't care were astonished. Spirit weapons are treasures whose power far surpasses that of magical tools. They contain a trace of spirituality and can only be activated by cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage. Even Foundation Establishment cultivators mostly use magical tools. Few possess spirit weapons. Chapter 27. The bet. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar, all eyes fixed on the low-grade spirit weapon, praising it endlessly. Fu Borun was all smiles, his gaze quickly scanning the crowd, and when he noticed the position of the Tianyin Peak disciples, he was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Elder Su, hasn't Master Shin come today? In front of the Tianyin Peak disciples, a graceful woman in palace attire smiled and said, the master has been deducing formations recently, exhausting too much mental energy, and is currently in seclusion recovering. Exhausting too much mental energy? Master Shin has worked hard. Here, I have a bottle of spirit-nourishing liquid. Please help me pass it to Master Shun. Fu Borun's face immediately showed concern as he hurriedly said. He then took out a jade bottle about the length of a finger and tossed it to the palace-attired woman with a caring expression. Then I will thank you on behalf of the master. The palace-attired woman smiled. The other Peak Masters and Elders, seeing this, also took out items to express their concern and handed them to the palace-attired woman. Tianyin Peak may not be the strongest, but the master is proficient in formations and is known as the most beautiful woman in Yunj sect, making her well-liked by many elders and Peak Masters. Grateful for the goodwill, the palace-attired woman smiled, accepting everything. At this moment, from the direction of Yuntai Peak, an old man with a bushy beard laughed and called out, "Fu Junior brother, you are truly deep and unassuming," quietly producing a low-grade spirit weapon. Fu Borun smiled, "Brother Chen, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. Your alchemy skills are truly remarkable. Without your support, how could we have so many spirit pills to use? Moreover, being able to refine this purple thunder sword relies entirely on Brother Chaoyang from Chaoyang Peak. I just didn't expect that Brother Chaoyang also didn't personally lead the team today." As he spoke, Fu Borun turned to glance at the Chaoyang Peak disciples. In the crowd, only an elder was leading, and upon meeting Fu Borun's gaze, the elder smiled faintly but did not speak. "Humph, you old rascal, you're showing off. You can refine this low-grade spirit weapon only because you used my purple thunderstone. Hurry up and return my purple thunderstone." At this moment, Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and said to Fu Borun unhappily. Fu Borun smiled and shook his head. "The purple thunderstone is no more. But senior brother, are you interested in betting again? I'll use this purple thunder sword as a stake. How about it?" Just as Lu Mingshi was about to get angry, he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Bet again? With this low-grade spirit weapon? You old rascal. What do you want to bet on? Very simple. Let's bet on which of our two peaks collects more and better materials in this trial. If we lose, the purple thunder sword belongs to you. If you lose, that complete 100-year cold jade in your hand will be mine. How about it?" Fu Borun pouted, very displeased with this nickname, but he wasn't angry, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Lu Mingshi waved his hand angrily, saying, "I spit." As if, "Our Luofu Peak is already short on people. No matter how much we collect, we can't compete with your numbers. If you want the 100-year cold jade in my hand, just say so, but I tell you, don't even think about it." Fu Borun wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, you don't need to be so angry. I certainly wouldn't do something so unfair. In this trial, as long as your Luofu Peak collects more than 1/10 of our Tianhua Peak's materials, you win. Although your Luofu Peak has fewer people, I believe, senior brother, you shouldn't lack this bit of confidence, right?" Lu Mingshi frowned slightly, quickly turned his head to glance back, and looked at the position of the people from Tianhua Peak. If it was about the total number, he felt there was no chance of winning. But if it was only 1/10, it wasn't impossible. Moreover, for this trial, he had specifically instructed the elder in charge of passing on skills to secretly cultivate a group of people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The purple thunder sword, a low-grade spiritual weapon. The 100-year cold jade is also a good thing. But compared to this treasure, it still falls a bit short. Are you sure? Taking a deep breath, he raised his head and stared at Fu Borun. Of course. Other senior brothers and sisters can witness. Are you afraid I will go back on my word? Fu Borun said with a hearty laugh. Turning his head and quickly scanning the various Peak Masters and Elders, Fu Borun continued, "Several junior brothers and sisters. I wonder if you are interested in being witnesses for me and senior brother Lu?" The others exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Although they might not be interested in participating in such a gamble, they were still keen to watch the excitement. However, in everyone's hearts, they felt that Luofu Peak had little hope of winning. Tianhua Peak had the largest number of people and the strongest strength, and it had been established in the Yungu sect for quite some time now. "Senior brother Lu, did you see that? Do you want to bet?" Fu Borun asked with a smile, looking at Lu Mingshi again. "Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you, old rascal? Fine, I'll bet this time." Lu Mingshi raised his brow and said with a cold snort. After finishing these words, he shot Fu Borun a glare and turned to look at the people on the flying boat. "You all heard the bet with Tianhua Peak just now, right? Losing something is a small matter, but our Luofu Peak cannot be looked down upon. This trial, you all need to give it your all. No matter if you can surpass Tianhua Peak. The top 5 who collect the most materials will not only become formal disciples, but I will also give them an extra opportunity to select treasures from the treasure pavilion." After quickly laying down his words, Lu Mingshi turned his gaze to Han Yu and Xiao Yu. In his heart, he was still most optimistic about these 2 direct disciples. However, the others still needed encouragement, as even if one person found one more material, it would still be quite considerable. The people on the flying boat also became emotionally invigorated again because of Lu Mingshi's words. Each peak has a treasure pavilion, and the treasures in the treasure pavilion are at least top-grade magical artifacts. Moreover, there are also some profound techniques and secret arts. In the past, such opportunities would never fall into the hands of their kind of miscellaneous disciples. Even Su 12 couldn't help but feel excited. For a cultivator, having one more good treasure or a good technique is equivalent to having half a life. After noticing everyone's reactions, Lu Mingshi continued to control the flying boat to land. The crowd quickly got off the flying boat and, like the disciples from other peaks, patiently waited. They didn't wait too long when 6 streams of light flashed across the sky, and then 6 flying swords carrying more than 30 people descended from the sky, landing right in the center of the valley. Among these 6 flying swords, only one had an old man standing on it. The man was dressed in snow-white robes, with dark patterns on his cloud sleeves, his hair tied in a Taoist bun, his face wrinkled, and a foot-long white beard. His gaze was deep and long, exuding an aura of celestial grace. The other 5 flying swords carried 7 young disciples at the 6th level of Qi refining each, with their cultivation. They were not capable of flying with swords. Yet at this moment, they were indeed flying with swords, which was quite a marvelous sight for everyone. These people were the elders and disciples of the main peak of Yungu, Tianshu Peak. In terms of numbers, among the 7 peaks of Yungu, it was not Luofu Peak that had the least, but rather the main peak, Tianshu Peak. However, in terms of strength, Tianshu Peak was certainly not lacking. To enter Tianshu Peak, one must at least have a top-grade single spiritual root. In the crowd, the other peak masters and elders quickly exchanged glances, and a trace of surprise and shock flashed in their eyes. On one hand, they were surprised that Tianshu Peak had only sent these 35 disciples to participate in the trial. On the other hand, they were shocked by the strength of these 35 individuals. Each one was at the 6th level of Qi refining, and they exuded a fierce aura, clearly not simple characters. With a quick glance, Fu Bo Ren's gaze fell on the old man as he clasped his hands and smiled. "Great Elder, why are you the one here this time? Where's the sect master?" The Great Elder gently stroked his beard and smiled lightly. "The sect master is in seclusion, preparing to break through to the next realm. This time, I will preside over the new disciple trial." After speaking, he waved his hand, and a rich true essence emanated from his body. As the true essence swept through, starting from the center of the valley, everyone felt a huge force coming, like waves. In an instant, everyone retreated. In the blink of an eye, 100-meter-wide clearing appeared in the center of the valley. "All peak masters, please assist me," the Great Elder continued to shout. Among the crowd, 6 figures soared into the air, each operating their true essence towards the central clearing. The colorful true essences intertwined on the clearing. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a massive circular formation appeared on the clearing. As soon as the formation appeared, it released an ancient and primal aura. The spiritual power surged, intertwining to create an incredibly large and complex array pattern. Su 12 stood among the crowd, just taking a curious glance before feeling dizzy, as if his head was about to explode. However, he still noticed that the pattern of this formation was almost identical to the teleportation talisman in his storage bag. Clearly, this should be the teleportation array leading to the ancient forbidden area. The formation was activated, and the disciples received orders to enter the teleportation array in sequence to head to the trial site. Above the teleportation array, the Great Elder shook his beard and shouted loudly. Immediately, everyone present felt a jolt of spirit, looking at each other. Some hesitated, while others had determined gazes. But soon, they all walked towards the formation. The moment they stepped into the formation, they turned into beams of white light and disappeared. Su 12, mixed in the crowd, felt a blinding light flash before his eyes as he stepped into the formation, as bright as daylight, impossible to look at directly. It made him feel weightless, as if there were no supports in any direction. This sensation lasted only an instant. Plop! Immediately afterward, Su 12 fell into a dense forest. The moment he landed, he found 2 attack and defense talismans in his hand. As his vision gradually recovered, he quickly looked around. All he saw were towering trees dozens of meters high. He couldn't see any other people in sight. What rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth! Is this the ancient forbidden area? If I could cultivate here, my speed would at least double. Unfortunately, this trial only lasts 90 days. Otherwise, cultivating here would be a good choice. However, he didn't expect the teleportation to be random. It seemed not forming a team was indeed the right decision. Quickly observing the surrounding environment and feeling the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air, Su-12 thought to himself. Confirming that his position was temporarily safe, he did not rush to explore, but instead found a large tree nearby, climbed up a few steps, and took out the material catalog issued by the sect to start reading it carefully. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Since he was going to search for materials, he felt it necessary to understand the situation of the materials first. Su-12 was not the only one with such thoughts. At the very first moment of landing, many disciples also chose to hide and look through the material catalog issued by the sect. However, there were even more disciples who chose to search for materials directly or to look while searching. After all, for most spiritual materials, the more precious they were, the more abundant the spiritual power they contained. With tens of thousands of disciples, their reactions and styles of action varied. As many disciples began to move, friction and conflicts soon arose. Su-12, of course, was completely unaware of all this. It took him a full 2 days to memorize all the information about the spiritual materials in the Comprehensive Materials Guide. Only then did he jump down from the tree and casually choose a direction to walk. An hour later, the temperature became damp and cold, and the air was filled with a rich water spiritual energy. Such a rich water spiritual energy. Could it be that there is some water attribute treasure? Su-12 took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, and then activated the Heavenly Eye technique to scan the surroundings. The Heavenly Eye technique can not only detect invisibility and concealment, but also see the flow and dispersion of spiritual energy in the world. Many times, it is used by cultivators to search for treasures. Quickly surveying the area, Su-12's pupils constricted, and his spirit was shaken. Under the Heavenly Eye technique, he could clearly see that this rich water spiritual energy was emanating from the same distant location, which was very unusual. Could it be that there are water attribute materials or treasures? Su-12 calmly scanned the surrounding situation, seeing no other movements, and cautiously walked towards the source of the water spiritual energy. In just a moment, a lake appeared before him, with a shallow bank where a pale blue Xianqing ice lotus was blooming. This is a second-grade high-quality spiritual plant, the Xianqing ice lotus? Su-12's face showed joy. He had already memorized the materials guide and recognized this spiritual plant at a glance. Staring at the second-grade spiritual plant before him, Su-12 did not rush to pick it, but instead directed his gaze towards the lake behind it. If I remember correctly, the Xianqing ice lotus is usually accompanied by a type of monster called the poison arrow frog. This type of monster is not very strong, just a low-level monster, but they are numerous and act very viciously. Recalling the relevant information in his mind, Su-12's gaze swept across, then quickly locked onto a spot in the center of the lake, where small bubbles were rising. With a wave of his hand, 2 beast skin fireball talismans appeared in his palm. Just as he was about to activate them, he hesitated and instead took out 2 freezing talismans. Low-level monsters are of little value, and the fireball talismans would create too much noise. If they attracted others, it would not be good. Contemplating quietly, he felt his true essence surge within, channeling it into the freezing talismans. The next second, 2 ice blue beams of light shot across, landing on the surface of the lake. The temperature in the air gradually dropped. Within a short instance time, a half-foot thick layer of solid ice formed on the lake's surface. Seeing this, Su-12 finally approached to pick the Xianqing ice lotus. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Stop! That spiritual plant belongs to our Tianhua Peak." Su-12 was startled and quickly turned back, looking warily behind him. He then saw a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes striding over arrogantly. The young man was dressed in disciple robes, embroidered with the Tianhua Peak emblem, and wore a fiery red headband in his hair. Behind him, he carried a fiery red longsword. 5th level of Qi refining. Seeing the opponent's cultivation level, Su-12's heart jolted, and he became fully alert. Chapter 29, Tricking People. Senior brother, what do you mean? I discovered this spiritual plant first. Su-12 said solemnly, staring at the other person. What do you mean you discovered it first? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, you won't be walking out of here. The young man with sword-like eyebrows sneered. With a clang, he drew his fiery red longsword. The sword gleamed with light, emanating a scorching heat. The sword tip pointed directly at Su-12, releasing a sharp killing intent. A glint of cold light flashed in Su-12's eyes as several talismans silently appeared in his hand. 5th level of Qi refining. He was not without the power to fight back. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from the ice surface behind him. This is, Su-12 raised his brow slightly. And the next second, he dismissed his original thoughts, silently lowered his head, and turned to walk aside. Humph, that's more like it. The young man with sword-like eyebrows smiled proudly, keeping his sword raised, cautiously surveying the surroundings, seeing that there were no other threats. He quickly walked towards the spiritual plant on the bank. He swiftly picked the Xianxin ice lotus and immediately distanced himself from the lake, all the while keeping a wary eye on Su-12. After running a good distance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced back at Su-12 with a mocking look. Huh, what a coward, just like the kind of master he has. Teaching such a disciple. That old fool Lu Ming sure taught very well. I really don't know where he got the courage to bet against our master. This time, you Luofu Peak are definitely going to lose. The young man with sword-like eyebrows mocked mercilessly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. His hand gripping the sword secretly channeling true essence. Hearing this, Su-12's gaze turned cold, but on the surface, he remained silent, even retreating a few steps unhurriedly. He was very clear about the other party's intentions. This was merely to provoke him into action, so they could take the opportunity to kill him on the spot. Of course, even if he did not act, the other party would not let him off so easily. However, suddenly, more than 10 piercing sounds shot out from the ice surface, heading straight for the young man's back. What? Hearing the commotion behind him, the young man with sword-like eyebrows was startled and hurriedly turned to counterattack. He had been focused on Su-12, thinking to strike when he was unprepared. As for the danger behind him, he thought he had distanced himself from the bank, and even if there were monsters, he was not afraid, never imagining this would happen. But the attack came suddenly and was exceptionally swift. Before he could turn around, more than a dozen ice spikes shimmering with dark green cold light struck his back. The ice spikes pierced his body, and an astonishing coldness circulated within the young man's body. Along with it, there was a deadly poison attached to the ice spikes. All of this happened in an instant. The next second, the young man with sword-like eyebrows let out a terrible scream and fell to his knees. His face twisted in agony, and he felt immense regret. He wasn't stupid. The moment he was hit, he realized what had happened. Su-12 had clearly calculated this move. He thought the other party was intimidated by his momentum, but he ended up falling into the hands of these low-level monsters. A great humiliation. Thinking of this, the toxic blood surged in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. You bastard, you tricked me. In his last moments, the young man with sword-like eyebrows turned to Su-12 with 2 resentful glances. At this point, that was all he could do. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man fell to the ground, lifeless. Su-12 stood at a distance, taking in the scene with a cold smile on his lips. He had tricked this guy, but this guy had also tried to set him up. Seeing the other party dead, he finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled knowingly. If it weren't for having understood the characteristics and information of the materials in advance, I might have encountered trouble before this guy even made a move. From his words, it seems that Tianhua Peak is confident about winning this bet. Could there be some hidden secrets in between? Forget it. What does that have to do with me? First, I need to quickly gather 10 second-grade materials to ensure I can pass the trial. Shaking his head, Su-12 did not approach. Channeling his true essence, he used the object control technique to retrieve the Xianxin ice lotus, the flying sword, and the storage bag from the young man's waist. After doing this, just as he was about to use a fireball technique to destroy the corpse, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Hearing the commotion, Su-12 didn't think twice. Immediately took out an invisibility talisman and stuck it to himself, then activated the shadowless step, turning and running away. He ran silently. Less than half an incense stick later, 2 disciples from Tianhua Peak arrived at the lake. The scream just now, was that the voice of Hu Jinxia, junior brother Hu? Be careful, don't get tricked. The 2 walked side by side, and as they spoke, their eyes fell on the corpse on the bank. One of the short and chubby disciples' expressions changed instantly, and he hurried forward. Not good. As soon as the short and chubby disciple's words fell, more than a dozen poisonous ice spikes shot out from the lake. It is a low-level demon beast, the poison sting frog. Brother, be careful. The tall and thin disciple decisively activated the fire control technique. 2 pillars of fire erupted from his hands and fell onto the surface of the lake. The next second, a dozen poison sting frogs, about the size of wash basins, flipped onto their backs and floated to the water's surface. How is brother Hu? Have you dealt with these poison sting frogs? The short and fat disciple hurriedly asked. The short and fat disciple shook his head and sighed. Brother who has already fallen. What? How could Brother who be so careless? To be killed by these low-level demon beasts? The tall and thin disciple was instantly shocked, and seeing the wounds on the back of the corpse, his brows furrowed. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, by the way, what about Brother who's storage bag? The 4 level 2 materials we found in the past 2 days are all with him. The short and fat disciple hurriedly flipped over Hujinxia's corpse. And after a moment, his face turned pale. The storage bag is actually missing. There must have been other people nearby just now. The tall and thin disciple reached out to touch the corpse on the ground and said resentfully, the body is still warm. That person must not have run far. As he spoke, a packet of unknown powder appeared in the tall and thin disciple's hand. With a flick of his hand, the powder scattered everywhere. Then, he formed hand seals. As his true essence surged, the powder rolled and emitted a fluorescent glow, transforming into a starry ribbon that pointed directly in the direction Su-12 had left. Under the illumination of the starry ribbon, faint traces of Su-12's shadowless phantom steps could be seen. Hurry and chase. Also, notify the other brothers nearby to help keep an eye out. The two exchanged glances and immediately chased after the direction of the footprints. While running, the short and fat disciple took out a palm-sized compass-shaped magical tool. Infusing it with true essence, he quickly injected a message into it with his thoughts. Chapter 30. The insidious person Su-12 was unaware of what was happening behind him. He did not know that he had already been targeted. However, he acted cautiously, running dozens of miles away in one breath, and after using a teleportation talisman, he finally stopped. Glancing at the fiery red flying sword, he saw that it was just a low-grade magical tool and did not pay it much mind. Then, he used a trace of true essence to check the storage bag in his hand. To his surprise, a mere disciple from Tianhua Peak at the 5th level of Qi refining could actually gather 4 level 2 materials in just 2 days, including this Xianqing Ice Lotus. That means I only have half of the materials left to collect to become an official disciple. After checking the storage bag of that Tianhua Peak disciple, he was initially stunned, and then his face lit up with joy. Inside the storage bag were indeed 4 pieces of level 2 materials, a spiritual plant, and 3 pieces of iron stone. Besides that, there were just some personal belongings of the disciple. Aside from a few talismans, it seemed there was nothing else of value. Just as he was about to exit the observation, Su-12's eyebrows raised as he flipped out a palm-sized sheepskin map. The map marked several immortal paths and locations. The most prominent was a location marked with a red circle, the spiritual plant garden. Huh. Is this the map of the spiritual plant garden that Meng Tian mentioned back then? Su-12's breath momentarily caught, and he immediately reacted. However, as his gaze swept over it, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. This map is quite crude, aside from a few marked locations and descriptions. There is no other information. I have no idea where I am right now, and none of the places I passed these days correspond to the locations on this map. It seems that even if everyone has a copy of this map, it doesn't guarantee they can find the location of the spiritual plant garden. However, Tianhua Peak has many people. With over 1,000 people on one peak, while not everyone has a map, it is likely that most know the information about the spiritual plant garden. With that many people, surely 100 or so can find it. No wonder Tianhua Peak is so confident. Although he vaguely guessed Tianhua Peak's intentions, the map was almost useless, which left Su-12 somewhat disappointed. However, upon reflection, collecting so many spiritual materials right at the beginning is also a good thing. At this rate, he could completely try to break into the top 10 within the peak. Or after acquiring enough materials to promote to an official disciple, choose to enter seclusion for 2 months. In the following days, he relied on his heavenly eye technique, darting around and managed to find 2 more pieces of level 2 spiritual materials. This ancient forbidden area is truly vast. The sect has really invested heavily in scraping materials here. In these 10 days, I have visited no less than 20 places, yet almost all have been snatched away by others. However, this heavenly eye technique is not specifically for treasure hunting, and several times it led me to demon beast caves. Fortunately, I ran fast. That day, Su-12 activated the heavenly eye technique, walking quickly through an unknown forest. Under his gaze, strands of golden spiritual energy were emitting from a distance. Judging by the distribution of the golden spiritual energy in the air, it should undoubtedly be a golden material. Murmuring to himself, he soon walked out of the woods and came to a small hillside. Upon seeing 2 corpses lying on the hillside, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively wanted to run away. After taking a few steps back, he stopped and began to examine them closely. There were two corpses, one old and one young. The strong man lay in a pool of blood, with a sword mark on his neck, clearly having been killed by a single sword strike. In his hand, he tightly grasped a piece of golden stone the size of a pigeon egg. In front of him, the old man lay on the ground, holding a low-grade magical tool long sword, with 3 nails pierced into his forehead. And nearby on the ground lay 4 iron nails that seemed to have been knocked off by a flying sword in a hurry. If I'm not mistaken, the piece the strong man was holding should be a level 2 top-grade material, Lily Jean. Looking at this situation, the two must have fought over this Lily Jean. The strong man, outmatched, was killed by a sword strike to the throat, but before dying, he managed to shoot out 7 iron nails, dragging the old man down with him. Su 12 silently analyzed, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Clearly, they were fellow disciples, yet they fought to the death over various materials. This scene deeply made him feel the cruelty of the cultivation world. This is not a trial. It is clearly a gladiatorial arena of life and death. Shaking his head helplessly, he immediately approached to pick up the treasures. They both perished, which is a benefit for me. Just as he was thinking this, his gaze fell on the strong man's palms, and Su 12's pupils constricted, causing his steps to falter for a moment. Wait a minute, with such thick calluses, how could the weapon used by this strong man be iron nails? As the thought crossed his mind, Su 12's breath caught, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He had already used the heavenly eye technique to scan the surroundings and saw no one else. If he had not caught this detail in time, if he had just gone up, he would likely have been lying there as well in the next second. Who on earth is so insidious? He muttered inwardly and continued forward without changing his expression. However, as he approached the 2 corpses, he suddenly stopped. He decisively used the object manipulation technique to draw the 4 scattered iron nails into his sleeve and into the storage bag. After doing this, he was about to turn and leave. Bastard, leave my soul-disrupting nails behind. Just then, an angry, crisp voice sounded. In the air, accompanied by a wave of spiritual energy fluctuations, a woman with a curvaceous figure, alluring in every way, appeared. The moment she appeared, the woman flicked her hand and threw out 3 fire talismans, 3 fireballs the size of heads tearing through the air and smashed towards Su 12. Sure enough, there is someone. It's her. Su 12's pupils shrank sharply, instantly recognizing that the person was the female cultivator named Chu, who had sold him talismans at the trading square half a year ago. You, this woman, are really not a good person. It's one thing to trick me, but you still want to ambush me. Next time we meet, I will definitely make you pay. Su 12 glared at her fiercely and immediately cursed. 6 months ago, the top-grade talisman he bought was swapped for a fake, and another chi-gathering pill also disappeared. Aside from this woman, he couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a wicked thing. As he spoke, without waiting for the attack to land, he stomped his foot hard, instantly activating the shadowless phantom step, and with a gust of wind, he soared into the air. Am I not a good person? You bastard. You still have the nerve to reason with me after taking my things. Can you escape today? The Chu surname female cultivator was a bit surprised to see Su 12. This kid is still alive. What a joke. But immediately after hearing Su 12's words, she became furious, her chest heaving with rage. She flicked her wrist and threw out 3 ice spike talismans. The talismans activated and immediately shot out 3 ice spikes, each a finger long, flying towards the airborne Su 12 with astonishing speed. The ice spikes glimmered with a cold light in the air, clearly indicating their formidable power. Chapter 31 blocked the hair on Su 12's back stood on end, and without thinking, he immediately activated the blood light shield. A blood-red light shield appeared, enveloping his entire body. Bang! Bang! The ice spikes struck down, immediately covering the shield with cracks, but it did not disappear. Taking advantage of this force, Su 12's figure rose a few more feet. Under the phantom step, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Watching Su 12's retreating figure, the Chu surname female cultivator gritted her silver teeth, her eyes wide with anger, feeling extremely frustrated. This kid actually learned Meng Tiany's bloodlight shield. Seeing him act so cautiously, it was likely that Meng Tiany didn't run away, but rather died at his hands. But this bastard, not only did he escape, but he also stole my 4 soul-breaking nails. How infuriating. If I see you again, I will definitely tear you apart. While angrily muttering, a glowing starry band floated in the air. A tracking spell? Someone else is coming. The Chu surname female cultivator gasped, and immediately held her breath, silently reciting a spell as she moved to the side. Under this spell, her figure quickly blended into the invisibility. Half a tea time later, on the hillside, two figures, one fat and one thin, appeared. They were the two disciples from Tianhua Peak who had come to track Su-12. Seeing the two corpses on the ground, their expressions tightened, and they immediately became vigilant. Looking at these two, they must have perished together. The short and fat disciple quickly scanned the area and analyzed. The tall and thin disciple looked pleased. Isn't this perfect? We can pick up a bargain. But that kid didn't take this treasure when he saw it. He must have discovered us. Quick, pick up these things, and let's continue the chase. The death of people is minor, but losing materials is a big deal. The short and fat disciple nodded and immediately stepped forward to grab the glass gold from the strong man's hand. Meanwhile, the tall and thin disciple was not idle either. He hurried to collect the storage bags from the two men's waists and the old man's magical sword. Just as the two approached, suddenly, a thick ink-colored mist erupted from the two corpses. This mist spread rapidly, enveloping both of them as soon as it appeared. Not good. It's a trap. Oh no. It's poisonous. As they saw the sudden change in situation, the tall and thin disciple and the short and fat disciple both turned pale and hurriedly tried to run away. But just as they took a step, their bodies twitched, and they fell to the ground, eyes rolling back, spitting blood, and dying. The poison of the 5-poison spirit snake was indeed extraordinary. Too bad there was only this little bit. Otherwise, if there were a few more times, I could have made a fortune. The next moment, the Chu surname female cultivator appeared on the scene. She smiled, muttering to herself, and quickly collected the items from the old man and the strong man. Then, her gaze turned to the two fat and thin figures on the ground. Fortunately, that kid ran away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to poison two unfortunate souls at once. Tianhua Peak is much stronger than Luofu Peak. These two weren't weak either. In these few days, they should have found 2 or 3 materials, right? Smiling and murmuring, the Chu surname female cultivator's eyes squinted into slits. Rubbing her small hands together, she waved her hand and immediately collected the 2 storage bags. Infusing her true essence into them, she checked the contents and her brows furrowed, her expression turning particularly gloomy. No way, besides a dozen broken talismans and a low-grade magical weapon for each person, there's nothing else? Are these really disciples from Tianhua Peak? They didn't find a single piece of material in 2 days? What a bunch of useless trash. The Chu surname female cultivator gritted her silver teeth, speaking hatefully. Little did she know that the fat and thin disciples, along with the person killed by Su-12, were all part of the same group. The materials they had collected over these days were all in the storage bag that Su-12 had taken away. Pouting, the Chu surname female cultivator, feeling unlucky, threw out a few fireballs to incinerate the corpses on the ground. These 2 guys just used a tracking spell. They were clearly here for that kid. Could it be that their things were stolen by him? Regardless of whether that's the case, I need to quickly find my soul-breaking nails. With her eyes spinning, the Chu surname female cultivator turned to look in the direction Su-12 had left. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed the starry band in the air, activated a teleportation talisman, and chased after Su-12. Su-12 didn't dare to fly in the air for too long. First, the true essence consumption was too great, and second, it was too conspicuous. After escaping, he landed on the ground and continued to explore carefully. Seeing the 4 iron nails in the storage bag, he felt elated. He never expected these 4 soul-breaking nails to be top-grade magical weapons. The color gleamed with a green light. They must have been heavily poisoned. That woman was indeed as venomous as a scorpion. However, judging by that nasty woman's nervous demeanor, these 4 iron nails must be quite valuable. Well, in any case, they are definitely worth more than a first-grade top-grade defensive talisman. The more Su-12 looked, the happier he became, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction. 3 days later, he had visited several places but found no significant gains. On this day, he activated the Heavenly Eye technique, following a trace of earthy spirit energy in the air, arriving at a wide stone forest filled with boulders towering 2 people high. Judging by the distribution of spiritual energy here, there should be something good beneath the boulders. At the very least, it should also be a second-grade earth attribute spiritual material. Wait. This place seems to correspond to the giant stone forest recorded on the spiritual plantation map. While thinking, upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately took out the palm-sized map to confirm. The stone forest extended several dozen miles deep. It was definitely here. So, the spiritual plantation should be located 100 miles east of here. Regardless of whether it was or not, I'll check it out after collecting the spiritual materials here. Having made up his mind, Su-12 followed the flow of spiritual energy in the air and stepped into the stone forest. Soon, he ventured deeper into the forest. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a figure in his peripheral vision. His pupils constricted, and his expression instantly became serious. "Kid, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The grudge from 4 years ago can finally be settled today." A disciple with a face full of flesh and a plump figure was grinning maliciously as he approached. This disciple was not high in cultivation, only at the 3rd level of chi refining. But he was a familiar face, the chubby servant disciple who had deliberately made things difficult for everyone when he first received the elixirs. Huang Fatty. Revenge? Seeing the other party's provocative demeanor, Su-12 stood still, completely unfazed. His gaze immediately scanned the surroundings, assessing the environment. "You really are a cautious guy, but unfortunately, today you can't escape." Another voice rang out, and then 2 more figures emerged from the boulders on either side of him. One of them was Zhao Yu, the sword-carrying boy from 4 years ago. The other was a burly man, with a fierce appearance, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, clearly not someone to be trifled with. 5th level of chi refining. 6th level of chi refining. Su-12 glanced left and right, his pupils constricted, and his face instantly turned particularly grim. Chapter 32. The strongest servant. With a sweep of his gaze, Su-12 looked at the disciple with the leopard head and ringed eyes and said, "Brother, we should have no grievances in the past and no grudges today, right? Moreover, before entering the trial, the Peak Master specifically instructed that it is strictly forbidden for brothers of the same peak to harm each other." He recognized that he was not a match for the 3 of them working together. If he could persuade the strongest among them to leave, he believed he could handle the other 2. Hell, what? Trying to scare people with the Peak Master? "Kid, do you know who this is? My biological brother Zhao Yan, the strongest among the servant disciples of Luofu Peak. You're done for today?" Before Zhao Yan could speak, Zhao Yu glared and mockingly said, "Biological brother? The strongest among the servant disciples of Luofu Peak?" Su-12's heart sank suddenly, and he felt a desire to flee. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the precious treasures on you. Considering we are fellow disciples, I can still give you a way out," Zhao Yan coldly shouted from a distance. "Precious treasures? What do you mean by that?" Su-12 squinted, maintaining a calm facade, while secretly pulling out a talisman to hold in his hand. "You, a waste with a mediocre spirit root, managed to cultivate to the 4th level of chi refining in just 5 years. Do you think anyone would believe you if you say you have no precious treasures?" Zhao Yu rolled his eyes, speaking with certainty. Zhao Yan snorted heavily, his eyes filled with malice. Indeed, such a cultivation speed had attracted attention from others. A cold light flashed in Su-12's eyes as he looked at Zhao Yan and asked indifferently, "Yes, I do have a treasure that can enhance my cultivation. But are you sure that if I give it to you, you will let me go?" "Of course. When I, Zhao Yan, speak, my word is my bond." Zhao Yan nodded calmly, appearing generous. "Big brother, this kid is cunning. We can't let him go." Zhao Yu quickly turned to Zhao Yan, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Humph. I have my own judgment on this matter." Zhao Yan coldly snorted and reprimanded. It seemed like he had already made up his mind. These guys can really act. But I'm not afraid they won't act." Su-12 sneered coldly in his heart, while his face showed a conflicted expression. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a porcelain bottle and threw it over. "This bottle contains a spirit medicine that can quickly enhance cultivation." The bottle flew through the air, and before it could land, Zhao Yan suddenly raised his hand, and a long spear appeared in his grasp. With a sweep of the spear tip, the bottle shattered, and a talisman inside was also torn apart. Clearly, he had never believed Su-12's words. "Kid, you dare to play tricks in front of me. Since you don't know what's good for you, I can only kill you first, and then slowly search." Zhao Yan coldly snorted, a powerful aura emanating from him. He charged straight at Su-12 with the spear in hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and the fat guy were also not idle. Zhao Yu produced a flying sword and waved it, unleashing a streak of sword light. The fat guy, lacking any real weapon, could only activate a clumsy spell to attack. "Humph, you think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourselves." Su-12 shouted loudly, waving his hand to unleash 30 attack talismans, transforming into a variety of attacks rushing toward the 3 in front of him. So many talismans. How can this kid be so rich? The three were startled at the sight of so many talismans attacking. This was not just an attack talisman, it was money. Moreover, such a dense attack was enough to pose a threat to them. Zhao Yu and the fat guy's expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly tried to respond. But they were clearly caught off guard. Zhao Yin remained unfazed, wielding his spear and, under the activation of his true essence, he swept away nearly half of the talisman attacks. The various attacks hit the stone pillars, causing rocks to fly and dust to billow in the stone forest. Su 12 didn't care about this. Taking advantage of the moment, he pulled out a fleeing talisman and immediately infused it with true essence. The talisman ignited, glowing with a yellow light that enveloped Su 12. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. A burst of energy appeared, shattering the escaping light around Su 12. Kid, you still want to escape in front of me? You're thinking too simply. Zhao Yin's mouth curled into a cruel smile as the spear tip pointed straight at Su 12's chest. Su 12's heart raced, feeling waves of panic surge from his feet. The fleeing talisman being interrupted was far beyond his expectations. But he was not one to sit and wait for death. True essence surged within him, and the turtle pattern shield he had placed at his chest was instantly activated. The turtle pattern shield flew out with a swoosh, expanding in the wind to form a shield half his height to protect his front. Clang! With a sharp and crisp sound, Zhao Yan's spear struck the turtle pattern shield, causing it to wobble, but it did not pierce through. However, the small crack that appeared on the shield still made Su 12 feel a pang of pain. With his cultivation level, he simply could not fully utilize the defensive power of this supreme-grade artifact. What? You actually have a supreme-grade defensive artifact? Zhao Yan exclaimed in surprise, his voice trembling. The next moment, his breath quickened, and a blazing greed gleamed in his eyes. Su 12 coldly snorted, ignoring him as he hurriedly urged the turtle-patterned shield to protect his body. Then, he suddenly kicked off the ground in the stone forest, utilizing the shadowless phantom step to dart through the stone forest. However, he was not in a hurry to leave the stone forest. He kept glancing at Zhao Yu and the fat guy not far away. With his lightness skill, moving through the stone forest was actually more convenient for evasion. If he lost the cover of the stone forest, he would have no chance against the three working together. He had to eliminate the two weakest ones first to have a chance to escape. Even if this thing can protect you for a moment, what difference does it make? With your strength, how much of this artifact's defense can you even utilize? Let us see where you can run today. This thing is mine. Zhao Yin's greed had awakened, and the long spear in his hand released an astonishing aura. He swept the spear, and boulders shattered and fell under his attack. His gaze locked onto Su 12, relentlessly pursuing him. In the dust, Zhao Yu and the fat guy were covered in dirt from the talisman's explosions. As soon as they resolved the attack, they hurriedly searched for Su 12's whereabouts. Zhao Yu's gaze swept over to the fat guy not far away, and with a glint in his eye, he discreetly affixed an invisibility talisman to himself. That kid hasn't left immediately. He probably wants to ambush us? At that moment, Su 12 swiftly descended like a hawk, suddenly appearing behind the fat guy. With a fist enveloped in flames, he struck fiercely at the fat guy's back. Ah, you. The fat guy barely had time to scream before his insides were crushed by the punch. After killing the fat guy with one blow, Su 12 decisively retreated. Kid, I finally caught you. Suddenly, Zhao Yu revealed himself, swinging his sword towards Su 12's back. This sword was fast and fierce, with the full power of the 5th level of Qi refining unleashed to its limit. Chapter 33 The Trap of the Female Cultivator. This is bad. When the cold light appeared, Su 12 realized something was wrong. His mind trembled, feeling as if he had a thorn in his back. The turtle-patterned shield hovered in front of him, leaving him no time to react. In a critical moment, he could only hurriedly activate the bloodlight shield. Crack! The sword light descended, and the bloodlight shield instantly shattered. The sword struck hard against Su 12's back, leaving a bloody wound. Feeling the pain in his back, Su 12 fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could land, Zhao Yu seized the moment and thrust another sword at him. In a critical situation, Su 12 performed a roll, and the white mist sword appeared in his hand, swinging it to deflect Zhao Yu's attack. He was still confident about blocking the attack from the 5th level of Qi refining. Clang! After the two swords collided, Su 12's expression changed again. Although he had blocked the sword, the immense force caused his palm to crack. In front of him, 3 fireballs the size of heads had already formed, radiating an astonishing temperature. Humph! You're just at the 4th level of Qi refining, and you dare to fight me? Today, you will undoubtedly die. Zhao Yu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a fiery gaze. At the same time, not far away, Zhao Yin was also lunging forward with his spear. Facing the two-pronged attack, Su 12 felt desperate. These guys were indeed not easy to deal with. Just a small mistake had put him in such a dangerous situation. It's do or die? With a cold gaze, Su 12 threw out a soul-restraining nail. An ambush? Kid, you're too naive to think this will work on me. Zhao Yu sneered, raising his sword to block the incoming soul-restraining nail, showing a mocking expression to Su 12. But the next moment, he felt a slight sting at the back of his head, like a mosquito bite. His smile froze, and his expression turned to one of shock. It turned out that another soul-restraining nail had been manipulated by Su 12 using his telekinesis and had embedded itself in the back of his head. The nail was clearly poisoned, sealing his throat upon drawing blood. After the shock, Zhao Yu widened his eyes, glaring at Su 12 with a face full of unwillingness. His body swayed before he collapsed to the ground. Almost at the same time, a spear came at him. Zhao Yin thrust his spear straight at Su 12's back. However, this time Su 12 was prepared, having already activated his turtle shell shield behind him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the turtle shell shield trembled violently, crashing hard against Su 12's back under the force of the spear. Su 12 let out a muffled grunt, feeling as if he had been struck hard. But he gritted his teeth and, using this immense force, fully unleashed his shadowless phantom steps, fleeing quickly into the distance. To be able to kill a 5th-level Qi refining practitioner was already pushing his life to the limit, which was not easy. As for Zhao Yin, who was at the 6th level of Qi refining, he had no intention of engaging with the opponent from the start. You, brother. Kid, if I don't kill you today, I, Zhao Yin, will never be a man. Scanning over Zhao Yu's corpse, Zhao Yin was furious, his eyes turning red with rage. Without a second thought, he poured his true essence and chased after Su 12. The two were in a fast-paced chase, like cheetahs. Su 12 was not as powerful as Zhao Yin, but he occasionally threw out attack talismans, making Zhao Yin suffer greatly in his pursuit. However, he was injured, and despite swallowing 3 small recovery pills early on, he could still feel his stamina depleting. I must quickly think of a way to shake him off, or I will eventually be caught. Just as Su 12 was secretly worrying, he dashed out of the stone forest and saw a familiar figure ahead. The person was none other than the female cultivator of the Chu family who had been chasing him. Kid, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon seeing Su 12, the Chu female cultivator revealed an evil smile and threw out 3 soul-restraining nails. Su 12's pupils constricted, and he immediately came up with a plan. He suddenly stopped, and a gust of wind lifted him upwards. The 3 soul-restraining nails passed right under his feet, heading straight for Zhao Yin, who had just dashed out of the stone forest. An ambush? Seeking death, Zhao Yin, wielding his spear, swept it forcefully, knocking the 3 soul-restraining nails away. When he saw the extra figure in front of him, his expression changed slightly. He stared at the woman, contemplating whether her attack was directed at him or not. But before he could figure it out, Su 12 shouted from the air, Chu senior sister, you shouldn't have come at this time. This guy is too strong. He's hard to deal with. The Chu female cultivator's gaze swept over, already guessing something, and her expression darkened as she was about to expose him. But before she could speak, Su 12 threw out a palm-sized sheepskin map and continued shouting, Chu senior sister, the location of the precious treasure and the spirit herb garden is on this map. You must take the things and leave quickly. I will hold this guy off. Once you reach a certain level in your cultivation, remember to avenge me. Seeing the flying sheepskin map, the Chu female cultivator knew it was a trap and instinctively wanted to destroy it. But upon hearing the words Spirit Herb Garden, her expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly grasped the sheepskin map. At the same time, Su 12 grinned and shot the remaining 2 soul-restraining nails at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin instinctively raised his spear to block, still harboring some doubt, but when he glanced at the 5 soul-restraining nails on the ground, he could only say they were identical. He had already believed more than half. Looking at the sheepskin map in the Chu female cultivator's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a greedy light flickered in his eyes. He could avenge his brother at any time, but this precious treasure could not be lost. Almost instantly, he made his decision and lunged at the Chu female cultivator with his spear. So they are in cahoots. Then let us die together. Are you crazy? I don't even know him. The Chu female cultivator's face darkened to the point of dripping water. She was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, and facing an attack from a 6th level practitioner, she dared not be careless. As she spoke, she threw out more than 10 attack talismans. The talismans transformed into a myriad of attacks in the air, heading straight for Zhao Yin. She really is a ruthless woman, but unfortunately, you all must die today. Zhao Yin fixed his gaze on the Chu female cultivator. Throughout this journey, he had suffered greatly from talisman attacks. There were hardly any disciples in the entire sect who could afford to use so many attack talismans. Their attack methods were almost identical. And no matter how much the Chu female cultivator tried to explain, he no longer believed her. Moreover, judging by their expressions, whether they had a grudge or not was unknown, but they definitely knew each other. Not good. Chu Senior's sister, hold on. I'll go call for help. Su 12 feigned panic and shouted. As he spoke, he activated a teleportation talisman in his hand. A yellowish light flashed by, and Su 12 disappeared from the spot. Along with him vanished the 5 soul-restraining nails on the ground. Faced with Su 12's escape, Zhao Yin hesitated for only a moment before continuing his frenzied assault. You damned little brat, don't think you can run. The Chu female cultivator gritted her teeth, hating Su 12 to the core. She had long heard rumors about the spirit herb garden, but had never managed to obtain the map. Knowing it was a trap, she had to jump in head first. But she couldn't let Su 12 escape just like that. With a cold snort, she threw out another attack talisman and leaped, transforming into a streak of light, chasing after the escaping light of Su 12. Watching the light of the escaped talisman flicker out and then reappear, her brows knitted tightly. This damned little brat actually has so many escape talismans. Humph. Wanna run? Can you get away? Zhao Yin snorted coldly, spear in hand. And under the full activation of his true essence, he quickly blocked the attacks and hurriedly pursued. In an instant, the 3 figures formed a line, one in front, one in the middle, and one behind. Chapter 34. Treasure hunting in the cave. As he heard the sounds behind him, Su 12 did not dare to be careless, activating one escape talisman after another. At this moment, he could only secretly rejoice. Thankfully, he had taken the time to learn and craft a bunch of talismans before coming here. Otherwise, encountering such a situation would have been disastrous. That damned woman is running so fast and chasing me down. She really wants to kill me. Su 12 looked frustrated. His plan had indeed succeeded, and the Chu female cultivator had engaged with Zhao Yin. However, the speed at which the female cultivator had joined the fight was something he had not anticipated. As he swiftly navigated through the underground stone forest, he could only continue to run, hoping to quickly distance himself from the two. Suddenly, his body sank sharply, crashing into an underground cavity. Su 12 was startled and was about to stabilize himself when he realized he had already landed. A burst of firelight appeared in his hand, and the next second, he used the light to see the situation below clearly. What came into view was a hall made of piled stones. The hall was over a yard high and 2 to 3 yards long and wide. On the 4 walls, there were 2 rusty candlesticks placed. The entire hall was empty, with only a pile of wood chips turned to dust. Scanning quickly, he sensed no threat, and only then did he temporarily put his mind at ease. He quickly pinched a fleeing talisman in his hand, ready to continue fleeing, but hesitated for a moment and waited against the stone wall. Half an hour passed without any movement, and only then did he put away the fleeing talisman and let out a long sigh of relief, filled with lingering fear. He had finally saved his life. It seemed one could never underestimate anyone. Judging by the looks of this place, there should have been some furniture here before. But over time, it had turned to dust. Could this have been the cave of a cultivator from the ancient forbidden area? Su 12 silently speculated. Knowing that the place they were testing was indeed an ancient forbidden area, and cultivators had once been active here, his gaze swept around, and he noticed that the wall on his right connected to a smaller room. A rich, earthy spiritual energy was emanating from that small room. Such a dense, earthy spiritual energy. Could this be the location of the materials I was tracking earlier? Raising an eyebrow, Su 12 quickly reacted. He casually stored the 8 candlesticks into his storage bag and walked toward the small room with the fireball in hand. The candlesticks were already rusty, but the materials used to make them were obviously spiritual materials. Upon entering the small room, his pupils dilated. Before him sat a skeleton clad in a robe, cross-legged. Beneath the skeleton was a mat, and the rich, earthy spiritual energy was emanating from this mat. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the small room. It seemed I was right. This should be the cave of this person. But I wonder what this person did, why they built their cave underground, and what caused their death. Su 12 squinted as he stood at the door, discreetly casting a wind technique. As the wind blew, the skeleton and its clothing instantly turned to ash, clearly having already been reduced to dust. Ding! Immediately, a blue, ancient ring rolled onto the ground. Looking at the mat and the ring on the ground, Su-12 hurriedly used a telekinesis technique to retrieve both items and then return to the main hall. This mat was actually made from a whole second-level spiritual plant, Earth Vine, woven into a high-grade magical tool. The previous cultivators were indeed extravagant. This magical tool definitely couldn't be used for combat. Could it assist in cultivation? Thinking about the appearance of the skeleton before it turned to ash, Su-12 quickly placed the mat down and sat cross-legged on it to give it a try. As his internal technique operated, he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing in rapidly in the next moment. The speed of refining spiritual energy was several times faster than when he was in the Emerald Ring Mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was one thing, but the key was that this mat actually had the effect of accelerating the refinement of heaven and earth spiritual energy. This is a good thing. Discovering the mat's wonderful use, Su-12 instantly showed a happy expression. Although he had a mysterious pill furnace that continuously refined various pills, his spiritual root was indeed too poor, and even with the help of pills, he could barely catch up to the level of ordinary disciples. If it weren't for his diligence, reaching the third level of the chi refining stage in these 5 years would have likely been his limit. But with this mat, his future cultivation speed could be even faster. The faster he improved his strength, the quicker he could take revenge. Confirming the mat's usefulness, Su-12 excitedly sat on it, and then shifted his gaze to the ancient ring. The ring felt quite extraordinary in his hand, with ancient patterns carved on it. However, no matter how Su-12 looked at it, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of spiritual power. But he knew that this item, having endured the passage of time without decaying, couldn't be simple. Let's try injecting true essence. Not sensing any special features, Su-12 attempted to inject true essence into it. When the true essence touched the ring, it felt like it encountered a thin membrane. Su-12 raised his eyebrows, and with a surge of true essence, he directly broke through this membrane. In the next second, his mind shook, and a space of about 100 square feet appeared in his consciousness. This was actually a storage magical tool, similar to a storage bag. A space of this size could only be achieved by a high-grade storage magical tool, right? Su-12 was astonished and quickly focused on exploring this storage ring space. The space was not small, but it was empty, containing only a cylindrical object about a finger long and 2 fingers wide, along with a half-sized jade tablet. With a thought, he took both items out of the storage ring. Wearing the storage ring on his hand, Su-12 eagerly picked up the cylindrical object to inspect it. The cylinder was engraved with ancient patterns, and 3 small characters were faintly visible. Jade Eye Tube. Jade Eye Tube. It seems to have been mentioned in some miscellaneous records. It was a medium used by ancient cultivators to record techniques and insights. Remembering the information mentioned in the miscellaneous records, he pressed the jade eye tube against his forehead. Immediately, several segments of information quickly flashed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had digested the information contained within the jade eye tube. Small Zhou Tian Qi refining technique. Small Zhou Tian breath holding technique. Thunder forging technique. Zhou Tian sect. So this jade eye tube was an item given to entry disciples by the Zhou Tian sect. This means that the person who sat down here must have been a minor chi refiner among ancient cultivators. However, how could the small Zhou Tian Qi refining technique have a cultivation method for the 12th level of the Qi refining stage? This is strange. The fundamental breathing technique of the sect clearly states that the 9th level of the Qi refining stage is the completion stage, right? Su-12 blinked, puzzled. This question he couldn't figure out at the moment, so he had to set it aside. However, the small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique, which could conceal one's cultivation level, was definitely worth practicing. And the thunder forging technique was actually a body tempering technique that could enhance one's physique. Practiced to perfection, it could grant the body defensive capabilities comparable to high-grade magical tools. Unfortunately, this technique required the aid of weak lightning, which was not easy to operate. Shifting his thoughts, Su-12 then turned his gaze to the other jade tablet. Chapter 35. The mysterious and stunning woman. The jade tablet was small, with one side engraved with grass, trees, bamboo, and stones, while the other side was inscribed with the words passage order. Passage order? A passage order to where? Playing with the jade tablet and thinking for a moment, Su-12 tried injecting true essence into it. In the next second, the jade tablet suddenly trembled, and a shadow of light shot out. The shadow transformed into a map, marking several locations. On the map, 2 light dots were displayed, one near and one far. One of the light dots flickered, indicating a location marked by a pile of giant stones. The other light dot was stationary on a simple building symbol, with a character spirit floating above it. Spirit? Spirit plant garden? Could this be the passage order to enter the spirit plant garden? Yes. If that spirit plant garden is indeed filled with spiritual herbs, including the 100-year-old Zhu fruit, how could there be no precautions in place? Looking down at the jade tablet in his hand, Su 12 was overjoyed and suddenly realized, if that's the case, even if others went, they might not be able to enter. I need to heal my injuries quickly and then go investigate. With that thought, Su 12 quickly stored everything away, sitting cross-legged on the mat, healing while practicing the small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique. A technique that could conceal one's cultivation level was simply a pillow sent with a yawn for him. What he worried about the most was being recognized by familiar people due to his cultivation level. A kid with a poor spiritual root cultivating so quickly would be hard to explain no matter how he tried. 10 days later, a figure emerged from the center of the giant stone forest. Su 12, dressed in a blue disciple robe, immediately scanned his surroundings as soon as he appeared. Seeing no danger, he identified the direction and used the shadowless phantom step to quickly head east toward the giant stone forest. At this moment, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi refining stage was also more stable. However, from the outside, others would only think he was a disciple at the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage, and this was naturally due to the effectiveness of the small Zhou Tian breath-holding technique. Su 12 moved swiftly, and as he passed through a fractured rocky area, he saw 2 corpses lying on the ground. They were the backsword youth he had killed and that miscellaneous disciple. The corpses are still here? Could it be that Zhao Yin has already been counter-killed? In his heart, the danger level of that female cultivator with the surname Chu has risen another notch. Zhao Yin is quite powerful and has a solid foundation. He is definitely not an easy opponent. Su 12 was secretly startled, urging the object manipulation technique to take away the useful items from the two, then threw out 2 fireballs to incinerate their corpses before continuing on his way. After running nearly 100 miles in one breath, a vague sight of a mountain villa appeared in front of him. The villa is extremely large, covering at least 100 acres. The entire estate is shrouded in thick fog, with only the blurred outline visible. Outside this villa, one can see groups of 3 or 2 cultivators patrolling back and forth. The total number must be around 100. These cultivators are all at the 6th level of Qi refining or below, wearing clothes similar to Su 12's, but theirs are embroidered with the emblem of Tianhua Peak. Sure enough, the people from Tianhua Peak have arrived ahead of time. Su 12 murmured softly, directing his gaze to the main entrance of the spirit plantation. There, over 100 disciples of Tianhua Peak were gathered, jointly casting spells. A myriad of spells wove together in the air, continuously crashing towards the spirit plantation's gate. The momentum was immense, and the astonishing aura extended for several miles. However, as the attacks fell into the thick fog, they erupted with waves of incredible energy, merely causing the fog to churn without inflicting any damage on the spirit plantation. With so many people working together, if they targeted me, I fear they could reduce me to dust in an instant. But this spirit plantation remains unscathed, which is simply incredible. It seems that to enter, I will need to find a way using a passage token, but I have no idea how to use this passage token. I need to think of a way to get closer and observe from a distance. Su 12 stood on a small hillside several miles away, watching from afar. He had a concealment talisman affixed to him, and his aura was completely restrained under the small Zhou Tian breath restraining technique. Feeling the astonishing aura in the air and listening to the continuous booming sounds, he was greatly alarmed that the spirit plantation had suffered no damage for an entire day and night. As his thoughts turned, he was about to find a less crowded place to approach the spirit plantation for a trial. Just then, faint footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Su 12's ears twitched slightly, and he quickly locked his gaze on a towering tree behind him, silently leaping up. The small Zhou Tian breath restraining technique was pushed to its limits at that moment, completely masking his aura. Moments later, 2 graceful figures appeared in his line of sight. Is it them? Upon seeing the newcomers, Su 12's pupils constricted in surprise. One of them was the female cultivator with the surname Chu, and the other was that exceptionally beautiful woman he had seen before the trial began at Tianyin Peak. The beautiful woman had her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. As she approached, her cold eyes fixed on the distant villa, glimmering with light. A mysterious and ancient aura emanated from her, wonderfully inexplicable. At this moment, the female cultivator with the surname Chu was slightly bent over, following closely behind the beautiful woman, appearing quite respectful. Master, this is the spirit plantation recorded on the map. The people from Tianhua Peak are so overbearing. They must have known the location of this spirit plantation long ago, keeping it completely under wraps. Now, relying on their numerical advantage, they have occupied this spirit plantation. This is simply too much. The female cultivator with the surname Chu pouted in dissatisfaction and then cheerfully suggested, Master, why don't you show yourself and drive them all away? I absolutely cannot let anyone from the other peaks know about my entry. As for this spirit plantation, it is protected by layers of formations, and breaking through is by no means easy. Even if Fu Baran is prepared, it will take them at least a month or two to break through. The beautiful female cultivator replied expressionlessly, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Master, who is this beautiful woman? The female cultivator with the surname Chu actually calls her master. It seems her identity is not simple. Su Tuel's heart skipped a beat, and his mind began to speculate wildly. In the next moment, he held his breath tightly, not daring to move. No matter what the identity of this beautiful woman is, it means that her true cultivation level is at least at the foundation establishment stage. For him, it is crucial that the other party does not discover him. 1 or 2 months. Are we going to wait here that long? The female cultivator with the surname Chu looked surprised, her expression becoming conflicted. A month is fine, but 2 months would almost coincide with the end of the trial. And as for this spirit plantation, while it's said to contain many spiritual herbs, the specifics remain unknown. The beautiful woman calmly shook her head and said lightly, no need. While the formation is difficult to break, getting one person inside isn't hard. I need some time to prepare. You go wait for me at Thunderdrum Peak. Once I obtain the medicinal materials inside, I will come to find you. Thunderdrum Peak? What kind of place is that? The female cultivator with the surname Chu leaned over and asked softly. Someone's coming. We should retreat first. Just as the beautiful woman was about to speak, her brows suddenly raised slightly, and she turned to leave. The female cultivator with the surname Chu's face changed instantly, and she hurriedly followed closely behind. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the spirit plantation, the two came quickly and left just as swiftly, without a sound. Su 12 crouched in the tree, not daring to make a single sound the entire time. Although he did not sense anything when he heard footsteps approaching, he did not dare to act recklessly and remained cautiously vigilant in his heart. Thunderdrum Peak? What kind of place is that? However, this so-called trial is said to only allow disciples of the 6th level of Qi refining and below to enter, but in reality, it is not the case at all. If the Peak Master of Tianyin Peak can find a way in, what about the others? It seems I must be even more careful in my actions. Su 12 pondered to himself, and not long after, 3 figures quickly swept past. These 3 individuals were not high in cultivation, all at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and were disciples of Tianhua Peak responsible for patrolling the surrounding area. The 3 stood on the hillside, quickly scanning the surroundings. Finding nothing, they soon left. After these 3 departed, Su 12 finally floated down from the tree, secretly using the wind calling technique to approach the spirit plantation. As he got closer to the thick fog, there were no other guards nearby. After staring at the thick fog for a few moments, Su 12 took a deep breath and cautiously stepped inside. The moment he entered, the thick fog surged and churned. A tremendous pressure surged in from all directions, instantly making it difficult for him to breathe. It felt as if he was sinking into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Su 12 hurriedly activated the bloodlight shield, secretly thinking that if the jade token didn't work, he would not die but would definitely suffer. Is this the power of the formation? No wonder those disciples from Tianhua Peak dare not approach. A thought flashed through his mind, and in a critical moment, he quickly took out the jade token while gripping a fleeing talisman tightly with his other hand. Fortunately, as soon as the jade token appeared, it emitted a faint glow, and the violently churning fog seemed to sense something, quickly receding. Thankfully, it seems this jade token is indeed a passage token. Su 12 felt the pressure lighten significantly and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gripping the jade token tightly in his hand, after judging the direction, he hurriedly ran towards the spirit plantation. The fog extended for several miles on the outside, and the closer he got to the fog, the denser it became. While the light from the jade token grew brighter, Su 12 secretly speculated that if he did not have the passage token, the closer he got to the spirit plantation, the greater the pressure he would feel. Upon reaching the wall of the spirit plantation, he leaped and used the shadowless phantom step to easily scale over. As soon as he entered, he breathed in a refreshing aura. This aura contained abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth, invigorating and uplifting. What rich spiritual energy! Even if there are no spiritual plants in this spirit plantation, it is definitely an extremely suitable place for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 then directed his gaze towards the garden. Wow, so many spiritual medicinal materials? At this sight, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement, his eyes widening in disbelief. As far as the eye can see, the spirit plantation spans hundreds of acres, divided into numerous tidy plots of varying sizes. Among them, several plots are shrouded in formations. These formations are naturally integrated, simulating various growth environments for medicinal herbs, with shadows, sunshine, rain, and heat, creating a truly extraordinary scene. The plots are planted with a diverse array of medicinal herbs. The least valuable ones are second-grade low-quality spirit plants, many of which are first-grade spirit plants. But due to their age, they have become second-grade. From a distance, the areas are neatly arranged in a staggered pattern. One can vaguely see a few third-grade spirit plants. Altogether, there are probably at least 20 to 30,000 spirit plants in the entire plantation, if not more. There are 100-year-old ginseng, astragalus, lingji mushroom, phoenix treasure leaves, kulanhua, and dream fruit. Every time Su-12's gaze swept across a plot, he couldn't help but twitch his eye corner, and his heartbeat quickened. He recognized most of the spirit plants, but there were also many that weren't listed in any medicinal herb compendium. After quickly scanning around, his heart began to pound powerfully, as if it would leap out of his throat. With so many medicinal herbs, their value must surpass that of an entire mountain. With these, even without the mysterious pill furnace, I won't lack for pills and can quickly improve my cultivation. No, I must quickly collect these herbs and then flee. The master of Tianyin Peak is a formation expert. It won't be long before she can come in. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Su-12 swiftly calmed his excited emotions, not daring to waste any time. He ran to a plot filled with over 100 500-year-old ginseng plants and immediately got to work. He quickly dashed around, using both hands and feet to harvest each spirit plant into his storage bag. This was the moment of a great harvest. However, to prevent anyone from discovering the harvested spirit plants, after collecting each area, he deliberately expended a lot of true energy to dry out the land, disguising it as a barren scene. In doing so, he could leave behind some withered or half-dead spirit plants. In the 100-acre spirit plantation, Su-12 spent a full 2 days harvesting nearly 90% of the spirit plants. At this point, all his storage bags were filled with spirit plants, and his storage ring also held quite a bit. Fortunately, he had obtained this storage ring. Otherwise, even if he had entered, he probably wouldn't have been able to carry so many spirit plants. The remaining spirit plants were of good quality. He quickly finished collecting them and prepared to leave. Calculating the time, the master of Tianyin Peak would likely be coming soon. Early in the morning, just after collecting another area, Su-12 quietly muttered to himself. Glancing around and seeing only 2 areas left, he decided to focus on the nearest one. In this plot, there was only one towering tree, 100 meters high, enveloped in thick mist. The tree was lush and green, with 7 plump, red, fist-sized round fruits hanging from its branches. Su-12 felt surprised, and as he raised his eyebrows, the words of Ming Tianyi from that day suddenly surfaced in his mind. In the spirit plantation, there grows a 100-year-old red fruit tree that sprouts for 200 years, flowers for 200 years, and bears fruit for 200 years. Wait, is this the 100-year red fruit? Staring at the towering tree before him, Su-12's heart began to race again. The 100-year red fruit is a true third-grade spirit plant. Although it is only of low quality, its property of enhancing cultivation is enough to make all cultivators fight over it. Suppressing his excitement, Su-12 hurried forward to harvest the 100-year red fruit. If he could harvest these 100-year red fruits, this trip would not be in vain. Is that a high-level monster? Noticing several colorful marks on the red fruit tree, Su-12's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly stopped. After careful observation, he noticed that a thick, robust, and enormous giant python, covered in fiery red patterns, was coiled around the tree's branches. Its massive size indicated that it was no ordinary beast, but a very powerful snake-like monster. The giant python had its eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, but it exhaled thick mist with every breath, enveloping its entire body. if Su-12 hadn't been cautious and used the Heavenly Eye technique to look a few more times. He would have almost certainly missed the existence of this giant python. To him, the python's aura seemed exceptionally weak, appearing not strong at all. However, the solidified aura gave him a feeling akin to the first time he saw the mysterious and stunning woman from Tianyin Peak before entering the trial. Chapter 37. Master of Tianyin Peak. Shen Miaoyin. No, this giant python is definitely not simple. It is likely not just a high-level monster, but comparable to a second-tier monster at the Foundation establishment stage. Thinking of having been in the same place as such a dangerous existence for the past few days, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The cultivation realms of cultivators are divided into 9 levels: Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, divine transformation, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. Each realm is fraught with peril and incredibly difficult to ascend. Of course, once ascended, one's strength would surge dramatically. As the saying goes, one realm is one sky. That's how it is. In the Zhao Kingdom, where the Yungu sect is located, golden core cultivators are rare, and nascent soul cultivators are even more so. The subsequent realms are practically only found in legends. Reluctantly glancing at the 7 fruits hanging from the tree, Su-12 took a deep breath and decisively retreated. He knew very well that he was already struggling against someone at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and the Foundation establishment stage was far too distant for him. No matter how good the things are, preserving his life is more important. Besides, he had already gained a superabundant harvest, so there was no real regret. With this thought, Su-12 felt much more at ease. However, before he could retreat far, the entire spirit plantation suddenly began to pulse with unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. Not good. Could she be coming? Thinking to himself that it was bad, Su-12 immediately reacted. He quickly pulled out an invisibility talisman and stuck it on himself, hastily making his way to a nearby area piled with giant stones. Hiding between 2 massive stones, he activated the little Zhou concealment technique to the utmost, completely masking his presence. Whether this concealment technique could withstand the probing of a Foundation establishment cultivator, Su-12 was uncertain. However, he had experience in knowing that the master of Tianyin Peak, after sealing her strength, would not be able to detect him. Almost at the same moment he hid, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Shen Miaoyin held a round disc in one hand and formed a seal with the other to tear open a gap in the formation, gracefully landing in a corner of the spirit plantation. As the master of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoyin is also the foremost expert in formations within the Yungu sect. For others, entering this place would mean walking into a death trap. But for her, suppressing her cultivation to participate in a trial was still achievable. As soon as she landed, her eyes swiftly scanned the entire yard, seeing the vast areas of barren land. She could faintly make out a few withered or barely alive spirit plants. Her brows furrowed slightly. Then she directed her gaze to the 2 areas that Su-12 had not yet collected. One of those places was piled high with giant stones, with a few stone-colored flowers growing on the rocks. The other area featured a strikingly tall tree, 100 meters high. So many places are barren? Could it be that too much time has passed? Fortunately, there are still some spirit plants over there. The flowers growing on that pile of giant stones should be second-grade top-quality spirit herbs, at least 500 years old dendrobium. As for this tree, thinking to herself, Shen Miaoyin moved lightly and soon arrived near the 100-year red fruit tree. Upon seeing the red fruit tree before her, even though she usually maintained a calm demeanor, a smile spread across her face at this moment. Shen Miaoyin's red lips parted, and she exclaimed in surprise, 100-year red fruit? This item is actually here. Wait, this red fruit has grown for at least 1,000 years. One would be worth at least 20 years of hard cultivation. If I can consume 2 red fruits, even without going to Thunderdrum Peak, I can be confident in condensing my golden core within 10 years. Speaking softly, Shen Miaoyin's face flushed slightly, her eyes radiating with an incredibly fiery light. The 100-year red fruit is already enough to attract attention, while the 1,000-year red fruit is something that even golden core and nascent soul cultivators desire. Especially for Shen Miaoyin, it was an immense temptation. Her cultivation method was special. If she couldn't break through to the peak of Foundation establishment and condense a golden core within 10 years, she would have to disperse her power and start over. Each time she dispersed her power, the difficulty of breaking through would increase exponentially. Hidden among the crevices of a giant rock, Su-12 heard Shen Miaoyin's voice and was taken aback. What? That's actually 1,000-year-old red fruit. One can increase 20 years of cultivation? Unfortunately, I could never be a match for that second-tier demon beast. I should find an opportunity to escape. With that thought, Su 12 quickly dismissed his unrealistic notions and patiently waited for a chance to flee. At that moment, he was very glad he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, if the other party discovered someone had taken the lead, they would surely conduct a thorough search. Shen Miaoyin was excited, but her expression quickly calmed down. She rushed to the red fruit tree and was about to pick the fruit when suddenly, her heart shook and a bad feeling arose. Without thinking much, she suddenly leaped into the air and retreated backward. Whoosh! The branches and leaves of the red fruit tree swayed, and a giant python over 10 zhong long quickly burst out. This giant python had mottled patterns all over its body, reflecting shimmering light in the sunlight. Its sheer size was astonishing. Sensing a human presence, the giant python flicked its tongue and twisted its body, its thick and long form sweeping towards Shen Miaoyin like a long whip. Whoosh! Before the attack landed, a gust of wind had already disrupted Shen Miaoyin's clothes. Feeling the danger, Shen Miaoyin thought to herself that this was not good. Without waiting to land, she changed direction in midair and glided to the side. Bang! The giant python's body slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crack in the earth with a single blow. A nearly 100-meter-long fissure appeared on the ground. This tremendous force caused the earth to tremble. Su 12, hiding in the crevice of the giant rock, felt a wave of numbness all over his body. Lying on the ground and daring not to move, such an attack was beyond his ability to cope with. Even being grazed would mean instant death. In contrast, the giant python, having missed its attack, opened its massive mouth in anger, releasing a foul odor. Then, energy fluctuations in space erupted, and a torrent of flames spewed from the giant python's mouth. The flames were dark red, not only extremely hot, but also filled with toxic sand. Rushing straight towards Shen Miaoyin, was that a mid-tier fire cloud python? It seemed today I had no choice but to take risks. Sensing the imminent danger, Shen Miaoyin's brows furrowed tightly. A flicker of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she quickly made up her mind. A mid-tier demon beast was not easy to deal with. But for her, it was not difficult at all. As long as she could break the limits on her own power, she could handle it. However, doing so would mean bearing the backlash from the ancient restrictions in this place. The repercussions could be severe injuries or even death. But with the 1,000-year-old red fruit right in front of her, such a reward was worth the risk. As for escaping, Shen Miaoyin didn't even think about it. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and Shen Miaoyin wasted no time. With a thought, her delicate fingers moved skillfully, quickly forming hand seals. A surge of spiritual power intertwined between her hands into a complex pattern, which then suddenly entered her body. Boom! It seemed something had shattered, and Shen Miaoyin's cultivation rapidly ascended. Her entire aura became increasingly cold and proud, resembling an iceberg. Fixating on the giant python before her, she let out a cold snort and waved her sleeve, sending 5 azure flying swords shooting out from her cuff. Each sword was only a foot long, surrounded by a thin layer of cold air, and as soon as they appeared, the temperature in the air dropped several degrees. The sword lights crisscrossed, and the flying swords danced in the air like 5 swimming fish. Even more intense cold air emanated, propelled by the flying swords, rushing straight at the giant python. In the next second, the cold air met the flames. Zzz. A sound like electric current crackled as the cold air and flames dissolved into each other, creating rising mist. In the mist, the 5 flying swords cut cleanly down onto the giant python. Clang, clang, clang. A series of ringing sounds echoed, and sparks flew. The incredibly sharp flying swords struck the giant python, but could not pierce its flesh. Hiss! The giant python flicked its tongue, showing an impatient expression. With a sudden sweep of its tail, it knocked the 5 flying swords away. Then, it leaped into the air, glaring down at Shen Miaoyin, and once again opened its massive mouth. In an instant, its entire body seemed to catch fire, turning bright red, and an even more astonishing flame surged out of its mouth. The overwhelming blaze surged towards Shen Miaoyin. Just in time. Frost sword formation. Shen Miaoyin bit her lip tightly. The backlash from the ancient restrictions put immense pressure on her. However, seeing the fire cloud python use this move, she felt a sense of calm in her heart. She formed hand seals, and the 5 flying swords that had been knocked away swiftly returned, hovering above the giant python. As Shen Miaoyin chanted spells, The 5 flying swords trembled simultaneously, shooting out 5 streams of cold air into the sky. The cold air gathered in midair, transforming into a rolling mass of frost mist. Within the mist, a massive sword shadow descended from above. Thud! With a muffled sound, the sword shadow pierced directly through the giant python's body. In an instant, blood rained down. The giant python twisted in midair, its attack interrupted by the pain. After being injured, the giant python inhaled sharply, managing to suck in the 5 flying swords. Then, it glared at Shun Miaoyin with its large eyes, filled with resentment, and lunged at her. Its massive mouth seemed to devour everything in sight. Hidden among the rocks, Su 12's heart tightened, unable to help but sweat for Shun Miaoyin. Seeking death. Seeing this, Shun Miaoyin's gaze turned cold, and she changed her hand seals once more. Suddenly, the giant python, mid-lunge, froze in place, revealing an expression of immense pain. Thud! 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 Silently, the 5 flying swords pierced through the giant python's body from within, flying back to Shun Miaoyin's side. Severely injured, the giant python's body stiffened and fell heavily to the ground. It was clear it was taking in more air than it was expelling. Is this her true strength? This is terrifying. This giant python is already powerful enough, yet it can't withstand 3 moves from her? What on earth is her identity? Su 12 lay on the stone, secretly shocked by the scene before him. At this moment, he yearned for strength even more. However, it seemed she was also significantly injured. Could it be due to the restrictions in this area? Su 12 began to speculate in secret. Meanwhile, after completing all of this, Shun Miaoyin's delicate body trembled violently, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her complexion turned pale as snow at that moment. With her Peak Foundation establishment cultivation, dealing with such a demon beast was not difficult. However, being in the ancient restricted area, her cultivation was unsealed, and the backlash from the restrictions left her severely injured. The restrictions here were indeed terrifying. Fortunately, she managed to resolve this creature in time. Otherwise, if she had been even a moment later, she would have perished here. Glancing at the giant python, she hurriedly continued to form hand seals, sealing her own cultivation once more. After doing all this, she walked towards the giant python with her sword, intending to thoroughly understand it before picking the red fruits from the tree. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. The dying giant python suddenly rose, raising its head and opening its mouth to bite at the red fruit tree. "Oh no, you dare, you wretched beast." Shun Miaoyin's expression changed, and she was furious. As her voice rang out, she drew upon her true essence and slashed out a beam of sword light toward the giant python. Bang! The sword light struck the python's wound, causing its body to sway again. However, the giant python's mouth closed and still managed to bite down on 3 red fruits. As the fruits entered its belly, the giant python was instantly enveloped in a red glow. Under the red light, its injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. The originally dying giant python appeared to regain its vitality. In the red light, the giant python flicked its tongue, its resentful gaze locked onto Shun Miaoyin. With a twist of its body, its massive form swept towards Shun Miaoyin like a long whip. As a second-tier demon beast, it possessed rudimentary intelligence and could clearly sense Shun Miaoyin's weakening aura. This is bad. Caught off guard, Shun Miaoyin could only instinctively raise her sword to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, she was sent flying, and upon hitting the ground, she spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. This is trouble. The giant python had swallowed a jus fruit. Even if it couldn't recover for a while, its strength was still above mine. Seeing the giant python's vitality continuously recovering, and realizing that it was coming at her again, flicking its tongue, Shun Miaoyin silently cursed. Right now, she didn't dare to release her cultivation seal. Once her cultivation aura leaked, the terrifying counter-restrictions would crush her into powder in an instant. With the cultivation level of the 6th stage of Qi refining and injury sustained, facing this giant python, she felt powerless. Her peripheral vision swept and spotted the location of the dendrobium flower not far away. Without hesitation, Shun Miaoyin leaped and hurriedly ran towards the pile of boulders. She planned to use these boulders to shake off the pursuing giant python. Although she was reluctant, she knew that if she didn't leave quickly, once the giant python recovered more, even she would be doomed. At the same time, hiding among the boulders, Su 12 was dumbfounded and scared out of his wits. He was just a 4th-stage Qi refining novice. He didn't think he could participate in a battle of this level. What the heck? Why is it coming this way? No way. I can't hide anymore. I have to run. Making up his mind, Su-12 no longer concealed himself. He hurriedly burst out from the crevice of the boulders, his feet swift as the wind, racing towards the edge of the spirit plantation. What? There's actually another person hiding here. Seeing a figure suddenly springing out from the pile of boulders, Shun Miaoyin's gaze turned cold, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Then, upon seeing Su-12, she realized. It's him. That kid from Lefufeng? What is his background? How can a fourth-stage qi refining cultivator enter this place and evade my detection? Surprised as she was, Shin Miaoyin quickly formulated a plan. Chapter 39. Team up without hesitation. She hurriedly followed Su-12's footsteps, shouting from behind. Kid, don't run. This fire cloud python is heavily injured. If we join forces, we can definitely kill it. I don't believe you. Su-12 ran with all his might, ignoring Shun Miaoyin's words. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how heavily injured the fire cloud python is, it's still comparable to a Foundation establishment stage demon beast, and he had no intention of getting involved. The passage token was in his hand, and at that moment, he wished he had a pair of wings. Sensing the commotion behind him, he felt utterly speechless. What the heck? What's up with this woman? She's at least a Foundation establishment expert. Why is she following me? Shin Miaoyin frowned, equally frustrated. She had genuinely invited him, but she never expected that not only would he ignore her, but he would also run even faster. Just how timid is this kid? This speed, is he combining secular lightness techniques with wind summoning techniques? At that moment, the giant python suddenly halted, opening its mouth to spray forth a torrent of poisonous fire. Not good. Be careful, Shun Miaoyin shouted, her ice sword emitting a chill to protect herself, while also warning Su-12. Before Shin Miaoyin could finish her warning, Su-12 sensed the attack coming from behind. Damn it, this woman is going to get me killed. Cursing inwardly, he hurriedly activated the turtle pattern shield in his possession, simultaneously activating the bloodlight barrier. A blood-red barrier enveloped him, and the turtle pattern shield expanded against the wind, turning into a gigantic shield nearly as tall as a person, blocking the attack. To prevent any accidents, Su-12 swiftly pulled out a few defensive talismans. With walls of earth and water, over a dozen attacks were placed in front of the turtle-patterned shield. This scene made Shin Miaoyin's eyes twitch. A top-grade defensive artifact? And so many defensive talismans. Even Lu Ming's granddaughter wouldn't have this treatment. Is this really Lu Ming's true trump card? Whoosh. The flames howled, followed by the poisonous fire engulfing Su-12. The defensive talismans struggled to hold against the poison fire, but were utterly shattered. Then, the flames violently crashed against the turtle-patterned shield. Su-12 felt more than half of his true essence drain away suddenly. The turtle-patterned shield trembled violently, and he was sent flying. He had intended to use this force to quickly escape the spirit plantation. However, the power of the attack was astonishing. His body swayed, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be crushed. In midair, the passage token slipped from his hand. The poisonous fire swept by, and the passage token was directly reduced to nothing in the flames. What the heck? Seeing the passage token disappear, Su-12 was dumbfounded. Without the passage token, his strength was insufficient to leave the spirit plantation's formation. Looking at the turtle-patterned shield, he felt a pang of heartache. The turtle-patterned shield was covered in fine cracks. With another such attack, it would be completely destroyed. I miscalculated. This is a disaster. Am I really going to die here today? Su-12 silently lamented, quickly scanning for other opportunities to escape. Kid, no matter how you got in here, I'll remind you one last time. This fire cloud python is heavily injured. If we join forces, we still have a fighting chance. Otherwise, once it fully digests the Zhu fruit's medicinal properties, we will both definitely die. Shin Miaoyin's figure flashed, and she, like Su-12 before, combined lightness techniques with wind summoning, drifting through the air. With graceful steps, she arrived beside Su-12 in a breath, landing with an incredibly serious expression. Su-12 didn't answer immediately, but cautiously glanced at the distant fire cloud python. After 2 consecutive attacks, the fire cloud python had clearly weakened significantly and was now lying on the ground, panting. Only then did he gloomily say, "What do you want me to do? If it weren't for you chasing me, I would have run away long ago. But now, the passage token is destroyed, and I can only rely on you to leave." At this moment, he didn't dare to reveal his dissatisfaction. "Help me by a quarter of an hour. I need to restart the sword formation. This moment in time cannot allow it to refine the Zhu fruit's medicinal power," Shin Miaoyin said firmly. "A quarter of an hour? Are you kidding? My defensive artifact can withstand at most one more attack before it shatters. This isn't helping you buy time. It's sending me to my death. Su 12's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted. In fact, he still had quite a few talismans on him. If he really went all out, holding for a quarter of an hour wasn't impossible. But if that happened, he would have exhausted all his means. At that point, wouldn't he'd just be a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, since he knew this woman was at least a Foundation establishment expert, she must have plenty of good things on her as well. As for whether she would settle the score later, he didn't think too much about it. After all, this was a reasonable request. Don't worry, I won't let you die, Shen Miaoying quickly said, raising her hand. A pair of white boots and a palm-sized ice blue shield appeared in her grasp. All right, I'll give it a try. Su 12 took the items and nodded. He had already made up his mind to try once more, and if things went awry, he would immediately run away. Even if he had to die, he would be the last to die. Seeing Su 12 agree, Shen Miaoying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's move quickly. I will set up the sword formation. After saying that, she swiftly headed towards the places where the other 4 flying swords had fallen. However, if she had known Su 12's true thoughts, she would probably have wanted to kill him with a sword first. Shen Miaoying moved, and the giant python sensed the crisis. Opening its bloody mouth once more, Su 12 had already put on the cloud-treading boots, infusing them with true essence, feeling a force enveloping his legs, giving him a light and breezy sensation. Seeing the action of the fire cloud python, he swayed his body and stepped out, already several zhang away. The speed was so fast that he found it difficult to adapt momentarily. However, his movements did not slow down at all. His gaze locked onto the wound on the fire cloud python, and he flicked his hand, launching an attack talisman. The talisman transformed into flowing light and disappeared, instantly becoming a variety of attacks that rushed toward the fire cloud python. With the support of the wind calling technique, its speed increased even further. Bang, bang, bang. Before the fire cloud python could strike at Shen Miaoying, a large number of talisman attacks exploded at its wound. Hiss! The fire cloud python hissed in pain, its copper bell-like eyes flashing with a fierce light, opening its bloody mouth and turning its head to charge directly at Su 12. Under the gaze of those copper bell-like eyes, Su 12 felt a tightness in his heart, instantly experiencing a sensation of being immobilized, seeing flames appear from its mouth. Without a second thought, he decisively gathered his breath and soared up with the wind-calling technique. In the next second, an astonishing pillar of fire extended several hundred meters. In midair, he did not forget to flick his hand and throw out another attack talisman. The attack talisman transformed into 2 ice spikes, heading straight for the fire cloud python. Rain calling, come. Before the ice spikes could fall, another water-based spell was cast by Su 12. A rain poured down from the sky, perfectly covering the entire fire cloud python. Before the rain could land, it evaporated into gas under the high temperature. This caused the originally fierce fire cloud python to seem to extinguish its flames in an instant. Its body temperature sharply decreased, and the power of the flames it spewed out diminished somewhat. The spell, which was usually used by ordinary disciples to water spiritual plants, had an unexpectedly effective result against the now fiery fire cloud python. Immediately, the 2 ice spikes plunged fiercely into the wound on the fire cloud python. Chapter 40. Annihilating the fire cloud python hiss. The fire cloud python hissed in pain, clearly showing a look of suffering and anger. Its tongue flickered, and in an instant, it soared into the clouds. Crack! That massive body, stretching dozens of meters, suddenly swayed, surprisingly agile and quick, producing a loud sound in the air. Not good. Su 12 immediately felt a strong wind approaching, leaving him with nowhere to gain leverage. In a critical moment, he had no choice but to quickly activate the turtle pattern shield and ice shield. The 2 defensive artifacts, one in front of the other, flashed with magical light, enveloping his body. In the next second, the massive body lunged toward him. Bang! After a dull sound, Su 12 felt as if he had been struck by a mountain while running at full speed. His body flew uncontrollably backward. His internal organs were in immense pain, and he spewed blood. The moment he hit the ground, Su 12 gritted his teeth, using the wind-calling technique combined with the shadowless phantom step to quickly distance himself from the giant python. Upon looking closely, his heart ached. His top-grade artifact, the turtle pattern shield, had completely shattered under this blow, turning into countless fragments, with no trace of magical light left. Fortunately, the ice shield given by Shen Miaoying, although dim, showed no cracks, and he did not know if it was due to the material. This relieved Su 12 somewhat, if he could keep this artifact. After refining it with the mysterious Dan furnace later, it would at least become another top-grade defensive artifact. He quickly rolled up the ice shield and, combining the shadowless phantom step with the wind-calling technique, began to rotate rapidly around the giant python. From time to time, he tossed out an attack talisman. This time, he dared not hover in the air easily. Before coming, he had prepared a large number of talismans. However, with this method of use, the talismans on him were rapidly decreasing. In just a short quarter of an hour, he had thrown out no less than 300 talismans, if not 500. Towards the end, only some low-grade and even semi-finished talismans remained. However, Su 12 did not mind. For him, as long as he could use them and cause even a little bit of damage to the Fire Cloud Python, it was enough to disrupt its recovery. Seeing that only one talisman remained, Su 12 hurriedly turned his gaze to the distant Shen Miaoying. Hey, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Draw it over here. At this moment, Shen Miaoying's face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. Hearing Su 12's voice, she gritted her teeth and took out the only remaining blue recovery pill from her body, swallowing it in one gulp. Immediately, she condensed all her true essence into a magical seal, which landed on the ice sword. 5 flying swords shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Good. I'm coming right over. Su 12 relaxed slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly ran to Shen Miaoying's side. Behind him, the Fire Cloud Python was closely pursuing. But just as it was about to approach the sword formation, it suddenly stopped. Its pair of copper bell-like eyes revealed a wary expression. This guy isn't falling for it. What do we do now? Su 12 frowned and quickly asked, how much true essence do you have left in your body? Transfer it all to me. Shen Miaoying shouted coldly. For her, the sword formation was already formed, and whether the Fire Cloud Python approached or not was not important. The problem was that she currently had no true essence left in her body and had exhausted all her pills to recover true essence. Without mana, she could not activate the sword formation at all. After saying this, seeing Su 12 hesitating, she hurriedly urged, hurry. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. How do I do that? Su 12 asked awkwardly. He knew very well that he didn't have many options now. However, he had never transferred true essence to anyone before. Place your hand on my back and leave everything else to me, Shen Miaoying quickly said, realizing that the kid in front of her was just a novice in cultivation. Su 12 followed her instructions, placing his palm on Shen Miaoying's back. Although separated by a layer of clothing, the soft touch and faint body temperature still gave him an experience he had never had before. However, this feeling was fleeting. The next second, a tremendous suction force came from his palm, causing the true essence in his body to stir uncontrollably and pour out, being absorbed by Shen Miaoying. Unexpectedly, your cultivation is at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and you actually have quite a bit of true essence. Feeling the influx of true essence from her back, Shen Miaoying raised her brows, somewhat surprised. In her perception, Su 12's true essence was at least 1/3 more than that of other disciples at the same level. Although he had a mixed spirit root, which slowed his cultivation speed immensely, it also had its benefits. The mixed spirit root contained various types of spirit roots, and after the cultivation level increased, it would naturally be thicker than other disciples at the same level. Su 12 had never communicated with anyone else, so he naturally did not know this. Right now, he could only bitterly express, leave me some. At this rate, I'm going to be drained dry. Shen Miaoying did not speak again. With the support of true essence, she had already begun to form seals with her hands. The magical seal shot into the sky, and in the clouds, 5 ice swords reappeared, exhaling cold air. Amidst the surging cold air, a massive sword shadow reappeared. Frost sword formation. Flash. Shen Miaoying shouted sternly. The massive sword shadow radiating an astonishing chill, descending from the sky and charging straight toward the giant python not far away. The Fire Cloud Python was unwilling to back down, suddenly rearing up half of its body, opening its mouth to spit out a blast of fire. Bracing against the sword shadow, it had only simple intelligence, but it also understood that it was at a life and death moment. Its demon essence surged, and it mobilized all of it to counter the sword shadow in the air, neither side yielding. At this moment, Shen Miaoying let out a muffled groan, blood again trickling from the corner of her mouth, and her aura became particularly chaotic. She was already injured, and forcibly activating the sword formation with her Qi refinement level cultivation was an enormous drain on her. No way. Hold on, you can't fall now. Noticing Shun Miaoying's change, Su 12's heart raced, feeling anxious. I'm all in. Gritting his teeth, he focused his gaze on the fire cloud python, furrowing his brows. He took out 7 soul-breaking nails and threw them out. Along with them went all his remaining attack talismans. At this moment, the fire cloud python was fully engaged in countering the power of the sword formation and had no time to pay attention to Su 12's attacks. It did not think that 7 small iron nails could cause it any harm. Uft. A muffled sound echoed as the soul-disrupting nails, accompanied by attack talismans, plunged into the wound on the fire cloud python. The next moment, over 100 attack talismans were simultaneously detonated. Although they were all inferior products of average quality, their simultaneous explosion within the fire cloud python's wound was akin to a critical hit. Boom, boom, caught off guard. Half of the fire cloud python's body was blown apart. Its frantic activation of the demon essence also came to a halt. Seizing this opportunity, a massive sword shadow, carrying overwhelming might, sliced through its forehead. The nearly 100-meter-long giant python was split in two, dead beyond recovery. After doing all this, Shun Miaoying could no longer hold on, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, her body going limp and collapsing to the ground. In this battle, she was severely injured. Now, she didn't even have the strength to move. In the air, the 5 flying swords that formed the formation began to fall to the ground. Chapter 41. Just a small character success. Did we really slay this second-tier demon beast? Su 12 was somewhat better off, sitting on the ground with a look of lingering fear. However, he wasn't in much better shape. His dantian felt empty, and every cell in his body was groaning in pain. The agony made him bare his teeth. Such a reckless battle against a higher-tier opponent must never be repeated. It nearly cost him his life. Secretly remembering this lesson, he hurriedly pulled out a bottle of small recovery pills and swallowed half of it in one go. The small recovery pill dissolved instantly, and the pure medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body. Within a quarter of an hour, Su 12 regained his ability to move and stood up from the ground. However, his injuries were serious, and he wouldn't be able to fully recover soon. Glancing quickly at the situation around him, he didn't rush to act recklessly. His gaze landed on the woman in front of him, and he hurriedly asked, "How are you doing now?" The 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit was indeed tempting, but to leave, he still had to rely on this mysterious woman beside him. "What do you think?" Shun Miaoying replied weakly. At this moment, not only was her true essence exhausted, but her foundation was also damaged, leaving her unable to even open her storage bag to retrieve any pills. "I can help you heal, but once you're better, you can't make a move against me, and you must take me away from here." Su 12 stared intently at Shun Miaoying and said quickly, "No problem." Shun Miaoying replied without hesitation, "Also, I want to take 2 of the remaining 5 vermilion fruits." Su 12 turned to glance at the distant vermilion fruit tree and continued, "Okay." Shun Miaoying responded expressionlessly, agreeing very readily. "Agreed so readily," Su 12 muttered, then asked, "Last question, what's your name?" "Shun Miaoying." Shun Miaoying said, "Shun? I remember the Peak Master of Tianyin Peak has the surname Shun. What is your relation to her?" Su 12's heart skipped a beat as a bold guess emerged in his mind. He was always cautious and kept an eye on everything around him. Before the trial began, Fu Baran from Tianhua Peak had inquired about the whereabouts of Peak Master Shun from the elders of Tianyin Peak. "What do you think?" Shun Miaoying replied with a hint of a smile, countering his question. Although she was seriously injured, she was still a Peak Master, maintaining her composure. "I can't believe it. You are actually the Peak Master of Tianyin Peak." Although he had suspected this woman held a high identity, he never imagined she would be the Peak Master of Tianyin Peak. "Do you have any other questions? The people from Tianhua Peak might breach the formation at any moment. The longer we stay, the more danger we face." Shun Miaoying said calmly, No more questions. "Here, this bottle of small recovery pills is for you." It seems you can't take it yourself. "Let me help you, excuse me," Su 12 said with an awkward smile, hurriedly handing the pills to Shun Miaoying. Then he realized that Shun Miaoying was completely unable to receive them. He quickly poured the small recovery pills into his palm and prepared to help her take them. "What? Top-grade small recovery pills? 5 of them. What exactly is your background?" Seeing the small recovery pills in Su 12's hand, Shun Miaoying frowned slightly, surprised. "I have no background, just a small character. I got these pills by chance." Su 12 hurriedly shook his head in denial, not wanting to dwell on that topic. He quickly pinched the pills, moved closer to Shun Miaoying, and nervously fed them to her one by one. As his fingers brushed against her cold red lips and saw her slightly trembling long eyelashes, Su-12 felt his heart race and an inexplicable tingling sensation. A feeling he couldn't quite describe lingered in his heart, making his face flush and his cheeks warm. At this moment, he was just a 17-year-old young man. Having never interacted with women over the years, having such a reaction was normal. Moreover, he was facing an extraordinary beauty like her. As the pills went down, a wave of coolness quickly spread through Shun Miaoyin's limbs and bones, like spring rain nurturing the earth. Her injuries were temporarily suppressed, and she took a deep breath of the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which transformed into strands of true essence within her body. Then, she waved her delicate hand and took out a light blue large recovery pill. After glancing at it, she put it back. Theoretically, the large recovery pill should be more effective than the small one. However, the one in her hand was just a medium-grade large recovery pill, which couldn't compare to the top-grade small recovery pill. Let's go. Pack up your things, and we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Standing up from the ground, Shen Miaoyin picked up her 5 flying swords and walked to the vermilion fruit tree. With a quick glance, she raised her hand and waved, condensing a blast of cold air into a flying knife. With a flash of the knife light, 5 vermilion fruits fell to the ground. Without waiting for the fruits to hit the ground, Shen Miaoyin took out 2 sandalwood boxes and carefully stored the 5 vermilion fruits in them. Turning around, she handed the box containing 3 vermilion fruits to Su-12. These 3 vermilion fruits are for you. Thank you. Su-12 accepted the box and smiled widely as he examined the 3 plump, red fruits inside. Right now, his mind was filled with Shun Miaoyin's earlier words. 1,000-year vermilion fruit can increase half a century of cultivation. Taking one out, he cautiously looked around and was eager to swallow it. For him, rapidly improving his cultivation was the key. I advise you not to consume it now. The medicinal effect of the 1,000-year vermilion fruit is extremely strong. After consuming it, it will take at least 10 days to fully refine. Shen Miaoyin said indifferently. 10 days to refine? Su-12 hurriedly put the fruit back into the box and stored it in his storage ring. There were still over 100 Tianhua Peak disciples outside who could enter at any moment. He dared not stay even an extra day, let alone 10. Thank you. Peak Master Shun. What should we do next? Su-12 cupped his fists in respect and asked Shen Miaoyin. Shen Miaoyin stood under the vermilion fruit tree, holding the ice sword, quickly circled around the tree. Then, with a wave of her hand, the towering vermilion fruit tree vanished, leaving only a massive deep pit in its place. After doing all this, Shun Miaoyin finally spoke to Su-12. There are still dendrobium flowers and the corpse of the demon beast left. You can choose one. After we gather everything, wait for me to regain some strength, and then we will leave. Seeing Shun Miaoyin take away the vermilion fruit tree, Su-12 felt a pang of envy. However, he also understood that giving him the items would be useless. Hearing Shun Miaoyin's words, Su-12 quickly scanned the remaining dendrobium flowers and the corpse of the fire cloud python. The dendrobium flower was not introduced in the materials catalog. However, from Shun Miaoyin's reaction, he could roughly guess that it was definitely a good item. But for him, this level of spiritual plant was still unnecessary. On the other hand, the giant python was the corpse of a second-tier demon beast, and both its blood and flesh, as well as its skin and fangs, were valuable materials. Most importantly, the top-grade weapon, the 7 soul-disrupting nails, was still inside the giant python's body. After a moment's hesitation, Su-12 made his decision, just as he was about to speak. Chapter 42. What are you doing here suddenly? The ground trembled, and outside the spirit plantation, countless rays of light shot up into the sky, with numerous lightning bolts racing through the brilliance. Immediately, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to fluctuate violently. The thick fog that enveloped the spirit plantation quickly dissipated under this extraordinary phenomenon. What is happening? Su-12 felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked Shen Miaoyin. Not good. The formation of the spirit plantation is about to be broken. Fu Borun has such great courage to actually give the purple thunder sword to his disciples to take into the trial. Shen Miaoyin's expression changed, seeing the flickering lightning outside. She realized what was happening. The purple thunder sword? A low-grade spiritual weapon? Then let us hurry up and leave. Su-12 quickly recalled, and, saying this, stored the corpse of the fire cloud python, skin and flesh included, into his storage ring, and he quickly walked over to Shen Miaoyin. He was also present when Fu Borun publicly displayed the purple thunder sword. The might of that lightning sword left a deep impression on him. There is no time to break the formation and leave. I need at least 3 days to recover my cultivation. For now, the only option is to find a place to hide temporarily. Shen Miaoying shook her head, looking troubled. She was still severely injured and was in no condition to fight again. If they ran into someone from Tianhua Peak at this moment, it would be extremely dangerous, especially since some of them possessed a low-grade spiritual weapon. Glancing around, she quickly walked towards the boulder pile where the dendrobium flower was located, swiftly collecting all the flowers, then hiding in the crevice where Su 12 had previously concealed himself. Quickly suppressing her aura. Hide. Su 12 twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit frustrated. However, he understood there was no choice now. That spot isn't safe. I advise you not to hide there. He quickly reminded Shen Miaoying and moved to the boulder. Immediately, he used the white mist sword to cut open a patch of ground, quickly digging a simple den and crawling inside. Over the past 5 years, he had been battling various monsters daily, accumulating a lot of experience unconsciously. Not safe. Shen Miaoying raised her eyebrows, immediately realizing. Without the Zhu tree, this area filled with boulders would undoubtedly become the most conspicuous place. Seeing Su 12 skillfully crawl into the den, she wanted to follow suit. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation erupted outside the spirit plantation. Oh no, the formation has been broken. She gasped, gritted her teeth, and without thinking too much, directly followed Su 12 into the small hiding place. What the hell? What are you doing in here? Just as Su 12 was about to block the entrance, he felt a weight on him as a delicate body pressed down. He didn't even consider Shen Miaoying. This den was meant for his own hiding. It was fine to hide alone, but now that Shen Miaoying was in, they were face to face, their noses almost touching, pressed closely together. Through their clothes, Su 12 could feel the cold yet warm body temperature coming from Shen Miaoying, which stirred up a strange feeling in his heart. Don't make a sound. Quickly suppress your aura. Someone is coming in. Shen Miaoying quickly warned, her face not looking too good in the dark. She, the peak master of Tianyin Peak and his soon-to-be Golden Core powerhouse, was now squeezed into such a place with a mere 4th-level Qi refining junior. Su 12 didn't think too much. As soon as Shen Miaoying spoke, he immediately sealed the entrance of the den. At the same time, as the formation was completely broken, hundreds of figures surged in from the entrance of the spirit plantation. Leading them was a young man in a fiery red robe, appearing to be in his 30s. The young man, dressed in red with intricate patterns on his sleeves, exuded a faintly cold aura. His eyes resembled those of an eagle, sharp and proud, with slender phoenix eyes and a high nose above thin lips that were full of arrogance. Such a countenance, coupled with his demeanor, was reminiscent of a sharp sword unsheathed. In his hand, he held a purple lightning-colored sword, which was indeed Fu Borun's low-grade spiritual weapon, the Purple Thunder Sword. If Shen Miaoying were here, she would instantly recognize him. He was not a mere servant disciple, but the top inner disciple of Tianhua Peak, Yi Lianchuan. The other disciples surrounded Yi Lianchuan, all showing respectful attitudes. Yi Lianchuan's true cultivation was at the peak of Qi refining, and with his aptitude and skills, he was undoubtedly one of the most promising candidates for foundation establishment in recent years. Under Yi Lianchuan's lead, the group eagerly entered the spirit plantation. Upon entering, they began to investigate quickly. However, when they saw the empty spirit plantation, everyone froze in place, dumbfounded. Senior Brother Yi, why does this spirit plantation look like a deserted place? One disciple turned to Yi Lianchuan and exclaimed in a trembling voice. As soon as this disciple spoke, many in the crowd turned pale. Among them, many were at the 6th level of Qi refining. They had disregarded everything to come to this spirit plantation, hoping to find a large number of spiritual plants inside. Obtaining Lingji would ensure their advancement to become official disciples. But now, the spirit plantation has no spiritual plants. This was a devastating blow to them. They had already spent more than half of the trial time. How could this be? Is this really the spirit plantation? Not even a single spiritual plant. No, look over there. It seems there are signs of a battle with monsters. But didn't they say there was a Zhu fruit tree here, guarded by a 2nd-tier monster? Which trial disciple has the capability to stealthily infiltrate the spirit plantation and slay that 2nd-tier monster before we arrived? They couldn't say much. Among the 7 peaks of Yungo, which peak doesn't have some hidden cards? For instance, Tianyin Peak, which uses formations to enter the Dao, must have experts in formations mixed into the trials. Moreover, Tianshu Peak, where a group of Qi refining disciples could fly on swords, was certainly not ordinary. As they spoke, The disciples of Tianhua Peak continued to delve deeper, witnessing the cracked ground and blood-soaked scene in the spirit plantation, one by one gasping in shock. In the center, Yi Lianchuan's brows furrowed into A shape, and the next moment, his gaze turned cold as he sternly said, "It appears someone indeed got there first. However, the blood on the ground is still fresh, and the soil has just been turned over. As for this large pit, it must have been left by the Zhu fruit tree. That person must not have gone far. From now on, everyone should take action. Any disciples from other peaks within a 20-mile radius of the spirit plantation must not be let go. We must dig 3 feet into the ground to find that person," Yi Lianchuan said coldly, gripping his sword tightly, his tone particularly chilling. As he spoke, he approached the original location of the Zhu fruit tree, which was also the closest to Su 12 and the others. Chapter 43. Surviving the crisis. Hearing the commotion from above, Su 12's heart raced. The close contact with Shun Miaoyin also triggered a natural physiological reaction in his body. Shun Miaoyin's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening as she instinctively wanted to shout. It was one thing to be in close proximity, but Su 12's reaction made her feel violated. Su 12 felt a bit awkward. This reaction was beyond his control. Yet his mind was constantly alert, and when he suddenly heard the noise, he instinctively tilted his neck and covered Shun Miaoyin's mouth with his own. In the current situation, if they made a sound, it would definitely be fatal. At the moment she made a sound, Shun Miaoyin realized something was wrong. But she never expected Su 12 would use such a method to stop her from speaking. This bold kid, Shun Miaoyin was so angry that her chest heaved violently. But the more she reacted, the more awkward Su 12 felt. For a moment, the entire den was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Shun Miaoyin's face quickly turned red. If there were light at that moment, it would certainly reveal her face was as red as a ripe fruit. She has always been ruthless in cutting off desires. But now, due to her injuries, her foundation has been damaged. At this moment, interacting with someone like Su 12 actually gave her a tingling feeling in her heart. This made a sense of shyness brew within her. In the spiritual plant garden, Yi Lianchuan held a long sword and quickly made arrangements. Behind him, the crowd dispersed rapidly, and soon there were fewer than 10 people left. Yi Lianchuan had an indifferent expression and was about to turn away when he suddenly glanced over at a pile of boulders not far away. "Senior brother Yi, what happened?" A disciple asked hurriedly. "Do you think it's possible that the person hasn't left, but is hiding?" Yi Lianchuan squinted, inquiring while wearing a contemplative expression. "Hiding? Could it be in that pile of stones? But there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy here." Someone scrutinized the boulder pile and quickly began to sense. "No matter if there is or not, we'll know if we go check it out." Another disciple said eagerly. "No need to be so troublesome." Yi Lianchuan snorted coldly, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He raised the purple thunder sword and swept his hand, causing a surge of purple thunder mist to erupt. The mist rushed toward the boulder pile. Within the mist, lightning surged, and strands of lightning as thin as hair instantly enveloped the entire boulder pile. Under the lightning, the tall boulder pile turned to powder in the blink of an eye. The excess lightning struck the ground and disappeared underground. In the underground cavern, Su 12 and Shun Miaoyin's bodies spasmed from the lightning strike. Fortunately, the power of the lightning was greatly reduced after being conducted through the ground. Although it was painful, it wasn't fatal. The two did not dare to use their energy to resist and could only grit their teeth, enduring the pain in silence. Su 12 was fine. The pain he experienced while cultivating with the qi-gathering pill was no less than this. However, Shun Miaoyin was different. She hadn't endured such intense pain for many years. She tightly clung to Su 12, her nails unintentionally digging into his flesh. Thankfully, this commotion did not last long. "Let's go. It seems the person has indeed left." Seeing all the boulders turn to powder and still not seeing anyone in the pile, Yi Lianchuan finally looked elsewhere. He would never have guessed that Su 12 and Shun Miaoyin had not left and were hiding in the cavern beneath the boulder pile. "Senior brother Yi, if we can't find that person, our trial." Several disciples closely related to Yi Lianchuan asked in hushed tones. For them, whether they could retrieve those spiritual plants was not important. The key was their individual trials. "Don't worry, even if we can't find that person, I have ways to help you pass the trial assessment. If there is still no trace of that person within 3 days, I will take you to seek other methods." Yi Lianchuan said indifferently. He also did not dare to waste too much time. This matter also placed great pressure on him. If the spiritual plant garden yielded no results and the remaining days continued to be fruitless, Once the trial concluded, he would undoubtedly face immense pressure. Upon hearing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the cavern, Su 12 and Shun Miaoyin leaned against each other. And only when there was no sound outside did they finally relax. "They've left, Sect Master Shun. You can let go of me now," Su 12 said in a low voice, quickly parting his lips from Shun Miaoyin's, feeling a flicker of embarrassment. Shun Miaoyin's cheeks flushed red as she realized she had been tightly wrapped around Su 12. "You're back." Feeling the stickiness from her fingers, she suddenly realized that she had unintentionally scratched Su 12, her tone carrying a hint of apology. "It's nothing, just a minor scrape. It'll heal in a few days." Su 12 shook his head, smiling as he spoke. For cultivators, such injuries were nothing at all. However, the intimate contact with Shun Miaoyin made him feel a wonderful experience that he would never forget. "Humph." Shun Miaoyin snorted lightly and raised her hand to push open the entrance of the cavern. "Sect Master Shun, I advise you not to rush to leave. The outside has already been sealed off, and since they can't find anyone, they will definitely come back," Su 12 quickly advised, appearing calm and composed. "I didn't expect you to be so young, yet so perceptive," Shun Miaoyin said indifferently, stopping her movements. What Su 12 said was something she had also considered. However, such intimate contact made her very uncomfortable. "Forget it. Let's take this opportunity to quickly recover our strength." With this thought, she took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, she closed her eyes and began to refine it. Only in this state could she focus without distractions and not be affected. Moreover, recovering her cultivation as soon as possible would give her more confidence in case of danger. Seeing this, Su 12 also did not waste time. He took out a red fruit and swallowed it. It took at least 10 days to refine a red fruit, and he was not short on time now. As the red fruit went down his throat, he felt as if a massive energy had been swallowed. This energy flowed from his throat to his abdomen, and with just a slight thought, he felt a warm current quickly circulate through his meridians, then transform into his own cultivation. This was much easier compared to refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the chi gathering pill. Most importantly, it was very comfortable. However, the speed at which he peeled off the energy was much less than that of the energy mass. Realizing this, Su 12 dared not waste any time. He quickly focused his mind and refined with all his might. His cultivation gradually increased at a visible pace. Over the course of 10 days, the people from Tianhua Peak searched the perimeter of the spiritual plant garden countless times and returned to the spiritual plant garden several times. But unfortunately, they found nothing. In the end, they could only reluctantly give up. On the 11th day, two figures burst out from underground amidst the boulders. Shun Miaoyin was smiling, looking rejuvenated and radiating a robust aura, a sign of her restored cultivation. 10 days of recuperation had completely restored her cultivation. Once she returned to refine those two red fruits, she was 70% confident of condensing the golden core. However, when her gaze fell on Su 12 beside her, her expression became slightly awkward and more surprised. "Peak of the 5th level of the chi refining stage? How is that possible? You, a chi refining stage cultivator. After taking one red fruit, shouldn't you at least reach the peak of the chi refining stage, or at least the 7th or 8th level? Wait, what kind of spiritual root do you have?" As she spoke, Shun Miaoyin recalled something and asked. Su 12 blushed and said, "Mixed spiritual root." Many people in the sect knew about his spiritual root, so it was not a secret. One red fruit only allowed him to improve by one level. This made him somewhat disappointed, but he could accept it. After all, he had long known about his spiritual root situation and had never held out too much hope. Moreover, he still had 2 red fruits in hand, and he was already very satisfied with such a cultivation speed. What mixed spiritual root? How did you cultivate to the 4th level of the chi refining stage in such a short time? Shun Miaoyin was taken aback, and the usually indifferent expression on her face suddenly lost its composure. In her mind, she had always regarded Su 12 as a trump card of Luofu Peak. But to say he had a mixed spiritual root, she did not believe that Lu Mingshi would cultivate such a disciple. These are just personal encounters. Su 12 smiled awkwardly and did not elaborate. The secret of the mysterious alchemy furnace was something he planned to keep to himself and would not tell anyone. Fortunate encounters were indeed an important part for cultivators. However, you are just a mixed spiritual root. Building the foundation will be a problem in the future, so it's best to prepare early, Shun Miaoyin said indifferently, without probing further. Instead, she calmly reminded him. In her heart, she did not have high hopes for Su 12. For cultivators, while fortunate encounters were important, Very few could have constant fortunate encounters. Without good talent, the future path would be quite limited. Building the foundation will be a problem? Su 12's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly asked. Shen Miaoying's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, instantly dampening his previously good mood. In the realm of cultivators, each level represented a significant barrier, and the weaker the aptitude, the stronger the barriers. You've been struggling so much in your daily practice, and I fear that breaking through in the future will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Shen Miaoying said lightly, not denying Su 12, but speaking the truth. Is there really no other way? Su 12 asked with a. This question, Shen Miaoying didn't answer, but he also vaguely realized it. He just didn't expect it to be this difficult, perhaps due to the hardships they had shared. Shen Miaoying showed no dissatisfaction in response to Su 12's questioning and said, there are naturally ways. The first is to rely on pills, such as foundation establishment pills, which can increase the probability of foundation establishment. However, foundation establishment pills are particularly precious, and in your case, 1 or 2 won't solve the problem. The second is the cultivation method. Certain special cultivation methods can also increase the probability of foundation establishment. However, such methods are rare, and the common ones often have requirements for aptitude. Unless, saying this, Shen Miaoying seemed to remember something and paused. Unless what? Su 12 asked cautiously. Shen Miaoying said, unless you can cultivate to the 12th level of qi refining and break through with the 12th level of cultivation, plus a foundation establishment pill, perhaps the probability will be greater. In ancient times, qi refiners had a total of 12 levels. However, for cultivators, reaching the 12th level takes too long. Therefore, some cultivators have attempted to break through to foundation establishment at lower levels. Over time, this has led to the current situation where the 9th level of qi refining is considered the highest. The subsequent cultivation methods have also been lost over time, making it not easy to find. You should be mindful and start from this aspect. The 12th level. Su 12's heart shook, and he immediately thought of the Little Zhou Tian qi refining technique. This technique is precisely the method of the 12th level of qi refining. He quickly clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude to Shen Miaoying. Thank you, Sect Master Shen. Your words have been a great help to me. Shen Miaoying waved her hand, and her expression began to turn cold. No need to thank me. Consider this your repayment for the help you've given me. The formation in the spirit plant garden has been broken. You can leave on your own. After today, our fate ends here. If we meet again, we will be strangers. It's best for you to forget what happened between us during this time. If a third party learns of this, I will not spare you. Saying this, Shen Miaoying resumed her cold demeanor, looking at Su 12 with an expression full of warning. For her, this incident was merely an accident. With her talent, she could condense a golden core and achieve the golden core path upon returning. And with Su 12's spiritual root aptitude, it was destined that there would be no future intersection between the two of them. Rest assured, I will definitely keep this matter to myself. Su 12 shrank his neck and immediately assured her. Speaking of which, this matter would bring him no benefit at all. Instead, it would offend a potential golden core expert. And he certainly wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Moreover, Shen Miaoying's words had provided him with a lot of information. He had already made up his mind to cultivate according to the Little Zhou Tian qi refining technique from now on. To seek revenge, relying solely on his qi refining cultivation would definitely not be enough. As long as he could increase his breakthrough probability, he would try any method. After parting ways with Shen Miaoying, Su 12 casually chose a direction and walked forward. After looting the spirit plant garden, he was absolutely confident in becoming an official disciple, and there was no need to take any more risks. Next, he planned to find a secluded place to enter closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, Su 12 used the wind calling technique, stepping on the illusionary steps, traversing through a range of towering mountains. He was still wearing the cloud-treading boots gifted by Shen Miaoying. Since she didn't ask for them back, he certainly wouldn't return them voluntarily. After all, in order to buy time, he had damaged a top-notch defensive magical artifact. While he was walking, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached. Someone, his brows furrowed. And without thinking, Su 12 concealed his aura and hid in a nearby thicket. He no longer had a concealment talisman, so he could only rely on the bushes to hide his figure. Soon, he saw 11 figures in his line of sight. They were all disciples at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining, both male and female, from various peaks, all fleeing in panic. It's a miracle that these people have managed to hold on until now. But what are they running from? Su-12 couldn't help but feel a bit surprised as he scanned the scene. Muttering to himself, his pupils constricted as he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Zhu Hanwei. He's actually here. This guy is quite lucky. Su-12 observed secretly, not revealing himself. Just then, a whoosh of wind came from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 dark green arrows shot through the air, swiftly piercing into the fleeing crowd. Immediately, 6 figures suddenly halted, collapsing to the ground, dead on the spot. The remaining few had no time to look back. They were even more terrified, frantically running away. And the direction they were running was right towards Su-12's location. These people are actually being hunted like prey? Who is so cruel? Su-12's expression tightened as he turned his gaze toward the distance. Chapter 45. Taking action to save people. Soon, a man dressed in disciple robes, adorned with the emblem of the Chaoyang Peak, appeared in his line of sight. The man was in his 30s, with a hooked nose and slanted eyes, giving him a dangerous appearance. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sinister expression. His cultivation was not low, at the 5th level of Qi refining. At that moment, he was holding a dark green longbow, chasing after the few fleeing individuals ahead. Fixing his gaze on the remaining 5 people, he channeled his true essence into the longbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The longbow glowed, and 5 more arrows, formed from true essence energy, were released. Feeling the impending danger from behind, Zhu Hanwei reacted the fastest, kicking off from a nearby tree. He lunged forward. Whoosh. An arrow grazed his calf, embedding itself into the adjacent tree. Zhu Hanwei winced in pain, landing not far from Su-12. The others were not so lucky. Before they could react, they were shot through by the arrows, falling to the ground lifeless. Seeing that only one person remained, the hook-nosed man did not shoot again, but instead approached Zhu Hanwei with a sinister smile. You reacted quickly, Brad, but as prey, you must have the awareness of being prey. How should I kill you? The hook-nosed man raised his hand, supporting his chin, with a playful expression. Zhu Hanwei, with his injured calf, could no longer run. When he turned around and saw the hook-nosed man approaching, he trembled in fear. Senior brother, I have already given you my storage bag. As fellow disciples of the Yunga sect, I beg you to let me go. Mustering his spirit, Zhu Hanwei hurriedly pleaded. Oh, let you go? You little fatty are quite clever and very cooperative. But, clearly lacking talent, you still came to cultivate immortality. Isn't that courting death? Yes, senior brother is right. I will go down the mountain and never cultivate again. Zhu Hanwei knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. The cruelty of the trial far exceeded his expectations, leaving him with a deep shadow. Now, he had only one thought, to survive. Go back. Haha, unfortunately, I can't find a reason to let you go. Seeing hope rise in Zhu Hanwei's eyes, the hook-nosed man immediately sneered, the longbow glowing. The arrowhead pointed directly at Zhu Hanwei, shattering his hopes mercilessly. Before joining the Yunga sect, he was a ruthless bandit, killing without mercy. During one robbery, he encountered a seriously injured cultivator, which led him to become a rogue cultivator. Later, through a twist of fate, he joined the Yunga sect and became a disciple of the Chaoyang Peak. Over the years in the sect, he appeared kind and friendly on the surface, but secretly killed many fellow disciples, amassing numerous treasures. For him, the pleasure of killing lies in torture. Watching others die in despair brings him joy. You devil, what you're doing will surely bring retribution. What nonsense about cultivating immortality? What nonsense about trials? This is self-inflicted harm among comrades. Is this immortality or devilry? Zhu Hanwei's heart plummeted into the abyss, and he sat on the ground with a thud, screaming hoarsely. Shout, shout. This is what a prey looks like. Unfortunately, even if you scream your throat raw today, no one will come to save you. The hawk-nosed man grinned widely, his smile growing ever more radiant. As he spoke, he drew the bowstring with force. True essence transformed into a light arrow, heading straight for Zhu Hanwei's forehead. Zhu Hanwei, slumped on the ground, stopped shouting, his mouth agape, his face filled with fear and despair. Bang! At the critical moment of life and death, a sword light suddenly sliced through the air, blocking the light arrow. Stop! A loud shout followed, and Su-12 burst out from the bushes. The others had died too quickly for Su-12 to save them, and he had not intended to. But Zhu Hanwei was different. They came from the same place, both fellow townsmen and sect members. Moreover, if not for trading 2 martial arts manuals from Zhu Hanwei that day, he couldn't say for sure he could have defeated that servant disciple and the boy with the sword. For both emotional and logical reasons, he had a reason to intervene. The sudden change startled both Zhu Hanwei and the hawk-nosed man. Hearing someone come to help, Zhu Hanwei was overjoyed and quickly turned to look at the newcomer. Senior brother 12. But when he saw it was Su 12, his expression instantly fell. With a mournful face, his eyes filled with indescribable disappointment. In his eyes, Su 12 was merely at the third level of qi refining. He couldn't imagine that he would have even a slight chance of winning against the hawk-nosed man. The hope that had just risen was once again shattered, and Zhu Hanwei was left in complete despair. No, I definitely can't escape. But 12 is kindly trying to save me. I can't drag him down like this. Gritting his teeth, he shouted urgently, Senior brother 12, you must go. You are no match for him. Run. When you return to our hometown, help me check on my father. He is the mayor of the town. Hee. A little brat at the third level of qi refining dares to stand up for someone? Do you think it's too late to run now? Since you're here, you might as well be my new prey. Seeing Su 12's cultivation level, the hawk-nosed man sneered, as if seeing a new toy, his eyes igniting with even hotter desire. Prey? Su 12 coldly laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Stepping on the illusory steps, he reappeared behind the hawk-nosed man. The white mist sword was raised in his hand, and the sword light flashed as he mercilessly slashed toward his opponent. The small circulatory breathing technique he used was something even the peak master of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoyin, could not see through, let alone this guy before him. The reason he presented himself as being at the third level of qi refining was to let the other side lower their guard, precisely for this moment. No, you're not just at the third level of qi refining. What a cunning little brat. The sense of crisis from behind made him shiver involuntarily. At the critical moment, he threw out a black bead. The bead spun rapidly, and a chilling black wind howled up, enveloping him. Zhu Hanwei sat on the ground, shocked by Su 12's speed and decisive actions. When he saw the hawk-nosed man throw out the black bead, he quickly shouted a warning. 12, be careful. That treasure has the effect of damaging magical tools. An hour ago, he had relied on this treasure to kill a 6th-level qi refining senior brother. Damage magical tools? Kill a 6th-level qi refining. Su 12's heart sank. Before he could figure it out, he suddenly felt the white mist sword in his hand become heavy, as if it had struck a mass of mire. With his attack blocked, he knew it was impossible to kill his opponent by surprise now. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw out a fireball. Drawing out the white mist sword, he quickly distanced himself from the hawk-nosed man. Looking at the white mist sword, he finally understood what Zhu Hanwei meant by damaging magical tools. The white mist sword, blown by the sinister wind, became rusted and pitted. The sword's brilliance dulled, and after a couple more hits, it would surely be rendered useless. Chapter 46. The important thing is, you are dead. What a vicious magical tool. I didn't he gain the upper hand under surprise. If he had truly intended to plot against me, killing a 6th-level qi refining would indeed be possible. Su 12 sighed inwardly, gazing at the opponent with a wary expression. Want to sneak attack me? Kid, you're still too young. Initially, I thought a prey at the 3rd level of qi refining would be no challenge. I didn't expect you to be at the 5th level of qi refining. Interesting. The hawk-nosed man sneered and shook his head, his tongue flicking out to lick his lips. As he spoke, the sinister wind around him dissipated, and he suddenly turned. Drawing back his longbow, 6 light arrows shot out, reaching in an instant. Su 12 squinted, already prepared. As the light arrows fell, he activated the ice shield, which expanded in the wind and blocked in front of him. Such an attack was not enough to break through the ice shield's defense. He also planned to use this wave of attacks to counterattack. But just as the attack was about to land, his pupils constricted slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. No, with a thought, he wasted no time and decisively summoned a gust of wind, soaring upward. Boom. The next second, the light arrows struck the ground, exploding with a loud bang, sending dirt flying and trees toppling. Immediately, a massive pit appeared at the site. Hiss! What kind of bow is this? The power is so formidable. Su 12 gasped in shock. Had he not noticed that cold smile from his opponent and dodged in time, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Having a high-quality offensive magical tool is one thing, but to also have a high-quality defensive magical tool. Kid, you have quite a few treasures on you. The hawk-nosed man frowned. Although he claimed to treat Su 12 as his prey, when it came to attacking, he used his ultimate moves. But unexpectedly, he was detected by Su 12. This made him somewhat annoyed, but seeing that icy blue ice shield, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He had many treasures. But only the Een Wind Pearl was a high-quality magical tool. The others were just low-quality magical tools. Moreover, defensive magical tools were particularly precious. Staring intently at Su-12 in midair, he decisively knocked another arrow and shot 6 more light arrows. These 6 light arrows no longer carried that threatening aura. Yet Su-12 did not dare to be careless. This person before him seemed mad, but was actually very cunning. Though he was in the air, his figure was exceptionally agile. Continuously using the wind-calling technique, combined with the shadowless illusory steps and cloud-treading boots, Su-12 moved like a ghost. Sometimes jumping in front of him, sometimes appearing behind him. Die! Suddenly, Su-12 let out a low shout, slashing his sword directly. The white mist sword, propelled by true essence, emitted a brilliant sword light. Do you think the same trick will work again? The hawk-nosed man snorted coldly, activating the Een Wind Pearl once more. This time, the sinister wind surged towards Su-12. But before the sinister wind could reach Su-12, suddenly, his expression changed drastically. With a series of sounds, 7 soul-breaking nails approached silently, controlled by Su-12 using the object manipulation technique. As his opponent was entirely focused on controlling the sinister wind, Su-12 suddenly exerted force, embedding the nails into his back. The soul-breaking nails were high-quality magical tools, imbued with potent poison. Even if the hawk-nosed man was strong, being struck by the nails caused him to immediately soften and collapse to the ground. The sinister wind dissipated, and a black, eerie pearl dropped to the ground. How is this possible? It's actually a high-quality hidden weapon? Who are you? The hawk-nosed man quickly pulled out a soul-breaking nail, holding it in his hand, his face changing in shock again. The disciples who came to participate in the trial were basically either newcomers or servant disciples. These people had weak strength and rarely possessed good items. Having a medium-quality magical tool was already remarkable. Having a high-quality magical tool would make someone a wealthy person. Su-12 had both an offensive and a defensive magical tool, each being high quality, which almost left him dumbfounded. He would never have imagined that there would even be a high-quality hidden weapon. 3 high-quality magical artifacts. If he had known this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have entangled himself with Su-12 and would have fled immediately. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you're dead, Su-12 said indifferently, raising his sword. No. The hook-nosed man widened his eyes, wanting to say something. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a chill in his neck. And then everything spun around him. A bowl-sized wound appeared on his neck. With a single stroke, he severed the head, confirming his death. Only then did Su-12 step forward, collect everything on him, and skillfully cast a fireball spell to destroy the corpse and erase all traces. Zhu Hanwei, how do you feel? Not in a hurry to check the man's belongings, Su-12 turned to the chubby Zhu Hanwei beside him. Zhu Hanwei was staring blankly at the corpse of the hook-nosed man. He couldn't believe that the nightmarish guy was dead just like that. All that was left was a pile of ashes. The key point was that it was Su-12 who killed him. It should be noted that Su-12 had joined the Yungu sect in the same batch as him. Moreover, Su-12's aptitude was not necessarily much stronger than his. Although he had long realized that Su-12 was extraordinary, he never expected him to be this strong. Did this guy have some fortuitous encounter? But what kind of encounter could make him so powerful? I'm afraid that even the Peak Master's most valued Hanyu isn't this strong, right? Zhu Hanwei secretly marveled, and upon hearing a voice, he quickly said respectfully to Su-12, "Don't worry, Senior Brother 12. I'm fine." As he spoke, he waved his hand. But the wound on his leg still made his mouth twitch. "This small recovery pill is for you. There's less than a month left in the trial. Be careful." Su-12 nodded lightly and tossed a low-grade recovery pill, which he had found in some unlucky person's storage bag, to Zhu Hanwei. After doing all this, he turned and left. Zhu Hanwei caught the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Looking gratefully at Su-12's back, he rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and limped after him. "Senior Brother 12, wait for me." Do you have something to say?" Su-12 stopped and looked at him expressionlessly. "Senior Brother, you saved my life. It's like I've been reborn. From today on, my life belongs to you, and I will follow you." Zhu Hanwei patted his chest, expressing his sentiments. His cultivation was originally not high, and with his injuries, if he had no one to protect him, he would either be killed or die at the hands of demonic beasts in the remaining days. For him, the best way was to find a big brother. He couldn't rely on Hanyu or Xiaoyu anymore. Within the sect, the only person he could think of was the one in front of him. The fact that Su-12 was willing to step in to save him at a critical moment showed that his character was not bad. In a brief moment, he had figured it all out. Follow me. No need. Su-12 narrowed his eyes and decisively shook his head. He wasn't foolish. He understood that the other party merely wanted to find a powerful backing to survive until the end of the trial. He had little interest in that. Chapter 47. The Trial Ends. Senior brother, I know my strength is too weak and I can't help much in battle, but I'm good at other things. You look like someone who is dedicated to seeking the Tao and improving your strength. I can help with many trivial matters within the sect, like buying things or gathering information. Faced with Su-12's rejection, Zhu Hanwei did not give up, but instead smiled and called out. He understood the principle of playing to one's strengths. Gathering information? Su-12 was about to speed away when he suddenly changed his mind upon hearing this. That black-clothed man's master was still behind him, and he didn't know what kind of person they were. If he wanted revenge, strength was certainly important, but having enough information was also essential. Relying solely on himself to both improve his strength and scout for information could not be completely balanced. Moreover, that black-clothed man knew his name, and he was always at risk of exposure. Many things were not suitable for him to handle personally. Realizing this, Su-12 had an idea. Let's go find a secluded place and wait until the trial ends. Great. Awesome. Zhu Hanwei showed joy, nodding hurriedly, then said, Senior brother, I know a place that's secluded. 30 miles west, there's a cave. Su-12 nodded. Then let us go there. With your strength. Being able to hold on until now is quite impressive. Zhu Hanwei quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior brother, I don't have that kind of ability. During the trial, disciples with low cultivation like me are hardly taken seriously by others. When I run into someone strong, I just lower my head and let them check my storage bag, and then I can leave. Su-12 thought about it as well. The disciples who came here were all after rare treasures. The probability of low cultivation disciples finding good things was too low. Then why were you being chased by that person just now? Su-12 asked again. Zhu Hanwei pouted, feeling frustrated. A few days ago, disciples from Tianhua Peak went crazy and began hunting down disciples from other peaks. No matter their cultivation level, if they encountered them, they would kill. Suddenly, the entire trial area was thrown into chaos. All kinds of terrifying creatures emerged, and we low cultivation disciples were the ones who suffered, being chased everywhere. I heard that someone stole their things, but I don't know who did it. The more Zhu Hanwei spoke, the more frustrated he became. For him, this was a completely unwarranted disaster. Su-12 immediately reacted, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, and he decided not to extend the topic further. An hour later, the two arrived at a secluded cave. After returning Zhu Hanwei's storage bag and throwing him 10 ordinary second-level spirit materials, Su-12 walked to a corner of the cave, took out a cushion, and sat cross-legged. He had plenty of spirit materials now, and since he planned to use Zhu Hanwei, having him become an official disciple would definitely be more beneficial to him. This reasoning was clear to Su-12. Not in a hurry to cultivate, he sat on the cushion and first counted the items from the hook-nosed man. Just the storage bags alone numbered more than 50. There were nearly 200 spirit materials and a total of 11 various low-grade magical artifacts. These artifacts were of too low quality and no longer caught Su-12's interest. After organizing the messy items, Su-12's gaze fell on the last 3 items. The first item was the longbow used by the hook-nosed man. It was a deep green longbow, engraved with the words Tianlang Bao. This was just a low-grade artifact. But since Bao-type artifacts were relatively rare, it still held some value. This longbow could condense true essence to launch attacking light arrows, with power similar to the fire control technique, but consuming less true essence. However, this alone was not enough to unleash such astonishing power. Su-12 narrowed his eyes, having a deep impression of that incredible arrow shot when the hook-nosed man attacked. The might of that arrow was comparable to a full-force strike from a top-quality artifact, and even slightly stronger. Shifting his gaze, he looked at the second item beside it. It was a quiver containing 3 black arrows. The arrows were entirely black and shiny, with the words explosive arrow engraved on them. They contained an astonishing fluctuation of spiritual power. Explosive arrow, a single-use upper-grade artifact. No wonder its power was incredible. Su-12 took a deep breath, his expression brightening. Just one glance, and he knew that the arrow responsible for that astonishing attack was this very arrow. He had personally witnessed the power of the explosive arrow. It was undoubtedly a trump card. When paired with this longbow, the effect during an attack would indeed be unexpected. With this item, he had one more means of survival. With a slight smile, Su-12 put these 2 items into his storage ring. His gaze then turned to the last item, a black bead. This bead was entirely black and emitted a chill. In his hand, it felt icy to the bone. Su-12 tried to inject true essence into it, and immediately felt a group of sinister black sand contained within the bead. The black sand only occupied 1/3 of the space of this bead, becoming particularly active under the stimulation of his true essence, as if it was ready to emerge at any moment. This black sand was not simple, but it seemed to be a consumable item. However, that didn't matter. What was important was that it could come in handy at a critical moment. Thinking this, Su-12 put away the Wind Pearl. He then took out a Zhu fruit, swallowed it, and continued his cultivation. Time passed quickly, and over 30 days went by. One morning, Su-12 opened his eyes. Now, his spiritual power was abundant. After refining a Zhu fruit and over 20 days of hard cultivation, his cultivation level finally reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Qi refining stage. Feeling the rich, true essence in his dantian, he couldn't help but smile with a hint of joy. In just 5 short years, he had raised his cultivation to this level. Even the talented geniuses in the sect were no better than this, and he was just a small character with a mixed spirit root. Senior brother, the teleportation talisman has been charged with spiritual energy. We can leave now. At the entrance of the cave, seeing Su-12 open his eyes, Zhu Hanwei excitedly shouted while holding a teleportation talisman. Not in a hurry. Let me sort out the things on me first. Su-12 replied casually, sitting down to begin organizing all the resources he had. He planned to gather all the most precious and important resources into the storage ring in his hand. This storage ring was a good item. It was more convenient to use than a storage bag and also discreet, with no detectable fluctuations in energy. At the same time, within the Yungu sect, more than 10 figures broke through the air and arrived one after another in the valley where the ancient teleportation array was set up. The crowd exchanged glances without saying much. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak, they began to infuse their true essence into the formation. The ground trembled, and the enormous ancient array reappeared in front of everyone. Subsequently, they stared at the array with slightly tense expressions. After all, this time they were heading to a new place, and the dispatched disciples were all of lower strength. No one could be sure how many resources they would bring back. However, the amount of resources brought back was related to the future development of each peak. They were all direct beneficiaries. Moreover, for this trial, each peak had also revealed quite a few trump cards. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Chapter 48. Returning one after another. Senior brother Lu, you seem very nervous. It seems you know this bet is definitely going to lose, right? Fu Boran, the peak master of Tianhua Peak, smiled as he directed his gaze at Lu Mingshi, not forgetting to tease him. Lost. You old rascal, no one has even come out yet. What are you being smug about? Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and shot a glare at Fu Boran. Just as the other party said, he was indeed feeling particularly tense. The gains from this trip were related to his bet with Tianhua Peak. Losing the cold jade was a minor issue. The key was if they lost everything. The people from Luofu Peak would be in big trouble. Fu Boran was about to speak with a smile when suddenly an elder shouted, "Someone is coming out." As soon as the elder's voice fell, the ancient teleportation array lit up. A flash of light passed, and 35 figures appeared in the middle of the array. These people looked calm and indifferent, gathering together as soon as they came out, clearly a group. Most of them were injured, their clothes dusty, torn, and stained with blood, evidently having gone through a fierce battle. After coming out, the 35 individuals quickly scanned their surroundings. Then their gazes fell on the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak. They walked quickly over, respectfully bowed to the Grand Elder, and then stood silently behind him. The Grand Elder gently stroked his beard, slightly nodded to this group, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Tianshu Peak sent in 35 people and brought back 35 people. The other peak masters and elders were taken aback, exchanging surprised glances. Next, the teleportation array continued to light up. Disciples from various peaks appeared in the formation one after another. Among these disciples, only a few were alone. While most were in groups of 3 or 5, they all bore some injuries, with some severely injured, even with broken arms and legs, looking extremely tragic. Their expressions varied. Some were smiling broadly, while others looked dejected, and some wore expressions of relief. After coming out, they each searched for their respective peaks' positions and quickly returned. The peak masters and elders remained composed, showing no emotional changes at the appearance of these disciples. An hour later, the number of disciples returning from each peak had already exceeded half. Only Luofu Peak was an exception. Behind Lu Mingshi, only 5 miscellaneous disciples returned. These 5 individuals looked worried and anxious, clearly having achieved little. Seeing this scene, Fu Boren immediately spoke with a smile. Senior brother Lu, I remember that Luofu Peak sent around 100 disciples to participate in the trial, right? Why are so few back now? Is the trial for newcomers that difficult? If I were you, I'd say Luofu Peak might as well not participate in the next newcomer trial. Looking at the number of people returning from each peak, and then at the few behind him, his wrinkled old face had long turned into a frown. However, hearing Fu Boren's words, Lu Mingshi coldly snorted and retorted without hesitation. Humph, not everyone has come out yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Senior brother, you really should change this stubborn attitude of yours. Given the current situation, even if everyone comes out, I fear there won't be many from Luofu Peak, right? Fu Boren said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the array, searching for something. Lu Mingshi's face darkened, and he was about to speak again when suddenly, more than 10 beams of light flashed in the array. Lu Mingshi hurriedly looked over with a tense expression, but upon seeing the emerging figures, his face instantly fell. More than 10 exhausted figures, led by a disciple in red, walked dejectedly towards the location of Tianhua Peak's group. Yi Lianchuan, holding the purple thunder sword, walked at the forefront, looking particularly worried and anxious. Fu Boren's face initially brightened upon seeing Yi Lianchuan and the others return alive. But then, noticing their unusual expressions, his heart sank. Did something go wrong? Just as he was about to call Yi Lianchuan over to ask, he heard Lu Mingshi's voice again. Fu Boren, you actually let your disciples bring low-grade spiritual weapons to participate in the trial. Staring at the low-grade spiritual weapon in Yi Lianchuan's hand, Lu Mingshi didn't even bother observing the expressions of the others. As soon as he spoke, the heads of various peaks also turned their gazes towards Fu Boren, their eyes clearly showing a hint of surprise. Bringing such treasures to participate in the trial was no different from cheating. Fu Boren, hearing the voice, didn't even have time to inquire about the specifics. Seeing that the purple thunder sword was intact, he temporarily set aside his doubts. Turning to Lu Mingshi, Fu Boren immediately said with a smile, Senior brother, the trial regulations didn't say you can't bring spiritual weapons. You can still admit defeat now, otherwise, if you lose too badly later, you'll lose face. It's just a low-grade spiritual weapon. Do you really think you've won for sure? You must be mistaken. I thought your disciple was carrying an immortal weapon. Lu Mingshi's face grew increasingly grim, his eyes tightly fixed on the teleportation array. But he kept retorting. Just as he was speaking, 2 more beams of light flashed in the array, revealing a handsome man and woman. The 2 looked shaken, covered in injuries, and even the 2 swords, one purple and one green, that they had been carrying were missing, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. After coming out, the 2 quickly directed their gazes at Lu Mingshi and walked towards the location of Luofu Peak. Seeing the 2, Lu Mingshi visibly breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart finally easing. What happened? He asked as soon as Han Yu and Xiao Yu returned. Han Yu looked disheveled and opened his mouth, but remained silent. Not very optimistic. Xiao Yu shook her head with a bitter smile. It's fine. Being able to come back alive is better than anything. You all worked hard. Lu Mingshi's expression stiffened, and his mood grew increasingly low. But he quickly gathered his spirits, raised his hand to pat the shoulders of the 2, and encouraged them. Not far away, Fu Boren, seeing this, smiled even more broadly. Senior brother, it seems your Lufufeng hasn't gained much. Are you sure you want to continue this gamble? Fu Boren grinned and said cheerfully, Humph, look at you being so smug. It's not the last moment yet. Are you in a rush to reincarnate? Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. He had already lost hope in his heart, but he would never admit defeat. It was absolutely impossible to just give in like that. Time passed bit by bit. The number of disciples appearing in the formation dwindled. At Tianyin Peak, 2 beautiful elders exchanged glances, their brows revealing a hint of worry. Behind them, the number of female disciples who had come out was already considerable. In terms of survival rate, it ranked second only to Tianshu Peak. But the Peak Master, Shen Miaoyin, had not yet appeared, which made them worried. Just as the 2 were feeling restless and anxious, several rays of light flashed across the formation again. Among them, 2 striking figures appeared, instantly attracting a lot of attention. One was a female cultivator with the surname Chu Hongyue. The other was Shen Miaoyin, who had interacted with Su 12. After coming out, the 2 quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, Maintaining their composure, each walked towards Tianyin Peak and Luoyan Peak. Upon seeing Shun Miaoyin appear, the leading elder of Tianyin Peak visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, she stepped forward to grab Shun Miaoyin's arm and began to ask with concern. This scene made the other peak leaders feel puzzled. Although Shun Miaoyin was the master of a peak, she rarely showed up, and whenever she appeared, it was always concealed by a treasure called Huanshazang. Therefore, even though they were fellow disciples and had worked together for many years, no one recognized her. Not knowing that the stunningly beautiful woman before them was the Tianyin Peak master they were familiar with. Chapter 49. Summarizing gains. As Shun Miaoyin returned to the crowd of Tianyin Peak, she instinctively glanced towards the position of Lu Fufeng. In her line of sight, she did not see that familiar figure, which made her frown slightly. Over the years, the only man who had intimate contact with her and had taken her first kiss was just that one. Although she knew in her heart that there could be no connection or entanglement with him, seeing that he and T come out still stirred a mix of emotions within her, an indescribable feeling welling up. Just then, several rays of light lit up again in the formation. Shun Miaoyin instinctively looked over, her pupils contracting slightly. But when she realized it was just the named disciples from other peaks, a wave of disappointment surged within her. As she watched the rays of light flash by one after another, the ancient formation began to dim, nearing the moment of closure. Shun Miaoyin couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling inexplicably tense. What's wrong? Are you looking for someone? The palace-clad elder noticed Shun Miaoyin's unusual expression and leaned closer to whisper in her ear. No, I'm fine. Shun Miaoyin's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and she instinctively shook her head to deny it. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the last two figures appear in the formation. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her tense emotions finally easing. This also made the palace-clad elder unable to help but cast her gaze towards the formation. On the teleportation array, two young figures appeared, one fat and one thin. These two were Zhu Hanwei and Su 12. It was unclear whether it was because their location was too remote or because they were inside a cave, but after Su 12 finished organizing his belongings, he found that the teleportation talisman had not reacted for a long time. After some time had passed, he finally realized what was happening. Fortunately, they made it back just in time. As soon as the two emerged, the light of the formation completely dissipated, and with a rumble, the formation sank underground, disappearing from sight. Because they were the last to emerge, all eyes in the area focused on the two. Seeing that one was just at the second level of chi refining and the other at the third level, everyone was only a bit surprised that they managed to come back alive, then shrugged and lost interest. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei both shrank their necks simultaneously and quickly walked to the back of Lu Mingshi, standing at the rear of the crowd. Senior brother, your Lu Fufeng disciples really have some skill, daring to participate in the trial at the second and third levels of chi refining and still manage to come back alive. That's quite rare. Seeing Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei, then looking at the 7 people behind Lu Mingshi, Fu Boren immediately began to tease. With so few people in Lu Fufeng, even without that arrangement, he couldn't think of any reason for his loss. Lu Mingshi had a dark expression, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed, and he let out a cold snort without responding, glancing at Su 12 and the others. A hint of disdain and disappointment appeared in his eyes. He still had some impression of these two disciples, one with a mixed spiritual root and the other without a spiritual root. It was obvious that they had survived by hiding the moment they entered, waiting until now. Disciples like these could hardly be expected to have any gains. He was already in a bad mood, and seeing the two made him feel even more frustrated. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have wanted to directly chase these two away. Fu Boren, with a beaming smile, pressed the attack and continued to say, Senior brother, now that everyone is out, shouldn't we quickly summarize our gains? The sooner we finish, the sooner I can take the 100 years of cold jade back to cultivate. As he spoke, it should have been the time for each peak to summarize their gains simultaneously. However, at this moment, the other 5 peaks were too preoccupied to summarize. From the peak masters to the elders, along with the disciples, all turning their attention to Tianhua and Lu Fufeng. Each one was eager, looking forward to the spectacle. Judging from the number of people on both sides, everyone had already roughly guessed the outcome. No one thought Lu Fufeng still had a chance of winning. However, such a spectacle was rare, and everyone still wanted to see how far apart the two sides would be. Of course, there was one exception. Shun Miaoyin. With an unreadable expression, glanced at Su-12 and couldn't help but feel speechless. Su-12 stood at the end of the crowd, shrinking his neck, looking worried and frowning. Those who knew and those who didn't, seeing him like this, felt certain that he had gained nothing. But she knew in her heart that in this trial, aside from Su-12, no one else had more things. Let us summarize. Lu Mingshi's expression was a bit awkward as he weakly called out. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have just admitted defeat. With such a gap in numbers, it was practically a public execution for him. But since the situation had come to this, admitting defeat now would undoubtedly be even more embarrassing. He could only brace himself to continue. Haha, then let our Tianhua Peak go first. Fu Boren laughed heartily, beaming, and turned to the crowd behind him, calling out loudly, "All right, everyone, take out your storage bags. Don't think about hiding things. There are spirit detection formations in this valley. And the storage bags on you should all have spirit power markers. After handing in the spiritual materials, the sect will deduct 50%, and the remaining 50% will be returned to you after you go back." As Fu Boren spoke, the disciples in front of him immediately took action, pulling out their storage bags and lining up to walk towards Fu Boren. Only then did Su-12 notice that all the storage bags of the disciples lit up with a spirit power symbol the size of a fingernail. His own storage bag was no exception. However, when his gaze fell on the storage ring on his finger, he felt a surge of joy. This storage ring looked plain and unremarkable, with no signs of spiritual power fluctuations, let alone any spirit power symbols. Could it be that the spirit detection formation couldn't detect this storage ring? That's great. Luckily, I had transferred all the good things into this storage ring in advance. Su-12 secretly rejoiced and had already made up his mind that unless the Peak Master discovered it, he would never voluntarily hand over this storage ring. With his mind settled, he continued to observe the situation at Tianhua Peak, where one disciple after another was taking out their belongings from their storage bags and placing them on the ground. After Fu Boren nodded, everyone hurriedly retrieved their items and finally handed over the storage bags to him. The disciples of Tianhua Peak were all quite capable, and their gains were substantial. Only a few disciples fell short, managing to submit only 3 to 5 spiritual materials. The majority found a dozen or even several dozen. Among them, there was even a small number of disciples who found hundreds or even thousands of second-tier spiritual materials, which drew gasps from the crowd. Fu Boren stood at the front of the group, unable to contain his smile. When he saw Yi Lianchuan step forward, he was even more energized. The spiritual materials from the spirit planting garden were worth tens of thousands. Yi Lianchuan, however, could not feel any joy. He had wanted to speak to Fu Boren for a long time, but had not found the opportunity. When it was his turn, he quickly lowered his head and pulled out over 500 second-tier spiritual materials, placing them on the ground. 500. What is going on? Fu Boren's smile stiffened slightly, and he looked at him with a questioning gaze. Master, there was an accident in the spirit planting garden, Yi Lianchuan said dejectedly, hurriedly informing Fu Boren of what had happened. After speaking, he also handed over the purple thunder sword. I didn't perform well. Please punish me, Master. Chapter 50. Su-12's gains. Fu Boren's face turned cold, and the temperature in the air dropped a few degrees, but he did not speak immediately. He had never expected that so many spiritual plants from the spirit planting garden would be intercepted. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the other peak leaders. His gaze lingered slightly on the elders of Tianshu and Tianin peaks. In his view, they were the most likely candidates to have such capability. However, the incident had already occurred, and causing trouble was certainly out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, he took the purple thunder sword and said lightly, "All right. It's normal for such accidents to happen. It's not your fault. You managed to bring back so many spiritual materials. That is commendable. The sect competition in 10 years will not only have various rare materials, but also foundation establishment pills. At that time, you will need to work hard with your fellow brothers. Master, rest assured, I will definitely give it my all," Yi Lianchuan said, visibly relieved and earnestly promising. Fu Boren nodded and signaled for the disciples behind to continue. Tianhua Peak had the largest number of participants. Over 1,000 went, and more than 500 returned, taking nearly an hour to finish counting. The more than 500 disciples found over 40,000 second-tier spiritual materials, averaging nearly 100 per person. Although there had been an accident in the spirit planting garden, Fu Boren was still very satisfied with this result. As long as he could obtain that 100-year cold jade, he was confident in achieving the golden core stage. This would compensate for some of the losses. Turning to Lu Mingshi, he laughed. Brother Lu, according to our previous agreement, you Luo Fu Peak must at least gather over 4,000 spiritual materials to win. How about it? Can you manage that? As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look in the direction of Luo Fu Peak. This amount made the leaders of the various peaks feel envious. So many spiritual materials could definitely be considered a great harvest. However, this also meant that Luo Fu Peak's chances of winning were even slimmer. The people from Luo Fu Peak instinctively held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that speaking now would provoke their peak master. Lu Mingshi, needless to say, had a face as dark as charcoal and didn't know how to respond for a moment. The harvest from Tianhua Peak exceeded his expectations greatly. Over 3,000 spiritual materials? How could he rely on these few guys behind him? It would be impressive if they could gather 300. The only one who seemed unfazed was Su 12, who was quietly cramming everything he could into his storage ring. It didn't matter if he failed. If he succeeded, everything saved would be his. This part didn't have to be handed over to the sect. Brother, why are you not speaking? Are you planning to admit defeat directly? But now that things have come to this, shouldn't we tally up and let everyone see the harvest from your Luo Fu Peak? Otherwise, people will say you can't take a loss. Seeing Lu Mingshi not respond, Fu Boren's smile grew even wider. He and Lu Mingshi were old rivals, and he would not miss the chance to see the other party embarrassed. Humph, you old rascal, what are you being smug about? Lu Mingshi glared fiercely at Fu Boren, then turned to the people behind him. All right, everyone take out the materials you've collected. Whether we win or lose doesn't matter. Let everyone see so that no one says we can't take a loss. After Lu Mingshi finished speaking, his gaze fell on Hanyu. Hanyu raised his head, scanning the crowd from Tianhua Peak with a hint of indignation. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual materials resembling a small mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 1,203 spiritual plants. Not bad, very impressive. In terms of personal achievement, you are already the best among the 7 peaks. Seeing this, Lu Mingshi forced himself to cheer up and patted Hanyu on the shoulder in encouragement. Such a result made everyone take a few more glances. However, everyone knew in their hearts that in this trial, every peak had their trump cards. Having 1 or 2 disciples like this was not surprising. When Hanyu stepped down, Xiaoyu also revealed her gains. She had much fewer than Hanyu, only over 600 second-tier spiritual materials. The remaining miscellaneous disciples did even worse, each reluctantly taking out their respective harvests. The best among them found 30, while the worst, a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refining, was the one who teamed up with Zhu Hanwei at the beginning and found not a single spiritual material, not even the storage bag. This made Lu Mingshi extremely angry, and he blew his beard and stared, wishing he could slap the guy dead. When it was Zhu Hanwei's turn, he quickly pulled out 10 spiritual materials, earning a nod from Lu Mingshi. After all, it was already surprising that a disciple without any spiritual roots could find this many spiritual materials. Soon, only Su 12 was left from Luo Fu Peak. Brother, there's just a kid at the 3rd level of Qi refining left. Is it necessary to tally up? Before Su 12 could take out his things, Fu Boren suddenly shouted again. This is our Luo Fu Peak's business. What is it to you? Lu Mingshi retorted irritably. I'm not meddling. The spiritual materials you gathered are less than 2,000. With such a large gap, do you still expect this kid to help you turn the tables? You might as well not waste time and just hand over the 100-year-cold jade to me. Fu Boren smiled at Lu Mingshi, urging him on. Everyone was not surprised by this result at all. One by one, they turned their gazes to Fu Boren, with several elders revealing envious looks. That was a 100-year-cold jade. Although its value could not compare to a low-grade spiritual weapon, it was still a very rare 3rd-tier spiritual material. A treasure hard to come by. Fu Boren, with his rare dual water and fire spiritual roots, would only need to refine this 100-year-cold jade to break through to the golden core stage, which was just around the corner. Humph, you old rascal. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Even if you want something, wait until our Luo Fu Peak finishes tallying up. Lu Mingshi said with a twitch of his mouth, speaking unkindly. Knowing he had lost, he wanted to drag out the time and not let Fu Boren have his way. All right, suit yourself, Fu Boren said with a smile, feeling confident in his victory and not getting angry. Lu Mingshi's gaze fell on Su 12, and he looked displeased, casually saying, Kid, take out your harvest. Su 12 stepped forward, and at this moment, everyone's attention was on Lu Mingshi, completely ignoring this minor character. Lu Mingshi shifted his gaze elsewhere, wanting to stall for time and make Fu Boren's victory less satisfying. Su-12 didn't care about that. He pulled out all the prepared storage bags in one go. Over 20 storage bags were infused with true essence, revealing the materials inside. The space in the storage ring was limited, and it also contained the corpse of a second-tier demon beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out so many spiritual materials. A large number of spiritual materials fell to the ground, quickly piling up into a colorful little mountain. What 100-year ginseng, 100-year astragalus, and 100-year rasher, each not less than 100 pieces. Chapter 51, Astonishing Revelation. My God, am I seeing this wrong? So many spiritual materials. There are at least 7 or 8,000. If not 10,000. How did this kid do it? What the heck, is this a joke? Tianhua Peak actually lost. A sharp-eyed disciple noticed this scene and immediately exclaimed. In the next second, everyone's gaze fell on Su-12. Looking at the mountain of spiritual materials. Everyone's breath caught in their throats, gasping in shock and rendered speechless. The leaders of each peak were equally astonished, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The master of Tianhua Peak, Fu Boran, and the master of Lufu Peak, Lu Mingshi, also looked at Su-12, their faces filled with astonishment. However, when Lu Mingshi saw the spiritual materials in front of Su-12, he was first taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. At that moment, he even had the illusion of a pie falling from the sky. In an instant, he was all smiles, laughing heartily, not hiding his joy at all. Turning to look at Su-12, he found the person in front of him exceptionally pleasing to the eye. With a squint and a smile, his expression became particularly amiable. Fu Boran, on the other hand, felt completely the opposite. His smile froze, filled with embarrassment. Unbelievable, a gamble that was supposed to be a sure win was actually overturned? Yi Lianchuan stood in the crowd, staring at the pile of spiritual materials, and then his pupils constricted, his body suddenly shuddering. Shock, disbelief, and various emotions surged up. He quickly stepped forward, approaching Fu Boran, and whispered, Master, the spiritual materials this kid brought out are mostly from the spirit plant garden. He must have robbed the spirit plant garden. The Zhuguo must be on him. Yi Lianchuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Fu Boran slightly nodded. Without Yi Lianchuan saying it, he had already realized it. His previously reddened complexion turned pale at this moment, his gaze icy, like a sharp sword pointing straight at Su-12. What's wrong, old man? Can't you take a loss and want to make things difficult for a junior? Lu Mingshi immediately blocked Su-12 behind him, laughing as he called out to Fu Boran. Su-12 had brought him such a big face, and the more he looked, the more he liked him. In front of so many people, he couldn't let Fu Boran make things difficult for Su-12. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to put his old face. Make things difficult? Brother, your arrangement was really impressive. It opened my eyes. But what about those few Zhuguo? Aren't you going to show them to us? Fu Boran pouted, speaking irritably. He never expected that Luofu Peak would intercept him. At this moment, he was extremely furious. You should know that the other spiritual plants in the spirit plant garden are not important, but the Zhuguo on the Zhuguo tree is particularly precious. If he could refine 1 or 2, plus 100-year cold jade, he would have a 30 chance of achieving the strongest golden elixir. What arrangement? What Zhuguo? Old man, what are you talking about? Lu Mingshi looked at Fu Boran in confusion. You don't know? Then it seems your disciple is hiding something. Fu Boran glanced at Lu Mingshi and, seeing he didn't look like he was lying, couldn't he help but narrow his eyes. Hiding something? What are you talking about? He doesn't have any storage artifact as spiritual energy fluctuations. What could he be hiding? Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and retorted bluntly. He was currently extremely fond of Su-12. Then I have to ask your disciple. Kid, do you dare say these spiritual materials didn't come from the spirit plant garden? Wasn't that Zhuguo tree and the Zhuguo in your hands? Fu Boran's gaze sharpened as he looked at Su-12 again. Spirit plant garden? Zhuguo? Lu Mingshi raised an eyebrow, immediately recalling some small rumors he had heard earlier. Oh my, did this kid intercept Tianhua Peak's goods? How did he do it? He was already filled with doubts about how Su-12 managed to gather so many spiritual materials. At this moment, with Fu Boran saying this, he knew the victory was already determined, and his curiosity was once again piqued. With a twinkle in his eye, he walked up to Su-12 with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Su-12, you don't need to be afraid. Just tell us what's going on, honestly. With this peak master here, no one dares to do anything to you. Su-12, as Lu Mingshi inquired. In the crowd of Tianyin Peak, Shen Miaoyin raised her eyebrows slightly, squinting her eyes to glance at Su-12. So his name is Su-12? At the same time, In the front of the crowd at Tianshu Peak, the elder with a long beard, who was watching the show, trembled, a cold glint flashing swiftly in his eyes. Hearing Lu Mingshi suddenly call out his name, Su 12, who had been somewhat nervous, was even more startled. He couldn't forget that the man in black was in Yun's sect and knew his name. If he was discovered, it would be over for him. He squinted his eyes, quickly scanning the crowd, primarily focusing on the leaders of each peak, and saw that, apart from Fu Boren, the others had no significant changes in expression, which made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After thinking about it, he also realized that if he didn't give an explanation today, he might not get through this. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and made some preparations, quickly saying, "Peak Master, the materials indeed came from the Spirit Plant Garden, but as for the Zhuguo, I don't know about that. I accidentally found a pass to the Spirit Plant Garden and went there to collect these herbs. Halfway through, I encountered a giant python monster and hurriedly left." Su 12, feeling anxious, quickly narrated a story about a boy with incredible luck finding treasures by accident. His story was half true and half false, completely erasing his own efforts and attributing everything to luck. By the time he finished speaking, Lu Mingshi had already believed more than half of it with some skepticism. After all, with Su 12's cultivation level, this explanation was the most reasonable. Lu Mingshi nodded, then looked at Su 12, his expression somewhat speechless. This kid's luck is too good. While others toil and struggle to find spiritual materials, he just picked up a pass and got so much. Lu Mingshi wasn't the only one with such thoughts. In the crowd, many people stared at Su 12, filled with envy and jealousy. Who wouldn't want such luck? Hanyu, however, sneered, tilting his head with a look of disdain. In his eyes, Su 12 was completely a timid person who had only made it this far by luck. Such a person could never go far. Su 12 kept his head down, appearing plain and unassuming. He didn't want to reveal too much brilliance. Understanding the situation, Lu Mingshi immediately turned his gaze back to Fu Boren, grinning as he said, "Junior brother, you heard that too, right? Do you still need me to count the number of these spiritual materials? Sigh, I warned you early on, don't be smug. Don't be smug. Now you've been slapped in the face, huh? Are you going to give me the purple thunder sword now? Or do you plan to go back on your word like last time?" Lu Mingshi was all smiles, shaking his head as he spoke, looking entirely triumphant. Chapter 52. The Grand Elder wants to take a disciple? Fu Boren pouted, his expression extremely unpleasant, his eyes almost bloodshot. The purple thunder sword had just returned to his hands, but it hadn't even warmed up yet. "Humph. Don't worry, brother, I keep my word. This purple thunder sword is yours." Gritting his teeth, he steeled his heart and threw the purple thunder sword out with immense reluctance. If he were to gamble privately, he could just back out. But in front of so many people, if he went back on his word, his reputation would be completely ruined. TSK. This purple thunder sword is really nice. It's clear my junior brother has put in a lot of effort. Lu Mingshi toyed with the purple thunder sword in his hand, feeling the power of the spiritual weapon, clearly enamored. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease Fu Boren a few times. "Humph, you just got lucky to have such a disciple. If you ask me, this spiritual weapon should belong to this disciple." Fu Boren grunted, rolling his eyes, and suddenly said, "This kid, I will reward him handsomely when I get back. Look at you, really bored, even meddling in other people's family affairs." Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Generous rewards? With your Luo Fu Peak? What treasures can you even offer? This spirit weapon in your hands, don't you feel it's too hot to hold?" Fu Boren grinned, countering Lu Mingshi's remarks. He wouldn't miss the chance to annoy Lu Mingshi. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingshi's expression immediately soured. Luo Fu Peak was indeed the weakest among the 7 peaks, and it truly lacked any impressive treasures. Fu Boren's public remark was clearly malicious, putting him in a difficult position. Just then, the Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak raised an eyebrow and declared loudly, "A low-grade spirit weapon is too precious for a chi-refining disciple. It would not be a good thing. I just happen to have an extra top-grade magical weapon. Why not reward this kid with it?" As he spoke, the Grand Elder walked up to Lu Mingshi, raised his hand, and a ruler-shaped magical weapon, radiating a faint orange glow and measuring about an arm's length, appeared in his grasp. Yuanyang ruler. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this?" Lu Mingshi's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. The Yuanyang ruler was no ordinary item. Not only was it a top-grade magical weapon, but it was also made from the rare Yuanyang stone. It was a treasure of utmost yang and resilience, which, once activated, could protect and combat against evil spirits and demonic fire. If it could be infused with Liuli gold and second-tier yang fire, it could at least become a low-grade spirit weapon. Lu Mingshi found it hard to believe that this magical weapon was just an extra. At this moment, all eyes in the room were on the Grand Elder. Bewildered by his intentions, the Grand Elder stroked his beard with a relaxed smile and continued, "There's no need for Peak Master Lu to be nervous. This Yuanyang ruler is a special reward from me in the name of the sect for this kid. Of course, I have a bit of personal interest as well. I see potential in this boy and would like to take him as my disciple. I just wonder if Peak Master Lu would be willing to let this disciple go." "What? The Grand Elder wants to take him as a disciple?" At these words, everyone's gaze turned sharply to Su 12, eager to see what this kid had done to catch the Grand Elder's eye. However, he appeared to be just an ordinary disciple, plain-looking and of average talent. A typical errand boy. Could it be that he was just lucky enough to find so many spirit materials? That seemed too fortunate. For a moment, everyone was envious. Tianshu Peak was the one with the most geniuses and the best treatment. The Grand Elder held a transcendent position in Yunga's sect, second only to the sect master. There were many elders at each peak, but there was only one Grand Elder in the whole sect. Being able to join the Grand Elder's tutelage was an immense honor. Su 12 felt a jolt in his heart, standing in place, utterly dumbfounded. The Grand Elder's sudden action caught him off guard. Lu Mingshi's mouth twitched in surprise as well. How could this kid, with such poor talent, have caught the Grand Elder's eye? Did the Grand Elder make a mistake? No, he had to clarify this. With a thought, Lu Mingshi quickly said, Grand Elder. You might not know, but this kid's talent is a bit lacking." The Grand Elder, however, was unfazed and said seriously, "Peak Master Lu is joking. When I entered the Immortal Gate, my talent was also the worst. Yet, haven't I still achieved foundation establishment? As cultivators, our path in cultivation is not solely based on talent. Character and opportunities are also crucial. I see my former self in this boy." Hearing this, Lu Mingshi was truly speechless. This kid had first stumbled upon a stroke of luck, unexpectedly finding so many spirit materials. Now he was actually favored by the Grand Elder. Could it be that he was really blessed with good fortune? What a joke. Who in this world could have perpetual good luck? Fortunately, the Grand Elder was only interested in this kid and didn't seem to have any designs on Hanyu. So there was no need to embarrass him. Lu Mingshi's eyes turned, and he nodded. "Since that's the case, I naturally have no objections. It all depends on his own thoughts." With that, he turned to Su 12 and said, "Su 12, you heard that, right? What are your thoughts? The treatment at Tianshu Peak is much better than ours at Luofu Peak." Su 12 stood there, looking dazed, but in reality, he was secretly distressed. The black-clad person lurking in the shadows kept him on edge, making him tread carefully. What the Grand Elder said about having an eye for him wasn't entirely baseless. But the idea of something falling from the sky seemed too unreliable. If he told others, he could claim it was all luck. However, he knew in his heart how much risk he had taken to obtain those spirit materials. The Grand Elder's build was entirely different from that of the black-clad person. But if one listened closely, the voice was somewhat similar. At this moment, all that remained in his heart was anxiety. He dared not agree to the Grand Elder's proposal. "Su 12, if you have any thoughts, feel free to speak up. Taking a disciple is a matter of mutual consent. The Grand Elder is not forcing you." Seeing Su 12 standing there in a daze without immediately responding, Lu Mingshi was greatly surprised and squinted his eyes, saying once more. Su 12's body trembled. He quickly put on a surprised look and, with his neck shrunk, said as sincerely as possible, "To be favored by the Grand Elder is a great honor for this disciple. However, since joining Yunga's sect, I have grown up in Luofu Peak, and the Peak Master has deep feelings for me. In my heart, I have long considered Luofu Peak my home. Although Tianshu Peak is good, it is not my home. I'm afraid I must turn down the Grand Elder's good intentions today." Su 12 tried his best to present himself harmlessly. He understood that publicly rejecting the Grand Elder's request would undoubtedly offend him. However, better safe than sorry. Compared to his life, even if he offended the Grand Elder, he wouldn't openly retaliate against him. But if the Grand Elder turned out to be the black-clad person with ulterior motives, going to him would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Chapter 53. The Grand Elder's disciple of record, he actually rejected the opportunity that fell from the sky? Undoubtedly, Su 12's reaction surprised everyone present. Many disciples even widened their eyes, wishing they could be in Su 12's place. Usually, when ordinary disciples encountered such an opportunity, they would eagerly agree. What was wrong with this kid? Why would he give up such a good chance? Lu Mingshi squinted, feeling increasingly puzzled. Others might not know, but he was very clear. Ever since Su 12 entered the sect, he had been assigned to guard the abandoned pill room. Where was the deep bond? However, in front of so many people, he naturally couldn't say that. Instead, he smiled, nodding cheerfully. He even had to smile and say to the Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, it seems I have to turn down your good intentions." When publicly rejected by Su 12, a flash of anger swiftly crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. But he concealed it well, not letting anyone else notice. He quickly resumed his smile and continued, "No problem. The disciple has feelings for his peak," indicating that Peak Master Lu manages well. Since that is the case, I want to force it. However, priceless treasures are easy to come by. But finding someone fated is difficult. I must find someone to inherit my legacy. How about this? I will take you as my recorded disciple. You will still belong to Luofu Peak. How does that sound? As he spoke, the Grand Elder turned to look directly at Su 12. It seemed like a question, but his tone was quite commanding. Su 12's heart sank. If he had doubts before, he could now almost be certain that even if the Grand Elder had nothing to do with the black-clad person, he definitely had other intentions. However, given that the Grand Elder had said this much, if he refused again, it would be too ungrateful. His thoughts turned quickly, and Su 12 quickly put on an expression of joy and gratitude, saying, "To be appreciated by the Grand Elder is a great honor for this disciple. Master, please allow this disciple to bow to you." Saying this, he actively bowed to the Grand Elder several times, performing the ritual of apprenticeship. No matter what the other party's intentions were, he could only get through this hurdle first and then plan for other matters. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and smiled. "Very good. From now on, you will be my disciple, Gu Tianquan. This Yuan Yang, a top-grade magical artifact, is a reward from the sect for you. Additionally, this silver sword, a high-grade magical artifact, is a personal gift from me to you." As he spoke, the Grand Elder smiled and helped Su 12 up, handing him a Yuan Yang radiating orange magical light and a silver flying sword. Su 12 received the treasures with both hands and quickly bowed to show his respect. He then stood up, pretending to be overjoyed as he placed the treasures into his sword pouch behind him. This scene made all the disciples present envious, their eyes filled with fire. This kid had refused, yet he was still accepted as a named disciple by the Grand Elder and was given 2 treasures. The high-grade magical artifact goes without saying. But a top-grade magical artifact is something that even ordinary Foundation establishment experts might not possess. When did poor talent become a blessing? What kind of luck is this? At this moment, everyone could only regret that the person favored was not themselves. Although Su 12 was unaware of what others were thinking, he could tell from their shining eyes that they were envious. This made him feel both amused and helpless. These 2 treasures were indeed impressive, but if possible, he would prefer it if the Grand Elder had taken a liking to someone else. With his qualifications, being noticed by others was not a good thing at all. He just wanted to keep a low profile, quickly raise his cultivation level, and then find the black-clad man to take revenge for his grandfather and the villagers. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation or within the sect, you can come to me at any time," the Grand Elder said with a smile before turning and returning to the location of Tianshu Peak. Next, it was time for the other 5 peaks to tally their gains. Tianhua Peak had lost face and naturally didn't want to stay any longer. So Fu Boran released a flying boat and quickly left with his disciples. Lu Mingshi followed closely behind, also releasing a flying sword. This trial had exceeded expectations for Luofu Peak, and Lu Mingshi had even received a low-grade spirit weapon sword. While he was happy, he also knew not to be too ostentatious, so he left early. Su 12, having been accepted as a named disciple by Grand Elder Gu Tianquan, found his status rising rapidly. Lu Mingshi specifically called him to the front of the flying sword to give him some advice. 12. I noticed you didn't seem very eager to take the Grand Elder as your master just now. Lu Mingshi asked quietly, pulling Su 12's arm. He was not foolish. In his view, Su 12's earlier remarks were unfounded. He hadn't been able to ask earlier, but now he had to clarify. Peak Master, everything I said is true. Su 12 quickly replied in a low voice, insisting. True. I put you in the, and I'm still deeply caring. Lu Mingshi rolled his eyes. Su 12 quickly said. The Peak Master put me in the, and I did feel some resentment at first, but I gained a lot of experience there. Moreover, Senior Sister Xiao Yu even took the time to check on me and care for me. She is your granddaughter, and I will always remember this kindness. Su 12 naturally felt indifferent towards Lu Mingshi, but he was genuinely grateful to Xiaoyu. Now that he was being questioned, he naturally pushed all the credit onto her. I see. Just stay well at Luofu Peak from now on. I won't treat you unfairly. Lu Mingshi nodded with a smile, dispelling his earlier concerns. He didn't value Su 12 highly, but he also didn't dislike him as much as before. The two of them huddled together, exchanging quiet words. The other disciples, not knowing what they were discussing, could only watch with envy. Hanyu stood to the side, looking up, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. His prideful nature and young age made him feel a sense of concern over having his attention diverted. However, at this moment, no one cared about their feelings. The disciples who had tragically died in the trial grounds were even less cared for. Back at Luofu Peak, Su 12 and the other 5 became official disciples of Luofu Peak under Lu Mingshi's witness. Each received a new identity token, a more splendid blue robe, and a low-grade spatial magical artifact, a storage bag. The rest would be to go to the Pill Pavilion a few days later to collect the resources they were entitled to. Of course, when collecting, each disciple could also choose to exchange the resources for an equivalent amount of finished pills. Second-tier spiritual herbs were still too precious for many disciples. After arranging these matters and giving a few reminders, Lu Mingshi dismissed everyone and took Hanyu and Xiaoyu away. After leaving the main hall, Su 12 did not return to but went to the living area for official disciples of Luofu Peak. Here, there were hundreds of small courtyards, each neatly arranged in a square. This was the treatment for official disciples, with each person having their own courtyard. The miscellaneous disciples could only live in shared rooms, and only those with money or connections could afford a single room. The treatment was incomparable to that of official disciples. Su 12 was also assigned a small courtyard, and at his request, he continued to be responsible for the Chapter 54, Treasure Pavilion Selection. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Su 12 did not rush to cultivate, but quietly organized the recent events. The Grand Elder taking me as a disciple and gifting me treasures is certainly not ordinary. Fortunately, judging by his demeanor, he probably won't take action against me in the short term. But for safety's sake, until I figure out his intentions, I can't return to and I absolutely cannot touch the mysterious Dan Furnace, regardless of whether he is related to the black-clad man. I must have Zhu Hanwei investigate that matter discreetly. Although Zhu Hanwei's strength is average, he should be able to gather some information from the miscellaneous disciples. Taking a deep breath, Su 12 took the Yuan Yang and silver sword in his hands, activating his heavenly eye technique to examine them closely. In his eyes, both treasures had pure spiritual power, radiating magical light, and showed no signs of problems. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, placing both treasures into his sword pouch and deliberately putting them in the adjacent room. He then took out the last Zhu fruit from his storage ring, swallowed it, and began to cultivate. At this moment, the cultivation method he practiced had changed from the sect's basic breathing technique to the small Zhou Tian Qi refining technique. He had memorized the 12 levels of the Qi refining method in his mind, and he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. However, this small Zhou Tian Qi refining technique required far more true essence to break through each level compared to the sect's technique. But to increase his chances of foundation establishment, Su 12 had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue cultivating. Time flew by, and it had been a month since the trial ended. During this month, the Grand Elder had shown no intention of seeking him out. After refining the last Zhu fruit, Su 12's cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of Qi refining. However, his talent was indeed too poor, and after that, his cultivation progress became very slow. Before the trial, he had used up all the Qi gathering pills he had. Now, with the mysterious Dan Furnace not daring to act recklessly, he lacked his greatest support. He could only rely on the mat artifact to cultivate slowly. Therefore, after receiving the resources returned by the sect, he specifically exchanged 200-year-old ginseng for a bottle of mid-grade Qi gathering pills. Unfortunately, mid-grade pills were significantly less effective compared to top-grade ones, and since his cultivation level had risen, their effect could only be described as barely useful. This won't do. At this rate, my cultivation speed is too slow, and how can I talk about taking revenge for my grandfather and everyone else? I must think of another way. One day, Su 12 stopped cultivating, feeling a bit anxious, his brows filled with entanglement. Just as he hesitated about whether to use the mysterious Dan Furnace, a knock came from outside the courtyard. Su 12 frowned and hurriedly got up to open the door. To his surprise, he saw Xiaoyu standing outside. Senior Sister Xiaoyu. 12, how are you settling in at the peak? Are you getting used to it? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Su 12 quickly nodded. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. It's great here. Did you come to find me for something? Xiao Yu smiled and said, It's nothing major. Just came to give you the treasure token. The Peak Master mentioned earlier that the top 5 in this trial can get a chance to enter the treasure pavilion. After speaking, Xiao Yu waved her hand, and a special token about the size of half a palm appeared in her hand, with the words treasure written on it. As long as this treasure token is handed to the elder of the treasure pavilion, one can go in and choose a treasure. Thank you, senior sister. I don't know where the treasure pavilion is. Su 12 scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he asked. He had been in seclusion for the past month and was not familiar with Luofu Peak. The treasure pavilion is that tower-like building to the east. If you want to go now, I can take you there, as I also need to choose a treasure, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. Senior sister. Su 12 quickly replied, and after that, he followed Xiao Yu to the treasure pavilion. In just the time it takes to have a meal, the two arrived in front of the treasure pavilion. Before them stood a 7-story tower-like building, looking magnificent and exuding an ancient aura. Such buildings were present in every peak. Most of the treasures inside were either discarded by or accidentally obtained by the elders of each peak. The elders exchanged these for cultivation resources, while the disciples below sought resources to exchange for treasures in the treasure pavilion, creating a continuous cycle. As they entered the treasure pavilion, an elderly elder with white hair was in charge of guarding it. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, the elder immediately smiled, his face kind and amiable. Xiao girl. Here to choose a treasure? Yes. I've met Elder Grandpa. Xiao Yu greeted him with a smile and quickly handed over the treasure token in her hand. Then hurry in. You can go to the 2nd floor to have a look. There are some newly arrived top-grade magic tools there, the elder said with a smile. The 2nd floor? Aren't Qi refining period disciples only allowed to select treasures on the 1st floor? Xiao Yu was taken aback and looked at the elder in surprise. That's different. You are the granddaughter of the Peak Master, so it's fine for you to go to the 2nd floor, the elder said without changing his expression, smiling. Thank you, Elder Grandpa. Xiao Yu's face lit up with joy, but she also turned to glance at Su 12. Since you came together, you can go up together. The guarding elder glanced at Su 12 and said lightly, Thank you, Elder. Su 12 hurriedly handed over his treasure token, gratefully thanking the elder. He knew very well that if he had come alone, he definitely wouldn't have received such treatment. The opportunity to go to the 2nd floor was entirely because of Xiao Yu's influence. Then let's go in, Xiao Yu said happily, pulling Su 12 into the treasure pavilion. The 1st floor of the treasure pavilion was spacious, with about 50 to 60 shelves. Each shelf had 5 levels, mostly displaying low-grade and middle-grade magic tools. Occasionally, there were a few top-grade magic tools, but their numbers were very few. The types of magic tools were diverse, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all of which were quite varied. Moreover, all the magic tools were covered with a faint layer of spiritual power imprint. This was a protective measure of a formation. Without the guarding elder lifting the spiritual power imprint, these magic tools could not be used normally. The two glanced around briefly before heading directly upstairs to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the number of shelves was nearly halved. In addition to top-grade and supreme-grade magic tools, there were also some rare and hard-to-identify treasures. Most of the treasures emitted dazzling magical light, filling the entire room with brilliance. This is the foundation of a sect. Su 12 marveled inwardly, realizing that any treasure here would cause countless disciples to fight over it. At this moment, he deeply realized that the little things he had in his hands were nothing compared to this. It seemed that the elder was indeed right. There were many good items on this floor. The two wandered among the shelves, and after a round of browsing, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at each treasure. I'm also fortunate to have senior sister's blessing to be able to choose treasures on this floor. Su 12 nodded and smiled. Actually, the restrictions between the 1st and 2nd floors aren't that strict. You don't have to take it too seriously. Just choose a treasure. What kind of treasure do you plan to pick? Xiao Yu smiled and shook her head slightly before asking. I haven't thought about it yet. Do you have anything in mind, senior sister? Su 12 replied with a smile. Chapter 55. A glimpse of surprise, the Jinghong Sword. I plan to choose this flying sword. Xiao Yu stopped and pointed at a blue butterfly-like flying sword on the shelf. Su 12 looked in the direction she pointed and saw a top-grade flying sword, shimmering with dazzling magical light, shaped like a butterfly. With the words Butterfly Dance engraved on the hilt, he instinctively activated his Heavenly Eye technique, and a rainbow light flashed past his peripheral vision, causing him to quickly look at another rainbow-colored flying sword nearby. That flying sword was less than a foot long, also a top-grade flying sword, with the words Jinghong engraved on the hilt. It looked dim and lacked any flamboyant appearance. However, from this flying sword, he sensed a faint trace of spiritual essence. He had only seen such spiritual essence before on the low-grade spiritual tool, the Zile sword, from Tianhua Peak. Although he didn't understand artifact refining, he knew that the biggest difference between spiritual tools and magic tools was that spiritual tools contained spiritual essence, possessing great spirituality. To him, a magic tool with spiritual essence could not be too bad, and this sword's spiritual power is restrained. Both in terms of the amount of spiritual power contained and its fluctuations, it is significantly stronger than the butterfly dance sword. Senior sister, if you want a flying sword magic tool, I suggest you choose this one. Su 12 pointed at the rainbow-colored flying sword. Jinghong, does this sword have anything special? Xiao Yu also turned her attention to the rainbow-colored flying sword and examined it for a while, but couldn't discern any differences. Just a feeling. I mentioned it casually. Senior sister doesn't need to take it too seriously. Su 12 shook his head with a smile, not wanting to elaborate further. Casually, the fact that you found so many treasures in the trial shows that your fortune is good. Then let's choose this one. Xiao Yu blinked, quickly glanced at Su 12, and then smiled as she picked up the Jinghong sword. After all, they were all top-grade magic tools, so it wouldn't make much difference. What about you? How's your selection going? Almost done, Su 12 replied as he spoke, using the heavenly eye technique to scan the entire room again. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he quickly walked to a corner shelf, crouching down to pull out a dusty tray from the bottom corner of the shelf. What is this? Xiao Yu followed and saw that it was a dirty tray, causing her to be taken aback. I'm not sure yet. I need to take a look to find out, Su 12 said as he wiped away the dust on it. Soon, the true appearance of the tray was revealed. Inside the tray were 5 beads of different colors, each about the size of a baby's fist, with a dull glow. The 5 beads looked ordinary, with no remarkable features. These 5 beads don't even seem to count as middle-grade magic tools, right? Do you know what their effects are? Xiao Yu frowned slightly and turned to ask. Su 12 decisively shook his head and honestly replied, I'm not sure. This is the first time I've seen them. Then you're not going to choose these, right? If it were me, I would choose a top-grade magic tool. Xiao Yu, surprised that Su 12 had no intention of putting them down, hesitated for a moment and suggested, No need, I'll choose these. They might be good items. Su 12 smiled, treating the 5 beads as treasures and holding them in his hand. Under the heavenly eye technique, he could clearly see that each of these 5 beads contained a faint spiritual essence. Although it was not much, it was still several times more than the spiritual essence contained in the Jinghong sword that Xiao Yu held. Even if he didn't know their purpose, he couldn't miss out on such treasures. All right, then let's go down. Xiao Yu felt puzzled, but seeing Su 12's firm attitude, she didn't say anything more. The two walked side by side and quickly returned to the entrance of the first floor. Did you choose so quickly? The guarding elder smiled upon seeing the two come down. Yes, Xiao Yu greeted him with a smile. Looking at you, it seems you had a good harvest. Come, let me see what you chose, the guarding elder said kindly. Elder Grandpa, please take a look. Xiao Yu grinned and quickly handed over the flying sword in her hand. The elder guard's pupils shrank and his eyes narrowed instantly. You little girl, your vision is truly sharp. No wonder you're the granddaughter of the Peak Master. Huh, what is special about this sword? Xiao Yu was taken aback, feeling quite surprised, and hurriedly asked. Of course, this sword is not an ordinary top-grade magical weapon, but a quasi-spiritual weapon, the elder guard said casually. Quasi-spiritual weapon? Xiao Yu was greatly astonished, and her gaze immediately fell on Su 12. The sword looked somewhat plain. If it weren't for Su 12's suggestion, she wouldn't have chosen it. Seeing Su 12's eyes fixed on the elder guard, looking surprised and curious, she couldn't help but wonder, could it really be that he was lucky? That's right, this sword is called Jinghong. Its materials are special, and the forging process is also quite unique. It was made from the extreme materials of second-grade spiritual material, yin-yang double iron, in a place of utmost yin and utmost yang, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for 49 days to forge it, the elder guard said, his smile fading as he spoke seriously. Xiao Yu was shocked again and hurriedly asked, the forging process of this sword is so complicated. Of course, this sword was originally intended to be a spiritual weapon, but unfortunately, on the day it was completed, it coincided with a thunderstorm, missing the right timing. As a result, it fell short and only became a top-grade magical weapon. However, if this sword is fully activated, it can unleash 3 attacks comparable to the might of a spiritual weapon. But after 3 uses, the sword will self-destruct due to the inability to bear the powerful energy, just like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. That's why the forger named it Jinghong. The elder guard smiled as he explained, running his hand along the sword's body to unlock the spiritual power seal on the Jinghong sword. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a backstory behind this sword. Xiaoyu nodded, a happy smile spreading across her face. 3 attacks comparable to a spiritual weapon are indeed impressive. At a critical moment, it could save her life. How could she not be happy? With a quick thought, she turned her gaze to the 5 beads in Su 12's hand. Elder Grandpa, what are these beads he chose for? On the side, Su 12 hurriedly presented the beads. Looking curiously at the elder, these are the treasures I selected. The origin of the Jinghong sword also surprised him, especially the 3 attacks comparable to a spiritual weapon, which made him somewhat envious. This also validated his idea that magical weapons with spiritual essence are indeed not simple. At this moment, he was particularly curious about the functions of the beads. 5 elements spirit beads. The elder guard's gaze paused slightly as he called out the name of this treasure. His somewhat surprised eyes swept over Su 12 briefly. You kid are quite lucky, but you can only choose one of these 5 spirit beads. 1. Su 12 showed a look of surprise. Xiaoyu hurriedly asked, Elder Grandpa, what are the 5 elements spirit beads for? Why can we only choose one? Chapter 56. 5 elements spirit beads. The elder guard said lightly. The 5 element spirit beads are a somewhat special type of magical weapon. Each bead is a high-quality magical weapon that can be refined, capable of raising the user's corresponding attribute spiritual root limit. What? Raise the spiritual root limit? Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, utterly astonished. Su 12's mind buzzed, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, his breath momentarily stalling. After all, his biggest shortcoming was his poor spiritual root. Don't exaggerate. The 5 element spirit beads are not that heaven-defying. Firstly, the 5 element spirit beads are only useful for chi refining stage cultivators. Secondly, they can only raise the spiritual root to the level of a low-grade spiritual root. Even if all 5 spirit beads are refined, it would only amount to a low-grade 5 element spiritual root, roughly at the level of a mid-grade spiritual root. Xiao girl, your spiritual root is not bad at all. This thing is of no use to you, the elder guard said without changing his expression. With so many restrictions, the effect is indeed limited. But for Junior 12, it is just right. Xiaoyu nodded, her mood calming considerably, and then she quickly turned to look at Su 12. She understood that Su 12's shortcoming was his spiritual root. That's why I said this kid is quite lucky. Kid, have you decided which bead to choose? The elder guard smiled and nodded, turning to Su 12. At this moment, Su 12 was still immersed in shock. The 5 elements spirit beads, even if they are only useful for chi refining stage cultivators, are treasures he cannot miss. If possible, he would certainly hope to collect all the spirit beads. But this was clearly unrealistic. Faced with the elder guard's inquiry, Su 12 hesitated for just a moment before decisively making his choice. Then I'll choose this fire spirit bead. The location of the Yungu sect has the most abundant fire attribute spiritual energy. Prioritizing the fire spirit bead maximizes cost-effectiveness for him. Reluctantly leaving the fire spirit bead in his hand, he placed the other spirit beads on the table in front of the elder guard. All right. The elder guard nodded lightly, pointed his finger, and unsealed the fire spirit bead. Elder Grandpa, then we'll take our leave. Xiaoyu glanced at Su 12 and the 4 spirit beads left on the table, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. Then she bid farewell to the elder guard and left with Su 12. As they walked along the path, Su 12's mind was filled with the remaining 4 spirit beads. Collecting all 5 elements spirit beads would be equivalent to possessing a mid-grade spiritual root. The difference between a low-grade spiritual root and a mid-grade spiritual root is indeed substantial. It seems that I still need to find a way to acquire more treasure tokens. As for the fact that the 5 element spirit beads are second-tier treasures, Su 12 was not too worried. When choosing treasures, Xiaoyu had already mentioned that the first and second-tier cards are not that strict, even if they can't be exchanged directly. Giving a little benefit should not be a problem. Just as Su 12 was frowning in thought, Xiaoyu leaned over and said, Junior 12, if you want the other spirit beads, it's actually quite simple. Sister has a way? Su 12 was momentarily taken aback and quickly asked. Of course, all the treasures in the treasure pavilion can be exchanged for sect contribution points. Xiaoyu nodded, smiling as she explained. Sect contribution points? Su-12 showed a puzzled expression. This was a new term for him. In the sect, all formal disciples can earn more cultivation resources and sect contribution points by completing tasks from the task hall. Those spirit beads are only a few high-quality magical weapons. According to the exchange rules of the Treasure Pavilion, it takes about 500 contribution points to exchange for one. This information is all in the formal disciple manual that was given to you when you became a formal disciple, but it seems you haven't read it carefully. Xiao Yu said with a smile, introducing it to Su-12. I really haven't had the chance to look at it. Su-12 scratched his head with a smile. And when he probed into his storage bag, he indeed found a book inside. He still didn't know how hard it was to earn 500 contribution points. But for him, as long as there's a chance, that's better than anything. Thank you, sister. I'll go check out the task hall. Su-12 quickly expressed his gratitude and planned to head to the task hall. Don't rush. My junior brother Han Yu and I are just about to take on a task to eliminate evil cultivators. You can come with us. This task has a total of 100 contribution points, and completing it will earn each person about 30 contribution points. Xiao Yu smiled as she invited Su-12. She already had a good impression of Su-12 and didn't mind his qualifications and talents like others. Su-12 ranked first in the trial and helped Luo Fu Peak win against Tianhua Peak. In her view, he deserved more rewards. Unfortunately, the Peak Master and other elders did not have a significant change in their views of Su-12. She couldn't change everyone's thoughts and could only try to make up for it in her own way. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? With my strength, going with you to eliminate evil cultivators will probably just hold you back. Su-12 was quite surprised and quickly shook his head to refuse. Xiao Yu shook her head and smiled confidently. Don't worry, with the Jinghong sword in hand. Dealing with an evil cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining is not a big problem. Xiao Yu lifted the Jinghong sword in her hand, full of confidence. This sword was chosen for her by Su-12. No matter how one looked at it, she had a reason to help Su-12. Su-12 narrowed his eyes, but was still hesitating. He knew in his heart that Xiao Yu was clearly trying to help him. If his cultivation level was truly just at the 3rd level of Qi refining, he would undoubtedly follow along without hesitation for such a good opportunity. However, his actual cultivation level was at the 7th level of Qi refining, and he would certainly earn more contribution points by completing tasks himself. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly smiled and said, Senior sister, thank you for your kindness. However, refining the fire spirit pearl will take some time. Besides, with my cultivation level, it's safer to practice in the sect. Fine. I didn't consider it well. If you need help in the future, feel free to find me. Xiao Yu frowned, no longer insisting, and turned to leave. At this moment, she felt a bit displeased. Su-12's cowardice was truly unexpected for her. After thinking for a moment, she realized that Su-12's cultivation level was indeed too low, which was somewhat understandable. However, her impression of Su-12 dropped a little in her heart. As Xiao Yu left, Su-12 didn't care how she evaluated him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the treasure pavilion, he hurried back to his residence. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Su-12 immediately took out the fire spirit pearl to examine it. The fire spirit pearl emitted a red light all over, resembling a flickering flame. Yet when held in hand, it felt completely devoid of temperature. The person who could refine such a magical item was undoubtedly a genius. If such a treasure could be tempered through the heaven and earth furnace, the effect would definitely be even better. However, the heaven and earth furnace was currently hidden in the. If he rashly went to retrieve it, any misstep would surely alert that old fox, the Grand Elder. Forget it. Let us first refine this fire spirit pearl. When I get other spirit pearls in the future, we can see if there's an opportunity for further refinement. With thoughts racing in his mind, Su-12 grinned and, without further hesitation, immediately directed his true essence into it. As the fire spirit pearl received the infusion of true essence, the flames surged forth. In the firelight, the physical form of the spirit pearl vanished, completely transforming into a ball of burning flames floating in midair. Seeing this, Su-12 took a deep breath. The ball of flames entered his mouth and nose like a fiery breath. A wave of heat surged down his throat and into his heart. Soon, Su-12's body trembled, and his expression changed instantly. Chapter 57. The task of investigating the 7 mysterious gates. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being burned in a furnace. An unimaginable pain. This pain was far more intense than when he first took the Qi-gathering pill. How could this be? Gritting his teeth, Su-12's eyes widened, his face contorting in agony. He had no prior knowledge that integrating this spirit pearl into his body would be such torment. But now that it had come to this, no matter how painful it was, he could only grit his teeth and continue. He collapsed onto the bed, curling up, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his forehead. This pain lasted a full 3 days and nights. 3 days later, as the intense pain within him began to subside, Su-12 finally sat up from the bed, his face still showing lingering fear. That was close. I didn't expect that merging with this fire spirit pearl would be so painful. I wonder if the other spirit pearls would be the same. But there's no turning back now. I can only continue down this path. Su-12 murmured softly. At this moment, he had slimmed down significantly. Such pain. Among his peers, only he could endure. If it were anyone else, they would have likely given up struggling in the face of such agony, leading to their demise. However, the effect of the 5-element spirit pearls was indeed impressive. I now essentially possess a low-grade fire spiritual root, and my cultivation speed has noticeably increased. It seems I still need to quickly gather contribution points to exchange for the remaining spirit pearls. After trying to cultivate for a while, Su-12 immediately revealed a satisfied smile. After refining the fire spirit pearl, his speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had clearly accelerated, controlling his excitement. He then took out the official disciple manual from his storage bag and flipped through it. After reviewing, he gained a general understanding of what official disciples could do. Sect missions were an important way for official disciples to obtain cultivation resources. Just as Xiaoyu had said, sect disciples could accept tasks, complete them, and receive resource rewards and sect contribution points based on the mission conditions. After organizing the information, Su-12 no longer wasted time and immediately set off for the mission hall. The mission hall was located in a small courtyard at the southwest corner of Luofu Peak. As soon as Su-12 arrived at the entrance, he saw Zhu Han walking out with a dejected expression. "Senior Brother 12? Are you here to take on a mission too?" Upon seeing Su-12, Zhu Han immediately perked up and greeted him respectfully. Upon noticing Su-12 nodding, he quickly continued. "Brother, if you want to take on a mission, I suggest you come back in a few days." "In a few days? What's the problem now?" Su-12 was taken aback and asked. "There's no problem, mainly that it's the end of the month now, and all the simple tasks have been completed by other disciples. What's left are all complex tasks with high requirements, and some may even be dangerous." Zhu Han scratched his head and hurriedly replied. "Oh, that's fine. I'll go take a look anyway." Su-12 nodded and directly entered the courtyard, walking towards the room designated for taking on tasks. Zhu Han hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed him inside. Inside the room, 2 second-level Qi refining disciples in their early 20s were busy working. Upon seeing Su-12 enter, one of the quick-witted, square-faced disciples immediately approached him. "Senior Brother, here to take a task? What tasks are still available?" Su-12 nodded and asked directly. "This month's tasks still have 3 remaining. Please take a look, Senior Brother." The square-faced disciple quickly handed Su-12 a circular magical artifact. Looking down, Su-12 saw that the artifact was flashing with light, displaying information about 3 tasks. The first task was to kill high-level demon beasts. It required going to a place called Dafin Village to slay a group of high-level demon beasts known as wind wolves. The reward for this task was quite generous. Not only a bottle of Qi gathering pills, but also 150 contribution points. However, just with a glance, Su-12 directly abandoned this task. High-level demon beasts, especially a group of them. Not to mention him, even 3 or 5 disciples at the 7th level of Qi refining might not be able to handle them. Glancing over, Su-12 looked at the second task. Find Demon Silkworm Silk. The submitter can receive 50 sect contribution points. This task seemed simple, but unfortunately, he had never heard of Demon Silkworm Silk, making it difficult to accomplish. Shaking his head helplessly, unable to take on 2 consecutive tasks, Su-12 felt somewhat frustrated. He then continued to look at the last task displayed. Go to South City to collect the offerings from the Jianghu sect, the 7 mysterious gates, and investigate the reason for the delayed offerings. This task seemed simple enough. It even had a reward of 100 contribution points. Seeing the reward, Su-12 was quite surprised. He soon realized that this task might not be as simple as he imagined. However, after reviewing the 3 tasks, the only one that seemed feasible was this third task. After a moment of hesitation, Su-12 directly said, "Help me take the task to investigate the 7 mysterious gates." Upon hearing this, the square-faced disciple suddenly trembled, and a strange look quickly flashed in his eyes. Evaluating Su-12, he casually said, "Senior Brother, this task is not simple. I think you should come back next month instead. Oh, not simple. What is the matter with this task? Su-12 did not give up and continued to inquire. Since this year, 4 batches of senior brothers, totaling more than 8 people, have taken on this task. But without exception, they have all gone missing without a trace. Among them, the last batch included 1 disciple at the 6th level of Qi refining and another at the 7th level. Of course, it's not that I think you're lacking in strength, but for safety's sake, I think it's best for you to wait until next month when the new tasks come down. The square-faced cultivator spoke quickly, explaining to Su-12. Throughout the conversation, his attitude remained very respectful, but the disdain in his eyes was evident. Su-12 concealed his true cultivation level and had seen enough of the warmth and coldness of human relationships. So he didn't care whether the other party looked down on him. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, with something like this happening, hasn't the sect sent any experts to investigate? The square-faced cultivator shrugged, and before he could respond, Zhu Hanwei, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up. This little matter probably won't warrant the attention of a Foundation establishment elder. As for the other senior brothers, they probably know that this matter is tricky, so no one wants to stir up trouble. Su-12 turned to look at Zhu Hanwei, and seeing no surprise on his face, he understood that Zhu Hanwei should also be aware of the situation regarding this task. Given how tricky the task was, Su-12 couldn't help but hesitate. To be fair, he didn't want to wade into any murky waters. But the problem was, he urgently needed contribution points. Now, with 100 contribution points on the line, giving up like this felt somewhat unwilling. With deep-seated blood feuds, he couldn't relax for a moment. The Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak could very well be the man in black and could act at any time. He needed to quickly raise his strength and make himself powerful. Contribution points from the sect were related to the 5 elements Spirit Pearl, which was a treasure that could temporarily enhance one's spiritual root quality. Even if it was risky, he had to get it as soon as possible. Although the task from Qishuan's sect had risks, there were only 100 contribution points, 50 points less than hunting demon beasts. This meant that the sect assessed the difficulty of this task as lower than hunting demon beasts. Although many disciples had gone missing beforehand, if they were careful, there might still be opportunities. With this thought in mind, Su-12 took a deep breath and made up his mind. Never mind, I'll take this task. What? The square-faced cultivator and his companions, even Zhu Hanwei beside him, were all stunned, their mouths agape, looking at Su-12 in disbelief. I'll take this task. Is there a problem? Su-12 retorted. The square-faced cultivator's smile stiffened, and he shook his head. There's no problem, but this task requires at least 2 people to undertake. Must it be 2 people? Su-12 squinted and asked. That's right, since it involves the offerings of Qishuan's sect. Both must confirm and supervise each other simultaneously to prevent any mishaps. The square-faced cultivator's tone was cold. He felt that he was being considerate. Yet the other party didn't appreciate it. Oh, I see. Then it's settled. The 2 of us will go together. Su-12 nodded, pointing at Zhu Hanwei. Zhu Hanwei's mouth dropped open in panic. If it weren't for Su-12 saving his life, he would have definitely fled at once. Su-12 saw through his thoughts and whispered, You first accept this task with me. Once we reach South City, we'll act according to the situation. If things become unmanageable, we'll just abandon it. Chapter 58, The Strange Qishuan Sect. Alright then. Zhu Hanwei no longer declined and gritted his teeth to agree. Not to mention that Su-12 had saved his life. He had a deep impression of Su-12's strength, which far exceeded the level he displayed. We have accepted this task. Su-12 then turned his attention back to the square-faced disciple. Please show your identity tokens, brothers. The square-faced disciple looked at the 2 with a cold expression, as if he were looking at dead people. In his eyes, with Su-12 and Zhu Hanwei's cultivation levels, taking on this task was akin to courting death. He had done all he could, and saying more was pointless. After checking their tokens, he handed a numbered task plaque and a map to Su-12. After completing the task, the 2 brothers can use this task plaque to receive rewards. Thank you. Su-12 accepted the task plaque, thanked him, and left with Zhu Hanwei. The Tsangshan mountain range is the largest mountain range within the Zhao Kingdom, surrounded by mountains stretching for thousands of miles. Many cities and various cultivation sects and family powers are distributed throughout. Each cultivation force has its own territory, and the common people living within them are an important source of new strength for the various cultivation factions. The common people are protected by cultivators and, in various forms, depend on them, working for the cultivators. Among these cultivation forces, the Yunga sect, to which Su-12 and the others belong, is just a lower middle-tier sect. South City is located at the edge of Yun-gu Sect's territory, jointly managed by Yun-gu Sect and another neighboring force, the Blood Eagle Sect. In the west of South City, on the most prosperous street, there is a large residence covering several acres, with a red gate tightly closed, bearing a plaque that reads Lin Mansion. On this day, two figures, one fat and one thin, appeared in front of this gate. They were Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei, who had come from afar. Senior Brother 12, this is the residence of the master of Qishuan Sect. This Qishuan Sect is one of the two major forces in South City that is protected by our Yunga Sect. They are responsible for maintaining order in South City and collecting cultivation resources for the sect. Zhu Hanwei pointed at the gate in front of him and quickly explained to Su 12. Let's knock on the door and see what's going on. Su 12 squinted and said calmly. Zhu Hanwei felt a bit anxious, but having come this far, it was too late to back out. Nodding, he hurriedly stepped forward and knocked hard on the door. After a short while, a small servant wearing a blue robe peeked out from a crack in the door. Who are you? Don't you know where this is? Knocking so hard. Are you trying to die? The small servant wore an impatient expression and began to scold as soon as he opened his mouth. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is this how your Lin Mansion receives guests? Zhu Hanwei frowned, clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. This momentum startled the small servant, and he exclaimed, Guests? You are the immortals from Yunga Sect. The small servant quickly assessed Zhu Hanwei's attire, and as if remembering something, hurriedly opened the gate. Then, trembling, he knelt on the ground, saying, Immortal, forgive me. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Zhu Hanwei maintained a stern face and was about to scold him further when he heard Su 12 cough lightly behind him, and he immediately coldly snorted. Go call your sect master and tell him that the person who collects offerings from Yun-gu Sect has arrived. The two immortals please come in. I will go fetch the sect master right away. The small servant quickly scrambled up from the ground and hurriedly led the two into the mansion. Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei did not refuse and followed the small servant into the Lin Mansion. The Lin Mansion had high walls and green tiles, with winding corridors and a spacious courtyard. In the center, a straight and wide stone path led directly to the main hall. The air was faintly filled with a chilling aura. Senior Brother 12, this place feels a bit strange. As soon as they entered, Zhu Hanwei couldn't help but shiver and leaned close to Su 12, whispering, Oh, what do you mean? Su 12 asked casually. This Lin Mansion is after all one of the two major forces in South City. It's one thing for the gate to be tightly closed, but the mansion is eerily quiet. Zhu Hanwei said as he looked around, suddenly frowning and shivering. Senior Brother, look over there. He tugged at Su 12's sleeve, trembling as he pointed to a garden not far away. Su 12 glanced over, and his pupils constricted. In the soil of that garden, a human skull was faintly visible. Moreover, it was not just in this garden. On both sides of the path, some bone fragments could also be vaguely seen. Brother, should we just withdraw for now? Zhu Hanwei hurriedly whispered. He was only at the second level of qi refinement, and compared to the martial artists among the common people, he was not much stronger. This kind of place was frightening to look at, especially thinking about how so many senior brothers have gone missing for no reason. I feel a sudden urge to leave. Don't be anxious. Since we are here, let's see the sect leader first and assess the situation. Su 12 said calmly, without changing his expression. While speaking, he turned his head to glance at a towering pavilion in the distance. Seeing Su 12's resolute attitude, Zhu Hanwei, despite feeling scared, could only nod his head and lower his head, continuing to follow him deeper inside. In the main hall, as soon as the servant entered, he skillfully brewed a cup of hot tea for the two and placed exquisite fruit snacks on the table. Please wait a moment. Two immortals, my master will arrive shortly. After saying that, he tactfully left, leaving only Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei to wait. Senior Brother 12, this Lin residence is really not small, and it's decorated so magnificently. It's far better than my hometown. Zhu Hanwei held the hot tea, hesitated for a moment, then put the cup down and whispered to Su 12. The earlier incident left him with a significant shadow, and he still looked somewhat fearful, acting especially cautious. If you are willing, with your current cultivation, enjoying a life of wealth and grandeur in the mortal world wouldn't be difficult, Su 12 said lightly, leaning back in his chair, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. Forget it, I still want to raise my cultivation and live a few hundred more years. Zhu Hanwei replied reluctantly. The lifespan of mortals rarely surpasses 80 or 90 years, and very few live to 100. However, Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, even as a chi-refining disciple, one can live over 120 years. If one can break through to foundation establishment, they can enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. But are we really not leaving? The seven mysterious sect gives off a strange vibe everywhere. Staying here is really a bit creepy. Zhu Hanwei shrank his neck, quietly observing the surroundings, and said softly, "Don't worry, if they really wanted to make a move, they would have had plenty of opportunities outside the city. Would they still wait until now?" Su 12 said lightly, his peripheral vision also scanning the surroundings. From the moment they approached Southern City, he felt as if someone was watching them. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't figure out who it was. Chapter 59, The Charming Lin Xiaoer. I hope everything goes smoothly. Zhu Hanwei whispered a prayer, but in his heart, he thought he must leave this place of chaos quickly. Seeing that Su 12 remained silent, he too calmed down and waited patiently. The two did not wait long. After half a cup of tea's time, footsteps could be heard coming from outside. Before the person arrived, a charming voice reached them first. "Two immortals have traveled a long way. Lin Xiaoer of the Seven Mysterious Sect offers her apologies for not greeting you properly." This voice seemed to have a magical power, causing both Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei's hearts to tremble. Immediately, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and a woman dressed in a light gauzy dress, with an enchanting figure, walked in from outside. This woman had flowing black hair, a delicate face, and her eyebrows were like light spring hills. Her eyes like flowing autumn waves. She had a full bosom, a slim waist, and shapely legs, surpassing the beauty of blooming begonia and rain-drenched pear blossoms. Such a sight was indeed stunningly beautiful and charming. If one were to say a fox had turned into a spirit, Su 12 would agree completely. The moment he saw the woman's face, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind, and he momentarily lost his senses. Just as he was captivated by her beauty, his body felt a slight tremor from the Yuanyang ruler behind him, and a rush of heat spread throughout his body, waking him up immediately. Looking beside him, Zhu Hanwei's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, already lost in thoughts of beauty, unaware of anything else. If I remember correctly, the sect leader of the Seven Mysterious Sect should be Lin Jinan. I wonder what the relationship is between the young lady and him? Su 12 asked calmly, though his gaze was directed elsewhere, not daring to look directly at the woman in front of him. In his heart, he couldn't help but grow wary. This woman had no fluctuations of spiritual power throughout her body, clearly just a mortal. Yet, she was able to captivate him with her appearance, which was certainly unusual. "Lin Jinan is my father. He passed away 6 months ago," Lin Xiaoer said, revealing a look of sadness, tears glistening in her eyes, dimming the entire scene in the hall. "I see. My condolences, young lady. My junior brother and I have come this time to collect the offerings. I wonder why the Seven Mysterious Sect has delayed the offerings this year." Su 12 cupped his hands in greeting and, while speaking, discreetly exerted strength to throw a small stone at Zhu Hanwei. Zhu Hanwei, feeling the pain, finally came back to his senses, reluctantly shifting his gaze away. "Isn't this immortal mistaken? The offerings from the Seven Mysterious Sect were taken away by your sect's immortal 6 months ago." Lin Xiaoer was momentarily taken aback, then showed a look of surprise. "Taken away already?" Su 12 and Zhu Hanwei quickly exchanged glances, both flashing unexpected looks. "Yes, this is the token left by those two immortals at that time." Lin Xiaoer nodded, then took out half a token from her bosom. Su 12 squinted his eyes and asked Lin Xiaoer, "In the past 6 months, has anyone else come to collect the offerings?" "No." Lin Xiaoer shook her head without hesitation. "Senior brother, could it be that something happened to them on the way? But, west from Southern City is all our Yun Gu sect's territory. Who would dare to act on the road? Or perhaps, did they escape with the resources?" Zhu Hanwei whispered speculatively. In truth, he knew very well that this matter was most likely related to the Seven Mysterious Sect. However, he didn't want to linger in this place any longer. Well, both possibilities exist. It seems that to investigate the whereabouts of those two, we can only find a way to locate those two senior brothers first. Fortunately, our sect has a secret technique that can trace the whereabouts of a bearer through an item with their aura. "Miss Lin, may we take this token with us?" Su 12 said lightly, then turned to look at Lin Xiaoer. In reality, he had no idea about any tracking secret technique. He just had doubts about Lin Xiaoer's words and planned to bluff her a bit. "Of course," Lin Xiaoer replied, her eyes flashing with surprise. Then she returned to normal and handed the token to Su 12. Although she concealed it well, Su 12, being cautious, still noticed the fleeting change in her expression. The seven mysterious sect indeed seems to be in trouble. It seems that thinking about the offerings is out of the question. We can only try to gather as much information as possible to take back. Even without the offerings, if we have effective news, it can still be exchanged for some contribution points. Su-12 thought secretly, not showing it on his face, his expression remaining normal as he continued. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer and will return to our sect to investigate the situation. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Why rush? 2 immortals? The sky is already dark, and you have traveled a long way. Why not rest at the Lin residence for a night and leave tomorrow morning? Lin Shower smiled charmingly, her attitude respectful, and warmly invited them. Her smile seemed to captivate souls. Zhu Hanwei, who had just regained his senses, was once again spellbound upon seeing her smile. He had just resolved to leave this place of chaos quickly, but now it was thrown out of his mind. Zhu Hanwei looked infatuated, turning to Su-12 following her words. Senior Brother 12, it really isn't good to rush through the night. How about we rest here for a night? Very well, then we will disturb you. Su-12 hesitated for a moment before nodding, pretending to agree reluctantly. He didn't truly intend to leave and was waiting for this invitation. Since they were here, they naturally needed to investigate the matter thoroughly. As for danger, he believed he had several treasures on him, and if real danger arose, he was confident he could escape. However, he did not expect that while he was plotting against her, she was also not an easy target and was plotting against him as well. I will have someone arrange rooms for both immortals right away. Lin Shower smiled widely and clapped her hands. Immediately, a beautiful maid in her 20s entered from outside. Go and bring the 2 immortals to the east wing to settle down, Lin Shower commanded. The maid immediately smiled and led Su-12 and the other person away. Soon, only Lin Shower was left in the main hall. She sighed lightly, turned her head to glance at the back of the hall, and then frowned tightly, revealing a worried expression. Sister, what are you worried about? A hoarse voice came, and a burly man with a pale face stepped out. This man was surrounded by a sinister aura and was clearly not an ordinary person. He approached Lin Shower and reached out to embrace her waist. Brother, can that token really track other people's whereabouts? Lin Shower turned to the newcomer, twisting her waist to subtly maintain a distance from him, and hurriedly asked. In the cultivation world, there are countless secret techniques and powers, so it wouldn't be surprising to have such a method. However, the premise is that both of them must be able to return first. The man sneered, a flash of murderous intent passing through his eyes. Chapter 60. Digging a pit to wait for others, but this is already the 5th batch of people sent by Yunga sect. If they also run into trouble, next time it might be the elders of Yunga sect who come. I was considering this point, which is why I didn't act recklessly against them. Lin Shower hurriedly said, her expression growing more worried. Don't worry, among the recent disciples, these 2 have the lowest cultivation. One is at the 2nd level of chi refining, and the other at the 3rd level. In any cultivation sect, they are just servants, cannon fodder. No one would care how many of them die. Besides, even if the elders come, what can they do? As he mentioned Su-12 and the other person, the man scoffed. Just as he was halfway through speaking, he seemed to remember something and quickly stopped talking. Seeing this, disappointment flashed in Lin Shower's eyes, and then she hesitated, saying, all right, when does brother plan to act? Tomorrow morning, wait until they leave. The man casually said, reaching for Lin Shower's wrist again. Sister, you said earlier that you would observe mourning for your father for half a year. Now that 6 months have passed, isn't it time to give me what I want? As he spoke, the man grinned eagerly. A hint of disgust flashed in Lin Shower's eyes, but she showed no sign of it on her face. Instead, she wore a smile. However, when he grasped her wrist, she sighed and said, of course. But that thin guy among the 2 earlier feels a bit strange. I'm afraid that if we delay, something might change. Forget it. I'll take care of them now. You go to the room and wait for me obediently. I'll be back soon. The pale-faced man hesitated for a moment, but saw that the woman in front of him looked worried and without any detail. So he gritted his teeth and released Lin Shower, turning to leave. In his view, dealing with 2 chi refining period practitioners was just a piece of cake. After the pale-faced man left, Lin Shower finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, feeling a bit anxious, she walked outside. Senior Brother 12, does our sect have any tracking secret techniques? In the guest room, Zhu Hanwei looked at the token that Su-12 had casually thrown on the table and thought for a while before asking. I don't know. Su-12 shook his head lightly. So you were just bluffing, Lin Xiao? Zhu Hanwei shivered, and after realizing it, his expression became frantic. Exactly. Su-12 admitted decisively. But won't they act against us first? Last time, we faced a 6th and a 7th level Qi refining practitioner, Zhu Hanwei hurriedly said. Although he knew Su-12 was very strong, he didn't think that the two of them together could be stronger than a 6th and 7th level Qi refining combination. At this moment, he even regretted agreeing to Su-12's conditions so easily. After you return to your room, hide under the bed and don't move. I'll handle the rest, Su-12 said calmly. In his view, actively forcing the opponent to show up would allow him to be prepared. Otherwise, if the enemy was lurking in the shadows, he would have to be constantly on guard, which was truly dangerous. However, he had no interest in explaining this to Zhu Hanwei. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If a fight breaks out, how can I just stand by? Zhu Hanwei shook his head vigorously, his gaze firm. In fact, what he really thought was that if he were alone in the next room and the opponent attacked him first, he would definitely be finished. On the contrary, staying with Su-12 felt safer. All right then, you can meditate and adjust your breathing in my room. I will wait in the shadows. Su-12 smiled. Knowing Zhu Hanwei's little thoughts couldn't escape his notice, but he didn't mind. As he spoke, he took out an invisibility talisman, stuck it to himself, and concealed his figure in the corner, suppressing his aura. Seeing Su-12 suddenly disappear, Zhu Hanwei felt a sudden panic. But noticing that there were no signs of the door or windows opening, he realized Su-12 was still in the room, which eased his mind a little. He couldn't help but secretly admire Su-12's powerful techniques. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began meditating. However, his mind was restless, making it impossible for him to settle down. His eyes darted around, and he quietly took out 2 ordinary escape talismans, holding them in his palm. He had made up his mind that if the situation turned unfavorable, he would decisively run away. He was naturally grateful to Su-12, who could do many things for him, but that didn't mean he was willing to sacrifice his own life. Time passed minute by minute. After Emil's time, hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Su-12's ears perked up, and he immediately held his breath. As the footsteps drew near, they suddenly stopped. Su-12 knew that the opponent must be using a technique to conceal their movements. 7 soul-piercing nails were silently gripped in his palm, and his true energy surged, ready to strike the opponent at any moment. For him, ambushing the opponent for a one-hit kill was the best outcome. Outside the guest room, the pale-faced man was enveloped in a mass of black mist, almost floating to the outside of the room where Su-12 and Zhu Hanwei were. He glanced around and saw that only one room had a shadow projected, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Only one person? Forget it. I'll deal with this kid first, then go look for the other. With this thought, the pale-faced man decisively mobilized his true energy, formed a seal, and recited a spell, planning to deliver a fatal blow to the meditating Zhu Hanwei. In the corner of the room, Su-12 sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy and immediately threw the soul-piercing nails out. Thud, 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 with a series of muffled sounds. The soul-piercing nails pierced through the window and headed straight for the pale-faced man. Not good. The pale-faced man felt a tightening in his chest, instantly realizing the danger. But he was halfway through casting his spell and had no time to react. Caught off guard, he was directly hit by the soul-piercing nails, letting out a scream as his body flew back like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the courtyard. Is it done? Inside the room, Zhu Hanwei saw Su-12 first reveal himself, and then saw the shadow outside fall to the ground, immediately opening his eyes with an excited expression. Don't be too happy. This guy is not weak. He might have some life-saving methods, Su-12 said cautiously, not having left the room yet, and he threw out several fireball spells. Boom, boom. The fireballs pierced through the window and flew out, about to hit the ground. The pale-faced man on the ground suddenly jumped up. Humph, what a sinister and cunning guy. Unfortunately, soul-piercing nails are of no use to me, the pale-faced man said with a dark expression, his voice chilling. As he spoke, he patted his chest, causing the soul-piercing nails to fall out. Immediately, a wave of sinister energy flowed across his skin and gathered on his face. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dark green mist, easily neutralizing the toxicity of the soul-piercing nails. How is that possible? This guy was hit by your soul-piercing nails, and he's completely fine, Zhu Hanwei exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape. In the trial area, he had personally witnessed the power of these soul-piercing nails. Chapter 61. The Bone Master. His technique is unusual. Su Shire stared at the opponent, and the silver sword gifted by the Great Elder immediately appeared in his hand. With a leap, he jumped directly out of the window, stepping on the shadowless phantom step, charging towards the opponent. His body moved like a phantom, and in the dim night, only a silver sword light could be seen slicing through the air. True essence surged within him, but it never leaked out. The breath-holding technique had a miraculous effect, but once true essence was used, it would become ineffective. The person in front of him was also at the 7th level of chi refinement. If it came to a direct confrontation, although Su Shire was confident of winning, it would still take a lot of effort. He deliberately concealed his cultivation level to deliver a surprise attack. Humph. A mere 3rd level of chi refinement dares to be arrogant in front of me. The pale-faced cultivator sneered, a dull gray blade appearing in his hand. With a flick of his hand, a gray cold light shot towards the charging Su Shire. He wore a disdainful expression, but inwardly he was on high alert. This kid is only at the 3rd level of chi refinement, yet he dares to attack me. It seems he has a backup plan. In the next moment, the two figures collided, and a crisp sound erupted. Clang! An astonishing energy burst forth, and upon sensing the aura released from Su Shire, the pale-faced man was taken aback. What? You're actually at the 7th level of chi refinement. He had considered many scenarios, but never expected that the person in front of him was at the same cultivation level as himself. With that, all his precautionary measures became ineffective. Cursing inwardly, the pale-faced man decisively retreated, wanting to distance himself from Su Shire. Now you want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Su Shire coldly snorted. One hand gripped the sword while the other formed a seal. The wind-calling technique was instantly activated, and true essence transformed into a whirlwind, circling around the pale-faced man and swiftly shifting half a circle. With a flash of silver light, under Su Shire's true essence manipulation, the silver sword emitted an even more brilliant silver sword light, piercing into the man's back. Ugh! The pale-faced man gasped, blood immediately streaming from his chest. However, the thin layer of black mist surrounding him surged towards Su Shire like a living creature. Su Shire remained unfazed, raising his hand as flames enveloped his entire arm under the fire control technique. The black mist encountered the flames as if it had met its nemesis. Using the 8th level Bagua fist, he unleashed a fiery punch, engulfing the mist entirely. Under the blaze, the pale-faced man let out another shrill scream before collapsing to the ground, barely alive. Su Shire, now experienced in combat, executed this series of moves swiftly and decisively. Like flowing water, the pale-faced man's strength had not even had a chance to manifest before he was heavily injured and defeated. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Su Shire demanded, staring at the man on the ground. Kid, if you injure me, my master won't let you go. The pale-faced man gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Su Shire. Humph. Su Shire's gaze turned cold, and with a swift motion, he brought the silver sword down, slicing off the man's legs. That's not the answer. The next strike will be your head. Under the excruciating pain, the pale-faced man's face contorted, wishing he could faint from it. But seeing Su Shire raise the sword again, he hurriedly shouted, I'm from Whitebone Mountain, a disciple of the Whitebone Elder. I attacked because my cultivation technique can absorb others' cultivation, rapidly enhancing my own strength. Whitebone Mountain, Whitebone Elder. Su Shire murmured to himself. He didn't know much about other sections. However, compared to that, he was more concerned about the situation with the 7 mysterious sect and immediately asked, what is the relationship between you and Lin Xiaoer from the 7 mysterious sect? She is my junior sister, and also the furnace chosen by my master, the Whitebone Elder. The pale-faced man lay on the ground, answering every question. A furnace? Su Shire was somewhat surprised by this response. He didn't know how a furnace was operated, but he had seen some introductions in miscellaneous records. He understood that this was a lowly method of cultivation, using women to cultivate yuan-yin energy, then using yin to supplement yang, rapidly enhancing cultivation. This method treated female cultivators as tools, and could be said to be despised by all cultivators. Thinking of this, Su Shire's gaze turned cold, and a murderous intent erupted in his eyes. On the ground, the pale-faced man felt the growing chill in Su Shire's silence and involuntarily shivered, hurriedly calling out, Kid, I advise you to release me quickly. Otherwise, when my master returns, you will be finished. You think you can threaten me? You've got the wrong target. Su Shire snorted coldly and struck again with his sword. Regardless of whether the opponent spoke or not, he could not allow him to leave alive. The pale-faced man widened his eyes in fear, but before he could speak, he felt a chill at his neck, and in an instant, his head was severed from his body, completely lifeless. Xixiang, wait. At the same time, a voice shouted from within the room. It was Zhu Hanwei. However, when he came out, he only saw the dismembered body of the pale-faced man, his face immediately turning as pale as snow. Is there a problem? Su Shire looked at Zhu Hanwei with indifference. Xixiang, if I remember correctly, the White Bone Elder is a very difficult rogue cultivator at the late stage of Foundation establishment. He has a violent temper and shows no demeanor of a senior cultivator. Any sect that provokes him will find their junior disciples targeted. He has been rampant in the Tsang mountain range. I heard that 2 years ago, our Yunga sect had a conflict with him. At that time, all 7 peak masters had to join forces to kill him. I didn't expect he was still alive. Zhu Hanwei hurriedly spoke, his face filled with fear. Struggling to maintain control, Su Shire had already prepared himself, knowing this person might have some background. But hearing Zhu Hanwei's words still startled him. However, he did not show it. Instead, he calmly said, "Why are you panicking?" Since he only appeared after a year, he must have been injured badly in that battle back then. However, just to be safe, we should leave quickly and report back to the sect. Saying this, he used the object manipulation technique to collect all usable treasures from the pale-faced man. Then, using the fireball technique, he skillfully destroyed the evidence. After finishing these tasks, he turned to leave without any hesitation. Although he didn't obtain the offerings from the 7 mysterious sect, this information was sufficient to report to the sect and receive a task reward. Zhu Hanwei nodded repeatedly, fully in agreement. The two had just exited the courtyard and were heading towards the main gate, when suddenly, 3 rays of escape light flashed through the air, approaching rapidly. Not good. The White Bone Elder is back. Zhu Hanwei exclaimed in shock, his face losing all color. Chapter 62. Watching the battle in secret hide. Su Shire reacted the fastest, grabbing Zhu Hanwei and quickly hiding in a rockery in the nearby garden. Immediately, he calmed his true essence and completely concealed his aura. Turning to Zhu Hanwei, he whispered, "Conceal your aura. Don't make a sound. If you're discovered, use the escape talisman to leave." Zhu Hanwei was already in a panic. But hearing Su Shire's voice, he felt like he had found his anchor, quickly suppressing his aura and gripping the escape talisman tightly. In the next moment, 3 figures landed in succession. The first to land was a hunchbacked old man dressed in gray robes, exuding a sinister aura. The old man was at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement, with a crooked eye and a grotesque appearance, his face devoid of any color, making him look particularly eerie. Neither Su Shire nor Zhu Hanwei recognized him, but from his pale complexion, they could vaguely guess he was the so-called White Bone Elder. Following closely behind were 2 figures that made Su Shire and Zhu Hanwei's pupils shrink in unison. Senior Sister Xiaoyu? Senior Brother Hanyu? Why are they here? The 2 exchanged glances, both showing surprise. Zhu Hanwei visibly relaxed, feeling much safer with their presence. Su Shire narrowed his eyes, quickly coming to a realization. So the task that Sister Xiaoyu mentioned was to kill this guy? As the thought crossed their minds, the 2 exchanged glances. Neither in a hurry to reveal their position, but instead continued to observe the situation in front of them. Han Yu held a golden long spear, his true essence surging, looking imposing and extraordinary. He glared with wide eyes at the hunchbacked old man in front of him and coldly snorted, "Humph. Whitebone man, today you have no chance of escape. If you know what's good for you, accept your death obediently. Otherwise, I will annihilate you completely, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation. Escape? You 2 ignorant juniors really think this old man is afraid of you?" The Whitebone man turned sharply after landing, looking at the 2 pursuers with a cold snort, his eyes flashing with cold light. He opened his mouth to emit a sinister voice, quickly forming hand seals with both hands while chanting incantations. "Bone of the dead, heed my command. Bone swords arise, crying ghosts and startling gods." With a shout, the ground trembled. Large and small bones broke through the earth, quickly coalescing into 8 bone swords, each towering over a person. Each bone sword was composed of 204 pieces of bones, containing astonishing spiritual power and resentment. The 8 bone swords hovered in midair, rotating around the White Bone man, and an overwhelming pressure immediately enveloped the entire forest estate. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu and Han Yu exchanged looks, their expressions changing instantly. The 8 bone swords were clearly extraordinary, and both of them felt an intense sense of crisis. "Sister, this old thing has too many tricks up his sleeve. We must finish this quickly." Han Yu frowned and said to Xiao Yu, "Yes, we absolutely cannot let him escape again." Xiao Yu also looked serious. Nodding slightly, she held the Jinghong's sword, channeling her true essence into the sword's body. She raised her hand and swept it, sending out several rainbow-like sword lights towards the white bone man skyward cloud movement. Hanyu, standing beside her, was equally unwilling to be outdone, gripping his long spear. He thrust it forward with force. Instantly, a gust of wind arose, and a golden spear shadow shot towards the white bone man ignorant juniors. You dare to flaunt your meager skills before me. The white bone man remained unperturbed, forming hand seals as a torrent of true essence surged from his body. In the air, the bone swords moved with his gestures. Swish, swish, swish. Several sounds of swords slicing through the air rang out as the 8-bone swords flew towards Xiaoyu and Hanyu. The next second, their attacks collided in midair, resulting in an explosive surge of energy. Following the explosion of spiritual power, the 8-bone swords merely trembled slightly. What? Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Hanyu's expressions changed again. They knew the opponent's methods were formidable, but they didn't expect him to be this troublesome. The sword lights continued to approach, a fierce killing intent enveloping the two. In the shadows, Su-12, witnessing this scene, immediately focused his gaze on Xiaoyu, instinctively gripping his silver sword, ready to intervene at any moment. Within the Yungu sect, Xiaoyu was the only one who had shown him considerable care. In fact, Xiaoyu was friendly and kind to every disciple, but that had nothing to do with him. As the bone swords drew closer, Xiaoyu tightly gripped the Jinghong sword, preparing for a crucial strike. Beside her, Hanyu ground his teeth and stomped his feet, fixated on the sword lights in the air. Then, with his spear in hand, he executed a series of rapid thrusts. 8 directions of unity. With a loud shout, he thrust his long spear, creating 8 afterimages in one go. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds rang out as each thrust struck a flying bone sword, resulting in a tremendous energy explosion. After the crisp sounds, the bone swords were knocked back, swiftly returning to the white bone man's side. Meanwhile, Hanyu retreated several steps, his palms sore and trembling. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he was seriously injured. At the same time, a strange force circulated within him, causing his true essence to function abnormally. Quickly stabilizing himself, he immediately warned Xiaoyu, "Sister, these bone swords have something strange about them. The yin energy surrounding them can hinder true essence operation." Xiaoyu nodded, her expression particularly grave, and hurriedly said, "Yes. This guy is indeed difficult to deal with. It seems we can only retreat and come up with another plan to subdue him." Upon seeing Hanyu get injured from one strike, she immediately understood that with her own strength, it was impossible to deal with the white bone man in front of them. At this moment, she had already developed the intent to retreat. "Retreat? Little girl, do you think you still have a chance?" The white bone man sneered, his hands forming seals again. The bone swords that had just returned to him shot out like meteors, quickly surrounding Xiaoyu and Hanyu, sealing off their paths of advance and retreat. He had gone to great lengths to lure the two here. How could he just watch them escape? Humph! Xiaoyu coldly snorted, biting her silver teeth and unhesitatingly urging the Jinghong sword to unleash a strike comparable to a spiritual weapon. Buzz! The Jinghong sword swept lightly, sending out a brilliant rainbow light. In the air, a low humming sound immediately resonated. Amid the buzzing, the light of the Jinghong sword dimmed slightly, and a narrow crack appeared on its blade. "Not good. How is this possible? You actually have a spiritual weapon." The white bone man's expression changed drastically as he shouted in disbelief, hurriedly summoning back his bone swords. His bone swords were merely exquisite magic tools refined through special methods and could not be compared to spiritual weapons. However, he was still a step too slow. As the rainbow light swept past, 2 of the bone swords were struck and shattered, scattering to the ground. Having succeeded in the attack, Xiaoyu did not dare to waste time, quickly grabbing Hanyu and attempting to flee. Chapter 63. Rescuing the beautiful senior sister. The white bone man looked at the shattered bone swords on the ground with a pained expression, gritting his teeth as he glared at Xiaoyu. His gaze fell on the Jinghong's sword, revealing a flash of greed in his eyes. "Humph! You dare to ruin my treasure and still think you can escape? If I don't refine you, this little girl, into a furnace today, I won't be worthy of the name White Bone Man. Bone prison, go!" He shouted again, swiftly forming hand seals as a torrent of true essence surged. The ground trembled once more, and countless shattered bones erupted from the earth, both human and beast. Compared to the bones that made up the bone swords, these bones were filled with resentment, but lacked much spiritual energy. However, the sky filled with flying bones quickly formed a bowl-shaped prison, enclosing most of the forest estate. The densely packed bones blocked their path, causing Xiaoyu to tremble with shock and anger. So many bones. It must have taken countless lives and beasts to accumulate them. Holding the Jinghong's sword, she swept it again, sending out another dazzling rainbow light. The opponent's cultivation was already 2 minor realms higher than hers. And this place had these methods. Although she wanted to eliminate the white bone man immediately, she knew this was not the best opportunity. As the rainbow light passed, it turned large swathes of bones into powder. The seemingly impregnable wall of bones was torn open, creating a narrow gap. "Sister, be careful." Just as Xiaoyu was about to lead Hanyu away, she suddenly heard Hanyu's voice. Turning her head, she saw the white bone man controlling the remaining 6 bone swords to launch a sneak attack. The white bone man was cunning. This round of attack was not only silent, but also incredibly fast. Xiaoyu cursed inwardly, quickly raising her sword to block. Beside her, Hanyu also understood the urgency of the situation, and as he called out, he exerted his true essence once more, moving his golden long spear again. However, his spear's speed was much slower than before. As the two struck simultaneously, they could only block 1 or 2 swords, but were unable to withstand the simultaneous attack of 6 swords from the opponent. With 2 muffled sounds, the sharp swords pierced through their flesh. After the sword light faded, Xiaoyu and Hanyu were each pierced in the waist and abdomen by a white-boned sword. Falling to the ground, a sinister and malevolent energy coursed through their bodies, their faces turning pale as they found it difficult to move even a fraction of their internal energy. The white-bone elder, seeing this, sneered and walked forward with a smug expression. The first thing he did was snatch the Jinghong sword from Xiaoyu's hand. However, upon seeing the dull, lifeless sword body and the 2 cracks on it, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Humph. It turns out to be just a high-grade magical tool with a bit of spiritual essence. Unfortunately, such a tool suffers great damage to exert the power of a spiritual weapon. At this rate, it seems it can only be used once more at most. You 2 juniors, no wonder you dared to seek trouble with me. It's a pity you are so unaware of your own limitations. But you, little girl, are quite charming. Looking at you, you should still be a maiden, right? Just right for me to refine as a furnace. The white-boned elder tilted his head, speaking while focusing his attention on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's beauty caught his eye, and he grinned widely. He leered at her alluring figure, his previously ugly face turning extremely sinister. Xiaoyu felt a wave of intense pain in her waist and looked pained. Hearing his words, she was even more terrified, her face losing all color as she trembled. She knew very well what a furnace was. For female cultivators, it was the most cruel and painful thing. Hanyu, lying on the ground, shouted angrily, "You bastard! If you dare to touch a hair on my senior sister, my master will not let you go." The white-boned elder let out a cold laugh, casually tossing the Jinghong sword, which pierced Hanyu's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. "Kid, it seems you haven't recognized the situation yet. But it doesn't matter. I'll first refine your senior sister's essence. When your blood drains completely, I'll refine your bones into a white-bone sword." The white-bone elder's eyes, one large and one small, fixed on the fallen Xiaoyu, and he grinned as he reached out towards her. "Get away. Don't come near." Seeing him approach, Xiaoyu, disregarding her pain, pushed herself off the ground and kept retreating. Ultimately, she was just a girl in her early 20s. With limited experience, her mental resilience was nowhere near that of those old monsters. The thought of what was about to happen filled her with despair. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret. Before setting out, her grandfather had repeatedly warned her to be extremely cautious when facing the white-bone elder. If she could kill him in one blow, she must do so. If the opponent fled, she must never chase. But relying on the Jinghong sword in her hand, she had thought there would be no problem. Now she realized what true cunning was. But it was too late for regrets. In her line of sight, that ugly face was getting closer, and fear surged in her heart, tears glistening in her eyes. Her appearance evoked pity. The white-bone elder's beastly instincts flared up, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Just as he reached out to touch Xiaoyu, who was in such a state, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking through the air rang out. Su 12, hiding behind a rockery, seized the opportunity and decisively threw the soul-breaking nails. If it were anyone else, Su 12 wouldn't have cared at all. But since Xiaoyu was in danger, he could not save her. From the beginning, he had anticipated that Xiaoyu and Hanyu wouldn't be a match for the white-bone elder. However, He didn't act the moment Xiaoyu got hurt. Instead, he chose the moment when the White Bone Elder was most relaxed. Huh, there's help? Hearing the noise behind him, the White Bone Elder's expression changed instantly. Although he hadn't expected this scene, having once been a Foundation establishment cultivator and lived for countless years, his combat experience was exceedingly rich. Without a second thought, he flipped his body several times and instantly moved dozens of meters away. The soul-breaking nails narrowly missed the White Bone Elder, embedding themselves in the ground and disappearing from view. Seeing this, Su-12 was not surprised, merely sighing inwardly that the White Bone Elder was indeed not simple. Without waiting for the White Bone Elder to stabilize himself, he leaped, stepping on the rockery, gazing at the White Bone Elder as he drew his heavenly wolf bow to full draw. Internal energy surged into the bow, and in an instant, 6 colorful arrows manifested. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot forth, and simultaneously, 3 explosive arrows, stronger than a full-powered strike from a high-grade magical tool, flew out. The White Bone Elder was not easy to deal with. This much he had already seen through. Facing such an opponent, he didn't care whether the explosive arrows would be wasted. He unleashed his ultimate move right away. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, he had to severely injure him. Humph. You think this kind of attack can deal with me? You're simply unaware of your own mortality. Turning his head, the White Bone Elder saw the arrows flying in and coldly snorted in disdain. These arrows looked fancy, but their actual power was very limited. Moreover, the explosive arrows hidden among them had no aura fluctuation before the explosion. Had Su-12 not noticed that hint of pride in the White Bone Elder's eagle-like nose, he might have already fallen into a trap, but he wouldn't make the same mistake again. After shooting a wave of light arrows, he immediately raised his silver light sword, using the shadowless phantom step to charge towards the opponent. At the same time, he poured his internal energy into a more powerful light sword. It felt as though the light arrows were merely a feint, and the silver light sword was the real killing blow. Chapter 64. Calculating the White Bone Elder looking for death. Since you came, it's just right for me to refine another White Bone sword. The White Bone Elder focused all his attention on Su-12, his lips curling into a faint cold smile. He was cunning and experienced. Even when facing a 17 or 18-year-old boy, he didn't dare to underestimate him. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and a surge of powerful internal energy erupted. As the energy surged, the remaining bones in the sky seemed to be summoned and rapidly gathered in front of him, forming a huge white bone shield. While preparing for defense, he also commanded the White Bone sword to fly towards Su-12. 6 sword lights raced past, but before they could hit Su-12, he suddenly stopped, casting a wind manipulation spell that sent him flying backward. The 6 sword lights were faster than the light arrows, arriving first and creating a massive deep pit in the ground. At that moment, Su-12's light arrows finally struck the White Bone Elder's bone shield. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a terrifying energy storm erupted. Under the explosion, the White Bone shield in front of the White Bone Elder shattered into pieces. He was sent flying like a ragged sack, landing with a thud and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Despite having made sufficient preparations, he had never expected that these 6 seemingly insignificant light arrows would be the key. He was even more shocked by their immense power. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, from Su-12's attack to the White Bone Elder being knocked down. 12. On the ground, Xiaoyu heard the commotion and first let out a sigh of relief. Then, seeing Su-12 appear, she was taken aback. Su-12 showing up here and having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement was simply unbelievable. The person before her was someone she had seen just a few days ago. There was no way to mistake him. Moreover, if it weren't for Su-12 himself, he wouldn't have come out to save her. Wasn't he a mixed spiritual root? How could his cultivation be higher than mine and Hanyu's? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. And just as the thought crossed her mind, a violent explosion sent the White Bone Elder flying. This made her gasp in astonishment. He is actually this strong. Xiaoyu hurriedly got up from the ground, surprised to the point that she didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Beside her, Hanyu, who was pinned to the ground, was equally shocked. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the guy he had never taken seriously actually possessed such powerful cultivation and strength. Good kid, good calculation. I really underestimated you. On the ground, the Bone Elder reacted quickly, doing a flip and standing up immediately. He glared at Su-12, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes burned with rage. He had dominated the cultivation world for many years and had never suffered such a great loss at the hands of a junior. However, If this is all you can do, then you're doomed today. Suppressing his anger, the Bone Elder let out a cold snort. A surge of true essence surged forth, emanating a powerful pressure. In the air, the bone sword moved with his thoughts, weaving into a sword net that rapidly pounced towards Su-12. After doing this, he was still not at ease and held a bone spike, about the length of a finger, in his palm. This bone spike, no longer than a finger, was gray all over and was crafted from a rib of his original corpse. Back then, he was besieged and killed by the Seven Peaks master of the Yungu sect, leaving behind a remnant soul that took over this ugly hunchback's body. When he returned to the battlefield, he could only find this rib from his original body. Although the rib of a Foundation establishment cultivator was not as good as a spirit tool, it was comparable to top-grade magical artifacts, with astonishing power. His gaze was fixed on Su-12's heart, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. The sword net flickered with cold light, and clusters of black mist spewed from the sword body, causing the temperature in the air to drop sharply. The black mist followed the sword, sweeping towards Su-12. Xiao Yu's expression slightly changed, and she quickly warned, 12, be careful. His sword net is very tricky. The evil energy on the sword can erode the human meridians and obstruct the flow of true essence in the body. Su-12 nodded slightly, his expression unchanged as he focused on the incoming attack, while secretly remaining on guard against the Bone Elder himself. He knew very well that this old monster had many tricks up his sleeve and was very insidious. It was impossible for him to only have this level of attack. True essence surged within him, and while secretly activating the ice shield, he raised his hand and summoned another treasure, the Een Wind Pearl he had obtained from the hook-nosed man. The Een Wind Pearl hovered in front of Su-12, spinning rapidly, and suddenly, a cold wind erupted. A similarly chilling, evil energy swept out, and within the wind, countless eerie black sand spread. As the Een Wind swept, the pervasive black mist was pulled back. In the wind, the bone sword that was supposed to pierce Su-12 directly began to shake. What? You actually have Een erosion sand. The Bone Elder's face changed drastically upon seeing the Een Wind. Without thinking, he decisively cast a spell and hurriedly summoned his bone sword back. By the time the bone sword escaped the Een Wind, its body was already pockmarked and the magical light greatly diminished. This scene made the Bone Elder's heart ache. Fortunately, this level of damage was not irreparable for a top-grade magical artifact. Taking a deep breath, he stared at Su-12, his gaze filled with caution, followed by a surge of killing intent. This kid, at such a young age, possesses such strength. His spiritual root talent must be even more astonishing. If he can forge a bone sword, he might even be able to create a pseudo-spirit tool. Today he must not be spared. Kid, this Een erosion sand decreases with each use. I want to see how long you can hold out. With a sinister voice, the Bone Elder revealed a fierce expression, biting his tongue and spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the bone sword. Instantly, a rich bloody aura filled the air. 6 bone swords lined up in front of him. The sword bodies swirled with black mist, transforming into an enormous, vengeful spirit. Howl! The spirits surrounding Resentment soared, suddenly letting out a fierce roar, the sharp sound seemingly piercing through eardrums. On the ground, Xiao Yu, Han Yu, and Zhu Hanwei, who was hiding in the rockery, all showed pained expressions. Su-12 was no exception. Feeling the Een Wind Pearl rapidly depleting its Een erosion sand, he felt a pang of heartache. Suddenly hearing this sound, he felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, and his entire mind went dizzy. At this moment, the vengeful spirit bared its claws, staring at Su-12 as if it were an enemy, and pounced directly towards him. Not good. Su-12 cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth to endure the discomfort caused by the howl, and raised his hand to unleash a silver sword light. Whoosh! The sword light struck the vengeful spirit, passing straight through its body without inflicting any damage. What? This guy is immune to attacks. Chapter 65. A deadly trap. Su-12's pupils constricted, without a moment's hesitation. He threw out more than 10 fireball talismans, which transformed into balls of fire flying towards the vengeful spirit. At the same time, he activated the wind-calling technique. Stepping on the shadowless phantom step, his figure flickering as he swiftly distanced himself from the spirit. Facing the incoming fireballs, the vengeful spirit paused, then opened its mouth and spewed out a cold wind, directly extinguishing the fireballs and continuing to chase after Su-12. Humph. You think this little trick can compete with me? I will first kill your companions and then deal with you. Let's see how long you can escape today. The Bone Elder saw Su 12 running so decisively and couldn't help but secretly praise him. This kid, so young yet possesses such rich combat experience. Unfortunately, he is facing me. With a flash of his gaze, he unleashed a torrent of true essence onto the bone swords. The 6 bone swords transformed into beams of light, flying towards Xiaoyu and Hanyu. He was unsure how much Yin erosion sand Su 12 had, and didn't he dare to easily attack with other treasures. Aside from the vengeful spirit, with a cold smile, he directed his attack at Xiaoyu and Hanyu. In his eyes, Su 12's appearance was to save them. They wouldn't ignore the danger they were in. As he was an evil cultivator, as long as he achieved his goal, he wouldn't care about morality. A bone spike, about the length of a finger, was held in his palm. As long as Su 12 dared to save them, he would strike without hesitation. After all, saving someone would inevitably distract him. Even if the other party activated the Yin erosion sand, he was confident he could kill them. Seeing Xiaoyu in danger again, Su 12's pupils constricted, and he threw out several balls of flame to block the vengeful spirit. He immediately changed direction and rushed toward Xiaoyu. The Yin Wind Pearl was gripped in his hand, true essence infused within it, and even before he arrived, the Yin Wind swept towards the bone swords. At the same time, the Yuanyang ruler in his back sword pouch was quietly approaching the Bone Elder under the control of the object control technique. He was very clear that the other party's actions were merely to force him to save people. The real target was still him. For him, eliminating this Bone Elder was the key to solving the problem. A glimmer of inspiration quickly flashed in Su 12's eyes, which was soon replaced by urgency. The Bone Elder noticed this, his gaze fixed on Su 12's figure, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The bone spike in his hand flickered with a sharp cold light, enhanced by true essence. Whoosh! With a sudden buzzing sound, the bone spike shot out, flying towards Su 12 with lightning speed. Bang! The bone spike arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was before Su 12. Su 12 was already prepared. He activated the Bloodlight Shield, and the Ice Shield gifted by Shun Miaoyin also flew out, transforming into a large shield to block in front of him. However, the Ice Shield was only a top-grade magical artifact after all, and his cultivation was still a whole realm below the Bone Elder. The next moment, the Ice Shield trembled violently, and a hole the size of a finger appeared. The bone spike, undeterred, pierced through Su 12's Bloodlight Shield. With a thud, it entered his abdomen and exited through his lower back. Su 12's body froze. A sharp pain surged in his abdomen, followed by a surge of sinister energy rushing wildly within him. For a moment, the circulation of true essence in his body became extremely difficult. His complexion turned pale as snow, and his spirit became listless. Kid, you've been hit by my bone spike. You're doomed. This time, I want to see what other tricks you have. As Su 12 was injured, the Bone Elder grinned with a smug smile. He raised his hand and pointed, causing the vengeful spirit under his control to immediately shriek and pounce towards Su 12, looking as if it wanted to tear him apart. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The Yuanyang ruler, under Su 12's control, came crashing down towards the Bone Elder. Huh, good kid. You're even more cunning than I thought. Unfortunately, you're still a bit too inexperienced in front of me. This top-grade magical weapon, I'll take it for you first. Seeing that it was indeed a top-grade ruler, the Bone Elder was overjoyed and immediately reached out to grasp the ruler. But the next second, an unexpected change occurred. The Yuanyang ruler in his hand suddenly shook and emitted a burst of orange light. As the orange light swirled, it burned like flames. The Bone Elder, whose palm contained malevolent true essence, seemed to encounter a natural enemy when faced with this orange flame, causing his energy to suddenly shrink back with a sizzling sound. A sharp pain shot through his palm, and the Bone Elder's expression changed drastically. What? This ruler is actually a supreme Yang treasure, he exclaimed in shock, quickly loosening his grip and throwing the Yuanyang ruler away. However, at the moment of release, a wisp of orange mist suddenly erupted from the Yuanyang ruler. The mist rolled and transformed into a golden flower. The golden flower shimmered, burning and dancing like flames. Yuanyang golden flower. Damn! The Bone Elder felt a great threat, no longer able to control the distant bone sword or command the vengeful spirit to attack. He hurriedly retracted his true essence, not daring to touch this golden flower. But although his reaction was fast, he couldn't withstand the proximity. The next second, the golden flower swiftly landed on him. The golden flame was all-pervasive, quickly invading his body through every pore. His malevolent true essence ignited upon encountering this golden flame, spreading rapidly. In an instant, the golden fire engulfed him. The Bone Elder's face twisted in pain as he began to roll on the ground. The uncontrolled, vengeful spirit hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at the Bone Elder on the ground, seemingly recalling something, and its eyes suddenly shot out an incredibly resentful gaze. Immediately, the vengeful spirit let out a piercing, cursed scream and pounced at him. No. As the vengeful spirit approached, the Bone Elder immediately let out a hoarse and unpleasant sound, rolling on the ground to evade the vengeful spirit. The Yuan-Yang ruler, being extremely young, naturally had a restraining effect on malevolent flames. The vengeful spirit was no exception, but at this moment, it didn't care at all and directly threw itself into the golden fire. The Bone Elder, already in agonizing pain, found the addition of the vengeful spirit to be like adding fuel to the fire. Boom. The next second, a violent explosion erupted. The flames soared into the sky, reaching dozens of feet high. The Bone Elder's body was launched high into the air and then fell back to the ground. As the flames dissipated, only a charred corpse remained, lying stiffly on the ground. It was clear that he was dead. Seeing this scene, Su 12 narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to retrieve the Yuan-Yang ruler. Holding the Yuan-Yang ruler in his hand, a stream of heat immediately flowed out, quickly spreading through his limbs and purging the malevolent energy from his body. Feeling his true essence fully restored, Su 12 raised the Yuan-Yang ruler again and sprayed golden fire onto the Bone Elder's corpse. Under the golden fire's cover, the Bone Elder's body trembled slightly. A mass of black mist coalesced from his body, transforming into an incredibly twisted, old face. Chapter 66. Shock Xiaoyu Kid, you have a cruel heart. You will definitely die a terrible death. The Bone Elder, left with only a wisp of remnant soul, roared at Su 12 as soon as he emerged. He didn't expect that he was down to just a wisp of remnant soul and could still be discovered. Glaring at Su 12, his eyes burned with fury, boiling like water. In his heart, there was immense despair. How could this kid be more cautious than him, an old monster who had lived for over 100 years? If he couldn't withstand the golden fire while alive, it would be impossible for him to do so now that he was merely a remnant soul. At that moment, all he felt was endless regret and unwillingness. Had he known Su 12 had such a treasure, had he known this kid was so treacherous, he would never have been so careless as to unleash all his means. Whether it was the bone sword or the vengeful spirit, they could have helped him resist. Unfortunately, he ultimately made a crucial mistake. As he saw the flames approaching, the Bone Elder let out one last desperate cry, completely dissipating into the heavens and the earth. He would never have thought that Su 12 hadn't actually discovered his presence. He was just more cautious than others, needing to confirm that he was truly dead and turned to ash before feeling at ease. Unable to die a good death? If I can avenge my grandfather and the villagers, what does it matter if I die a terrible death? Su 12 coldly snorted in his heart, appearing exceptionally calm. He knew very well that this was a cruel world. To survive, one must always remain vigilant. It wasn't until the Bone Elder's corpse turned to ashes and dissipated that he finally let out a long breath. He waved his hand to collect the storage bag that had fallen from the Bone Elder, as well as the 6 bone swords that had flown up and landed. How much could be in the Bone Elder's storage bag was uncertain, but these 6 bone swords were all top-grade magical weapons. As for where the bone swords came from, he wasn't concerned. Not rushing to examine the storage bag, Su 12 quickly turned to look at Xiaoyu. Senior sister, how are you feeling? At that moment, Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, still immersed in shock. Su 12 actually killed that Bone Elder. Unable to believe it, but the fact was right before her eyes, and she had no choice but to believe it. Hearing his voice, she finally came to her senses. Don't worry, As she spoke, black energy appeared on her face, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Senior sister, Su 12 called out, clearly sensing the eerie, malevolent energy surrounding her. With a raised brow, he held the Yuan-Yang ruler and lightly pointed. A beam of golden light shot out, instantly purging the malevolent energy from Xiaoyu's body. Her body suddenly felt lighter, and Xiaoyu quickly took out a small healing pill, crushing it into powder and sprinkling it on her waist wound. 12. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, both Han Yu and I would have undoubtedly died. Looking at Su 12, Xiaoyu expressed her immense gratitude. At this moment, her feelings of gratitude towards Su 12 were beyond measure. Senior sister, we are fellow disciples. There is no need for thanks. If you're in danger, how could I just stand by and watch? Su 12 replied with a slight smile. Facing Su 12's smile, Xiao Yu felt an unusual sense of peace. Her gaze then fell on Han Yu, noticing he was unmoving, and her pupils involuntarily constricted. Han Yu, junior brother? Don't worry. He just lost too much blood and fainted, Su 12 said with a calm smile. Pointing the Yuan Yang ruler again, he released another beam of golden light. Under the golden light's cover, the malevolent energy on Han Yu quickly receded. However, he remained unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Su 12 pulled out the Jinghong sword that was stuck in him and performed simple treatment on his wounds. The Bone Elder had already been destroyed, and he didn't mind saving one more person. After quickly finishing these tasks, he turned and handed the Jinghong sword to Xiao Yu, saying, "His injuries are too severe. He will probably need to rest for a while after returning." As long as he's okay. Xiao Yu felt relieved. She couldn't believe that Su 12's cultivation level had actually reached the 7th level of qi refinement. She finally relaxed completely, as Han Yu was the most valued disciple of her grandfather and was recognized as the hope of Lufeng. If anything happened to him, it would have a huge impact on the entire Lufeng. Quickly calming her emotions, she looked at Su 12 with an incredibly surprised expression. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy radiating from Su 12, she was filled with endless astonishment. That nobody expected mixed spirit root news unexpectedly grew to this extent. A pair of beautiful long eyelashes slightly trembled, and her big watery eyes sparkled like stars. At this moment, she had too many questions in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly asked, 12, if I'm not mistaken, you should have been concealing your cultivation level earlier, right? Su 12 immediately nodded. He had long been prepared for this question. With a calm smile, he said, during the trial, I accidentally consumed a golden fruit. I didn't expect my cultivation to skyrocket, and by the end of the trial, I reached the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. However, sister, you also know my spirit root qualifications are too poor. If this matter gets out, it will definitely bring a lot of trouble. Therefore, I have been intentionally suppressing my cultivation aura. In the future, please continue to keep this a secret for me. At the end, Su 12 clasped his hands and bowed to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu widened her eyes in surprise. A golden fruit? Could it be the legendary golden holy fruit? That is too lucky. But the problem is, his cultivation can be explained by consuming a rare spirit fruit. Then what about his rich and experienced combat skills? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu blinked, not fully believing Su 12's words. But she could also see that Su 12 was unwilling to say more. So she didn't ask further. In her view, Su 12's cultivation was still lower than that of the White Bone Elder, and he risked danger to save her. Which showed his character wasn't bad. Her thoughts quickly turned, and Xiao Yu nodded. I really didn't expect your fortune to be this deep. Don't worry. I will definitely keep this matter a secret for you. Oh right, I haven't had the chance to ask. How did you end up here? Su 12 shrugged and smiled. I came here with Zhu Hanwei to carry out a task, investigating the situation of the 7 Xian sect. I didn't expect it to be related to the evil cultivator you wanted to kill. Zhu Hanwei, he is here too? Xiao Yu was quite surprised. In her impression, Zhu Hanwei's strength wasn't that great. Could it be that Zhu Hanwei also had some fortuitous encounter? Su 12 smiled and nodded, not explaining much. Then turned his head to cast a glance toward the distant rockery. Sister Xiao Yu, I'm over here, behind the rockery. Zhu Hanwei vigorously shook his arm and trembled as he crawled out. Having just seen Su 12 get injured, he was truly frightened, and his legs were still weak. At this moment, seeing that the White Bone Elder was dead without a trace, he admired Su 12 even more. Xiao Yu saw Zhu Hanwei like this and smiled slightly, immediately realizing he must have come along just to join in. She smiled and nodded at Zhu Hanwei, thought for a moment, then took out a task order and handed it to Su 12. 12, this is for you. A task order for killing the evil cultivator? Su 12 couldn't help but be taken aback. In Yungu sect, anyone who holds a task order and token can submit tasks to receive rewards. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly and said, this White Bone Elder was killed by you, so this task should count as completed by you. Sister, we are both fellow disciples and friends. We don't need to do this. Su 12 quickly shook his head to decline. The task of killing the evil cultivator had a contribution point of 100 sections. Su 12 was still a bit tempted. If it were a fellow disciple with whom he had a shallow relationship, he would have accepted it without hesitation. However, Xiao Yu had taken good care of him in the past, so from the beginning, he didn't expect to receive any rewards. Xiao Yu smiled from the corner of her eyes and continued. Since you mentioned friends, then this item should be accepted even more. That 5-element spirit pearl is very important to you, and you must be eager to exchange it. The contribution points from this task can be regarded as my sponsorship for you, or you can consider it a loan. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? At the end, Xiaoyu tilted her head, blinked her bright eyes, and smiled like a flower. All right, since that's the case, I'll accept it. Su 12 looked a bit dazed. Xiaoyu's beauty was completely different from Shun Miaoyin's. Shun Miaoyin was cold, noble, and mysterious, while Xiaoyu was like a kind and warm neighborhood sister, making people feel refreshed. Nodding his head, Su 12 didn't insist on refusing. Well, he would compensate Sister Xiaoyu from other aspects later. With this in mind, he finally accepted the task order. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, Sister, now that the task has come to an end, I plan to return to the sect. How about we travel together? It's good to have someone to look out for each other on the way. I was just thinking the same. Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. She was also planning to mention this to Su 12. The journey from Nan City to Yungu's sect was long. Her injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. And with Han Yu heavily injured and unconscious, even without malicious cultivators on the road, encountering some powerful demonic beasts would be quite tough. But with Su 12 accompanying her, the situation would be very different. She had witnessed Su 12's strength firsthand. It could only be described as breathtaking. However, her actively suggesting traveling together felt somewhat different from Su 12 bringing it up. At this moment, she felt that Su 12 was truly considerate, and her fondness for him increased greatly. Zhu Hanwei, go into the city and find 2 carriages. As soon as it gets light, we'll set off back to Yungu's sect. Seeing that Xiaoyu agreed, Su 12 didn't waste any time and immediately instructed Zhu Hanwei. After speaking, he turned his head to glance at the highest pavilion of the Lin residence, intentionally or unintentionally. Inside the pavilion, a charming and graceful figure looked at him with a grateful gaze. Lin Xiaoer had been chosen by the White Bone Elder, nominally accepted as a disciple, but in reality, she was merely a selected furnace cauldron. Even if she didn't understand cultivation, she knew the other party had ulterior motives. Now that the White Bone Elder was dead, she considered herself liberated. When she met Su 12's gaze, she opened her mouth slightly, silently expressing her gratitude. Su 12 didn't intend to say much to her, just confirming whether there were any other potential dangers. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust his breathing. The battle with the White Bone Elder had consumed a lot of his true essence. Zhu Hanwei was full of energy and ran out of the Lin residence. The next morning, the 4 of them took a carriage and left the Lin residence, heading towards Yungu's sect. Su 12 shared a carriage with Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu was injured and, coupled with having to continuously use the rainbow sword earlier, had exhausted both her true essence and energy. With Su 12 by her side, she felt completely at ease. As soon as she got on the carriage, she laid down and fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, Xiaoyu looked peaceful, her eyelashes slightly trembling, and a faint maiden fragrance wafted through the carriage. Su 12 turned his head and couldn't help but glance a few more times. At this moment, he was just beginning to awaken to his feelings and was somewhat confused about emotions. He didn't think too much. He just felt it was beautiful and wanted to look a few more times. For him, being with Xiaoyu felt completely different from being with Shen Miaoying. After glancing a few times, he sat calmly, took out the Yin Wind Pearl. At this time, the Yin Wind Pearl was dull, and the black sand contained within was less than 1/10. Yin Erosion Sand. From what the White Bone Elder said earlier, this Yin Erosion Sand seemed to have a significant origin. It's just a pity that the quantity of Yin Erosion Sand was too low, and it decreased with each use. Looking at the situation, it seemed he could use it at most one more time before it would be exhausted. Su 12 shook his head, feeling very distressed. Looking at the ice shield, there was now a small hole the width of a finger, but fortunately, the magical light was still present, and although it had some flaws, it didn't affect its use. Following that, he took out the belongings of the White Bone Elder and began to inventory. The White Bone Elder didn't have many possessions. Besides 6 bone swords and a bone spike, there was just a pile of ordinary first-level materials. This wealth was still not as abundant as Su 12's side. I didn't expect that the White Bone Elder was actually a miser, but then again, he had seized his life. It was likely that good things had been taken by the 7 Peaks sect master. With a helpless sigh, Su 12 took out the bone sword and bone spike. Inspecting them, the 6 bone swords and the bone spike were all extraordinary. Although the bone sword was damaged, it wasn't a big issue. As long as he nourished it with spiritual energy for a while, it could be restored. Forged from bones, though evil, This was the doing of the Bone Master and had nothing to do with me. The vengeful spirits on these bones perished alongside the Bone Master in the end, thus avenging their grievances. I could never do such a thing, but using these magical tools as a backup isn't a problem. Thoughts raced in his mind as Su-12 calmly placed these malevolent treasures into his storage ring. For cultivators, using evil magical tools can easily lead to misunderstandings from others. Moreover, it can also harm one's own character. But Su-12 didn't care about these things. To him, whether it was a pure yang treasure or an evil cultivator's treasure, it didn't matter. As long as it could enhance his strength, that was enough. Although the Grand Elder had not taken any further actions, it felt like a sharp sword was hanging over his head, making him feel insecure. Only by possessing great strength could he resolve the crisis and avenge his grandfather and the villagers. Gritting his teeth, Su-12's gaze became particularly resolute. He then gently shook his head and put the other materials from the Bone Master into his storage bag. While these materials were ordinary, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. What is this? Just as he was about to leave the storage ring, he suddenly noticed a gray leaf among the pile of materials. The leaf was less than an inch long and showed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. It looked rather dull, as if it were an ordinary object. Chapter 68. Bloodthirsty Demon Devouring, Forging Sword Bones, Sword Bone Array, but Su-12 found it strange. If it were truly an ordinary object, why would the Bone Master keep it? With a thought, he quickly took the leaf out, holding it in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. After examining it a couple of times, without finding anything unusual, Su-12 tried to channel his true essence into it. However, there was no response when his true essence touched the leaf, showing no signs of being absorbed. Could it really be an ordinary leaf? Su-12 raised an eyebrow. With a flash of inspiration, he surged his true essence and activated the Heavenly Eye technique to look at it again. There are words on it. Upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed that the leaf was covered with tiny, densely packed characters smaller than ants. Su-12 hurriedly examined it, and once he finished, he inhaled sharply, his expression one of shock. This leaf contained records of 3 evil cultivation techniques: the Bloodthirsty Demon Devouring Sutra, the Sword Bone Forging Technique, and the Sword Bone Array. The Bloodthirsty Demon Devouring Sutra was a cultivation technique that spanned from the Qi refinement stage to the Foundation establishment stage. As the name suggests, it involved devouring the essence and blood of living beings to rapidly increase one's cultivation. The Sword Bone Forging Technique used the bones of living beings as the primary material, applying special secret methods to forge bone swords. The stronger the living being was before death, the higher the quality of the forged bone sword. If one used the bones of a Foundation Establishment cultivator or a Foundation Establishment demon beast as the main material, it was even possible to forge a legendary spiritual weapon. Lastly, the Sword Bone Array utilized the bone swords to set up formations to fend off enemies. The higher the quality and number of bone swords, the stronger the array's power. Holding the gray leaf, Su-12 sat in the carriage, his mind racing with information about these techniques, becoming somewhat lost in thought. Is this what they call evil cultivation techniques? To casually devour blood and dismantle bones. It's incredibly cruel. According to the technique, the targets for devouring could also be the blood essence of demon beasts, and the forging of sword bones could similarly use the bones of demon beasts. Su-12 pondered secretly, his heart racing with excitement, and his breathing became rapid at that moment. After all, he had the corpse of a mid-phase second-tier demon beast, the Fire Cloud Python, lying in his storage ring. If he could use this technique to devour its blood essence, his cultivation would surely increase significantly. And if he refined the bones of the Fire Cloud Python into a bone sword, even if it couldn't be forged into a spiritual weapon, it could reach the level of a pseudo-spiritual weapon. This temptation was enormous for Su-12, but he knew the risks were also great. While this technique could rapidly increase cultivation and strength, it had a considerable impact on a cultivator's character. Especially when targeting demon beasts, one would have to endure immense suffering. If one's character faltered, the lightest consequence could be madness, while the heaviest could be death. No wonder many evil cultivators are often emotionally unstable. As he silently pondered the information from the techniques, Su-12's emotions gradually cooled. No, this technique is too sinister. It's better not to practice it lightly. Moreover, now is not the time. As for the sword bone forging technique, that doesn't have too much impact. However, my materials are primarily spiritual plants, so it seems I need to find some other materials. For now, I can only practice the sword bone array until I'm proficient. Determined. Su-12 wasted no time and immediately closed his eyes, silently recalling all the information about the sword bone array. The carriage thundered along, and throughout the journey, everything was peaceful. Occasionally, when some foolish demon beasts blocked the way, Su-12 easily dispatched them. In a blink, the group of 4 returned to the vicinity of Yunga's sect. At this time, Hanyu also woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to express his gratitude to Su-12. However, he felt very uncomfortable facing Su-12. With his outstanding talent, he was highly regarded in the sect, yet he was surpassed by a disciple with mixed spiritual roots. It felt like a joke. However, when he learned from Xiaoyu that Su-12 might have consumed the legendary treasure, the Golden Saint Fruit, he felt somewhat better. After all, one could have good luck once or twice, but it couldn't happen every time. He believed his spiritual root quality and character were top-notch, and it wouldn't take long to surpass Su-12. With such thoughts, he felt relieved. Su-12 was unaware of Han Yu's various psychological activities and didn't care. Aside from killing demon beasts, he spent every moment practicing the small Zhou Tian breathing technique, keeping his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage. Soon, the carriage rushed into the gates of Yunga's sect. Upon returning, Su-12 immediately separated from Xiaoyu and Han Yu, taking Zhu Hanwei to the task hall to submit their mission. The task rewards from the 7 Xian sect were typically shared with Zhu Hanwei. However, Zhu Hanwei was quite clever and had already learned from Xiaoyu that Su-12 needed contribution points. After submitting the task, before Su-12 could speak, he refused to share the contribution points, claiming he hadn't contributed. Su-12 was pleased with this and generously gave him some elixirs, which were more valuable to Zhu Hanwei than contribution points. In the days that followed, aside from cultivation, Su-12 went to the task hall to undertake various missions. Most of the time, he worked alone, occasionally bringing Zhu Hanwei along. The waste elixir room was entirely managed by Zhu Hanwei. Since the trial ended, Su-12 hadn't visited the waste elixir room even once, nor had he used the mysterious alchemy furnace he had hidden there. He acted very low-key, and neither within the sect nor outside it did anyone notice the presence of such an ordinary disciple. Even the spotlight from the newcomer trial gradually faded with the passage of time and was forgotten. One day, north of Yunga's sect, in a red maple forest 100 miles away, Su-12 leaned against his sword, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Around him lay the corpses of 3 high-tier demon beasts, the red flame wolves. Considering his current strength, dealing with 3 high-tier demon beasts at the same time was indeed somewhat strenuous. Fortunately, the reward for this task was rich in sect contribution points. Otherwise, it would truly be a blood loss. Looking down at the bleeding wounds on his body, Su-12 tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. In the past 6 months, his cultivation had hardly improved, but he had been working tirelessly on tasks and accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points. Once he submitted this task, he would have enough to exchange for the remaining 4 spirit beads. Su-12 muttered to himself quietly, quickly scanning the corpses of the flame wolves before taking a deep breath and waving his hand to collect all the beast bodies. After cleaning up the battlefield, he immediately headed towards the sect. The thought of finally gathering the 5 elemental spirit beads excited him, as it would allow him to have a cultivation speed comparable to a mid-grade spiritual root. Su-12 couldn't help but use the wind calling technique to ride the wind, feeling a bit thrilled. On the way, suddenly, a gust of wind rushed into his ears, startling Su-12 and causing a strong sense of danger to rise within him, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Chapter 69. A world of the survival of the fittest. In the next moment, Su-12's pupils constricted sharply. He saw dozens of huge fireballs coming from all directions. These fireballs moved at incredible speed, appearing without warning and giving him no chance to react. Not good, Su-12 thought to himself, realizing the situation was dire. Without thinking, he decisively summoned the wind, creating a whirlwind that lifted him into the air. Boom! In the next second, a deafening explosion occurred. A terrifying spiritual power storm swept through. Su-12, suspended in the air, looked down and was instantly horrified, his eyelids twitching. If he were hit by such an attack, he would undoubtedly die. Who would ambush me in this place? Luckily, I was cautious enough, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. As thoughts raced through his mind, Su-12 wasted no time. After dodging the attack, he quickly drifted away. Before he landed, he stepped on the trees in the forest and rushed away from the direction of the Yungu sect. He was well aware that such a barrage of attacks could not have been launched by just one person, no matter who the opponent was. The best course of action at this moment was to follow the 36 strategies and flee. The ambushers were lying in wait here, expecting ordinary disciples to seek help from the sect when in danger. But since they were determined to kill him, it was likely they had set up more people behind him. The best strategy was to stay far away from the sect. As Su-12 fled, over a dozen figures emerged from the forest. The leader, a square-faced cultivator in blue, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Wasn't it said that this kid was just a novice at the 3rd level of chi refining? How is he at the 7th level? No wonder Brother Yi insisted we all come here." It seems he knew this guy's strength was not simple, the square-faced cultivator mumbled, staring at Su-12's receding figure without rushing to chase after him. Beside him, a round-faced, chubby cultivator curled his lip and said, "Humph. This kid has been doing all kinds of tasks for the past 6 months, many of which are clearly impossible for a 3rd-level chi refining to accomplish. Anyone can tell something is off. Lu Tao, your reaction is way too slow, isn't it? You looking for trouble, fatso?" The square-faced cultivator glared at him, annoyed. "Hey, I don't have time to bicker with you." The round-faced cultivator rolled his eyes and shrugged, adding, "Is this kid a rabbit or something? He's running so fast. TCH, does he really think he can get away? Brother Yi is a brilliant strategist. He has long led Zhu Wenxi and others to wait for him far away from the sect." The square-faced cultivator sneered, his eyes glinting with confidence. Brother Ye's schemes are indeed formidable. He is truly worthy of being the master's disciple. But are you sure we shouldn't hurry to chase him? If we delay Brother Ye's matters, you won't have good fruit to eat. The round-faced cultivator squinted and said lightly. The square-faced cultivator finally spoke up, "True. We shouldn't waste time. Let's hurry and catch up to him, lest the situation changes." After saying that, the two walked side by side, leading their group to pursue Su-12. Unbeknownst to Su-12, who was unaware of what was happening behind him, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this sudden ambush. He had already expended nearly half of his true essence in a single breath, and in a flash, he was hundreds of feet away. He also didn't dare to exhaust all his true essence at once, quickly landing and using the shadowless phantom steps to hurry along. However, just as he landed, dozens of ice spikes suddenly shot towards him from the forest. Not good. I've encountered an opponent. Su-12's heart sank as he immediately realized that his caution had still fallen into the opponent's trap. Without thinking, he threw out a defensive talisman while simultaneously activating the ice shield to block in front of him. Walls of earth, stone, and ice quickly formed before him, but were shattered in an instant. However, this round of attacks was noticeably weaker than the previous one. The ice spikes met the ice shield and were dissipated in the explosion of spiritual power. Then, a fragrant scent wafted through the air as 13 disciples at the 6th and 7th levels of chi refining surrounded Su-12 quickly. "Is it him?" Su-12's pupils constricted as he immediately focused on a person directly in front of him. The person wore red clothing with cloud patterns and had slender phoenix eyes beneath his cold, proud lips. His entire demeanor exuded arrogance, like a sword drawn from its sheath. It was none other than the inner sect genius of Tianhua Peak, Yi Lianchuan. "Yi Lianchuan, what do you mean by this?" Su-12 stared at him and immediately asked. Yi Lianchuan remained indifferent, expressionless as he snorted at Su-12. "What do you mean? You stole something from our Tianhua Peak, and you're asking me what I mean?" Beside him, a tall, handsome man with clear features coldly snorted and glared at Su-12, saying, "Kid, obediently hand over all the resources in your possession. Considering we are fellow disciples, we can spare your life. Otherwise, you'll only have a dead end today." This man, though handsome, wore a flower-patterned long robe, painted red lips, and had delicate fingers that made him appear extremely sinister and charming. The unusually strong fragrance emanated from him. Su-12 frowned slightly, scanning the man and feeling greatly on guard. Among these people, aside from Yi Lianchuan, this man gave him a sense of danger, like a poisonous scorpion. However, he paid no attention to him and continued to lock eyes with Yi Lianchuan. "Stealing from your Tianhua Peak? In the new Disciples Trial, it's all about skill and opportunity. Tianhua Peak is the largest peak in Yunga's sect. How can you not take a loss?" Su-12 sneered, retorting without reservation. As he spoke, his mind raced, looking for an opportunity to escape. He would not believe the opponent's words, even if he handed over his resources. With so many people here, how could they possibly let him go? Can't take a loss. You're really a sharp-tongued guy. You're much more cunning than your Luo Fu Peak's genius Hanyu. You know how to hide your strength and keep a low profile. But this is a world of the survival of the fittest, no matter how much you say. It won't change your situation today. Since you insist on seeking death, I can only fulfill your wish. Yi Liangchuan's expression was emotionless as he looked down at Su 12 with a condescending gaze. With a wave of his hand, a fiery red long sword appeared in his grip. The sword shimmered with golden light, its law radiance dazzling. It was indeed a very good quality top-grade magic weapon. With the sword in hand, the sword body trembled and hummed incessantly. In the air, an invisible sword intent was released, enveloping Su 12. Chapter 70, Ultimate Move, Exploding Sword Bone So Strong. Is this the power of a 9th level chi refining perfect stage? Feeling this aura, Su 12's heart trembled, giving him a sense of being trapped in a quagmire, making it difficult to move, and he couldn't help but silently curse. He had never felt this way even when facing the Whitebone Master. With a 2-level difference in cultivation, facing such an opponent, he didn't believe he had any chance of winning. Brother Yi, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? This kid is only at the 7th level of chi refining. Just dealing with him alone is enough for me. Zhu Wenqi. Before Yi Liangchuan could take action, the man in strange attire with red lips suddenly spoke, his fingers delicately poised, revealing a charming smile. Not good. Almost simultaneously as the other person spoke, Su 12's heart jolted, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately cast a wind manipulation spell on himself, shifting sideways half a zhang. Whoosh! At the same time, a sound of breaking air rushed past his ear, but he saw nothing in front of him. Good lad. His reaction is quite quick. Zhu Wenqi narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in them, somewhat surprised that his sneak attack had been detected. Let's see how long you can dodge. With a grunt, he flicked his 10 fingers in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, streaks of cold light flashed by. And only then did Su 12 notice that there were 10 flying needles, which, under the pull of threads, formed a net. This magical artifact was not of high rank. Merely a mid-tier artifact, but it was a very insidious type. If used well, it could exert effects comparable to a high-tier artifact, or even stronger. Su 12 narrowed his eyes. Without thinking, he immediately activated his bloodlight shield, summoning an ice shield to protect his body. With the silver sword in hand, he continuously swung the long sword, slashing out beams of sword light to repel the flying needles. However, these flying needles were agile and swift, making it hard for him to keep up. Su 12 knew that a protracted battle would not be beneficial, and he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Gritting his teeth, he decisively activated the Yin Wind Pearl, spewing out the last remnants of Yin erosion sand. Whoosh! A gust of Yin wind immediately rose, swirling around him. The flying needles darted through the air, encountering the Yin erosion sand in the wind, instantly erupting with clanging sounds. Damn! What the hell is this? Zhu Wenqi, who was controlling the flying needles, instantly changed his expression, exclaiming in surprise as he hurriedly retracted the needles. Looking at the dim and lifeless needles in his hand, his face darkened, his expression gloomy enough to drip water. Yi Liangchuan's gaze turned cold, and he turned to the others with a grunt. Humph. What are you standing around for? Attack together. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone quickly activated their respective swords. In an instant, dozens of sword lights crisscrossed in the air, swiftly enveloping Su 12. This is bad. I must escape quickly. Su 12's heart raced, his pulse pounding in his throat, truly anxious. Just Yi Liangchuan alone made him feel like there was a thorn in his back. Coupled with so many capable disciples, with so many powerful attacks, one misstep could lead to his utter demise. With no time to think, he took a deep breath, his expression darkening, and raised his hand to swiftly draw out 6 bone swords. With a forceful throw, he then spat out a surge of pure essence onto the bone swords. The bone swords instantly shone brightly, levitating in the air. At that moment, Su 12 felt as if the true essence within him was flowing out like a burst dam. At an incredibly fast rate, gritting his teeth, he unleashed 1,000 beams of cold light from his eyes. His hands danced wildly, leaving behind trails of afterimages, forming an exceptionally complex hand seal. The 6 bone swords began to spin rapidly, flying around Su 12 and instantly shattering the incoming attacks. Immediately, a chilling and sinister aura enveloped the entire area. What? This guy actually has 6 top-tier flying swords? What a joke. What kind of artifact is this? With such a sinister and cold aura? This guy, could he be a sinister cultivator? So what if he is a sinister cultivator? With so many of us working together, as long as he is not a foundation establishment cultivator, he is definitely dead today. Feeling this sinister aura, the expressions of the cultivators present changed drastically. Many cultivators had a natural fear of sinister cultivators. Right in the center, Yi Lianchuan's gaze turned cold, and with a cold snort, he activated his true essence, causing the flying sword in his hand to suddenly shine brightly. A brilliant and scorching sword light shot up into the sky, carrying winds and waves towards Su 12. As Yi Lianchuan made his move, the other cultivators also unleashed their ultimate moves. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air, rolling like a tide, seemingly ready to engulf Su 12. Su 12 didn't worry too much about the other attacks. Only Yi Lianchuan's sword made his hair stand on end, and his breath caught in his throat. No, I cannot take this sword head on. It will kill me. I must end this quickly and leave immediately. A strong sense of crisis surged over him, and he made a decisive decision, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he then sprayed onto the 6 bone swords. With the enhancement of his essence blood, the bone sword's power surged immediately. Whoosh! Like arrows released from a bow, they shot towards Yi Lianchuan and the others. Humph! Want to fight to the death? I see you're looking for death. Yi Lianchuan snorted coldly, pouring his true essence into the flying sword. Instantly, over 10 beams of sword light surged in front of him, forming a massive sword curtain. Seeing Su 12 starting to fight back desperately, Yi Lianchuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a proud glint flashing in his eyes. He was fully confident in his calculations. After all, he was a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, and also a disciple of the Tianhua Peak Master. Dealing with a 7th-level Qi refining guy was a piece of cake. Wasn't he it? However, Su 12 was determined to escape, and this move was not so simple. Boom! Su 12 gritted his teeth and shouted in a deep voice. He knew there was no time to waste. As soon as he made his move, it was the strongest attack of the sword bone array, the explosive sword bone. This was a desperate move, the essence of which was to detonate all the bone swords, delivering a fatal blow to the opponent. Staring at the 6 bone swords before him, Su 12 felt immense pain in his heart. These were 6 top-tier artifacts, but in order to escape quickly, he had no other choice. The 6 bone swords trembled violently, then exploded with a deafening roar. An incredibly terrifying spiritual power storm surged directly towards Yi Lianchuan and the others. Not good. Retreat quickly. Damn it, what kind of attack is this? As soon as the spiritual power storm erupted, the faces of the cultivators changed drastically. They all scrambled to dodge, to defend. Especially Yi Lianchuan at the forefront, whose face turned ashen. Damn, what is this guy's background? How could he have so many top-tier artifacts, and such a terrifying attack? This move, even he felt the pressure of destruction. No, I cannot take this head on. Yi Lianchuan quickly made up his mind, his figure flickering as he dodged to the side. However, how could the strongest attack triggered by Su 12 at the cost of 6 top-tier artifacts be so easily evaded? The terrifying spiritual power storm raged, shaking the heavens and earth, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yi Lianchuan had no time to dodge and was about to be engulfed by this destructive force. At the critical moment of life and death, Yi Lianchuan's gaze turned cold, and he flickered to appear behind Zhu Wenqi. Chapter 71. Oh no! Quickly help me, Brother Yi. You. A surge of true essence flowed from behind Zhu Wenqi, who turned in shock to look at Yi Lianchuan. Before he could finish speaking, his own true essence was triggered, wildly dissipating, turning him into a human-shaped shield. With a piercing scream, the next moment, he was swallowed by the astonishing spiritual power storm. Poof! Under the storm of spiritual power, Zhu Wenqi felt as if 10,000 swords pierced through him, experiencing unimaginable pain. His eyes widened in horror, filled with regret, unwillingness, and complex emotions surged in this moment. At this moment, he felt immense regret. He knew that the reason he was here was entirely because he volunteered to come. In his view, following Yi Lianchuan was the only chance to achieve merit. But he never expected that at the critical moment of life and death, he would become the one to be sacrificed. He never thought that death would come so suddenly. Zhu Wenqi's body trembled, and he was torn apart by the astonishing energy, reduced to dust. He was not the only one to die. On both sides, 3 other disciples also fell in the instant of this spiritual power impact. The remaining few reacted quickly. Seeing the situation was wrong, they hurriedly dodged. Now standing far away in a daze, Yi Lianchuan was not doing well either. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his once proud back was now hunched over. At the critical moment, Zhu Wenqi used his body as a shield to block most of the energy impact. But he was still injured. Su 12 also felt quite unwell. This blow had drained almost all of his energy. At this moment, he looked visibly exhausted. Staring at Yi Lianchuan, he raised his hand and took out the silver sword, planning to finish off this culprit in one go. But just then, he suddenly heard a noise. Over 10 figures were chasing after him from behind. Before they could reach him, they all struck out. Not good. Retreat. Su 12's expression changed instantly. He decisively gave up on attacking and leaped away, continuing to run wildly into the distance. He used the shadowless step and combined it with the wind-calling technique, quickly leaving Yi Lianchuan and the others far behind. In the forest, as 6 top-grade magical tools were simultaneously detonated, the ground was left in ruins, countless giant trees toppled, and the earth within 100 meters was scraped away. What happened to Senior Brother Yi? The blue-clad, square-faced cultivators who were chasing saw the scene before them and were all taken aback, stunned. Such an attack likely could only be caused by fully activating spiritual tools, right? The square-faced cultivator scanned around and only saw fragments scattered everywhere, muttering in fear. It is worth noting that Yi Lianchuan initially planned to ambush with him here. If it were him, he would also have lost his life under such an attack. Yi Lianchuan's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Gritting his teeth, he said resentfully, "Humph. That kid detonated 6 top-grade magical tools." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the square-faced blue-clad cultivator and the round-faced fat cultivator all gasped in shock. What? 6 top-grade magical tools? That kid is so wealthy. Senior Brother Yi, should we continue to chase? The round-faced fat cultivator spoke with a stutter, surprised. It is known that for ordinary formal disciples like them, having even 1 top-grade magical tool is considered doing well. Yi Lianchuan narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Beneath the murderous aura, there was also an unmistakable greed. Even he only had 1 top-grade magical tool on him. But that kid actually detonated 6 top-grade magical tools in one attack? That kid is definitely not simple. Did he obtain some ancient cultivator's relic? Yi Lianchuan speculated wildly, and once this thought appeared, it grew rapidly like a vine. If his earlier attack on Su 12 was just for those resources and his inner grievances, then at this moment, it became a very important reason for him. With a muffled grunt, he coldly said, "Humph, what's there to panic about? Top-grade magical tools are not cabbages on the ground." After detonating 6 at once, that kid probably only has the Yuan Yang given by the Grand Elder left on him. Such an attack, he absolutely cannot use again. Keep chasing me. Don't forget, he still has a large amount of spiritual plant resources on him. Yi Lianchuan said indifferently, coldly commanding. After finishing, he decisively led his people to continue the pursuit. 7 days later, in a cave in the wilderness, Su 12 sat quietly in meditation, taking a deep breath before opening his eyes. He had acted cautiously, escaping for 2 whole days until he was sure he had shaken off Yi Lianchuan and the others before finding this cave to recuperate. I really didn't expect that despite being so low-key and cautious, I would still be targeted. 6 top-grade magical tools, along with my precious Wind Pearl, all destroyed in one night. Yi Lianchuan, I, Su 12, will remember this grudge. Fuming, Su 12 muttered to himself, then stood up and stepped outside the cave. As soon as he came out, he instinctively looked up at the sky and frowned. Ever since the trial ended, every time he left the Yun Gu sect, he felt as if he was being watched. Because of this, no matter the situation, he always remained vigilant and cautious. At first, he thought it was the people from the 7 Shin sect, but the Bone Master had long since turned to dust and couldn't possibly be following him. As for Yi Lianchuan and the others, he didn't completely rule out that possibility. However, Su 12 felt it was unlikely. Could there be some ghostly thing tracking me in the dark? But why can't I find any clues no matter how I investigate? Forget it. The immediate priority is to quickly improve my cultivation. Yi Lianchuan and the others are eyeing me, and I can't return to the Yun Gu sect for the time being. Now, how should I enhance my strength? Su 12 squinted, walking in the wilderness, constantly pondering his next steps. He would definitely return to the Yun Gu sect. The 5 elements spiritual pearl could enhance spiritual root quality, and he couldn't afford to lose it. However, right now, Yi Lianchuan's threat was more immediate than that of the Grand Elder. His strength was insufficient, so he could only avoid the edge for now. Just then, a hurried and heavy running sound approached. Following that, a neutral voice called out. Hey, the guy up ahead, move aside quickly. Someone. Su-12's heart tensed. Quickly turning to look in the direction of the voice, he saw a cultivator dressed in a white robe, crouching on the back of a mid-tier demon beast. The wind-pattern pig. The cultivator was petite, with a delicate face and bright, unusual eyes full of spirit. His clothes were loose and baggy, making him look quite strange. His cultivation was not high, only at the 3rd level of chi refining. He wore a black gauntlet on his hand, pounding fiercely on the demon beast's back with punches. Each punch triggered a wave of spiritual energy. The demon beast, in pain, began to run wildly in the wilderness, heading straight for Su-12. The white-clad cultivator yelled to alert Su-12 while attacking. Seeing the situation clearly, Su-12 lightly raised an eyebrow, with no intention of helping. He quickly sidestepped to make way for the demon beast. But just as it passed by him, the demon beast suddenly slammed to a stop and shook its body. Oh no! Quick, catch me! The cultivator on the demon beast's back exclaimed in surprise, being thrown off. He landed right where Su-12 was standing. A figure flashed before Su-12's eyes, and a faint fragrance wafted toward him. Su-12 squinted, showing no intention of helping, and instead moved back a step, remaining indifferent. Chapter 72. Making Friends. No one loses out. Thud. Ouch! In the next moment, the cultivator fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. His gaze swept over Su-12, and a hint of resentment quickly flashed in his eyes. Who is this guy? So heartless. He didn't expect the other party to just watch him fall. Rubbing his sore bottom, the cultivator quickly stood up, carefully eyeing the wind-patterned pig demon beast not far away. The demon beast huffed heavily, its fist-sized eyes glaring angrily at the cultivator. It then stomped heavily on the ground, charging straight at him. Hey, aren't you going to dodge? I'm no match for it. The cultivator was about to leave, but hesitated for a moment, quickly turning to look at Su-12 and shouted loudly. He and Su-12 were heading in the same direction. If he dodged, it would be Su-12 who got unlucky. In his eyes, Su-12 was just another chi-refining 3rd-level novice like him. This person is quite interesting. Su-12 raised an eyebrow. The cultivator's performance surprised him. It seems that not all cultivators are selfish and self-serving. A thought flashed through his mind, and Su-12 focused on the charging demon beast, using the shadowless step to meet it head-on. At the moment of collision with the demon beast, his figure flickered and moved to the side of the beast. Combining the 8 trigrams 8 extremes fist with the fire control technique, this punch carried nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Bang! With a muffled sound, the demon beast whimpered. Its spine crushed, and it fell dead on the spot. With his strength, dealing with such a demon beast only required one sword. He just didn't plan to reveal his true strength, using a very weak true essence that didn't exceed the 3rd level of the chi refining stage. After dealing with the demon beast, Su-12 casually stored the beast's corpse in his storage bag and turned to leave, showing no intention of having any further contact with the other party. Wow, is he really that strong? Not far away. The cultivator looked down at the glove artifact on his hand, then at the fallen demon beast, his breath caught in his throat, dumbfounded. In his view, they were both at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage, and he had an artifact to assist him. But the gap was just too big. After a moment, regaining his senses, he hurriedly quickened his pace to chase after Su-12. Hey, wait a minute. Su-12 squinted, showing no intention to hide his wariness. The cultivator came up to Su-12 and immediately introduced himself. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. I am Jiang Feiyun. Jiang Feiyun. Su-12 raised an eyebrow. No, it's Jiang Feiyun. Jiang Feishue is my sister. Jiang Feishue's face turned awkward, quickly shaking her head to explain. Jiang Feiyun, I'm afraid you might be Jiang Feishue. Su-12 sniffed the faint fragrance in the air and immediately realized. Looking at her, he directly asked, do you need something from me? I am a craftsman from the Jiang family's weapon shop in Qinshan Fangshi. The bones of that wind-patterned pig demon beast are a material I have been seeking for crafting. Could you give me that demon beast's corpse? Don't worry. I won't take your things for free. I can offer a trade for it. Jiang Feishue hurriedly said, hesitating for a moment. Then looking down at the black iron fist gloves in her hand, she resolutely took them off and said. Su-12 was a bit surprised as he glanced over the gloves. This is a medium-grade artifact? Is the wind-patterned pig that valuable? Qinshan Fangshi? A craftsman? Could it be that there is a market nearby? Su-12 squinted, secretly pondering. He wasn't unfamiliar with markets. The sect manual had relevant introductions. Markets were places in the cultivation world where cultivators traded, exchanged, and purchased materials and treasures. They also often had craftsmen and alchemists to forge artifacts and pills. Markets vary in size. Some larger markets even have auction houses. The probability of rare treasures appearing in auction houses is particularly high. The trading square he had previously visited was a type of micro-market within the sect. Recalling information about markets, Su-12 immediately realized something. He currently had a lot of spiritual plants, and if consumed directly, their effect on his cultivation would be quite limited. As for learning alchemy, it required related books and time for crafting. His current situation didn't allow for that. Even though he knew these spiritual plants were precious, he could only make other plans. If he could exchange these materials for pills that enhance cultivation or good artifacts, it would undoubtedly be a great help to his training and strength, especially the corpse of that fire cloud python in his storage ring. If he could gather other materials to forge a bone sword, it would at least be a pseudo-spiritual artifact. If he could have a pseudo-spiritual level bone sword, then the high-grade artifact bone swords that he had previously obtained wouldn't be anything. With this in mind, Su-12 immediately came up with an idea. He raised his hand and tossed the wind-patterned pig's corpse to the ground, then said, "It's just a small effort, fellow Taoist Jiang. No need to be polite. I am Zhu Hanwei, a loose cultivator from Linen City. From your words, it seems there is a market nearby. I wish to trade some materials there. Could you inform me of its location? As for this medium-grade artifact, it's too precious. I cannot accept it. The market is 50 miles to the northeast from here. I just happen to be heading back and can take you with me." Jiang Feishue quickly replied, "Then thank you very much, fellow Taoist." Su-12 hurriedly clasped his hands in thanks. Jiang Feishue collected the demon beast's corpse and led Su-12 toward the market. At the same time, she scratched her head a bit awkwardly and said, "This isn't a small matter. You don't need to be so polite. However, you saved my life, and if I don't do something, I really can't let it go. How about this? If you ever need crafting in the future, you can come to our Jiang family's weapon shop, and I can craft an artifact for you for free. Let us be friends, and no one loses out." Su-12 nodded and didn't refuse, following her along the way. During the trip, he took the opportunity to ask Jiang Feishue many questions. Jiang Feishue was quite straightforward, answering almost every question he had, and even actively providing a lot of information. From her, Su-12 also gained a simple understanding of the upcoming market. Although the Qinshan Fengshe was just a small market, it was quite large in scale, located deep in the Tsangshan mountain range. It had a great number of cultivators and a rich variety of resources. The resources needed for cultivators below the golden core stage could basically all be found here. An hour later, the two arrived at a bamboo forest enveloped in thick mist. Jiang Feishue took out a directional guiding spirit talisman and led Su-12 forward. Chapter 73. Setting up shop at Qinshan Fengshe. After passing through the bamboo forest, Su-12's eyes brightened. A town-like structure covering over 1,000 acres appeared in his view. The entire town was covered by a glass-like, green transparent dome. At the entrance was a magnificent archway, with a plaque above it inscribed with 4 large characters, Qinshan Fengshe. Behind the archway, rows of buildings were lined up in neat rows. Each building was a shop. In the center of the market stood a towering building with carved railings and jade, and in front of the building was a large square paved with bluestone. On the square, many cultivators resembling small vendors were arranged in a grid pattern, setting up stalls of various sizes. Looking around, the entire market was bustling with people, lively and crowded. The sounds of shouting and selling echoed back and forth. If it weren't for the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from each person, one might think they had entered a mortal city. Seeing such a scene, Su-12 couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a surge of emotions. Is this really just a small market? So many cultivators, most of whom were at the 6th level of the Qi refining stage, both in number and overall strength, far surpassed what he had seen at Yunga's sect. Everyone here was dressed differently, each exuding a fierce aura. Among them, there were also several strong foundation establishment cultivators moving about. Su-12's heart trembled, and he hurriedly took a deep breath to calm himself down. He reminded himself that this might be the real encounter with the cultivation world. Here, he had to be extremely careful. One careless mistake could result in a stronger cultivator wiping him out. "Brother Zhu, this is Qinshan Fengshe. How is it? Isn't it impressive? You've come at the right time. The market is currently in its annual gathering period, the busiest time for cultivators. Of course, I must remind you, there are all sorts of characters here. You must be cautious, where you might find yourself being deceived while counting money for others. Jiang Feishue grinned, revealing her small tiger teeth, tilting her head as she cheerfully reminded Su 12. As they walked, the two had become quite familiar with each other, already addressing each other as brothers. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jiang. I will be careful. Su 12 clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling at her. Seeing such a large trading market, he felt even more confident about obtaining the resources he wanted. As they spoke, he continued to follow Jiang Feishue toward the market. Jiang Feishue walked with a light step, laughing as she went. But you don't need to worry too much. With this cousin and this young master following you, there won't be any problems at all. Jiang Feishue held her head high, confidently patting her chest. Upon learning that Su 12 wanted to trade materials in the market, she volunteered to help him. Su 12 did not refuse. Jiang Feishue had a somewhat naive and innocent personality and was warm and generous. In his view, she was indeed a friend worth having. Moreover, Jiang Feishue was clearly very familiar with this place, and having someone like her to assist him would save him a lot of trouble. Brother Jiang, if I want to exchange for some spiritual materials and resources for cultivating pills, what should I do? Su 12 asked as he walked alongside Jiang Feishue, keeping his eyes and ears open. Simple. Just look at the shops on both sides and the stalls over there. If you see something you want, just buy it directly from them. Jiang Feishue replied, her hands behind her back, looking up with an abundance of information flowing from her mouth. In the market, the common circulating currency was pills that could enhance cultivation, such as gathering chi pills, gathering essence pills, and condensing chi pills. Additionally, some people needed specific material resources, and bartering was necessary. Su 12 nodded, pondering deeply. He had many resources on him, all obtained from trials. Those spiritual plants could be directly refined and absorbed. However, compared to pills, their effectiveness was far inferior. If he were to buy and trade one by one, he didn't know how much time would be wasted. Thinking this, Su 12 continued, what if I want to exchange for a lot of resources? A lot of resources? Jiang Feishue raised her eyebrows in surprise as she looked at Su 12. She found it strange. He was just like her, a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining. How many resources could he possibly have? Still smiling, she answered, that's also very simple. One way is to go to that loft and find the Duobao Pavilion or the Dan Pavilion to trade directly. However, the things there are not great and the prices are extremely high, so I wouldn't recommend it. The other way is to set up a stall, lay out your items, and clearly mark the prices, allowing others to bring the resources you need for trade. Although it takes some effort, as long as the items are good, you can complete the trades quickly. Su 12 squinted his eyes and glanced at the distant loft. The loft area was adorned with painted pavilions and grand structures, resplendent and magnificent. Just by looking at its appearance, he knew that the items inside could not be cheap. Although Su 12 had a bit of wealth, he was unwilling to waste even a little. However, thinking about the other method, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If he set up a stall, would he be targeted by others? He understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Brother Zhu, you're good at everything, but isn't it too cautious for your character? How much do you have that you'd be targeted? Jiang Feishue remarked with a twitch of her eye, quickly adding with a smile, don't worry. This Qinshan market is under the supervision of foundation building seniors, with a dedicated law enforcement team patrolling. No one would dare to cause trouble here. If you're still worried, this item can help us change our appearances. As she spoke, Jiang Feishue reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 waxy yellow human masks. The masks emitted a faint glow, clearly made from the leather of a special magical beast, serving as a unique magical artifact. That works best. Let's go set up a stall. Su 12 felt relieved and hurriedly took the mask to cover his face. As soon as he did, he transformed into a waxy yellow-faced cultivator looking around 30 years old. All right, I'll go rent a stall. Jiang Feishue also donned the mask, transforming into a waxy yellow-faced young male cultivator. Smiling brightly, she was lively and curious about everything. Hearing about setting up a stall, she became even more interested than Su 12. Within half an hour, the two secured a stall of moderate size in a corner of the square. Brother Zhu, from now on, you just need to put the resources on the stall and write down the resources or pills you want on this wooden sign. Jiang Feishue pointed at the stall and then at a small wooden sign beside it, placing her hands on her hips and grinning. Okay, then I'll put out 1,000 plants. Su 12 nodded, sweeping his hand across the stall, and suddenly, over 1,000 spiritual plants appeared, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance that quickly wafted through the air. Upon hearing 1,000 plants, Jiang Feishue initially thought little of it, assuming it was just some ordinary resources. 1,000 ordinary spiritual materials, while not insignificant, were not particularly rare either. She had seen much of the world, but when she took a closer look, she was instantly dumbfounded. What? 1,000 second-level spiritual plants? Brother Zhu, are you a spiritual plant master? Jiang Feishue turned to Su 12, her voice trembling. 1,000 second-level spiritual plants might not seem like much to a sect or family, but for a loose cultivator or an individual, that was an exaggerated number. Even among the top disciples of large sects, few possessed such resources. Spiritual plant master? I'm not. I just happened to acquire these plants. Su 12 shook his head, smiling. Inside, he couldn't help but feel a bit relieved that just 1,000 plants had shocked Jiang Feishue. Thankfully, he hadn't taken them all out at once. Ah, Brother Zhu, your luck is really good. Jiang Feishue smiled, her curiosity about Su 12 growing. So many spiritual plants, and it was really just by chance? It seemed this Brother Zhu had an impressive background. However, this guy appeared cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He shouldn't be a bad person. She was innocent, but that didn't mean she was foolish. Su 12 grinned and was about to speak when someone shouted, "Boss, how much for this century-old ginseng? I have a piece of mysterious iron stone to trade for this century-old astragalus. How about it? How about this crystallized lotus? I'll offer 50 gathering chi pills. Is it for sale?" One voice after another rang out as the rich fragrance of the 1,000 spiritual plants attracted a large crowd of cultivators. In no time, hundreds of figures surrounded Su 12's stall, each shouting loudly, "Everyone, don't rush. One at a time. These spiritual materials will be prioritized for trading blood amber stones, ghost iron, blood evil vines, and fierce fong bones. Secondly, pills for enhancing cultivation with a quality of at least superior. Also, superior and top-grade magical artifacts are acceptable." Seeing such good results, Su 12 immediately called out, listing the resources he needed. Blood amber stones, ghost iron, blood evil vines, and fierce fong bones were all second-level materials of the Yin attribute, used for refining spiritual-grade white bone swords. Meanwhile, Jiang Feishue wasn't idle either. She quickly wrote down the resources Su 12 needed on the small wooden sign. "Boss, for this blood amber stone, I'll trade you 2 century-old spiritual mushrooms." As soon as Su 12 finished speaking, a pale-faced man in the crowd raised a fist-sized, blood-red stone and shouted loudly. "Okay." Su 12 glanced over and decisively agreed. "I have ghost iron. Trade it for a loquat fruit. I have blood evil vines. Trade it for." One after another, figures moved forward, and one resource after another was traded into Su 12's hands. In no time, more than half of the 1,000 spiritual materials had been exchanged. Not only did Su 12 gather the materials for forging the white bone sword, but he also exchanged for many cultivation pills. "How about this top-grade defensive magical artifact for the remaining spiritual plants? Do we have a deal?" Just then, a booming voice rang out. Immediately, a burly man with a pockmarked face, at the peak of the 7th level of chi refining, squeezed into the crowd, accompanied by 2 others. As soon as these 3 appeared, many cultivators in the crowd glanced at them, seemingly realizing something, and the next moment, their expressions turned to one of eager anticipation. As they reached the stall, the pockmarked-faced cultivator swiftly pulled out a 1-foot-long box. The box opened, revealing a parasol-shaped magical artifact glowing with orange light. The entire artifact was radiant with magical light, exuding a pure and supreme yang power. Su 12 glanced over it and instantly felt a rush of excitement. A top-tier defensive artifact was indeed particularly precious. He hadn't held out much hope, but unexpectedly, someone was willing to trade it. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he used his heavenly eye technique to confirm that the artifact was authentic and immediately nodded in agreement. Sure, the pockmarked-faced man's eyes quickly flashed with joy, and with a glance, his 2 lackeys swiftly collected the spiritual plants from the stall. At the same time, the pockmarked-faced cultivator smiled as he closed the box again and tossed it to Su 12, turning to leave. "Wait." At that moment, Jiang Feishue suddenly called out to stop him, saying irritably, "Hey, you brought a low-grade artifact pretending it's a top-tier one. Are you trying to fool us? Low-grade artifact?" Su 12 was taken aback and hurriedly opened the box. Inside, there indeed lay a parasol-shaped artifact, but it was clearly a damaged low-grade artifact. Not a top-tier one at all. "What does this mean, you 3? Su 12's expression darkened as he stared at the 3 in front of him. He was certain that what he had just seen was definitely a top-tier artifact, but he had no idea when they had switched it out. If it weren't for Jiang Feishua's reminder, he would have suffered a huge loss. Damn, no wonder Jiang Feishua specifically warned him. There are many shady characters in this market. Su 12's mind raced, and his gaze turned increasingly cold. He had been cautious enough, yet he still nearly fell into their trap. What low-grade spiritual artifact? What do you mean? Do you two have some kind of problem? What I just handed over to you was clearly a top-tier artifact. Everyone present can see that and testify to it. What? Are you trying to switch it for a low-grade artifact to swindle me? The pockmarked-faced cultivator sneered, appearing fierce and menacing, and immediately turned the tables on him. Upon hearing this, the others quickly stepped back, fearing trouble would come their way. Swindle? So you three are intent on causing trouble? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, cold light flickering in them. His inner energy began to stir. These three were not weak, but if it came to a fight, he was not afraid. He acted cautiously, but was not one to shy away from trouble. He could not afford to suffer such a loss. Brother Zhu, don't act impulsively. Let us call the law enforcement team to handle this. Jiang Feishua quickly intervened, seeing Su 12 ready to make a move. Haha, brother, did I hear that right? This kid actually wants to call the law enforcement team? A long-faced cultivator beside the pockmarked-faced man glanced at Jiang Feishua and immediately burst into laughter. The pockmarked-faced cultivator shrugged, also laughing heartily as if he had heard something ridiculous. Sure, go ahead and call them. Bring my second uncle here. These two dare to slander me. This matter cannot just end like this. As soon as the pockmarked-faced man finished speaking, one of his lackeys immediately turned and headed toward a nearby crowd, where a law enforcement cultivator in blue robes with a goat beard and at least 8th-tier chi refinement walked over. Chapter 75. Jiang Feishua's background. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads and cast sympathetic glances at Su 12 and Jiang Feishua. This pockmarked-faced man, named Chen San, was somewhat well known in the Qinshan market. Relying on having a second uncle in the law enforcement team, he often cheated and bullied low-level new cultivators. Over the years, countless people had fallen victim to his gang. At this moment, everyone felt that Su 12 and Jiang Feishua were too young. Such matters were usually best to let pass. They actually wanted to call the law enforcement team. In response to their actions, Jiang Feishua's lips curled into a slight smile. A faint smile that seemed neither here nor there. The crowd's reaction didn't even register with her. Second uncle? This guy is in cahoots with the law enforcement team? Su 12's heart sank, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He hadn't noticed Jiang Feishua's reaction. Instead, he focused on the pockmarked-faced cultivator, the killing intent rising in his eyes. He did not want to cause trouble, but if someone provoked him, he would not back down. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of quickly eliminating this person and then leaving the market. Or perhaps he could swallow his anger for now and wait for the guy to leave before finding an opportunity to retaliate. As Su 12's thoughts tangled, the law enforcement cultivator in blue approached. What is going on? What happened? As soon as he arrived, the goat-bearded man wore a stern expression and began to inquire. Second uncle, this kid is trying to swindle us. The pockmarked-faced man grinned at the newcomer, pointing at Su 12. Swindle? Daring to cause trouble in the Qinshan market. You really must be tired of living. The goat-bearded man glared, turning to Su 12 and Jiang Feishua, his eyes flashing with malice. But just as his gaze swept over Jiang Feishua, he noticed the white jade token at her waist. His pupils constricted, and then he suddenly turned around and slapped the pockmarked-faced cultivator hard across the face. This sudden slap left the pockmarked-faced man dazed, and the surrounding cultivators were stunned as well. What was happening? Did these two have some kind of background? In the next second, the way everyone looked at Su 12 and Jiang Feishua changed entirely. The pockmarked-faced cultivator covered his face, looking bewildered at the goat-bearded cultivator. Second uncle, what are you doing? Don't call me second uncle. I have no nephew like you. How many times have I told you that cheating and swindling are absolutely not allowed in the Qinshan market? Did my words go into your dog's belly? Before the pockmarked-faced man could finish, the goat-bearded man began to chastise him with righteous indignation. What? Hurry up and take the things out. Faced with the goat-bearded man's stern gaze, the pockmarked-faced cultivator shrank back, not daring to say anything more. He raised his hand, and the radiant top-tier parasol-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. The goat-bearded man grinned, clearly feeling some pain in his heart, but the next second, he snatched the artifact away and turned to hand it to Jiang Feishua. Dear friends, this is the treasure you traded for. This kid has ill intentions and is trying to swindle. I will definitely punish him according to the regulations of the law enforcement team. You can rest assured. There are law enforcement team members patrolling everywhere in the Qinshan market, and such little scoundrels will not be allowed to cause trouble. Seeing Jiang Feishue receive the treasure, the goat-bearded man added a few more encouraging words. Then he turned and left with the pockmarked face trio. Brother Zhu, this is your artifact. This Yuanyang umbrella is a top-tier defensive artifact with astonishing defensive power. You've really gotten a bargain this time. Jiang Feishue handed the parasol-shaped artifact to Su 12. Smiling broadly. Thank you. Su 12 accepted the treasure and smiled in gratitude. He wasn't foolish. The goat-bearded man's sudden change in attitude was clearly related to Jiang Feishue. However, he didn't ask about it, as Jiang Feishue remained silent. It seemed that Jiang Feishue's identity was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Brother Zhu, why are you being so polite with me? I've already said that the security in the Qinshan market is quite good, Jiang Feishue said with a smile, glancing at the now empty stall and adding, Brother Zhu, since all the spiritual plants have been traded, are you planning to continue setting up your stall? Not anymore. Let us go for a walk together. If there's anything you like, I can gift you 1 or 2 items. Su 12 waved his hand and said with a smile. He still had plenty of spiritual plants on him, but after this incident, even though he knew Jiang Feishue was of unusual status, he would definitely not be so ostentatious again. If he attracted the attention of other more powerful cultivators, it could lead to trouble. He also felt grateful towards Jiang Feishue. This Yuanyang umbrella is indeed a top-notch defensive magic tool, and its effectiveness exceeded his expectations. Normally, very few cultivators would be willing to trade such an item. Well, good, then I won't be polite with you, Jiang Feishue said with a smile. She felt that Su 12 must have reached his limit in terms of the number of spiritual plants he could produce. After speaking, she got up and took Su 12 to stroll around the market. Meanwhile, in a quaint room within the market's attic, a man with a goat beard was having tea with a pockmarked-faced cultivator. Second uncle, that's a top-notch defensive magic tool. How could you just give it to those 2 guys? The pockmarked-faced cultivator asked. What do you know? I'm saving your life. The goat-bearded man replied irritably. Saving my life? What is their background? The pockmarked-faced cultivator asked nervously. The middle-aged man doesn't seem to be anything special, but that young man is from the Divine Casting Workshop. The goat-bearded man squinted his eyes and said, What? The Divine Casting Workshop? Second uncle, are you sure? The pockmarked-faced cultivator exclaimed in shock, gasping in surprise. Humph. I'm not so old that I can't see clearly. That person has the Divine Casting token at his waist, the goat-bearded man grunted. No wonder he could tell at a glance that the magic tool was swapped. The pockmarked-faced cultivator said in a panic, as if he realized something terrible. Don't worry. Since I brought you away, there shouldn't be any issues. But during this gathering, you need to behave. At this time, you can't rule out the possibility of other major sects or prominent families sending their younger disciples in disguise. If you provoke someone else, I can't save you. The goat-bearded man said lightly, but there was still a hint of concern for his nephew in his words. Don't worry, second uncle, I know what to do. The pockmarked-faced cultivator nodded repeatedly, looking reassured. Chapter 76. News of the Golden Saint Spirit Spring in the market. Su 12 and Jiang Feishue walked side by side, continuing to browse without rest. Along the way, they encountered some strange items, especially books and miscellaneous notes, as well as some special but low-grade pills, which Su 12 exchanged without hesitation. As for the mysterious alchemy furnace, he couldn't use it for the time being, so he needed pills of upper-grade quality or higher for his cultivation. He wasn't in a hurry to use other pills, even waste pills he wouldn't pass up. He was even more willing to take them since their prices were almost zero. Once his cultivation improved and he was out of danger, he could refine these into top-quality pills using the mysterious alchemy furnace. By then, he could strike it rich. While wandering, Su 12 also bought Jiang Feishue a set of upper-grade ring magic tools. Upper-grade magic tools were not cheap, but compared to top-notch defensive magic tools, they weren't much. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The two had nearly explored the entire market, and along the way, Su 12 continuously took out various second-grade spiritual plants to trade with different vendors. After several hours, he had traded away over 1,000 spiritual plants, if not 2,000. Jiang Feishue was greatly shocked. She had thought that the previous 1,000 spiritual materials were his limit. She never expected Su 12 to have so many resources. What kind of background does this guy have? With so many resources, it was almost comparable to a small cultivation family. Arriving at a relatively secluded spot, Jiang Feishue couldn't help but asked Su 12, Brother Zhu, are you sure you're really a loose cultivator? Those top disciples from major families and sects probably aren't as wealthy as you. Cough, cough. I just got lucky and managed to gather these things. That's it. That's all I've got left, Su 12 said with a grin, scratching his head. Really? Jiang Feishuet tilted her head, looking skeptical. Why would I lie to you? Su 12 replied calmly, smiling. He would never have revealed so many resources in front of anyone else. All right, what do you plan to do next? Jiang Feishuet, still doubtful, looked at Su 12 and asked again. Just as Su 12 was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure approaching and squinted to look at the person. The newcomer was a scruffy-looking old man with a rat-like face, disheveled hair, and a somewhat lewd appearance, around 60 years old and dressed in wrinkled clothes, hunched over. This person had low cultivation, only at the first level of qi refining. Su 12 initially thought the person was just passing by, but as they got closer, the old man smiled and approached, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Hello, fellow Taoists, I have a treasure here. Would you like it? I don't want much. Just 20 spiritual plants will do. As he spoke, the old man stuffed his hands into his pockets. Are you following us? Su 12 narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp. The fact that the old man asked to exchange for spiritual plants indicated that he had been observing them for a while. And yet Su 12 hadn't noticed at all. Fellow Taoist, don't misunderstand. I just happened to see you trading resources. This treasure is something you must need. The old man chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained. Oh, what treasure? You should show it to us. Jiang Feishua's curiosity was piqued, and she hurriedly spoke up. Su 12 remained vigilant, watching the old man without speaking, waiting for his next move. The old man, hearing this, quickly pulled out a crumpled sheepskin map from his pocket, holding it tightly as if it were a great treasure. What is this? It's just a torn sheepskin map. I thought it was something significant. Jiang Feishua scoffed, losing all interest. Fellow Taoist, you can't say that. Whether this is a treasure or not depends on what is recorded on it, right? The old man wasn't angered and continued to smile mysteriously. Oh, what is recorded on it? Su 12 raised his eyebrows and directly asked. This is a treasure map, or you could say it's a route map. It records the location of a golden Saint Spirit spring. The old man clutched the treasure map tightly and answered quickly. What? Golden Saint Spirit spring? Are you sure? Su 12 hadn't yet grasped what it was when Jiang Feishua gasped in surprise. As she spoke, she immediately turned to Su 12 and quickly explained. The Golden Saint Spirit spring is a type of spiritual water nurtured by heaven and earth. A single spring contains at most 3 bowls of spring water. One bowl can greatly enhance a cultivator's cultivation, especially for us qi refiners. It's equivalent to a century of hard work. After speaking, Jiang Feishua stared excitedly at the old man, her eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. Su 12 was also taken aback, his heart racing wildly. His spiritual root aptitude was extremely poor, and it was useless to rely on hard work to improve his cultivation. This kind of pill that could quickly enhance cultivation was extremely tempting for him. 1 bowl of Golden Saint Spirit Spring could be equivalent to a century of hard work? If that were true, it would definitely be a rare treasure. Despite his excitement, Su 12 did not lose his composure. He squinted his eyes and calmly said, Such a good treasure as the Golden Saint Spirit Spring. If there's a route map, why don't you go collect it yourself? Right. Jiang Feishua also quickly calmed down. Alas, to be honest, the Golden Saint Spirit Spring is located 100 miles north of here, in the Yunming Marsh. That place is full of dangers and killing intent. With my strength, I would just be sending myself to death if I went. It's better to exchange for a few spiritual herbs, make a better pill, strive to enhance my cultivation a bit more, and be content to muddle through for a few more years. But you two are different. Your strength is considerable, and you are traveling together while being young. Once you get the map, even if you don't go now, you can go any time in the future when your cultivation improves. The old man sighed and first expressed his sentiments, then flattered them with an enticing tone. That seems somewhat reasonable. Jiang Feishua nodded, looking quite tempted, and then turned to seek Su 12's opinion. Not interested, not trading. Su 12 remained unfazed, like an old monk in meditation, decisively refusing. The old man spoke with reason and evidence, which was quite persuasive. However, he was cautious, and although he couldn't quite put his finger on it, he always felt that something was off. While treasures that enhance one's cultivation were undoubtedly tempting, the old man's origins were unclear, and he feared that one careless mistake could lead to his demise without him even realizing it. The old man showed a hint of determination on his face. as if he had made up his mind about something. "Gentlemen, I happen to have another treasure I acquired by chance. How about I trade you this item and the treasure map for 50 spiritual plants?" As he spoke, the old man reached deep into his robe and fumbled for a long time before reluctantly pulling out an object. Chapter 77, Pseudo-Spirit Tool, Eye of Broken Illusion. Su 12 squinted at the item he pulled out. It was a white object, no longer than an inch, resembling an eye. Strangely, while it looked like an eye, it had no pupil. Furthermore, it was covered in fine cracks, its luster dim, resembling a low-grade magic tool on the verge of being discarded. Su 12's brows knitted into a frown. His first reaction was that the old man might be trying to make a fool of him. He felt annoyed and was about to refuse when he noticed Jiang Feishua giving him a secret signal. This surprised him, and he quickly activated his heavenly eye technique to investigate it. Upon looking, his pupils instantly constricted. He sensed a rich spiritual essence emanating from this object. The density of the spiritual essence was nearly comparable to what he had seen from the 5 Elements spiritual pearl. This item was not simple. After just one glance, Su 12 immediately looked away and asked casually, "What is this thing?" The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. This kid is not simple. Despite his young age, he acted so maturely. However, no matter how clever you are, I don't believe you won't be tempted. The old man thought for a moment and said earnestly, "Friend, since you have cultivated the heavenly eye technique, you should be able to see that this item contains a spiritual essence typical of spiritual tools. Strictly speaking, this can no longer be called a magic tool. It is a pseudo-spiritual tool that lies between a magic tool and a spiritual tool. This is a good item. If I didn't need spiritual plants to find someone to refine pills and enhance my cultivation, I wouldn't even consider trading it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Jiang Feishua rolled her eyes and said, "Hey, old man, calling it a pseudo-spiritual tool is a bit much. This thing has lost most of its spirituality and at best is a low-grade magic tool. Besides, what is this broken item even for?" Coughing, hearing Jiang Feishua's words, the old man's face turned red, clearly embarrassed at being seen through. Even he didn't know what this treasure was for. He could only retract his neck and awkwardly say, "That may be true, but the spiritual essence on it is genuine. Even if its use is unknown, it would still be very beneficial for nurturing other magic tools, right? How about this? This item plus my treasure map for 20 spiritual plants. What do you say?" By the end, the old man frowned, looking pitiful. Jiang Feishua pondered for a moment before turning to Su 12. "Brother Zhu, this old man seems quite pitiful. Why not trade with him?" Upon seeing Jiang Feishua like this, Su 12 immediately realized she must know what this item was. So he put on a helpless expression and nodded. "All right, I'll trade with you. What spiritual plants do you want?" "I also have 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old astragalus, and 100-year-old reishi." Su 12 began listing off about 10 types of spiritual plants. 4 of each: ginseng, astragalus, reishi, dujue, and shanai. The old man exclaimed with delight, unable to contain his excitement. Su 12 remained calm, quickly retrieving the spiritual plants to hand over to the old man, while also taking the eye magic tool and the sheepskin map. Throughout the process, he activated the heavenly eye technique, wary of any tricks from the old man. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After receiving the spiritual plants, the old man hurriedly left. Once the old man's figure disappeared, Su 12 turned to Jiang Feishua. "Brother Jiang, do you know what this item is used for?" Jiang Feishua smiled proudly and said, "Of course. I am a top-tier weapon refiner. Others may not know, but this is easy for me. Please enlighten me." Su 12 smiled and asked in cooperation. "Enlighten? I wouldn't dare. If I'm not mistaken, this item is called the Eye of Broken Illusion, a very rare pseudo-spiritual tool resembling an eye. When activated, it can emit a beam of spiritual consciousness light that directly attacks an opponent's awareness." "Brother Zhu, you've hit the jackpot this time." Jiang Feishua crossed her arms in front of her chest, smiling joyfully. Although the item was obtained by Su 12, she seemed even happier than if she had found a treasure herself. "What? Spiritual consciousness light?" Su 12 exclaimed in shock. He was no longer a novice in cultivation. Spiritual consciousness could only be cultivated by foundation-building cultivators who relied on it for sword flight. Moreover, only legendary golden core cultivators could project their spiritual consciousness out of their bodies to attack. "Brother Jiang, are you sure? A spiritual consciousness attack could easily overwhelm even foundation-building cultivators." Jiang Feishua continued to explain with a smile. "Brother Zhu, it's not that exaggerated. The power of this spiritual consciousness light is limited. It can only cause minor troubles for foundation-building cultivators. Furthermore, this pseudo-spiritual tool is severely damaged, and after repairs, it can be used at most 3 times. 3 times? It can cause some trouble for foundation-building cultivators? Su 12's heart raced, and he quickly asked, "How can this item be repaired?" Jiang Feishue smiled lightly and said, "That's simple. Look at this eye of broken illusion. Doesn't it look like an eye socket without an eyeball? You just need to find an eyeball from a demon beast and refine it into the tool." The stronger the demon beast was in life, the greater the power of the spiritual consciousness light after refining. If you could find an eyeball from a demon beast comparable to a foundation-building cultivator, it could indeed cause significant damage to foundation-building cultivators. In terms of weapon refining, Jiang Feishue clearly had a lot of knowledge and was able to share various information freely. However, while she spoke without intention, Su 12 listened with great interest. Upon hearing that last sentence, his heart trembled again, and his heartbeat quickened. At that moment, he felt as if this item was tailor-made for him. After all, in his storage ring lay the corpse of a fire cloud python, comparable to a mid-foundation building cultivator. He had already made plans for the python's bones, and unexpectedly, the eyes could also come in handy. "Brother Jiang, you've helped me once again." Su 12 smiled and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude to Jiang Feishue. "Hehe. Brother Zhu, you're being too polite. You saved my life, and I'm just helping you with a small matter. Isn't that only right? We're brothers. Do we still need to talk about this? Quickly take out that treasure map. If there's a location for the Golden Holy Spring, we can go take a look." Jiang Feishue chuckled, and as she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Su 12's neck, playfully patting him on the shoulder. However, the faint fragrance emanating from her made Su 12 unsure whether to regard her as a man or a woman, leading to a moment of awkwardness. Then, smiling lightly, he quickly unfolded the sheepskin map. The lines on the map were clear, and the location of the Golden Holy Spring was marked deep within a poisonous marsh in the Yunming Marsh. "A filthy pit," Su 12 exclaimed. The old man truly had ill intentions. The Golden Holy Spring was a sacred item. How could it possibly be in such a place? Jiang Feishue leaned forward to take a glance and immediately reacted, pouting in dissatisfaction. Chapter 78. The Gray-Clothed Man in the Filthy Pit. Do you know this place? Su 12 quickly asked. Jiang Feishue nodded. The Filthy Pit is a place of extreme and evil within the Yunming Marsh. It is shrouded in poisonous miasma and evil energy all year round. Normally, when cultivators approach, they instinctively avoid it, and no one dares to venture deep inside. "I see. I had some doubts, but now I believe it," Su 12 said, narrowing his eyes and speaking lightly. His thoughts became lively all at once. What do you mean?" Jiang Feishue was taken aback by Su Shire's words, looking at him in surprise, not understanding how he came to that conclusion. Su Shire smiled lightly and said, "The Tao scripture states, purity emerges from filth, brightness is born from darkness. The Golden Holy Spirit Spring is supremely sacred, and its place of birth requires the utmost filth and impurity." As he spoke, he had already made up his mind. He knew very well that with his spiritual root aptitude, it would take an eternity of hard training to improve his cultivation. However, a single bowl from the Golden Holy Spirit Spring could be equivalent to 60 years of hard work. Such treasures are rare in the world. Without a doubt, he knew that the filthy pit would be fraught with dangers. If possible, he would prefer to focus on safety and cultivate slowly. But the vendetta of his grandfather and the villagers awaited him. The elder was watching him closely, and even Yi Liangchuan from Tianhua Peak wanted him dead. He had no choice. If he couldn't quickly improve his cultivation, it would be a dead end. Right? How could I not think of the principle that extremes lead to reversals? Brother Zhu, let's hurry and go check it out. If we can really find the Golden Holy Spirit Spring, we'll be in luck. A bowl is worth 60 years of hard cultivation. Enough for me to rise several levels in my cultivation. Then, I'll see who in my family will dare to say I'm not working hard on my cultivation. Hehe. Jiang Feishue immediately showed an excited smile, grabbing Su Shire's arm and heading towards the market exit. You want to go too? That place might be quite dangerous. If you trust me, let me go alone. If I can miraculously find the Golden Holy Spirit Spring, I'll surely bring you back a share. Su Shire raised an eyebrow and quickly said to Jiang Feishue. Although they had known each other for a short time, he had already regarded her as a friend. With his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining, going alone would actually be safer. Bringing Jiang Feishue along would undoubtedly be like carrying an extra burden. Don't worry, Brother Zhu, I have a supreme treasure that is extremely strong and yang. I can't guarantee other places, but in the filthy pit, protecting you won't be a problem. Jiang Feishue looked around, patted her chest, and whispered her assurance to Su Shire. All right, since that's the case, let's go. Hearing this, and seeing she had safety measures, Su Shire said no more. Taking a deep breath, the two walked side by side, rushing towards Yunmeng's. Meanwhile, in the market, a scruffy-looking, rat-eyed old man walked into a deserted corner, and seeing no one around, quickly changed into a Taoist robe. He disguised himself as a down-and-out Taoist, and his cultivation also changed from the first to the second level of qi refining. His shifty gaze quickly swept across the area. Then he clutched a sheepskin map and approached a young woman at the 5th level of qi refining. Fellow Taoist, I have a treasure here. Do you want it? To the north of Qianshan Market, in a dense forest 100 miles away, this area is shrouded in mist year-round. The forest is filled with swamps, monsters, and naturally growing spiritual mushrooms and other spiritual mines. Therefore, many cultivators often risk entering Yunmeng's to collect various spiritual materials. Deep within Yunmeng's lies a massive basin terrain. This basin is perpetually covered in dark green mist, mixed with foul air that emits a horrendous stench. Inside the basin, hills rise and fall, resembling a miniature landscape. This is the filthy place that countless cultivators dread, the filthy pit. In the filthy pit, on a narrow path, 3 figures in gray robes, cloaked in gray capes, were huddled together. Surrounding them were several corpses of cultivators who had just died. Nearby, a slightly plump, gray-robed man disdainfully said, "These guys are clever, trying to take a shortcut." On the other side, a thin man replied indifferently, "So what? It's just an early death. All right, hurry up and dispose of these corpses. Quite a few fat sheep have come this time. Refining their souls will allow my 10,000 souls banner to be completely refined into a low-grade spiritual weapon," said a short, gray-robed man impatiently. The plump man immediately moved to handle the corpses on the ground, but the thin man suddenly shouted, "Don't rush. Let me refine them into corpse puppets. When more people come, I guarantee they won't return." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in the thin man's eyes as he spat out a gray-green, broad, bean-sized pearl. A breath of true essence sprayed onto the pearl, and it instantly transformed into a mass of gray-green, eerie mist, which crept into the nostrils of the corpses on the ground. "You used up this hard-earned corpse pearl just like that?" the gray-robed, plump man exclaimed. The thin man smirked. "What are you panicking about? There's plenty of corpse chi in the bone pit. Once the big brother's 10,000 souls banner is refined, we can condense another corpse pearl." Third brother. You did well. Let's go. This grand feast is finally coming to an end." The short cultivator nodded in approval and turned to disappear into the dark green mist. The plump and thin gray-robed men exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. A day later, Su Shire and Jiang Feishue stopped outside the filthy pit, gazing at the basin covered in dark green mist, not rushing to enter. In their line of sight, groups of cultivators occasionally braved the stench and stepped inside. Why are there so many people coming here? Jiang Feishue was initially stunned, then clenched her fists in anger, revealing her small tiger teeth. That damned old man. He really has ill intentions. Selling the map to so many people is simply deceitful. If I meet him again, I will definitely punch him until his head explodes. No worries, with that artifact, we are already not at a loss. If we are truly lucky and find the golden Holy Spirit spring, it will be a huge profit, Su Shire said with a smile. He was not surprised by this situation at all. If it were really just the two of them coming, he would have to be more cautious. With so many cultivators, in his view, if there were any dangers, it would be easier to slip away in the chaos. Chapter 79. Corpse Refining Ambush. All right, let's hurry in. Jiang Feishue nodded, cracking her knuckles, and immediately took the lead into the filthy pit. Su Shire followed closely behind. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a chilling, sinister aura coming at him. The malevolent energy invaded him, making all the hairs on his body stand on end, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Brother Zhu, this sinister energy is mixed with a lot of filthy, murky qi. If this murky qi enters the body, it will taint a cultivator's true essence. You can unfold the Yuan Yang umbrella. It's the nemesis of this murky qi. Jiang Feishue's voice rang out. As soon as she spoke, Su Shire decisively took out the Yuan Yang umbrella. Infusing it with true essence, the Yuan Yang umbrella trembled slightly, and immediately opened up. A surge of yuan-yang power enveloped both him and Jiang Feishue. He then felt his body lighten, and he became incredibly relaxed. "Brother Jiang, let's go." Just as he was about to delve deeper with Jiang Feishue, a sound of footsteps came from behind them. The two instinctively turned to look. They saw a team of 20 people hurrying towards them. All 20 were dressed in white robes, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Leading them was a tall, bronze-skinned middle-aged man with sharply defined features, his brows thick and eyes large, exuding a deep and stern gaze. His cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refining, as solid as a mountain. As soon as he entered the filthy pit, the man threw out a fiery red circular canopy. The canopy soared into the air, radiating a fiery red light that enveloped the 20 people. Which faction are they from to possess such an exceptional defensive treasure? Su Shire's eyelids twitched in surprise. He could tell at a glance that the fiery red canopy was a very good defensive artifact, and even if it wasn't a pseudo-spiritual weapon, it was still a top-notch artifact. Compared to his yuan-yang umbrella, it is on par, and perhaps even slightly stronger. Beside him, Jiang Feishue saw these people and shivered slightly, her eyes flashing with 2 traces of panic. She quickly reached out and tugged on Su 12's arm, saying hurriedly, "Brother Zhu, let's go." Saying this, she pulled Su 12's arm and walked onto a nearby deserted narrow path. Behind them, the bronze-skinned middle-aged man also noticed the presence of the two. His gaze fell on Jiang Feishue's back, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Young master, is there a problem with those two?" A long-faced cultivator in his 50s asked the man. "Nothing, but do we have any news about Schwer?" The man shook his head and then asked in return. The long-faced cultivator quickly replied, "According to the people at the refining shop in the market, Miss Schwer did come by a few days ago. She said she was going to refine something and went out to look for materials, but has not returned yet. I have already arranged for people to look for her, and we should have news in the next few days. Miss Schwer is clever and resourceful. She will definitely be fine. Humph. This time, when we find her, she will have to face the consequences." The man nodded sternly, then added, "Let's go. If we can really find the golden sacred spirit spring, we can also help that little girl improve her strength sooner." After saying this, the man hurriedly led the group deeper into the filthy pit. Su 12 said nothing more and followed Jiang Feishue as they moved forward. They walked until they were in a deserted area before narrowing his eyes and turning to Jiang Feishue to ask, "Brother Jiang, do you know those people from earlier?" "No, I don't know them. It's just that there are so many of them. If we want to find the treasure, we need to take a shortcut and get there first." Jiang Feishue shrank her neck, hurriedly shook her head, and then put on a confident look. "That's true." Su 12 nodded, not asking further. However, he knew in his heart that Jiang Feishue must have some connection with those people. The two continued along the narrow path. Halfway through, they saw several corpses lying across the path, and Su 12's footsteps halted immediately. "Hey, those are the corpses of cultivators." Jiang Feishue also noticed the situation and gasped, stopping in her tracks as well. "It seems these people have been dead for some time." Su 12 squinted his eyes, using his heavenly eye technique to observe the situation before him. With the heavenly eye technique, he could clearly see that these corpses contained astonishing amounts of Yin attribute spiritual power, causing his heart to become alert. His true essence also began to accumulate secretly, ready to flee at any moment. Strange. How could so many people die here in such a remote place? Moreover, there are no obvious wounds on their bodies. Jiang Feishue said in astonishment, moving closer to investigate. The corpses showed no signs of life, but there were no visible fatal injuries, which greatly surprised her. She propped her chin with her hand, her eyes sparkling with a bright light. Just as Jiang Feishue approached one of the corpses, Su 12 noticed that the Yin attribute spiritual power within the corpse began to surge violently. "Not good. Brother Jiang, be careful." Su 12's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly warned her. "Huh?" Jiang Feishue was taken aback by his words, and before she could react, the corpses on the ground suddenly sprang to life, spewing out black, evil energy from their mouths. The corpse closest to Jiang Feishue extended its fingers into claws, its nails glinting with a dark green cold light. And in a flash, it fiercely grabbed Jiang Feishue's shoulder. Puff! With a muffled sound, Jiang Feishue's body trembled, her shoulder instantly becoming a bloody mess, a fresh wound appearing. The pain made her scream, her face turning pale as snow, beads of sweat soaking her forehead. After that claw strike, the corpse did not stop. It bared its teeth and lunged towards Jiang Feishue's delicate, snow-white neck. "Damn it!" Su 12's gaze turned cold, and he activated the shadowless phantom step, appearing beside Jiang Feishue in an instant. Without waiting for the corpse's attack to land again, he swung his silver sword, sending the corpse flying away. At the same time, Jiang Feishue's body went limp and fell to the ground. Su 12 acted quickly, catching her and urgently asking, "Brother Jiang, how do you feel?" Before Jiang Feishue could respond, the corpse that had fallen to the ground seemed unharmed, suddenly springing back up with a whoosh, its eyes flashing a ghostly blue light as it charged towards Su 12 again. Behind it, over a dozen similar corpses locked their gaze onto Su 12. Roar! The over a dozen corpses let out low, eerie howls, baring their fangs and clawing fingers. As they ran, a terrifying cold wind rushed toward them. Su 12's expression grew serious as he could clearly feel the consumption of true essence by the Yuan Yang umbrella increasing. "Brother Zhu, let's go. These are corpse refiners. Their strength is comparable to high-level demon beasts. You are no match for them." At this moment, Jiang Feishue suddenly lifted her head, weakly shouting at Su 12. After saying this, her body went limp, completely leaning against Su 12 and losing consciousness. Chapter 80. Jiang Feishue's female form. Su 12's eyelid twitched, immediately noticing that the wound on her shoulder had turned black and green, the flesh rotting, exposing bone. Not good. The attacks from these corpse refiners contain potent poison. I must find a place to detoxify her quickly. Su 12's expression changed again. With his strength, if he truly fought, he was confident he could eliminate these corpse refiners. But with Jiang Feishue in this state, he had no time to waste. He threw Jiang Feishue onto his back, then slashed out another beam of sword light, turning around and running. Behind them, the dozen corpse refiners, having caught the scent of blood, went into a frenzy, each one spewing evil energy, relentlessly pursuing them. The situation was critical, and Su 12 couldn't afford to worry about finding the right direction. After a short while, he brought Jiang Feishue to a hollow in the mountains. Seeing a cave in the hollow, he made a snap decision and rushed inside with Jiang Feishue. Once inside, he quickly threw out several talismans, shattering the earth and stone at the cave entrance to temporarily seal it off. Then he took out a fist-sized night pearl, illuminating the entire cave. This cave was clearly naturally formed, not too big or too small, just enough for him and Jiang Feishue to fit. The evil energy in the cave was particularly thick, but with the Yuan Yang umbrella protecting him, Su 12 felt no fear. He placed Jiang Feishue in the center, removed her face mask, and at this moment, her complexion had turned from white to black, covered in poison. Su 12 hurriedly gave her an antidote pill. As the antidote entered her body, the medicinal power spread, but it only temporarily suppressed the toxins within her, allowing her complexion to return to normal. Staring at the already rotting wound on her shoulder, Su 12 held a healing pill, his brows tightly knitted. Such strong toxicity. In such a short time, it has already begun to invade her heart and lungs. It seems I must treat her rotting wound before I can heal her. Muttering to himself, Su 12 dared not waste any time. He grabbed the fabric around her wound and tore her upper clothing apart. The next moment, a small white rabbit jumped into view, and Su 12's heart skipped a beat. She really is a girl. Although he had been mentally prepared, confirming it still sent a jolt through Su 12. Looking down at Jiang Feishue, her exquisite features, beautiful eyes like paintings, and bright teeth clearly showed her stunning beauty. Su 12 momentarily lost his focus, feeling a surge of hot blood within him, a warm flow rushing straight to his head. Jiang Feishue's skin was snow-white and delicate, extremely elastic. An unintentional touch felt like feathers brushing against his heart. But he also knew that saving her was like putting out a fire. Now was not the time to be distracted. Taking a deep breath, he quickly raised the silver sword in his hand, carefully removing the rotten flesh from Jiang Feishue's wound. Ugh! In her unconscious state, Jiang Feishue grimaced in pain, showing an expression of immense suffering. Her body instinctively struggled, and she gritted her teeth in pain. Soon, she bit her lip hard enough to draw blood from the corner of her mouth. Su 12 was startled, worried that she might bite her tongue. And in a moment of urgency, he extended his empty hand towards her. A sharp pain shot through him, causing the corner of Su 12's mouth to twitch slightly. Yet his expression remained relatively calm. After a cup of tea's time, a piece of flesh was gone from Jiang Feishue's shoulder, nearly exposing the blackened bone underneath. Su 12 felt a pang of heartache as he crushed a piece of supreme small elixir and sprinkled the powder over her wound to bandage it. He then carefully pinched her cheeks and made her swallow an antidote pill. Once these were done, Su-12 finally let out a long breath and sat down quietly to meditate. An hour later, Jiang Feishua let out a soft moan, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as she awakened. Brother Zhu, where are we? Are we dead? It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw Su-12, her eyes filled with a mist of tears, revealing a sad expression. The corner of Su-12's mouth twitched slightly as he quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, we're fine. You've been injured and poisoned, but I've already taken care of it." "Fine. That's great. Wait, taken care of?" Upon hearing the first part, Jiang Feishua immediately showed joy on her face. However, her expression stiffened as she hurriedly looked down, disregarding the pain from her wound. The injury on her shoulder had been bandaged, but when she noticed her elegant, alluring figure wrapped in a clean blue shirt, a flush of crimson appeared on her cheeks, turning her face beet red. "Brother Zhu, did you see everything?" Jiang Feishua lowered her head, not daring to look at Su-12 again, her throat trembling as she emitted a faint, mosquito-like voice. Exposing her gender was one thing. Being seen naked by someone was another, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. It was purely to treat your injury. It was unavoidable," Su-12 quickly replied, unable to help but recall the stunning view he had just seen. As a vigorous young man, no matter how strong his composure, he couldn't remain indifferent to matters between men and women, especially when facing such an enchanting and captivating beauty. I know. Actually, my name is Jiang Feishua." Jiang Feishua nodded and reintroduced herself. Su-12 nodded gently. "Brother Zhu, could you please turn around? I want to change my clothes first." Jiang Feishua lowered her head, her voice soft and tender. In this situation, no matter how open-minded she was, she couldn't act as if nothing had happened. "Oh, all right." Su-12 quickly nodded and turned around, facing away from Jiang Feishua. Listening to the rustling sounds behind him, he couldn't help but feel restless, his heartbeat quickening, and his mouth dry. His cheeks felt slightly warm, but fortunately, he was wearing a mask that concealed his blush. "Okay, Brother Zhu, you can turn around now." Soon, Jiang Feishua's voice came from behind. The moment he turned around and saw Jiang Feishua, Su-12 was instantly stunned. At this moment, Jiang Feishua was wearing his blue long shirt, but she had reverted to her feminine appearance. Her originally tied-up hair was now cascading down like a black waterfall behind her. She wore 2 white smoke-colored earrings, and her face was flushed with 2 rosy hues, looking exceptionally charming. "Are you all right?" Seeing Su-12 lost in thought, Jiang Feishua smiled brightly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "And no, I'm fine. How do you feel about your injury?" Su-12 quickly shook his head, regaining his composure and calming his expression. "Aside from the wound still hurting a bit, I'm fine now." "Brother Zhu, you saved my life again." Jiang Feishua smiled brightly. "We came together to help each other. There's no talk of saving one another. Since you're fine, let's prepare to leave." Su-12 waved his hand and smiled lightly. As he spoke, he tossed a talisman that exploded, sending the stones at the entrance flying. Dim light shone in, and the corpse-refining creatures that had been chasing them were nowhere to be seen. Just as Su-12 was about to lead Jiang Feishua away, suddenly, Jiang Feishua's ears twitched slightly, and she spoke up. "Wait, do you hear the sound of water?" Saying this, Jiang Feishua walked to the wall at the back of the cave and gently knocked on it. Thud, thud. A hollow sound echoed. "Empty." Su-12 was taken aback at first, and also perked up his ears, holding his breath. After concentrating, he immediately heard faint dripping sounds coming from behind the cave. Could the golden Holy Spirit spring be behind this? Su-12 squinted, his spirit suddenly invigorated. "This place is so filled with malevolence. It's possible. Let's break this stone wall and take a look." Jiang Feishua's eyes brightened, and she quickly suggested as her excitement returned. You step aside. I'll break it open." Su-12 nodded, pulling her behind him protectively. He then tossed another talisman. Boom. The talisman ignited into a ball of fire, and with an explosion, debris flew in the cave. A hole appeared, with an astonishing amount of corpse chi surging out. "Not good. Such dense corpse chi. Brother Zhu, hold your breath." Jiang Feishua's face changed instantly as she hurriedly reminded him, simultaneously holding her breath. As she spoke, Su-12 also held his breath immediately, guarding Jiang Feishua and keeping a close watch on the hole, fully alert. Fortunately, although a lot of corpse chi surged out when the cave entrance was breached, it quickly dissipated. Seeing that no danger occurred, Su-12 cautiously used a night pearl to illuminate the inside. Once he looked in, He discovered a larger underground cavern filled with piles of bones and skeletons, stacked like mountains. Between the bones flowed thick, viscous corpse water, looking particularly eerie. Clearly, the water sounds they had just heard were from this corpse water. What is this place? How could there be so many human bones? With this many corpses, at least tens of thousands must have died here. No wonder the Een energy is so dense. Su-12's eyelids twitched violently, his scalp tingling. He had killed before, but seeing so many corpses together was particularly shocking. Hiss! Jiang Feishue also gasped, instinctively grabbing Su-12's clothing, her small face filled with panic. What on earth happened in this filthy pit? Why are there both corpse refining and skeletons? This situation likely meant that some powerful evil cultivator was practicing here. Brother Zhu, I think we should retreat. Something feels off about this place, Jiang Feishue said, her mind racing with speculation as she pulled on Su-12's arm. Wanting to flee, though she was curious, she also valued her life. At this moment, Su-12 had already activated his heavenly eye technique, looking deeper inside. Upon seeing this, his heart began to race. Don't rush. There's actually pure yang spiritual energy in here, he said, his heart pounding uncontrollably. The golden Holy Spirit spring was indeed a treasure of purest yang. Pure yang spiritual energy? Could the golden Holy Spirit spring really be here? Let's hurry and check it out, Jiang Feishue said anxiously, forgetting her fear. Su-12 nodded, carefully leading Jiang Feishue as they stepped into the deeper, larger cavern. Their feet stepped on the bones scattered on the ground, producing creaking sounds. Jiang Feishue nearly hung onto Su-12, only holding onto one of his arms. Feeling the softness of his arm, which was like a gentle whirlpool, Su-12's tension eased somewhat. Before long, the two arrived at the peak of the mountain of corpses, where the source of the pure yang spiritual energy was emanating. What lay before the two was not the golden sacred spirit spring, but a pulsating red flame the size of a fist. Upon realizing it was not the golden sacred spirit spring, Su Shire frowned slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Beside him, Jiang Feishue exclaimed, Yunyang spirit fire? You recognize this? Su Shire turned to look at Jiang Feishue. Jiang Feishue nodded and said, this is called Yunyang spirit fire, a type of heavenly spirit fire. It can be used for refining weapons, alchemy, and can also be infused into magical tools to enhance their power. This flame is a nemesis to evil spirits and demons. Although it is not as good as the golden sacred spirit spring, it is still a rare and precious yang treasure. Brother Zhu, quickly collect this spirit fire. At the end, Jiang Feishue eagerly looked at Su Shire, her face beaming with joy, urging him on. Her happiness made it seem as if the treasure belonged to her. Su Shire was also somewhat tempted, but did not act immediately. Instead, he smiled at Jiang Feishue and said, since that's the case, why don't we each take half? He had already considered Jiang Feishue a friend. Although he had saved her twice, they had also helped each other. Jiang Feishue's broad knowledge had taught him a lot, and this information was particularly important to him. Furthermore, he didn't mind these gains and losses with friends. How can that be? If it weren't for Brother Zhu, I would have died under those corpse refining claws long ago. Jiang Feishue quickly shook her head. But that's not the case. We are traveling together, so we are one family. Besides, if you hadn't led me down this path, we wouldn't have encountered this Yunyang spirit fire. Su Shire grinned. One family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feishue's expression brightened, and she nodded slightly, a bit shyly, saying, all right then. After speaking, she produced a walnut-sized bead filled with holes from her hand. The bead emitted a rich yang aura and, under Jiang Feishue's urging, slowly floated up. A surge of yang power spread out from it, enveloping the entire Yunyang spirit fire. Immediately, strands of flame flowed into the bead under the influence of this power. After absorbing less than a third of the flame, Jiang Feishue withdrew the bead. The bead, now infused with fire, emitted an even more dazzling red glow. Looking at the treasure in her hand, Jiang Feishue wore a joyful smile. Then she turned to Su Shire and cheerfully said, Brother Zhu, you can use the Yuanyang umbrella to absorb this flame. The Yuanyang treasure will provide even more enhancement. Su Shire nodded but did not use the Yuanyang umbrella. Instead, he took out the Yuanyang ruler from his sword pouch behind him. He infused it with true essence and imitated Jiang Feishue's earlier actions to draw the flame into the Yuanyang ruler. When the spirit fire was refined into the Yuanyang ruler, it trembled slightly in his hand, emitting a dazzling golden light and a powerful aura. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye technique, He could clearly feel the spiritual essence within the Yuanyang ruler continuously rising, quickly becoming quite a spiritual artifact. Is this advancing towards a pseudo-spiritual artifact? Su Shire's face lit up with joy. It was not just advancing towards a pseudo-spiritual artifact. It could already be regarded as a low-grade pseudo-spiritual artifact. Brother Zhu, I didn't expect you to have quite a few treasures on you. This Yuanyang ruler is no simple matter. It is made from top-grade materials. If we can find Lioli gold to reforge it, it might very well become a low-grade spiritual artifact. However, Lioli gold is not easy to find. It will take some effort. Jiang Feishua marveled as she examined the Yuanyang ruler. Chapter 82. Watching the tiger fight from the mountain, Su Shire was already in a good mood. And hearing this made him even more excited, his heart racing. As for Jiang Feishua's last remark, he didn't pay much attention to it. He happened to know the whereabouts of a piece of Lioli gold. The female cultivator with the surname Chu, who sold him talismans, had used a piece of Lioli gold to lure and kill other cultivators during the trial. I will keep an eye out for it. This filthy pit can produce such young spirit fire. It seems the probability of the golden sacred spirit spring existing here is quite high. Let's hurry. With this pseudo-spiritual artifact, we can deal with some dangers, Su Shire said with a smile, quickly suggesting they move on. Upon exiting the cave, the two wasted no time and followed the route marked on the map towards the location of the golden sacred spirit spring. The terrain of this filthy pit was uneven, and the two climbed mountains and crossed ridges, expending a great deal of effort before finally arriving at a nearby hollow. They were at the highest point of the terrain. Looking down, they saw the hollow filled with scattered rocks. Nearly 1,000 figures were grouped together in waves. In the center of the crowd, 2 men and 1 woman, all at the 9th level of Qi refining, were engaged in a battle. One of them was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face. He was the leader of the 20-person team that Su Shire and the others had encountered when they first entered the filthy pit. The other 2 were a man in a deep blue robe holding a dust whisk as a magical tool, appearing to be in his 50s, and a woman in her 40s, dressed simply but with a beautiful appearance. The 3 exchanged blows, their figures intertwining as they attacked one another. Waves of astonishing energy fluctuations erupted continuously, causing the other cultivators to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Next to the 3 stood a giant stone about a person high. At the top of the stone was a depression the size of a head, from which a stream of golden liquid was bubbling. A rich yang spiritual energy was emanating from this liquid. That is the golden sacred spirit spring. Su Shire's gaze fell, and his heart began to race. It's unmistakable, just like in the legends. But with so many people eyeing it, it won't be easy to take the golden sacred spirit spring away. Jiang Feishua was also somewhat excited, but as she spoke, she propped her chin with her hand. Deep in thought, let's not rush. Let's observe the situation first. If it doesn't work, we will have to give up. Su Shire shook his head, pulling Jiang Feishua down to crouch at the high point. I didn't expect that even Master Qingyang Lin Qingyang and the Fierce Hand Fairy Tao Ting are here. They are notorious figures within 100 miles. It seems there is truly no hope now. Jiang Feishua pondered for a long time and could not come up with a good plan. In her view, the combined strength of her and Su Shire would not stand a chance at all. This made her feel very frustrated, and she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, cursing that old man again in her heart. Su Shire shook his head in disappointment, watching the situation in the hollow, feeling little hope. With so many cultivators, and among them, experts at the 9th level of Qi refining, he knew he had no chance with his current strength. For him, taking risks was acceptable, but dying for nothing was not. The battle among the 3 was fierce, with various dazzling techniques and attacks flying chaotically in the air. Although they seemed powerful, each of them was holding back. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the 3 separated. The tall, middle-aged man, with a cold expression, suddenly proposed, Lin Qingyang, Tao Ting. You 2 are also famous Qi refining experts. Continuing to fight like this benefits no one. Why don't we divide the golden sacred spirit spring into 3 portions, and each take 1? I have no objections. The man in the blue robe rested the dust whisk on his forearm and turned to look at the beautiful woman not far away. I just don't know what the Fierce Hand Fairy Tao Taoist friend means. Since both of you agree, why ask me? The Fierce Hand Fairy Tao Ting squinted her eyes and pouted, speaking unkindly. As she spoke, a glint of light flashed in her eyes, quickly sweeping over the Taoist named Lin Qingyang. All right, then let us go together and each take a portion. The middle-aged man, unaware of the woman's unusual behavior, nodded and continued. After that, the three walked towards the giant stone in the center. The other cultivators around, seeing the actions of the three, shook their heads in disappointment, no longer harboring any hopes. 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining reached a consensus. They had no hope at all. On the high slope next to the valley, Su 12 watched this scene with narrowed eyes and said lightly, "That man is going to have bad luck." "Who?" Jiang Feishue was taken aback upon hearing this. "The middle-aged man in white." Su 12 replied, "That Taoist priest and that woman are clearly in cahoots." "How is that possible?" Taoist Qingyang and the Ruthless Fairy are notorious for being at odds in this area. They fight as soon as they meet, wishing they could kill each other. Jiang Feishue immediately responded, her first reaction being disbelief. These two were very famous around Qianshan Fengshi, and as someone well-informed, she knew the most about such matters. Su 12 smiled indifferently, not explaining much, and continued to observe the situation in the arena with narrowed eyes. Among those present, these 3 were the strongest. If they clashed and both suffered, it would be a good thing for him. Could it be that these 2 really have a problem? Jiang Feishue turned her head and glanced at Su 12's profile, hesitating for a moment. She reached for her waist and gently shook a bell hanging there. The bell shook, but made no sound at all. In the valley, the man in white paused and then pretended nothing was wrong as he approached the other 2 in front of the giant rock. Just as the 3 reached out to take the golden Holy Spirit spring, a sudden change occurred. "Kill!" Taoist Qingyang and the Ruthless Fairy suddenly narrowed their eyes, and 2 surging streams of true essence erupted. One wielded a whisk, while the other spat out a pink orb. The 2 attacks shot towards the man in white with lightning speed. "Humph!" Seeking death, the man in white was furious, grunted, and threw out a red circular canopy. The canopy emitted a brilliant red light, protecting his figure. Immediately, the whisk transformed into 3,000 long threads, striking the canopy along with the pink orb. Boom! With a loud bang, the man in white staggered back more than 10 steps. Even though he was prepared, facing 2 cultivators of equal strength was still a bit overwhelming. "Young master." Not far away, the more than 20 people brought by the man in white changed color, each taking out their magical artifacts and aiming them at Taoist Qingyang and the Ruthless Fairy. The man in white steadied himself and quickly drew a black broadsword. "Lin Qingyang, Tao Ting, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots. Do you dare to oppose our divine casting mountain? Are you sure you can bear the consequences?" Chapter 83. The mantis stalks the cicada, coldly staring at the 2 before him. The man in white urged his true essence, and the broadsword in his hand burst forth with brilliant, heavy light. Just as he was about to act, suddenly, a cloud of pink mist surged towards him. This mist was insidious, and as soon as it approached, it invaded his meridians, impacting his true essence. "Not good. It's poisonous." The man in white shouted in alarm and hurriedly swallowed a detoxification pill, beginning to circulate his energy to resist. At that moment, his complexion turned particularly ugly. With these 2 working together, it was already difficult for him to handle alone. Now that he was poisoned, his chances of victory were basically non-existent. The Ruthless Fairy sneered, disdainfully saying, "Consequences? Haha, young Master Jiang, you overestimate your divine casting mountain too much. Both of us have already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. As long as we refine this golden Holy Spirit spring, even without a foundation establishment pill, we will definitely be able to advance to foundation establishment. At that time, with the vastness of the world, where can't we go? Your divine casting mountain is strong, but facing 2 foundation establishment cultivators at once, you should weigh your options." The Ruthless Fairy smirked, clearly well prepared. "Aren't you afraid Lin Qingyang will kill you and take the treasure for himself?" The man in white narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Sowing discord? Unfortunately, you will miscalculate. The relationship between me and Taoist, he is not something you can imagine. How could I be swayed by your few words?" Taoist Qingyang narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with the Ruthless Fairy, both slightly nodding to each other. They were originally close friends. But the cultivation world was treacherous. To survive better, the 2 deliberately walked as rivals, secretly helping each other eliminate many enemies. "All right, why say all this to him? We should quickly take the golden Holy Spirit spring and leave. I have a feeling this place is a bit sinister," the Ruthless Fairy said, pouting as she urged Taoist Qingyang. As they spoke, the 2 carefully guarded themselves while approaching the giant rock to prepare to extract the golden Holy Spirit spring. Seeing this, the man in white's expression darkened, and his face grew increasingly ugly. He knew full well that today, He was likely out of luck regarding the golden Holy Spirit spring. Forget it. It seems I can only find other heavenly spiritual materials. However, just as he thought of this, he noticed the bell earlier. Could it be that his younger sister was nearby? With that thought, the man in white returned to his companions, scanning the whole scene without revealing any emotion. At the same time, just as Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy were channeling their energy to extract the spiritual spring, another change occurred in the arena. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two cold lights flashed, and two figures in gray, one fat and one thin, appeared behind the two. In an instant, the two figures held sharp blades, stabbing directly at the backs of the two. Although Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy were wary, most of their attention was focused on defending against the man in white. And they never expected anyone else. Caught off guard, Taoist Qingyang was directly struck by the blade. His body softened, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The ruthless fairy reacted a bit faster. In the face of life and death, she twisted her body and shifted slightly to the side. Uft! The cold light flashed, and one of her jade arms was severed. A wave of piercing pain shot through her shoulder, causing her face to turn pale. But she knew this was not the time to relax. The moment she was injured, she immediately turned around, channeling her true essence, and spat out a pink orb. Uft! With a muffled sound, the orb pierced through the thin man's forehead, exploding his head into pieces. Old 3, you filthy woman. I'll chop you to bits. The fat man, having just dealt with Taoist Qingyang, suddenly witnessed this scene and was instantly filled with rage, shouting as he charged at the ruthless fairy with his blade. The ruthless fairy knew she was injured and did not dare to linger. Her jade foot lightly tapped the giant rock, and her body soared into the air, rushing towards the man in white not far away. She was clear that at this moment, her only chance of survival was to divert the disaster and drag the people from Divine Casting Mountain into the mess. However, her thoughts were optimistic, but reality was harsh. Just as her figure soared into the air, a black arc of light, like a meteor, descended from the sky with a long tail. Uft! The ruthless fairy had no time to evade and was pierced through the waist by that arc of light, pinned firmly to the ground. As intense pain surged, her consciousness blurred, and all she saw was a black flag. At the flagpole stood a short figure in gray, eyes narrowed, glinting with a chilling gaze. Those who dare to kill my brother shall die. The gray-clad figure shouted angrily, and a powerful aura erupted, tearing the ruthless fairy to shreds. Everything happened so quickly that in an instant, the situation had drastically changed. Both Taoist Qingyang and the ruthless fairy had fallen. This scene shocked Su 12, who was hiding in the shadows. He couldn't help but silently remind himself that the cultivation world was indeed a place fraught with danger, and one must not let their guard down even for a moment. What were these two gray-clad figures? They seemed very strong. Su 12 narrowed his eyes and turned to glance at Jiang Feishua nearby. He did not dare to pay too much attention to her, fearing it would raise her alertness. These two gray figures, one at the 9th level of Qi refining and the other at the 8th level, were not only powerful, but also gave him the feeling of a poisonous scorpion. His instincts told him that the earlier encounter in the bone-filled cave had to be related to these two. I don't know, but from their appearance, they must be evil cultivators. That flag seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Jiang Feishua frowned, her expression grave. As she spoke, she fell into deep thought. In the valley, the man in white glanced at the black flag planted in the ground, and his expression changed instantly, filled with apprehension. This is the 10,000 Souls banner. Who is the red-eyed boy to you? No wonder he is from the Divine Casting Manor. Not only does he recognize my 10,000 Souls banner, but he also knows my name, the gray-clad man said, throwing off his cloak to reveal a youthful face with white hair and fiery red eyes. Damn it, everyone retreat quickly. The man in white grunted, gritting his teeth, and immediately shouted for everyone to withdraw. Seeing the man in white's reaction, the surrounding cultivators were all bewildered and confused. Some cultivators seemed to have thought of something, their expressions stiffening as they began to back away, wanting to leave. The red-eyed boy? This person sounds like he has a significant background. On the hillside, Su 12 crouched in the shadows, muttering softly and turning to look at Jiang Feishua. He did not know much about this person, but from the reaction of the man in white, he sensed that it was not simple. Just a moment ago, he was thinking that while the clam and the snipe fought, he could profit as a fisherman. Now it seemed that this was not something he could get involved in at all. At this moment, he had the intention to leave. First, there was Taoist Qingyang and Fairy Lushou, and now these gray-clad people. It was simply a battle of immortals. Heaven knows what dangers would follow. And no matter how precious the golden sacred spirit spring was, he dared not think too much about it now. However, when his gaze fell on Jiang Feishua, he saw her face pale, staring intently at the man in white, her eyes flashing with concern. The man in white also has the surname Jiang. Could they be related? Su 12's thoughts turned, and seeing that his current position would not be affected for the time being, he did not rush to leave. He silently put away the Yuan Yang umbrella and continued to observe the situation below. Chapter 84. The Power of the 10,000 Souls Banner. It seems you know what I am about to do. Isn't it a bit too late to think of running now? The red-eyed boy's face twisted with a sinister expression, his voice hoarse and grating. He had painstakingly lured these people here. How could he allow them to leave in such a disheartened manner? As he spoke, he moved to the side of the 10,000 Souls banner. Stepping on the blood-soaked earth, he grasped the flagpole, channeling all his true essence and throwing it forcefully. Whoosh! The 10,000 Souls banner soared into the air, unleashing a furious wind. In an instant, the valley was filled with eerie winds, sweeping over the entire area. Amid the chilling wind, human-shaped phantoms began to appear. What kind of magical artifact is this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? How many people must have died for this? No. At this moment, the entire valley was shrouded in eerie winds. Countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts roamed in the wind, shrieking and howling, clawing at the cultivators present. In the blink of an eye, the valley had turned into a hell on earth. The sounds of screams rose and fell, and figures fell one after another. Faced with the tide of vengeful spirits and evil ghosts, most cultivators had no power to fight back. Everyone, come to me. Put all your strength into maintaining this fire cloud cover. As long as we break out of this valley, there is a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we will all die. The man in white, ignoring his internal injuries, made a quick decision and shouted loudly. Immediately, he and the others behind him poured all their true essence into the fire cloud cover. The fiery red cover spun rapidly under the infusion of true essence, emitting a particularly bright and eye-catching red light, countering the evil spirits and ghosts. The group rushed toward the perimeter of the valley under the protection of the red light. Along with the loud shouts of the man in white, some nearby cultivators also rushed over to help him and the others activate the fire cloud cover. In a short time, nearly 1,000 cultivators remained, with fewer than 100 still alive. The remaining people all gathered around the man in white, desperately maintaining the operation of the fire cloud cover. Everyone knew this was their only hope. No wonder it's the divine casting manner. They truly have great methods. Unfortunately, my 10,000 Souls banner is just one step away from becoming a spiritual artifact. How could I let you leave? The red-eyed boy let out a cold, sinister laugh, his hands quickly forming seals, and a true essence mark flew into the 10,000 Souls banner. Whoosh! The 10,000 Souls banner suddenly shook violently, its light intensifying, and a thick, black, sinister aura burst forth from it. This sinister aura was like a long snake, violently crashing into the fire cloud cover. Bang! With a muffled sound, the entire fire cloud cover trembled violently, its light dimming instantly. Half of the cultivators protected by the red light had their true essence exhausted in an instant, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Soon after, thousands of evil ghosts surged in, swallowing them like a tide. The remaining cultivators, though fortunate to survive, were all in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. In the center of the crowd, the man in white gritted his teeth, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Before the fire cloud cover could be broken, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the fire cloud cover. The fire cloud cover's light surged again, barely resisting the encroaching black mist. However, the man in white was already poisoned and injured. With this act, his injuries worsened, his complexion grew sallow, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. An old man with white hair beside him fixed his gaze on the red-eyed boy and immediately shouted, "Red-eyed boy, you dare to harm our young master. The divine casting manner will never let you go. You old fool, do you think you can threaten me? No matter how powerful the divine casting manner is, I can just kill you and leave this Tsongshan mountain range." The red-eyed boy's gaze turned cold, and his hands formed seals again. As soon as his words fell, the ambient evil energy condensed into a needle, shooting through the fire cloud cover and piercing the white-haired old man's forehead. The old man widened his eyes, but before he could speak again, he fell to the ground and died. "Uncle Zhao, Red-eyed boy, you will pay for this. A flash of determination crossed the eyes of the man in white. And in his fury, he ignored his injuries, drawing his broad sword as his aura turned violent and chaotic. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices. Yet his strength continued to rise dramatically. A powerful aura radiated, causing the entire valley to fall silent. The red-eyed boy's expression also became serious, readying himself for battle. Soul retention with 1 sword. Not good. This sword technique can only be activated by Foundation Establishment cultivators. Elder brother, no. On the hillside, Jiang Feishua's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. With a gasp, she was about to rush into the valley. Soul retention with 1 sword? A sword move that can only be activated by Foundation Establishment stage? Su 12 couldn't help but sigh. The core disciples of these major powers were indeed formidable, even mastering such techniques. The moment of astonishment quickly passed. Seeing Jiang Feishue like this, he was already prepared and quickly pulled her back. Don't be impulsive with your strength. Going down there is just asking for death. Your brother definitely doesn't want you to take risks. We must retreat immediately, Su 12 said quickly, dragging Jiang Feishue away without giving her a chance to argue. He had no intention of stepping in, setting aside the red-eyed boy's strength. Just the 10,000 souls banner alone was already immensely powerful. With his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, he had no chance of winning. Jiang Feishue was his friend, and saving her was the right thing to do. As for the others, they were of no concern to him. He did not consider himself a cold-blooded person. If he were strong enough to save the man in white with just a finger, he would certainly do so for Jiang Feishue's sake. But the reality was different. He was well aware of the burden he carried and had to be cautious for his own safety. Moreover, there was also a gray-clad fat man lurking nearby. Thinking of the gray-clad fat man, Su 12's gaze swept over, and his pupils constricted. He suddenly realized that amidst the chaos, the gray-clad fat man had already vanished. Not good. His heart sank, and he instantly became alert. At this moment, he had a bad feeling, but he maintained a facade of calm, not showing any signs of worry. However, Jiang Feishue was being pulled by Su 12 and was trying to break free. Just as she opened her mouth, a sinister voice suddenly came from nearby. TSK, I really didn't expect that there were 2 little guys hiding here. You 2 really know how to hide. Unfortunately, with such little cultivation, you dare to go treasure hunting, truly courting death. The fat man in gray didn't know when he had arrived behind the 2, holding a sharp blade, his eyes flashing with a sinister cold light. What do you want to do? Jiang Feishue turned around and was immediately frightened to the point of losing her soul, her heart jumping straight to her throat. What do I want to do? Of course, I'm here to send you 2 to the afterlife. Oh, this little girl is quite pretty. It wouldn't be bad to use you as a furnace. The gray-clothed fat man puffed himself up, and upon seeing Jiang Feishue turn around, his eyes lit up with evil light. Staring at Jiang Feishue's delicate face and enchanting body, he made a slurping sound. Chapter 85. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you wish. I'm from the Divine Casting Manor. If you dare to touch me, my dad won't let you go. Jiang Feishue gritted her teeth, tightly gripping the Yuan Yang pearl, trembling in fear. Brother Zhu, let's retreat quickly, she whispered to Su 12 and instinctively grabbed his hand. Both of them retreating repeatedly. Su 12 squinted, not in a hurry to reveal his strength, pretending to be very frightened. In reality, he was secretly accumulating true essence within. Hee, what does it matter if you're from the Divine Casting Manor? Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he wouldn't be able to save you too. Today, in front of your little lover, I'll take your Yuan Yin and then kill your little lover. The gray-clothed fat man showed a fierce light in his eyes, saying as he tore off his cloak, revealing an ugly fat face full of flesh, with a cruel and mocking smile, stepping towards Su 12 and Jiang Feishue. You go die? Jiang Feishue shouted loudly, trembling, regardless of everything. She injected true essence into the Yuan Yang pearl and then threw it forcefully at the person in front of her. The energy within the Yuan Yang pearl surged. A terrifying wave of spiritual power shot straight at the gray-clothed fat man. Haha, just in time. Truly worthy of being from the Divine Casting Manor. You come out with a top-notch magical weapon right away. Unfortunately, with this little damage, do you think you're just tickling me? The gray-clothed fat man laughed heartily, completely disregarding the attack, waving his hand and grabbing the Yuan Yang pearl into his hand. The Yuan Yang pearl and the Yin Yang spirit fire had a natural restraint against such evil cultivators. But Jiang Feishua's cultivation was too low to unleash even 1/10 of the power of these two treasures. Little beauty, if you have any other treasures, quickly use them. If not, I'll have to show you my treasures. The gray-clothed fat man tilted his neck, cracking his knuckles, and continued to pounce towards Jiang Feishua. As for Su 12 beside her, he didn't care at all, nor did he take it to heart. Hearing the filthy words from the other party, Jiang Feishua's face turned red with anger. 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks, feeling utterly desperate. But at that moment, Su 12, who had been silent, suddenly swayed and vanished from the spot. Huh, Brother Zhu, be careful. You are not. Seeing this scene, Jiang Feishua hurriedly called out to remind him. But before her words fell, her eyes went wide in horror. What? The gray-clothed fat man also felt a tremor in his heart and sensed something was wrong. But his attention was entirely on Jiang Feishua, and even though he reacted quickly, he was still a step behind in front of Su 12's full-force strike. Only seeing a silver light flash before him. How could you be a 7th-level chi refining cultivator? He could only let out a startled cry before a red line appeared around his neck. Then, his world turned upside down, and he saw his body standing still. But his head was gone. In the moment before death, he felt nothing but infinite regret. If it weren't for being enamored by beauty, he would have acted the moment he appeared. In that case, even if he wasn't a match, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, in front of the Grim Reaper, no amount of regret is of any use. Watching the gray-clothed fat man beheaded by Su 12, Jiang Feishua was even more shocked. Her mouth agape as if a large duck egg could fit inside. Brother Zhu, you are actually a 7th-level chi refining cultivator. When walking outside alone, one must be a bit careful. Please forgive me. Su 12's expression was calm as he slightly nodded, expertly collecting the storage bag from the gray-clothed fat man. Then he threw out a fireball spell to incinerate the corpse. He then pulled Jiang Feishua's arm, ready to continue taking her away. The situation is urgent. We should leave here first. No, I can't leave. My brother is still here. I can't just watch him die here. Brother Zhu, please help me save my brother. Jiang Feishua hurriedly shook her head, pleading with Su 12. Su 12 showed a difficult expression and did not agree, instead turning to look towards the mountain hollow. At this moment, the battle in the mountain hollow had reached its end. The man in white stood leaning on his sword, blood flowing from his mouth. His aura disordered and weak. Behind him, there were less than 10 cultivators left, all exhausted and nearly in despair. In contrast, the red-eyed boy had several sword wounds on his body, and his momentum was noticeably weaker than at the beginning. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, carrying a faint smile. The people from the divine casting manor are indeed not to be underestimated. With the strength of a chi refining cultivator, they can actually perform sword moves that can only be cultivated by foundation establishment cultivators. But unfortunately, I will still laugh last. As long as I refine you few souls, my 10,000 soul banner can completely advance to a spiritual weapon. Haha. The red-eyed boy laughed loudly, his eyes revealing an eager joy. In his heart, he was somewhat secretly glad. He had secretly lured cultivators to come and die, but he didn't expect to attract 3 9th-level chi refining cultivators at once. Moreover, one of them was even the young master of the divine casting manor. The opponent's methods were certainly not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the geographical advantage of the filthy pit, it was hard to say who would die. However, this also gave him more confidence in refining the 10,000 soul banner into a spiritual weapon. The souls of 9th-level chi refining cultivators would be much purer and stronger. With a wave of his hand, he held the 10,000 soul banner in his hand and shook it hard. A gust of cold wind suddenly rose, and countless vengeful spirits and evil ghosts hovered in the air, locking onto the man in white and the remaining cultivators. Brother, seeing this scene, Jiang Feishua's pupils dilated, revealing endless sorrow. Then, she turned and knelt down in front of Su 12. What are you doing, Jianggu? Su 12 hurriedly supported her. Jiang Feishua's voice was choked with tears as she pleaded, that red-eyed boy is already seriously injured. With Brother Zhu's strength, it would be no problem to rescue my brother. Brother Zhu, I know that doing this will put you at risk, but he is my only brother. She knew very well that with her own strength, even if she went down, she could only die. At this moment, her only hope was Su 12. Su 12 squinted, not immediately agreeing. Even if the red-eyed boy was injured, he did not dare to say he had a sure chance of defeating him. He was not a 3-year-old child who would put himself in danger just because of a few words from the other side. Seeing Su 12 like this, Jiang Feishua bit her lip and continued, As long as Brother Zhu helps me save my brother, from now on, I will be yours. Zhang Xiong, you don't need to say anymore. I will help you save him. Before Zhang Feishue finished speaking, Su 12 suddenly interrupted her. Saying this, he quickly took out the Yuan Yang pearl and returned it to Zhang Feishue, reminding her, you stay here and don't make a sound. Then he leaped into the air, rushing towards the mountain hollow. He understood very well what it felt like to lose a loved one. In his heart, he had already regarded Zhang Feishue as his friend and naturally did not want her to suffer the pain of losing a loved one like he did. Of course, the most crucial thing was that as long as he killed this guy, he could obtain the heaven and earth treasures that could enhance his cultivation. The golden sacred spirit spring. Previously, he should have been the one with the least hope. The situation is different now. The crimson-eyed boy's strength is only 50% of what it used to be. Even if he is at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, he still stands a chance. Such an opportunity is absolutely rare. Zhang Feishue only hopes he can make a move to save people, but he wants more. Chapter 86. Spirit Fire ignites the demon desperate. With a swift thought, before Su 12 arrived, the Yuan Yang umbrella had already been thrown out first. At the same time, he wielded a sword in one hand while the other hand held a dozen top-grade talismans obtained from the market. An orange flash of light appeared, landing before the vengeful spirits could devour the white-clothed man, protecting those present. Ziz. Immediately, a sound like electric current rang out. The vengeful spirits, upon touching the Yuan Yang umbrella, displayed expressions of immense pain. The Yuan Yang umbrella is a top-grade magical artifact. Although it is slightly inferior to the white-clothed man's fire cloud shield, it excels in being extremely firm and yang. It is particularly effective against these ghostly entities. Who? Seeing his attack blocked, the crimson-eyed boy's expression changed again as he quickly turned to look in the direction from which the Yuan Yang umbrella came. Upon turning, he saw a figure in a blue shirt wielding a silver flying sword slashing toward him. Humph! A mere 7th level of Qi refining dares to attack me? Seeking death. Once he saw the cultivation level of the incoming person, the crimson-eyed boy felt reassured. He formed hand seals, and in an instant, dark energy surged around him, coiling into a long snake that lunged directly at Su 12. Su 12 held his sword, his true essence surging, the sword's edge aimed directly at the incoming dark energy. Crack! But the next second, a crisp sound echoed. The silver sword was shattered on the spot by the impact of the dark energy. Su 12's heart sank, and without thinking, he hurriedly summoned the ice shield and activated the bloodlight shield. Clang! The dark energy struck the ice shield fiercely, causing cracks to spread across it before dissipating. Su 12 felt immense pain in his heart. After just one encounter, he had already lost 2 top-grade magical artifacts. A significant loss, but at this moment, the battle had begun, and there was no time for regret. He couldn't afford to be heartbroken. He tossed out the prepared talismans, which transformed into a dozen fiery crows that dove toward his opponent, spewing flames. The crimson-eyed boy remained unfazed, clearly having anticipated this. With a flick of his soul banner, a more intense gust of dark wind and evil energy erupted, blowing away the aerial attacks entirely. Humph, good kid, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But unfortunately, you're still too green in front of me. Puff, puff, puff. Gazing at Su 12, before the crimson-eyed boy could finish his sentence, 7 cold lights appeared before him. He never expected this guy to be so sinister, launching 3 waves of attacks right off the bat. Caught off guard, he could only watch helplessly as 7 soul-ending nails shot into his chest. Clang, clang, clang. A series of fire sparks erupted as all 7 soul-ending nails were deflected. Su 12's pupils constricted as he realized the opponent was wearing a defensive soft armor magical artifact. Seeing his attack fail, he wasted no time and promptly retreated. Isn't it a bit too late to try to escape now? You, with your low cultivation, have quite a few tricks. It's a pity, though. Such petty skills dare to show off in front of me. I want to see what other tricks you have. The crimson-eyed boy smirked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Su 12 felt a chill run down his back, sensing danger. Turning his head, he saw thousands of vengeful spirits howling like a tide, rushing toward him. Meanwhile, the crimson-eyed boy was once again forming hand seals, brewing an astonishing force. Damn it! I've been outsmarted by this old monster. Su 12's mouth twitched as he realized that while he was plotting against his opponent, the opponent was also plotting against him. These old monsters are indeed as cunning as monkeys. Taking a deep breath, he dared not be negligent. He summoned the Yuan Yang to his hand, infusing it with true essence, an orange light burst forth, forming a light shield to protect Su-12. Facing the aura radiating from the Yuan Yang, the surrounding vengeful spirits suddenly froze, showing evident fear. What? A pseudo-spirit weapon of the Yuan Yang treasure? Humph. You little brat have quite a few treasures. It's extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain even one, and yet you have so many. Moreover, you possess 2 Yuan Yang treasures. Today, I absolutely cannot let you leave. Attack. In this filthy pit, where Yin is strong and Yang is weak, what does it matter if you have Yuan Yang treasures? The crimson-eyed boy stared at Su-12, his heart trembling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Whether it's Su-12's combat experience or these treasures, they made him deeply wary. And holding a pseudo-spirit weapon level Yuan Yang treasure is a deadly bane for someone like him, an evil cultivator. He absolutely cannot allow such an opponent to grow. As he spoke, the crimson-eyed boy unleashed a spell, reciting a curse. As the sound reverberated, those vengeful spirits who had previously shown some fear suddenly surged forward like they had been pumped up with adrenaline, rushing towards Su-12. Ziz. The Yuan Yang orange light enveloped Su-12, causing the approaching evil spirits to perish, yet they showed no fear. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of evil spirits vanished. Meanwhile, the light shield emanating from the Yuan Yang showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it grew even more intense. Within the Yuan Yang, a ball of Cloud Yang spirit fire danced joyfully, which had expanded from the size of 2/3 of a fist to the size of an entire fist. This scene caught Su-12 completely off guard. This Cloud Yang spirit fire can actually use these vengeful spirits as fuel to slowly grow. Su-12 was secretly astonished, but there was no joy in his heart. If it were a different time and place, this would undoubtedly be a great thing for him. However, now that the Cloud Yang spirit fire had grown, the consumption of his true essence became even more enormous. In an instant, Su-12 couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Not far away, the crimson-eyed boy was also startled by this sudden turn of events. What? Is that actually pure Yang spirit fire? What on earth is this kid? And how does he have so many treasures? The crimson-eyed boy muttered to himself, beginning to suspect whether this was a disciple of some major power. With so many treasures, even he felt slightly inferior. No matter who you are, it's come to this. Don't think you can leave alive. I want to see if you can still control this spirit fire as it grows. At worst, if I lose these evil spirits, I can find another place to refine souls. With a muffled grunt, the crimson-eyed boy's gaze turned sharp as he noticed Su-12's condition. With a cold laugh, he sped up the incantation of his spell. Ziz. Countless vengeful spirits threw themselves into the sea of flames. In an instant, the Cloud Yang spirit fire grew to the size of a sandbag-sized fist. The flames flickered wildly, threatening to break free from Su-12 at any moment. To maintain both the Yuan Yang and the Cloud Yang spirit fire, Su-12's true essence was consumed by more than half in a short period. This won't do. I can't keep going like this. Once the spirit fire goes out of control, even if I am not killed by this old monster, I will be drained or burned to death by this fire. Su-12 furrowed his brows, silently lamenting. At this point, he could already feel the intense heat radiating from the spirit fire. The Cloud Yang spirit fire has a restraining effect on evil spirits and demons, but it is still a flame, and it can cause harm to other people or objects as well. Taking a deep breath, Su-12 knew he could not simply sit and wait for death. Resolutely, he urged his true essence and threw the Yuan Yang into the air. Chapter 87. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. Evil weapons overcome enemies. Whoosh. The Yuan Yang floated in the air, its orange light blazing, clearing out vengeful spirits within several feet. Then, the Yuan Yang spun rapidly, spewing a Yuan Yang flower that shot straight toward the crimson-eyed boy. The Yuan Yang flower, infused with Cloud Yang spirit fire, was shockingly powerful. Everywhere it went, the evil spirits and dark energy were swept away. Good kid, are you really going to fight to the death? Unfortunately, I won't give you this opportunity. The red-eyed boy smirked coldly, forming seals with his hands and changing the incantation in his mouth. The Wanhun banner beside him shot out, emitting a black light that clashed with the Yuan Yang golden flower in the air. This Wanhun banner was a pseudo-spiritual artifact, and Su-12's Yuan Yang ruler was also a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Both were of the same grade, and the Wanhun banner trembled, clearly struggling. But even if it was struggling, overcoming it was by no means an easy task. The red-eyed boy showed no fear, even wearing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Su-12 was drenched in sweat, his lips pale, and his body slightly trembling. This was a sign that his true essence was running out. He practiced the small Zhou Tian Qi refining technique, and his true essence was much thicker than that of ordinary cultivators, but it couldn't withstand such consumption. Kid, your true essence is thicker than I imagined. Unfortunately, looking at you like this, you can probably only hold on for another 10 breaths at most. If you dare to pull fur from a tiger's head, you should be prepared to die, the red-eyed boy said, forcing his energy, and spat out a surge of overwhelming true essence. He was cautious in his actions and didn't want to waste any more time, even if it meant overdrawing his true essence to kill the opponent on the spot. What a cunning old thing. Su-12's pupils shrank, feeling the pressure increase, and he felt as if he was being drained. But in his eyes, a firm light flickered. Humph. Who dies is still uncertain. With a muffled grunt, Su-12 raised his hand, and a streak of white cold light shot out, racing towards the red-eyed boy with lightning speed. Another hidden weapon? The same trick. Do you think it will still work? The red-eyed boy scoffed, confident in his protective armor, and was not afraid. But his cautious nature still made him prepare a backup. He formed seals with both hands, and suddenly, dark energy surged from the ground, surrounding him in thick black mist. Humph. Even if you have another Yuanyang treasure. What can I do? Evil weapon. The red-eyed boy was full of confidence, but just as he finished speaking, he saw the cold light pierce through the black mist and embed itself in his heart. His protective armor was a high-quality artifact, but in front of this cold light, it was like paper. A piercing pain invaded his mind, and his aura instantly became chaotic and violent. Looking down at the bleeding wound on his heart, he wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? You actually have a top-grade evil weapon. He had protective armor, making it extremely difficult for ordinary artifacts to break through his defense. Coupled with the defensive mist formed by the dark energy, it was hard for both Supreme Yang treasures and ordinary artifacts to penetrate. With such a double defense, even against a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator's attack, he had some resistance. But he had calculated everything and never expected Su-12's final strike to be a top-tier evil weapon. After all, Su-12's previous attacks had all been various Supreme Yang treasures, and this level of evil weapon could not be refined by anyone but top-tier evil cultivators. In that moment of life and death, countless feelings of confusion and astonishment flashed through the red-eyed boy's mind, along with a hint of regret. He had been cautious enough, and if he had been even more careful, he might not have ended up like this. However, Su-12 had no intention of answering him. The power of the bone spike was extraordinary, but after all, it was an evil weapon. If he acted rashly, he couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't be broken by the opponent. From the beginning, he had fought with various ordinary artifacts and Supreme Yang treasures. Even those 7 soul-piercing nails were just slightly poisonous hidden weapons. This was all for this final strike, to prevent the opponent from seeing through him. He even coated the surface of the bone spike with a layer of Yuanyang's spiritual fire, which would cause irremediable damage to the artifact. Seeing the sneak attack succeed, Su-12 wasted no time, forcing the last wisp of true essence into the Yuanyang ruler. The Yuanyang ruler trembled slightly, and the atmosphere of the Yuanyang golden flower in the air instantly surged by another 3 points. With the Wanhun banner losing its support, it trembled violently and fell to the ground. In the valley, thousands of resentful souls and evil spirits instantly transformed into a dark wind and returned to the Wanhun banner. Immediately after, the Yuanyang golden flower landed on the red-eyed boy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A ball of black-green flames ignited. The red-eyed boy let out a shrill scream, struggling in pain. But it was of no use. His evil skills were like oil in the flames when encountering the Yuanyang golden fire. In a moment, the red-eyed boy was burned to ashes, dissipating in the world. On the ground, only a storage bag and a dark red protective armor remained. Su-12 used the object control technique to pull the items on the ground into his hands. Then, he walked to the boulder and quickly collected the golden sacred spirit spring. With the golden sacred spirit spring in hand, he let out a long sigh of relief. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he retracted the Yuanyang umbrella to protect himself and then sat down on the ground. He quickly took several pills and began to adjust his breathing. Right now, his true essence was severely overdrawn, and if he couldn't recover quickly, he wouldn't be able to cope with any danger that might arise. On the hillside, Jiang Feishua looked dumbfounded, her mind blank. She just wanted Su-12 to rescue her brother, but she never expected that Su-12 would directly kill the red-eyed boy. Brother Zhu is actually this powerful. Jiang Feishue's big watery eyes widened, and realizing it, she hurriedly rushed towards the valley. In the valley, the white-clothed man and others also widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe that the arrogant red-eyed boy, who wielded the Wanhun banner and slaughtered nearly 1,000 cultivators upon his appearance, was actually killed just like that. And the one who killed him was just a 7th-level chi refining guy. As his gaze fell on Su 12, the white-clothed man's expression grew particularly serious. After barely swallowing a handful of pills, he desperately tried to recover from his injuries. In his view, this person before him was clearly the yellow bird in the situation of the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Once they waited for him to finish adjusting, their lives and deaths would still be uncertain. Unfortunately, he had forced his energy, and now his meridians were damaged, rendering any medicine or remedies ineffective. At that moment, a figure appeared in his line of sight, causing his pupils to shrink sharply. Little sister? Brother? How do you feel? As soon as she arrived, Jiang Feishue hurried over to the white-clothed man, asking with concern. The white-clothed man smiled wryly and shook his head, then said, "You're just in time. Quickly help me leave. Otherwise, once this person finishes adjusting, it will be another troublesome matter. Brother, you don't need to worry. This is my friend, Zhu Hanwei, a loose cultivator. I specifically invited him to save you." Jiang Feishue grinned, revealing 2 sweet dimples. How did you know each other? The white-clothed man nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Su 12, filled with deep meaning, but his heart had another thought. Save us? He probably waited for us to fight the red-eyed boy to both be injured before making a move. This kid, what a strong mind. Shuer is good everywhere. Just too easy to trust others. Chapter 88. An existence that cannot be looked up to? Jiang Feishue was unaware of her brother's thoughts, seeing him looking severely injured. She hurriedly took out the Yuanyang pearl and summoned a small cluster of Yuanyang's spiritual fire. Seeing this spiritual fire, the white-clothed man was greatly surprised. As a weapon refiner, he was very familiar with the heavenly spiritual fire. Yuanyang spiritual fire? You actually have it too. Brother, don't worry about that right now. Quickly refine this spiritual fire to recover from your injuries. Jiang Feishue urged immediately. The white-clothed man said no more, nodded, and inhaled, sucking the spiritual fire into his body. He was the strongest weapon refiner of the younger generation from the Divine Casting Mountain Villa, and he practiced the most powerful top technique of the Divine Casting Mountain Villa, the Extreme Fire Forging Technique. This technique uses fire to attain the Tao, forming the most suitable spiritual flame for refining weapons within the body, the Divine Casting Flame. The heavenly spiritual fire was a great supplement for him. The Yuanyang spirit fire entered his throat, not only failing to cause him harm, but instead transforming into threads that spread throughout his limbs and bones, quickly healing his internal injuries under the enhancement of spiritual power. After an hour, the man in white had 2 flickers of firelight flashing in his eyes as he stood up from the ground. At this moment, his injuries had somewhat recovered, and with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, he now had a certain level of self-defense capability. After getting up, the man in white glanced at the empty boulder and then moved towards Su 12 with his sword drawn, saying, "Kid, hand over the golden holy spring." Su 12, who was in the midst of adjusting his breathing, frowned and immediately took the Yuanyang in hand. He was not surprised by the opponent's actions at all. However, if it came to a fight, he was not afraid. After an hour of recuperation, his true essence had also recovered quite a bit. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Feishue exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to block the man in white. "That golden holy spring was discovered by us first." The man in white replied indifferently, "If it were any other treasure, I wouldn't care. But the golden holy spring is different. Wealth can move the heart, and for cultivators, any treasure that can enhance their cultivation is extremely tempting." "What do you mean you discovered it first?" "I and Brother Zhu also bought the map and came for the golden holy spring. Don't forget, if Brother Zhu hadn't saved you at the last moment, you and the others would have been dead long ago." Jiang Feishue shouted, puffing out her cheeks in anger. "Saving people? He was just after the treasure. Why make it sound so grand?" The man in white said indifferently, his expression one of indifference. "You are simply unreasonable, Jiang Feiyun, no matter what you think. If you want to harm Brother Zhu, you will have to step over my dead body." Jiang Feishue spread her arms, protecting Su 12 behind her and loudly calling the name of the man in white. "If I had known, I shouldn't have given you that Yuanyang spirit fire just now. It was a gift from Brother Zhu." Hearing this, Jiang Feiyun stopped in his tracks, narrowing his eyes, his expression becoming particularly serious. He did not pause because of Jiang Feishua's words, but instead sensed a faint threat from Su 12. Moreover, Su 12 had been calmly meditating the whole time, which did not seem like someone who was being threatened, making him feel that this person might have a backup plan. As for his injuries, they were merely suppressed. If he truly fought, he feared he might not win. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Jiang Feiyun grunted, putting away the broad sword in his hand. Fine. I won't touch him. You come back with me now. No. You go back with your people. Brothers, you saved you, and you don't understand gratitude. I'm not as heartless as you. Jiang Feishua shook her head, her first reaction being to refuse. Jiang Feishua, you are being unreasonable, and there should be limits. You going out without permission has already made Father very unhappy. If he finds out you are mingling with this unknown rogue, do you know what the consequences will be? Jiang Feiyun said coldly, hands behind his back. I. Jiang Feishua's delicate body trembled, lowering her head, looking like a wilted eggplant. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. In the cultivation world, the origins of rogue cultivators are often mixed. Many of them have low qualifications. They do not have the advantages of sects or family forces that can gather resources together for warmth. Therefore, most rogue cultivators will fight to the death for cultivation resources. And their actions tend to be extreme, even lacking any bottom line. Such groups are naturally not favored by those with a certain scale of power, especially large forces. The Divine Casting Mountain Villa is one of the 3 major forces in the Tsangshan Mountains, with strict rules and family teachings. Seeing Jiang Feishua silent, Jiang Feiyun grunted and turned to look at Su 12, who was meditating, his expression particularly unfriendly. Kid, if you have any self-awareness, it's best not to entangle with Schwer any further. She hails from the Divine Casting Mountain Villa. Her status is noble, and you two come from different worlds. Some people in this world are destined to be beyond your reach. Jiang Feiyun's words made him feel that Jiang Feishua was being influenced by the person in front of him. Thus, he naturally had a poor impression of Su 12. Big brother, you are going too far. Jiang Feishua's eyes widened in anger, glaring at Jiang Feiyun. But before she could finish her sentence, she was grabbed by Jiang Feiyun and hurriedly led away. Other cultivators in the valley glanced back at Su 12 and shook their heads before quickly following. In the blink of an eye, only Su 12 remained in the valley, an existence that cannot be looked up to. Is there anyone in this world who is born more noble than others? Su 12 opened his eyes and smiled indifferently. His will was firm, and his direction for the future was particularly clear. Jiang Feiyun's words would have no effect on him. The golden holy spring was already in hand, and it was unlikely that others would not come later. It was not a suitable place to stay for long. Next, it was time to find a place to begin his cultivation. Muttering softly, Su 12 wasted no time, rolled up the scattered storage bags on the ground, and leaped out of the filthy pit quickly. Nearly 1,000 cultivators had died here, and there were over 100 storage bags scattered around. Even if each only contained one item, it was still quite a fortune. Su 12 was always thrifty and would naturally not let this opportunity pass. A day later, Su 12 arrived at a desolate mountain within the Yunming Marsh, where the spiritual energy was relatively dense. Holding the white mist sword, he quickly carved out a cave, entered, and sealed the entrance. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, he did not rush to cultivate, but instead took out his belongings and began to count them. This battle could be said to be the most dangerous one he had faced in his cultivation journey so far. The silver light sword was shattered. The ice shield was broken, and both the soul-breaking nail and the bone spike were significantly damaged. Coupled with the severe depletion of true essence, it caused considerable damage to his foundation. Looking back at the battle, Su 12 still felt a lingering fear. However, thinking of the gains from this trip, a faint smile appeared on his face. Just the handful of golden holy spring was worth all the losses. The first thing Su 12 checked was the items from the deceased rogue cultivators. Among nearly 1,000 rogue cultivators, only a small portion possessed magical tools. Most cultivators used spells and talismans for attacks. Chapter 89, Gaining Treasures. The Hate Iron and the Een Poison 10,000 Souls banner. What Su 12 could find were just a few dozen low-grade magical tools, as well as various materials, talismans, and pills. After categorizing and organizing these resources, he emptied the storage bags into one storage bag. In the cultivation world, space magical tools cannot normally be nested infinitely. Only by emptying them can they be used as ordinary magical tools and placed into other space magical tools. After organizing these, Su-12 took out the storage bag of the plump man in gray to inspect it. The materials and pills in this plump man's storage bag were of noticeably higher grade. The only noteworthy item was the sharp blade in his hand. This was a weapon with a simple and ancient appearance, neither a knife nor a sword, measuring less than 2 feet long, with a restrained glow and entirely dark black. The handle of the blade was engraved with the words Hate Iron. Hate Iron? What a unique name. The quality of this weapon is not bad. Although it's just a high-grade magical tool, it feels no less than a top-grade magical tool. With the silver light sword shattered, this item could temporarily be used for combat. Muttering to himself, Su-12 placed this blade into his sword sheath behind him, alongside the Yuan Yang. Then, he took out the storage bag of the red-eyed child to inventory it. From this storage bag, he found 2 high-grade magical tools, a whisk, and 5 pink beads. These were indeed the treasures of Taoist Qingyang and the fierce-handed immortal. The whisk was hard to say, but these pink beads could be used for sneak attacks and would explode to produce poisonous powder, making them excellent for overcoming enemies. No wonder the miscellaneous notes said that robbing others' belongings is indeed the quickest way to wealth. Su-12's eyes lit up, and his mood instantly improved. Next, he picked up the dark red soft armor, a top-quality defensive artifact, worn by the red-eyed boy. The armor felt incredibly light in his hands, but it emanated a magical glow, indicating decent defensive power. Unfortunately, the area around the heart was pierced by a bone spike, which likely compromised its effectiveness. However, if paired with the bloodlight shield, it would still be quite good. Thinking of this, Su-12 nodded, not minding at all, and directly used the armor as an inner lining under his clothing. In the cultivation world, killing and seizing treasures often involved using the belongings of the dead. As long as it could save his life, he had no psychological burden about the means employed. Next, it was time for this. Shifting his gaze, Su-12 turned to look at the 10,000 Souls banner. This banner was not large, just a small flag less than a foot tall. Upon picking it up, he felt an overwhelming weight, as if it were 1,000 pounds. From the flagpole, a chilling, violent, angry, and resentful aura and negative emotions surged forth. Su-12 immediately felt a wave of agitation in his heart, and his hatred for the man in black surged like a tide. Not good. He silently cursed and hurriedly took out the Yuan Yang ruler. The Yunyang's spirit fire appeared, causing the 10,000 Souls banner to tremble slightly before it settled down. Su-12 let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of suffocation. Looking down at the 10,000 Souls banner, his gaze became incredibly fervent. No wonder the red-eyed boy went to such lengths to refine this banner using so many cultivators' souls. With such strong spiritual essence, this object was truly just a step away from being a spiritual artifact. However, this object was far too sinister. Its influence on human nature was even greater than that of the bone sword wielded by the Bone Elder. In the future, he must be especially cautious when using it. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he risked being backfired upon. With this thought, Su-12 didn't want to have excessive contact with the 10,000 Souls banner. He waved his hand and stored it in his storage ring. After securing the treasure, Su-12 began to classify and organize the resources from the red-eyed boy's storage bag. The red-eyed boy was the strongest, and his storage bag contained far more spiritual materials and pills than the combined total of nearly 1,000 cultivators. Just how many cultivators' souls did that old monster refine? The amount of resources was simply terrifying. Fortunately, all of this was now mine. Suddenly, Su-12 frowned, his expression becoming strange. In this storage bag, he saw something very familiar. A gray leaf identical to the one in the Bone Elder's storage bag. Could it be that this guy has some connection to the Bone Elder? Su-12 held the leaf in his hand, squinting his eyes, and couldn't help but speculate. Then, he skillfully activated the Heavenly Eye technique, focusing on the gray leaf before him. On the leaf, dense small characters appeared. The first half was indeed the bloodthirsty demon swallowing sutra. But in the second half, the content was completely different. The gray leaf in the red-eyed boy's storage bag recorded the methods for refining and controlling the 10,000 Souls banner. The refinement method for the 10,000 Souls banner was extremely sinister. It required the third vertebrae of 999 newborn babies less than 100 days old, as well as the scalp from the crown of their heads, as materials. The pole and the flag had to be refined separately. Once the soul banner was created, it could only be considered an ordinary object, and then it had to be continuously refined using the souls of living beings with cultivation. The more souls contained within the 10,000 Souls banner, and the stronger their pre-death abilities, the higher the banner's grade and the greater its power. After reading this information, even Su-12, with his strong will, turned pale as snow, momentarily at a loss for words. This refining process for the 10,000 Souls banner was indeed excessively cruel. 999 newborn babies and the souls of over 10,000 cultivators were needed to refine it into a spiritual artifact. Moreover, at least 3 banners were required to form the strongest 10,000 Souls formation. This was no spiritual artifact. It was simply a demonic artifact. No wonder I nearly lost myself to its malevolent energy and resentment upon touching the 10,000 Souls banner. Su-12's heart raced, and in that moment, he felt an impulse to destroy the 10,000 Souls banner. But this thought was fleeting. He knew very well that doing so would be futile. The souls of those living beings were trapped within the 10,000 Souls banner. If he destroyed it, it would only lead to their souls scattering, eliminating even the opportunity for reincarnation. No, my current strength is too low. The 10,000 Souls banner is just a step away from becoming a spiritual artifact. Its power, if used correctly, could save my life at a critical moment. Furthermore, the fault lies with the person who created such a sinister artifact, not the artifact itself. However, those souls being imprisoned by the soul banner were indeed pitiful. It is said that there are cultivators in the cultivation world known as Buddhist cultivators, who understand the methods of transcendence. If I have the chance to meet one in the future, I will seek out a method to help these souls transcend. Su-12's thoughts turned quickly, and upon realizing this, he suddenly felt a sense of clarity, and his body relaxed. However, he was well aware that the appearance of 2 almost identical gray leaves was unlikely to be a coincidence. Such a sinister method was likely someone stirring up trouble in the shadows. But that had nothing to do with him. Chapter 90. Swallowing the Golden Sacred Spirit Spring. Ambushed, taking a deep breath, Su-12 took out the corpse of the fire cloud python, stripping away the flesh and leaving only the snake bones. He then buried the sword bones along with other materials underground, according to the records of the bone sword crafting technique. The bone sword refined from the fire cloud python's remains would at least be a pseudo-spiritual artifact. This was an opportunity he could not miss. Fortunately, crafting the bone sword only required periodic special ritual refinements, which did not conflict with his upcoming cultivation plans. Su-12 murmured to himself, taking care of everything. And after calming down, he took out the greatest harvest of this trip, the Golden Sacred Spirit Spring. This Golden Sacred Spirit Spring was contained within a green bowl. The spring contained exactly 2 bowls worth of water. The water appeared as a golden liquid, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to shimmer with sunlight. The spiritual power contained within it, coupled with his breathing, made Su-12 feel refreshed and invigorated. This Golden Sacred Spirit Spring was indeed extraordinary. Just the smell alone made his cultivation fluctuate. Su-12 sighed in amazement, with his heart racing uncontrollably. The amount of water represented 2 cycles of arduous cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, Su-12 no longer hesitated and, without daring to waste any, swallowed the entire Golden Sacred Spirit Spring in one go. As the Spirit Spring entered his mouth, he felt a gentle power passing through his heart and lungs, flowing into his Dantian sea of qi. As soon as the power entered the Dantian, it surged like a river. The powerful and astonishing energy made Su-12 feel an unprecedented sense of strength. However, this power was not under his control. It transformed into his cultivation at an extremely slow and constant rate. Such incredible energy. Just this natural transformation alone matched the effects of taking a qi-gathering pill. It seemed that as long as he fully refined this energy, his cultivation would undoubtedly skyrocket. Feeling his cultivation rise at a visibly slow pace, Su-12 was overjoyed and began to concentrate all his efforts on refining it. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Song sect, in a side courtyard of Tianshu Peak, the Grand Elder looked at the silver-eyed eagle demon beast that descended from the sky, his brow furrowing tightly. And his expression turned particularly grim. Damn it, the tracking mark I left has disappeared. Did he discover it? Or was the silver light sword destroyed by someone? The silver-eyed eagle had been following for so long, yet it hadn't seen that kid use the heavenly cauldron. Does he not know how to use it? Or is that thing really not on him? The Grand Elder clenched his fists, filled with resentment. After discovering Su-12 that day, his first reaction was to capture him and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the Heaven and Earth Furnace. However, upon thinking about the situation in Little Stone Village, he worried that Su-12 might also choose to die rather than yield. He had many methods to torment people, But no matter how powerful those methods were, there would inevitably be mouths that could not be pried open, especially since he did not possess the legendary soul-searching techniques. Moreover, at that time, Su-12 had just submitted a large amount of materials and was at the height of his power. If he acted rashly, it could attract the attention of the sect master of the Yun-Gu sect and the Peak masters, leaking the existence of the heaven and earth furnace, which would be disastrous. The sect master and the Peak masters, who had built the Yun-Gu sect from the ground up and developed it to this day, were all shrewd individuals. Furthermore, he had another task within the Yun-Gu sect and could not expose his identity. Therefore, he changed his mind and planned to observe secretly. However, he never expected that after observing for more than half a year, not only did he not see Su-12 use the heaven and earth furnace, but he also lost track of him. How could he not be angry about this? The Yuanyang ruler and the silver light sword were also precious treasures to him. If it were not to lure the snake out of its hole, he would never have given them to Su-12. Forget it for now. He could only let the silver-eyed eagle continue searching along the way. He also needed to find another way to give the master a satisfactory explanation. With a sigh, the elder casually threw out a spirit pill. The silver-eyed eagle bit down on the spirit pill and immediately spread its wings, vanishing into the sky. In the mountains, there are no years to count, and the cold does not know the passing of time. Time flew by, and it had been 2 years since Su-12 entered the Yunming Marsh. The Qianshan market was bustling with people, constantly changing. The news that the evil pit contained the golden Holy Spirit spring and that someone had taken it away was already well known. After learning this news, many cultivators were filled with regret and envy, each believing that if they had entered the evil pit, they would have been the ones to obtain the treasure. However, no one knew how many cultivators had died in that evil pit. One day, a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a blue robe, with a waxy yellow complexion and only at the 5th level of qi refinement, mixed into the crowd and arrived at the market. This cultivator wandered around the market, trading a large amount of pills and talismans for various materials, and then quickly left. After leaving the market, the middle-aged cultivator walked with the wind, heading south towards the Yun-Gu sect. This person was Su-12, who had returned after secluded cultivation in the Yunming Marsh. After 2 years of hard training, Su-12 had finally completely refined the golden Holy Spirit spring. Not only that, but he had also used up most of the pills that could increase his cultivation. For ordinary cultivators, such resources would be equivalent to 200 years of hard work, enough to allow a decent disciple to establish a foundation. At least half a step into foundation establishment. However, his cultivation had only increased by 3 levels, from the 7th level of qi refinement to the 10th level. Although he had refined a fire spirit pearl, the improvement to his spiritual root was quite limited, and his original mixed spiritual root had not changed. Moreover, coupled with the need to cultivate the small Zhou Tian Qi refinement technique, which required 12 levels of Qi refinement, the spiritual power needed for each level was at least several times that of other cultivators. To increase his cultivation by 3 levels with such a large amount of resources was indeed not easy. With my current cultivation, if I encounter Yi Lianchuan and his group again, I can kill them with just 1 strike. Su-12 thought to himself, not feeling too disappointed, but instead quickening his pace towards the Yun-Gu sect. His urgency to return was not just about the mysterious pill furnace. The most important thing was the 5 elements spirit pearls in the treasure pavilion. If he couldn't improve his spiritual root quality, he truly could not think of any other way to advance in the last 2 levels of qi refinement. Moreover, before leaving, he had entrusted Zhu Hanwei to secretly investigate the black-clad individuals, and he needed to return to check on the situation. Thoughts raced through Su-12's mind like lightning. 2 days later, he returned to the vicinity of the Yun-Gu sect. However, before he could reach the sect, 3 figures suddenly appeared, surrounding him in a triangular formation. One of the individuals was dressed in a red robe, with eagle-like eyes and a high nose bridge. He was Yi Lianchuan, the talented disciple of Tianhua Peak. Another had a square face and wore blue. He was Lu Tao, a disciple of Tianhua Peak. The last had a round face, was dressed in black, and was somewhat overweight. He was Zhang Ruyang, one of the participants in the ambush against Su-12 2 years ago. 3 senior brothers, what do you mean by this? Su-12 squinted, asking calmly. At this moment, he was wearing a face-altering magical artifact and had also used a breath-concealing technique, so logically, he should not be recognized by them. However, regardless of whether they recognized him or not, he was already channeling his true essence, ready to strike at any moment. The square-faced, blue-clothed disciple Lu Tao sneered disdainfully, saying, "Kid, do you think changing your appearance can fool our eyes? How naive." "Exactly. You really have some patience. Letting us wait for you for over 2 years." Zhang Ruiyang, the round-faced fat man, also chuckled coldly. Su 12's brows slightly furrowed as he noticed that the round-faced fat man was holding a completely white little mouse demon beast. The mouse's eyes were spinning as it squeaked at him. Chapter 91. Is this going to be exterminated?